Sign in for 100,000 years. Please hurry up. Chapter 234 to Chapter 314. Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat when he heard the ancient void dragon's words. He sounded pleasantly surprised as he asked hopefully, "Do you have any information about this divine king?" The ancient void dragon sighed and lowered its head. It said with some annoyance, "I don't know which divine king he is either. He always wears a mask and never speaks." "I don't know his name either." Wearing a mask, Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "With your current memory, can you still draw his image?" The ancient void dragon wanted to say something but stopped. It was silent for a few seconds before it said slowly, "That's strange. I can't imagine his face. I can only draw his back at most." "Then I'll draw a back view." Yi Yun nodded. A gloomy look flashed across his eyes. The mastermind behind the scenes had always been careful in his actions. He had even done something to the ancient void dragon's mind. Whoosh, two beams of light shot out of the ancient void dragon's eyes. They met in midair and a faint back appeared. When he saw this familiar figure, Yi Yun's pupils suddenly shrank and he exclaimed, "You're the one who saved me." He exclaimed, "Long Xian?" The back of the man formed by the ancient void dragon was 80 to 90% similar to Long Xian's. Even though Yi Yun was good at maintaining his composure, he was still shocked. The mastermind was Long Xian. But how was that possible? Long Xian was the 250th sect master of the Shenlong sect. At most, he was only a little over 10,000 years old. It was impossible for him to have set up this trap 100,000 years ago. Moreover, Long Xian had no grudges with Yi Yun. He had no motive at all. Yi Yun's eyes danced like flames as he observed the figure. The more he looked, the more he found it to be similar to Long Xian. A strange look appeared on Yi Yun's face. He realized that this matter was getting more and more interesting. Had the mastermind purposely given the ancient void dragon a wrong hint, let him, the 13th generation ancestor, think that Long Xian was secretly plotting? If that was the case, then he was underestimating Yi Yun too much. The corners of Yi Yun's mouth curled up, revealing a faint sneer. When he was done with his business in Sunnan continent, he would make a trip to the divine land to uncover the deity king behind the scenes. Let's see what kind of monster this guy is. This idea was too insidious. After signing in for 100,000 years and becoming invincible, Yi Yun suddenly had such an opponent. It could be said that his life had become much more interesting. If he really did not have a single opponent, Yi Yun reckoned that he would go crazy at any time. The loneliness of being truly invincible and dominating the world was no different from the loneliness of having unlimited top-level resources in the check-in space. People had to find hobbies and things to do in life. Now that there was such a mastermind behind the scenes who kept causing trouble for him, Yi Yun felt that it was very interesting. His gaze fell on the ancient void dragon again. He said indifferently, "Although your clone is incomplete, it's still an ancient void dragon. Why don't you join the Shenlong sect? When the time comes, I'll take away your small world and you won't have to hide in this void anymore." After saying that, Yi Yun immediately released a wisp of Zhu Long's aura. This wisp of aura suppressed the universe and was extremely powerful. It immediately suppressed the ancient void dragon to the point that it could not even raise its head. Zhu Long's bloodline. Oh my god, it's actually Zhu Long's bloodline. The ancient void dragon prostrated on the ground with an excited expression and muttered to itself. It had never expected that the man in front of it was actually a human with Zhu Long's bloodline. A thought flashed through its mind. The ancient void dragon finally knew why its divine ability had no effect on the white-robed young man in front of it. It was because of Zhu Long's bloodline that could neutralize its divine ability. In ancient times, not only the 10 super divine dragons but also all the dragon tribes would not be able to cause any trouble if they attacked Zhu Long. Zhu Long was born to neutralize any attacks from the dragon tribes. This was also why Zhu Long could suppress all the dragon tribes in ancient times and none of the dragon tribes dared to have any thoughts of rebellion. "I'm willing, Lord Zhu Long." The ancient void dragon prostrated on the ground excitedly and kowtowed repeatedly. "Just call me master from now on." Yi Yun smiled faintly. He looked down and reached out with his hand. The translucent light shield immediately disappeared. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the big black horse rose into the air and flew to Yi Yun's side. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon looked at the ancient void dragon in the black eyeball and rubbed its hands. It smiled enviously. "Hello, ancient void dragon. Hello. You should have the bloodline of the Blood Chief Demon Dragon, right?" The ancient void dragon looked at the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and revealed a kind smile. "Yes, it's just a little bit. It's relatively thin." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon smiled awkwardly. The ancient void dragon nodded. Then, it looked at the big black horse next to it and found that its bloodline was very strange. It had half of the dragon tribe's bloodline. However, it couldn't tell if it was half of the dragon tribe's bloodline. For a moment, the ancient void dragon looked at the big black horse with a thoughtful expression. Yiyan smiled and said softly, "You don't have to guess its origin. You won't be able to guess it." The big black horse was one of the divine pets he obtained from signing in. It was not a monster beast of this world at all. Instead, it came from a certain world among the myriad worlds. There were also dragons in that world. It was a monster beast born from the marriage between the dragon tribe and another powerful tribe. Its bloodline was also very noble. "Yes, master." The ancient void dragon quickly nodded and retracted its gaze. The big black horse quickly cupped its fists and bowed to the ancient void dragon. It said with a smile, "Greetings, senior." "You're welcome." The ancient void dragon said with a smile. Yiyan looked around and said indifferently, "Ancient void dragon, you can continue to cultivate in this black eyeball. When I get out, I'll find a quiet place for you." "Thank you, master." The ancient void dragon was overjoyed. It also imitated the appearance of the two people next to it. It transformed into a man and bowed respectfully to Yiyan. Yiyan nodded. He turned around and left with the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the big black horse. This time, Yiyan directly broke through the void and descended to the village where the Qin family was located. Looking at Yiyan who descended from the sky, the old patriarch of the Qin clan was indescribably excited. He knew that the sect leader of the Shenlong sect, who was invincible 100,000 years ago, would definitely be able to destroy the forbidden power in the depths of the mountain. "Now that there's nothing else, you can live and cultivate in peace here," Yiyan said with a smile. "Thank you, senior." The old man led the clan members to kneel on the ground and kowtow to express their gratitude. Yiyan waved his hand and gestured for everyone to get up. He then raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "There's an ancient void dragon in the depths of the mountain. It's cultivating there. After a while, when it truly comprehended the illusion ability, it'll be able to reverse your spiritual bodies and turn you back into real humans." "Wow, really? Senior, that's great." Hearing that they could turn their spiritual bodies back into human bodies, all the Qin family members were excited. They even forgot about the ancient void dragon, one of the 10 ancient super sections. The faces of the Qin family members were glowing red. They were extremely excited. Yiyan shook his head and chuckled when he saw this. Then, he gave a few more instructions before leaving this small world. This time, he didn't need to forcefully break the ancient void dragon's eye membrane. The ancient void dragon hiding in the black eyeball could naturally control the entire world inside the eyeball. It directly opened a path for Yiyan and the other two to fly out. Standing in the void, Yiyan looked at the huge illusory world above him and said with a smile, "Return to your original appearance." As soon as Yiyan finished speaking, the voice of the ancient void dragon could be heard from the illusory world. "Yes, master." Buzz buzz, a buzzing vibration that sounded like the buzzing of bees could be heard from the void. The huge illusory world began to shrink rapidly. In just a few breaths, it had shrunk into a round bead the size of a walnut and rapidly fell from the sky. This was a translucent bead with a black orb that looked like a black pupil. The ancient void dragon was hidden in the depths of the black orb and could not be seen from the outside. Yiyan reached out and caught the black orb in his hand. After looking at it for a while, he put the black orb back into the warehouse. "Master, the battle in the ancient times was too tragic. Even the ancient void dragon, one of the super divine dragons, had its eye gouged out," the Blood Chief Demon Dragon said with lingering fear. If the 10 super divine dragons had not fought among themselves, the divine land would not have had the opportunity to launch a dragon-slaying war. Yiyan smiled faintly. Although he was somewhat regretful about the extinction of the ancient divine dragons, he felt that there was nothing to sympathize with. After all, Yi Yun was a transmigrator and had lived 2 lives. Yi Yun had always regarded himself as a bystander to the events that had happened millions of years ago in the ancient times. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon sighed softly and said, "Master, since the ancient void dragon's eye still exists in this world, I'm afraid that there are many super divine dragons or divine dragon organs on this continent or the divine land that have been passed down." Yi Yun nodded and looked into the distance with a leisurely expression. He said slowly, "Don't worry. If I come across anything related to the dragon clan, whether it's organs or remains, or even life forms like you or the ancient void dragon, or humans with divine dragon blood, I'll think of a way to deal with them properly." Yi Yun, who had Zhu Long's bloodline, naturally had to think of a way to ensure the survival of the dragon clan in the face of the imminent extinction of the dragon clan. It was just like how humans protected wild animals on Earth in his previous life. Therefore, Yi Yun agreed wholeheartedly with Blood Chief Demon Dragon's kind reminder. Even if the organs left behind by the dead dragons were refined into magic weapons, he would take them into the Xianxia sect if he had the chance. As for the eyeballs of the ancient void dragon, which could produce an avatar, Yi Yun focused on collecting the organs of super mystical dragons. Through this trip to the Arcana land, Yi Yun also realized that the terrifying 10 super divine dragons all had some sort of backup plan. They would gradually revive themselves over a long period of time. This might be the case for the different types of powerful mystical dragons as well. There were still many secrets hidden in this continent, waiting for him to slowly unearth them. "Let's go," Yi Yun said. He took a step forward and flew through the air towards the black carriage in the distance. The big black horse and the Blood Chief Phantom Dragon followed closely behind. Yi Yun landed on the black carriage. He lifted the curtain and entered the carriage alone. At this moment, the big black horse transformed into its original form and pulled the carriage. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon also transformed into a beam of red light and landed on the carriage. It turned back into the cute red kitten. "Master, what kind of divine power did you use?" "My original form has been changed. This time, I still can't change back." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon, who had turned back into a red kitten, wanted to cry but had no tears. It had no one to talk to, so it could only grit its teeth and swallow it down. "Master, where are we going?" The big black horse turned its head and asked excitedly. "Let's go to the Celestial Empire," Yi Yun thought for a while and said. There was nothing left in the Celestial Empire that he was reluctant to leave. He had done what he needed to do. The next step was to go to the Celestial Empire and wait for the opening of the Heavenly Moon Arcana land. The big black horse hummed and pulled the carriage towards the southeast direction, moving slowly. "Senior, where did you go just now?" Mao Bauer was a little curious. She moved closer to the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and asked softly, blinking her sapphire-like eyes. "We went to The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was about to speak when it suddenly shut its mouth. The Arcana land was related to the ancient void dragon. It was a sensitive matter and it was best not to talk about it. Bam! At this moment, the big black cat slapped Mao Bauer's head. The latter saw stars. "You hit me again?" Mao Bauer said with tears in her eyes. "Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. Watch your mouth. Do you think you have the right to ask where Master went?" The big black cat raised its paw and threatened arrogantly. Oh, at the mention of Master, Mao Bauer lost her temper. She laid her head on the carriage obediently and did not move. This time, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon did not comfort Mao Bauer. It felt that the little cat was being a little too inquisitive, so it decided to let the little black cat teach her a lesson. Seeing that the big black cat was using his power to intimidate others, Yi Yun smiled in annoyance. This fellow liked to use chicken feathers as arrows. However, these 3 demon pets had their own way of getting along. Yi Yun could not interfere. He thought for a while and suddenly asked. "Mao Bauer, where is your home?" "Master, my home is at the border between the Celestial Empire and the Celestial Empire, near Mount Wukuan," Mao Bauer hurriedly replied respectfully. When we reach there, go home and tell your family about the marriage annulment and joining the Xianxia sect," Yi Yun instructed. "Yes, Master," Mao Bauer said gratefully. The powerful and mysterious Master was really too good to a celestial bridge realm demon like her. Not only did he help her annul the marriage, but he also helped her solve her family's problems. Her two stubborn old parents would definitely stop her from joining the Xianlong sect. After all, they did not understand the power of the Xianlong sect. In the end, only the old master could settle this matter. However, master would definitely not do it himself. If he wanted to do it, it would be Uncle Ma or that dragon senior. Eh? The big black cat's eyes suddenly lit up. Mao Bauer, so your celestial spirit cat clan lives near Mount Wukuan? Yes, why? Mao Bauer looked at the big black cat with a puzzled expression. The big black cat laughed and suddenly said excitedly, I heard that there is a black market in Mount Wukuan. It is very popular. You can buy anything there. The black market in Mount Wukuan is very popular. There are all kinds of pills, magic treasures, and secret manuals. Mao Bauer nodded and smiled. Seeing Mao Bauer's smug expression, the big black cat snorted. When I mentioned the black market, you were even more excited than me. It was as if the black market was very impressive. Humph. In Lord Cat's eyes, the pills on the black market are far inferior to the pills that Master gave me. Big brother, you are right. Mao Bauer touched the back of her head with her paw and smiled awkwardly. She knew that she could not dampen the nine-tailed spirit cat's mood. Therefore, she could only go with the flow and praise her. At this moment, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's eyes lit up. Little Black, what kind of pills did Master give you? You praised them so well. Can you show them to me? The big black cat's expression turned bitter. The pills that Master gave it were of high quality and were very suitable for demon beasts to consume. It was really afraid that once it took it out, it would be snatched away by its senior. Little Black, are you worried that I will snatch your pills? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon's face darkened and there was anger in its tone. Senior, you must be joking. You are an Eternal Realm expert. Why would you snatch my pills? The big black cat laughed and took out a bag from its storage ring. It felt around inside, and after a while, it reluctantly took out a pill. Is this a dragon spirit pill? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon saw the pill in the cat's paw and its eyes lit up. Its whole face leaned over and its pink nose twitched slightly. The next moment, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon was shocked. This was actually a divine dragon spirit pill. Although it was a divine dragon from ancient times, but the Blood Chief Demon Dragon had never eaten a dragon spirit pill before. The dragon spirit pill had a huge effect on the cultivation of any demon. In ancient times, dragons without power and status had no chance of obtaining a dragon spirit pill. At that time, it didn't even have the chance to use a yellow dragon spirit pill, let alone an earth-level dragon spirit pill. After all, there were very few ancient dragons who knew how to refine pills. And there weren't many human cultivators on the Hidden Dragon continent who knew how to refine pills. Most of the dragon spirit pills came from the Divine Land. Therefore, only divine dragons with high status had the chance to use the dragon spirit pill to aid their cultivation. The dragon's physique was very strong, and most of the time, they didn't need any pills to improve. But, if they took a dragon spirit pill, it would improve their cultivation very quickly. Therefore, no dragon would reject the dragon spirit pill refined by the Divine Land. Whoosh, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon licked its lips and snatched the dragon spirit pill from the big black cat's paw. It then took a deep breath and a look of intoxication appeared on its face. The big black cat instantly became nervous. It stuttered, Senior, you're of noble status. Please don't take my pill. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon let out a hearty laugh. Instantly, he felt a little ashamed. It couldn't help but look at the dragon spirit pill carefully. After a while, it said hesitantly, This is a divine dragon spirit pill, right? The big black cat shrugged helplessly. Yes, Senior. This is a divine dragon spirit pill. Oh my God. Even in ancient times, only the 10 great divine dragons had the right to use a divine dragon spirit pill. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon muttered to itself. Its face was full of shock. What kind of person was Master? He gave out a divine dragon spirit pill right off the bat. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was shocked. Its heart was in turmoil. Holding the divine dragon spirit pill in its hand, it couldn't wait to take it for itself. After a few breaths, its gaze landed on the big black cat. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon laughed dryly. The big black cat suddenly had a bad feeling. It seemed that the pill was going to be gone forever. Senior, the big black cat shouted weakly. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon coughed twice and pretended to be calm. However, it still held the dragon spirit pill in its hand and did not return it to the big black cat. All of a sudden, he felt that the nine-tailed spirit cat was only at the fate state. It was a waste for it to take a dragon spirit pill. It wanted to snatch it, but it was afraid that it would lose its grace in front of its master. After all, it was a dignified dragon clan and an eternal realm great monster. It would be unreasonable for it to snatch the medicinal pills of a heaven's mandate realm nine-tailed spirit cat. That would be too embarrassing. Little Blackie, I want to discuss something with you. Can you give me one of these pills? I see that you still have a lot of them in your bag. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon said with a smile. The big black cat wanted to cry but had no tears. It shook its head and said, Senior, there aren't many left. I have to keep them for my cultivation. As you can see, my cultivation is very low. I need pills to improve my cultivation. How about I help you think of another way? After all, there are many ways to improve your cultivation. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon shook its head as it spoke. It still looked like it was unwilling to give up. The big black horse in front shook its head as it walked. It thought that this senior of the dragon clan who had been resurrected from the ancient times was really inexperienced. A mere divine dragon spirit pill was enough to shock it to this extent. The big black horse knew that the cat still had a lot of pills in its bag. After all, the cat's cultivation was very low. It could only use 2 or 3 pills a month. Therefore, the big black horse did not make a sound. After all, to it, losing a dragon spirit pill was nothing to the cat. When the big black cat saw that the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon was unwilling to give up, it knew that this pill was a lost cause. However, it wasn't willing to give it away just like that. Thus, it feigned a pained expression as it asked, Senior, do you have any methods to help me improve my cultivation? I really don't have any heavenly treasures right now. However, I can promise you that when I find something good in the future, I'll give it to you first. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon laughed shamelessly. After saying that, it felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, it was red from the inside out, so no one could see its embarrassed expression. Inside the carriage, Yian saw the scene and could not help but smile. The dragon spirit pills in his warehouse were almost piled up into several mountains. He had as many as he wanted. There was no way he could use them all. However, he did not expect that the Blood Chief Demon Dragon would be so shameless for a single dragon spirit pill. Yiyan thought for a moment. He felt that he should still provide some pills for these demon pets. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was different from the big black cat. It was a dragon and was naturally close to the Shenlong sect. Now that its cultivation was only in the eternal realm, Yiyan felt that he should help it. As for the little heavenly spirit cat clans Mao Bao on the carriage, Yiyan was also going to give her some dragon spirit pills, but the quality was a little lower. After all, this little guy's cultivation was too low. The reason why he gave Mao Bao the dragon spirit pills was that Yiyan felt that he could not let Mao Bao drag him down. When the 3 cats were together, the gap in realm should not be too big. Seeing that the senior wanted to get the pills for free, the big black cat's heart was bleeding. However, it knew that it had no other choice at this moment. However, this senior had helped it when it was on Godly Tiger Mountain. Therefore, it showed a pained expression and said, since senior has asked, I'll give it to senior. Haha. Little Black, you're really generous. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon laughed dryly and immediately stuffed the dragon spirit pill into its mouth. After eating the pill, it burped and said with a satisfied expression, it's really not bad. In ancient times, only the 10 great super divine dragons had the right to enjoy the godly dragon spirit pills. You don't have to fight. The curtain lifted and Yiyan suddenly threw out 3 bags. These 3 bags were thrown in the direction of the big black horse, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon, and Mao Bao respectively. There's a share for me too? The big black horse was constantly paying attention to the situation behind it. When it saw a bag flying over, it was so excited that it almost jumped up. In the past, it had always coveted the big black cat's dragon spirit pills. However, because of its status, it did not make a move. Who would have thought that the old master would give it a bag of dragon spirit pills this time? The dragon spirit pills would be of great help to it. The big black horse immediately kept the bag. The blood chief demon dragon suddenly saw a bag flying over and grabbed it in its hand. "Thank you, old master," the blood chief demon dragon said happily. It opened the bag happily. When it saw that the bag was full of godly dragon spirit pills, its eyes bulged and it almost fell in. Oh my god! There were 1,000 dragon spirit pills in there. The blood chief demon dragon's breathing quickened and its heart pounded. It had never seen so many godly dragon spirit pills in its life. Melbauer, who was beside it, caught the bag with a confused expression. "Thank you, old master," Melbauer said excitedly. Because it was too excited, its 2 claws kept unraveling the bag and could not open it for a long time. "Look at how clumsy you are. Let me do it." The big black cat was anxious and angrily slapped Melbauer's claws away. Then, it opened the bag and looked inside. There were also 1,000 dragon spirit pills in the bag. However, their levels were 1 level lower than the godly dragon spirit pills. They were all overlord pills. The big black cat let out a long sigh. It instantly felt better and more balanced. At this moment, Melbauer hurriedly moved her head closer to the bag and took a look. Her eyes shone brightly. After a few breaths of time. "That's not right. Why do my dragon spirit pills feel different from yours?" Melbauer looked at the big black cat in confusion and asked. The big black cat pursed its lips. "You're only at the Celestial Bridge realm. It's already good enough that you have an Emperor-level dragon spirit pill. What else do you want?" "So mine is an Emperor-level dragon spirit pill." Melbauer's face revealed a look of realization. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The big black cat raised its paw and laughed. It didn't lower its paw and said, "Melbauer, an Emperor-level dragon spirit pill is enough for you. Don't think about the God-level dragon spirit pill." "Oh. Yes." Melbauer nodded obediently. She was originally a little unhappy, but thinking that her cultivation was indeed very low, only at the Celestial Bridge realm, it was already shocking enough to have a bag of Emperor-level dragon spirit pills. Even in the entire Celestial Empire, she had never seen an Emperor-level dragon spirit pill appear before. Even Heaven-level dragon spirit pills were extremely rare. She had only eaten a dragon spirit pill once since she was young. Melbauer remembered that the dragon spirit pill was only a black-level dragon spirit pill. Thinking of this, Melbauer's heart calmed down. She carefully took out a dragon spirit pill and smelled it intoxicatedly. After hesitating for a while, she still put it into her mouth. After this dragon spirit pill entered her lower abdomen, it instantly turned into rolling magic power and surged towards her 4 limbs and 8 meridians. What a strong medicinal power, Melbauer was shocked. She instantly felt like she was about to explode from the medicinal power. "I'm going to die." A thought flashed through Melbauer's mind. In the carriage. Seeing this, Yi Yun gently tapped with his hand and the crazy medicinal power was immediately suppressed. Melbauer's cultivation was too low. Even an Emperor-level dragon spirit pill needed to be suppressed for a while before she could consume it. The reason why Yi Yun gave Melbauer an Emperor-level dragon spirit pill was to let her quickly increase her cultivation level. "I was scared to death just now. I almost exploded. This pill is too scary," Melbauer said with lingering fear and quickly put the small bag into her storage ring. Haha, the big black cat chuckled at the side, rejoicing in her misfortune. It used its hand to pat the cat's head and said with a smile, "Fortunately, old master made a move. Otherwise, this little body of yours would have exploded." Melbauer was shocked. Only then did he realize that a surge of energy had entered his body and suppressed the power of the pill. It turned out that the old master had taken action. It quickly turned around and bowed in the direction of the carriage, saying respectfully, "Thank you, master." Yi Yun smiled but didn't say anything. The big black horse pulled the carriage slowly towards the Celestial Empire. Time passed day by day. Over a month later, the carriage arrived near Wukuan Mountain. There was a dense valley here, and in the depths of the valley was where the heavenly spirit cats lived. Through this period of cultivation, Yi Yan's cultivation already reached the 7th level Divine Lord realm. He was rapidly increasing his cultivation base at a terrifying speed. He was only 3 small realms away from the Divine Lord realm. Xianxia was also the first to break through to the Nirvana realm. Now, he was stabilizing his realm and cultivating peacefully. Luoli and Suwani were also about to break through. There was still about a week before the opening of the Tianyu secret realm. However, this time, Yi Yan planned to let Jun Maxiao go to the Tianyu secret realm alone to find the Tianyu Kasha tree. It could be considered as making up for Jun Maxiao's regret of not going to the 9 Nether Underground Palace last time. Master, the valley ahead is where we, the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan, live. Mao Bao'er stood up and looked at the valley in the distance and said softly. Her current aura was much stronger than before. After swallowing an Emperor-level Dragon Spirit pill, Mao Bao'er also rose from the 5th floor of Xianxia to the 7th level Divine Bridge realm within a month. She rose 2 small realms consecutively. Yes. Yi Yan nodded. Master, then I'll go with Mao Bao'er? The big black cat looked in the direction of the carriage and asked respectfully. You 3 little cats can go, Yi Yan said with a smile. When the Blood Chief Demon Dragon heard Yi Yan's words, it raised its claws and shouted weakly, Master, I'm not a cat, I'm a dragon. Second brother, you are whatever Master says you are. Don't quibble over there. The big black horse turned its head and grinned. Master, can I also go and join in the fun? The big black horse asked. Yes, you can go too. Yi Yan agreed readily. The big black horse's personality was that it liked to join in the fun. It was estimated that there would be some disturbance this time, so it would be good to let it go and show off. After receiving Master's confirmation, the big black horse laughed and turned into a black light, turning into the black-robed man. Little cat, we can work together again this time. The big black horse laughed. Grandpa Ma, it's my honor to be able to travel with you. The big black cat smiled shamelessly and turned into a black-robed young man. At this time, Mao Bao'er also turned into a charming young girl. Everyone began to transform. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon rolled on the carriage and turned into a red light, landing on the ground and turning into a red-robed young man. It's still better to be in human form. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon touched its body with its hands, a look of relief on its face. It had no choice. When it was on the carriage, it had to be in the form of a little red cat. After all, that was the rule. It could only be in human form when it was out on a mission. However, Master just gave me a bag of Divine Dragon Spirit pills. Let alone a little red cat, even if I had to become a little red mouse, I'd accept it. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon chuckled in its heart and carefully put away the bag in its hand. Seniors, please go ahead. Mao Bao'er looked at the big black horse and the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and hurriedly waved her hand respectfully. No, this is your home. You can walk in front. The big black horse quickly waved its hand. He glanced at the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and rubbed his chin. He rolled his eyes and said, Brother, we have to conceal our aura, or we'll scare people. You're right. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon glanced in the direction of the valley. He had a rough idea of what was going on, and immediately retracted his aura. The big black horse did the same. Seniors, my cultivation isn't high. I won't conceal my aura. The big black cat chuckled. He was only at the 3rd level of the Fate State. That wasn't a high level for the Heavenly Spirit Cats. However, he had been cultivating diligently recently and was about to break through to the 4th level of the Fate State. The big black cat and Mao Bao'er walked side by side. The big black horse and the Blood Chief Demon Dragon followed behind. They walked slowly and leisurely, looking very carefree. Both of them were great monsters in the Eternal Realm. In a small place like the Celestial Empire, they could do whatever they wanted, so there was nothing to worry about. The purpose of this trip was to relax and help Mao Bao'er gain some momentum. They walked to the depths of the valley. In front of a stone door, a young man suddenly jumped out of the dense forest. Sister Bao'er, you're finally back. The young man said with a smile. What's going on? Mao Bao'er looked at the young man and had a bad feeling in her heart. Nothing, it's just that there have been a lot of people coming to propose marriage recently. The young man scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Why are there more people proposing marriage? Didn't the golden-striped black tiger clan agree to cancel the marriage? The big black cat clenched its fist and waved it around as it said angrily. Yes, do they dare to go back on their word? The blood chief demon dragon also touched its chin and said thoughtfully. At that time, the golden-striped black tiger clan was clearly scared. They shouldn't be so stupid, right? It's not the golden-striped black tiger clan. I think you're mistaken. The young man of the heavenly spirit cat clan looked at the strangers and scratched his head. He was a little embarrassed. Hearing the young man's words, the big black cat patted its chest and laughed. I told you, the golden-striped black tiger clan wouldn't be so brainless. The big black cat was very proud of itself when it recalled how it had used the blood chief demon dragon as an iron ball and smashed its father into such a miserable state. It was a great feat in its cat life. There was no second person in the world who had used an eternal realm dragon as an iron ball. Even the old master, who was so strong, had not done so. If it's not the golden-striped black tiger clan, then it has nothing to do with me. Are all those who come to propose to my second sister? Maubauer's brows relaxed slightly, then she became nervous again and quickly asked. Yes, Sister Bauer. The young man quickly replied. So you have a sister? The big black cat rubbed its chin and chuckled. You two sisters are really beautiful sisters. Both of you are so beautiful and so popular that people who want to propose marriage are trampling over your doorstep. Not at all. Maubauer nodded awkwardly. Then she did not say anything else and walked inside. The others followed closely behind. Just as they reached the reception hall, they heard someone talking inside. This time, we came with sincerity. We want to build a closer relationship with the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan. Please consider this matter carefully, a man's voice said. I will consider it. After all, you are also the nine-tailed spirit cat clan, which is of the same origin as us heavenly spirit cats, an old voice said. What, nine-tailed spirit cat? The big black cat's ears suddenly perked up. It stared in the direction of the hall. How could there be a nine-tailed spirit cat here? The big black cat could not hold back its curiosity and it scurried over to the door. It leaned against the door and poked its head in to look inside. As expected, there were many people standing in the hall. Two of them looked familiar to him. An old man in linen clothes was sitting on a chair, leisurely drinking tea. Next to him stood a young man in red. The young man was handsome and had deep facial features. His cultivation level wasn't low either, having reached the 3rd level of the fate state. Little cat, is he from your clan? The big black horse came over and asked. Uncle Ma, I'm from the same clan as them, but I've only met them a few times. The big black cat's face darkened. It seemed to have recalled some unpleasant memories. The old man and the young woman were indeed from the nine-tailed spirit cat clan. And so was he. However, his bloodline was not the main bloodline. Because the bloodline was relatively thin, he was not valued in the nine-tailed spirit cat's family. Especially when his father made a mistake when he was young and was punished out of the family. Later on, when the big black cat was young, he had followed his father back a few times and met the old man and the young man opposite him. The old man in sackcloth was the patriarch of the nine-tailed spirit cat clan. Everyone in the clan called him Lord Jiu. He had lived for many years and was at the 10th level of the Fate realm. The young man next to him was the most outstanding prodigy of the nine-tailed civet clan. What's going on? You look like you have a grudge against them. The blood chief evil dragon also came over and asked. It's not exactly a grudge. It's just that they're from the main bloodline and I'm from a branch bloodline. The big black cat wrinkled its nose and smiled bitterly. It briefly described what had happened to the two seniors. Little Black, you can do whatever you want. I'll be your strongest shield. The blood chief evil dragon patted its chest and said. Thank you very much, senior. The big black cat said gratefully. The big black cat's words made Cat Bauer thoughtful. But she didn't stop. Instead, she went straight into the hall. The big black cat took a deep breath and followed her in. As for the big black horse and the blood chief evil dragon, they walked in unhurriedly. All of a sudden, 4 people walked in from the door. Instantly, everyone in the hall turned their attention to them. "Big sister, you're back?" A girl in pink rushed out like a butterfly with a surprised look on her face. "Yes, little sister, I'm back," Cat Bauer said with a smile. She reached out and patted her little sister's back with a doting smile on her face. After a brief hug, Cat Bauer took 2 steps forward and bowed. She said to the dignified old man in a golden robe, "Father, I'm back." You still know to come back? What did you do to make the golden-striped Black Tiger clan break off the marriage?" The old man in the golden robe slammed his hand on the chair and said angrily, "I just didn't want to marry that silly girl. Now that the marriage has been broken off, Father, you don't have to mention this again," Cat Bauer said bravely. She was usually very afraid of her father. But this time, with 2 Eternal Realm great demons standing behind her, she had more confidence. Plus, during this period of time, Cat Bauer had experienced a lot, so she had become more daring. Hearing Cat Bauer's rebuttal, the old man in the golden robe was so angry that his eyeballs almost fell out. He stared at Cat Bauer, so angry that his body was puffing up. His daughter was disobedient, rebellious, and willful. The golden-striped Black Tiger clan was so powerful. If they were to marry into the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan, it would be very beneficial for the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan. However, he didn't expect that his daughter would act on her own initiative and forcefully ruin the marriage. Who were these people? The old man in the golden robe's eyes flashed and fell on the few people behind Cat Bauer. The young man in the black robe was at the 3rd level of the Fate realm. As for the 2 people behind him, he couldn't see their cultivation level. This shocked him and he didn't dare to act rashly. Isn't this the little bastard from the Branch family? Why did he come to this place? I can't believe you're hanging out with the eldest daughter of the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan. Could it be that you were the one who ruined the marriage?" The red-clothed youth in the main hall looked at the big black cat, and he recognized it after looking at it for a while. "Who are you calling a bastard?" The big black cat was furious. A burst of anger spewed out of his chest. This so-called most outstanding genius of the 9-tailed spirit cat clan had mocked him thousands of years ago. Now, after thousands of years, he still hadn't changed at all. In other people's territory, the big black cat didn't dare to make a move. But now, he definitely dared to. After saying that sentence, he took out his black shield without hesitation and rushed toward the young man in red. "How dare you? A mere branch family dares to make a move against the main family? This is outrageous." The old man in the linen robe's eyes lit up. He was abnormally powerful and suddenly slapped out. He was at the 10th level of the Fate realm, so one could imagine the power of this slap. A red shadow flashed. Suddenly, a young man in a red robe appeared in front of him and blocked his slap. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon received the attack with ease. He blocked the palm and said with a smile, "You are really impressive as a clan leader. Are you going to kill your own clansmen?" The old man in the linen robe looked at the young man in front of him with a shocked expression. This unfamiliar young man in red had blocked his slap so easily. His strength was probably on par with his. The big black cat heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the Blood Chief Demon Dragon block the clan leader. He didn't stop there and continued to pounce on the young man in red. The young man in red didn't show any weakness. Holding a sword, he manipulated the rolling sword light and fought with the old man. Boom, hundreds of dazzling sword radiances landed on the black shield, but they were repelled by the black shield. "What bullshit, T prodigy? You're no match for me now." The big black cat had a ferocious look on its face. It held the shield in its hand and smashed it at the red-robed youth with a thunderous force. This bastard. How did he become so strong? The red-robed youth panicked and hurriedly raised his sword to block the attack. With a bang, the black shield knocked the sword out of his hand. The big black cat lifted its leg and kicked the red-robed youth's shoulder, sending him flying. Oh no! The hemp-robed elder saw that the situation was not good. He left his seat in a flash and reached out his hand to grab the red-robed youth. The red-robed youth was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs were severely injured. "Yuanhua, are you all right?" The hemp-robed elder quickly took out an elixir and stuffed it into the red-robed youth's mouth. Clan leader, how did this bastard become so strong? His physical body contains unimaginable power. The red-robed youth's face was as white as snow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and spoke with difficulty. He could not believe that the bastard from the branch family that he had looked down on in the past could injure him so severely in one round. I heard that a nine-tailed spiritual cat devoured many longevity immortal herbs in the abysmal underground palace. I'm afraid it's him. The hemp-robed elder raised his head and looked at the big black cat with a complicated expression. He did not expect that the bastard from the branch family that he had looked down on would defeat the strongest prodigy of his clan in one round. The nine-tailed spiritual cat clan leader's heart was also filled with complicated emotions. It was as if a tsunami was crashing down. It was hard for him to accept this cruel reality. The big black cat put away its shield, crossed its arms, and laughed coldly. You're the number one prodigy of the nine-tailed spiritual cat clan. If you have the guts, come and fight me for another 300 rounds. Let's see how I'll deal with you. The red-robed youth was so angry at the big black cat's words that he spat out another mouthful of blood. He struggled to break free from the hemp-robed elder's arm and pounced toward the big black cat. The old man's figure flashed and grabbed his arm, preventing him from moving forward. You are no match for him. The old man's eyes were as sharp as torches. He could tell that the nine-tailed spirit cat in front of him was different from before. After devouring the longevity immortal grass, he became even stronger. It made up for the lack of bloodline. Hearing the clan leader's words, the red-clothed youth's handsome face immediately turned as red as a pig's liver. Originally, the nine-tailed spirit cat clan had come to propose marriage, but who would have thought that they would fail miserably? Letting the second miss of the heavenly spirit cat clan witness this scene, he felt that it was too embarrassing. However, he was indeed no match for his opponent. The red-clothed youth was well aware of this fact. The hemp-clothed elder stared at the big black cat with an increasingly cold expression. The big black cat raised an eyebrow and said disdainfully, "Don't use your authority as the clan leader to deal with me. I am no longer a member of your clan." The hemp-clothed elder's expression froze. He sighed and suddenly said, "Although your father has been expelled from the clan, you can come back at any time if you want. The door of the nine-tailed spirit cat clan will always be open for you." "Is that so?" The big black cat shook his head and sneered. "If this sentence was said thousands of years ago, I would have believed it. But now, I won't believe it. What I said is true. I am willing to swear on my identity as the clan leader of the nine-tailed spirit cat clan that I am willing to accept you back into the clan," the hemp-clothed elder said with a solemn expression. "Ha ha ha," the big black cat laughed loudly. He shook his head and said with a proud expression, "I have already joined the Xianxia sect. It is impossible for me to join the nine-tailed spirit cat clan." Xianxia sect? The hemp-clothed elder frowned slightly. He had heard of the Xianxia sect. It was said that it was a low-grade sect in the Celestial Empire. Before he could say anything, the red-clothed youth next to him spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered, "You bastard. You are always so incompetent. This time, the clan leader pitied you and didn't want you to wander outside. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant." "Shut up." The big black cat was furious. This guy's mouth was too dirty. He rushed over and raised his hand to slap him. The hemp-clothed elder wanted to stop him, but he suddenly felt a cold gaze fall on him. He looked up and found that the black-robed man was staring at him coldly. At this moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar and his whole body was cold. Another expert, the hemp-clothed elder didn't expect the nine-tailed spirit cat to be so successful that he had two experts protecting him. He didn't act rashly. Slap, the crisp sound of a slap resounded throughout the hall. The red-clothed youth screamed and flew out. He landed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. "You piece of trash, I won't let you die." The big black cat sneered and walked over. He stepped on the red-clothed youth who had mocked him several times. He squatted down and kept slapping the red-clothed youth's face with his hands, making loud slapping sounds. The anger that had accumulated over thousands of years poured out with these dozens of slaps. The red-clothed youth was knocked unconscious. The big black cat stood up and let out a sigh of relief. He felt extremely comfortable. "Sister, is that youth your lover?" In the distance, the girl in pink hid beside Mao Bauer and looked at the black-robed youth with admiration. He is my fellow disciple. I have joined the Shenlong sect. Sister, looking at the high-spirited nine-tailed spirit cat in the distance, Mao Bauer smiled and showed a proud expression. The Shenlong sect's chariots were all monsters of the eternal realm. The master was even more unfathomable. Mao Bauer was proud of herself for joining the Shenlong sect. Sister, how did you join the Shenlong sect? I remember that they are a low-class sect in the Celestial Empire. The girl in pink blinked and asked curiously. This Shenlong sect is not the Shenlong sect, Mao Bauer smiled and didn't explain further. She didn't want to exaggerate the strength of the Shenlong sect, lest her curious sister wanted to join the Shenlong sect. Through this period of observation, Mao Bauer knew that the Shenlong sect wasn't a sect that anyone could join. There were only a few monsters in total. 2 monsters of the Eternal Realm, a 9-tailed spirit cat in the Fate Realm, and a celestial spirit cat in the Celestial Bridge Realm. Mao Bauer felt that her joining the Shenlong sect was probably due to her master's kindness and made such an incredible decision. Otherwise, she wouldn't be qualified to join such a strong team as a Celestial Bridge Realm. Mao Bauer didn't deliberately alienate her sister, but she was afraid that her sister would know too much and feel disappointed if she couldn't join the Shenlong sect. Daughter, are these your friends? They actually beat people in the main hall of our Celestial Spirit Cat clan? The golden-robed elder who had been silent looked at everything that happened in the main hall with a gloomy face. These strangers didn't take the Celestial Spirit Cat clan seriously, especially the black-robed youth, who actually beat them up. It really made him, the clan leader of the Celestial Spirit Cat clan, lose face. Father, they were the ones who insulted us first, so my brother taught them a lesson, Mao Bauer smiled and said. After saying that, she saw that her father's face was still not good, so she added, Father, you can just pretend that you didn't see this. Anyway, we didn't become relatives with them. She used voice transmission to send out this sentence. Hearing this, the golden-robed elder frowned. His daughter, why was she so bold to talk to him now? Could it be that because he'd joined the so-called Divine Dragon sect, he'd become fearless and lawless? He had heard the entire conversation between the 2 sisters. Mao Bauer, you are a member of the Celestial Spirit Cat clan. I won't let you join any human force. The golden-robed elder patted the back of the chair gently. Suddenly his face darkened, and he stood up and said loudly. The golden-robed elder's words made the atmosphere in the hall tense. Mao Bauer was slightly stunned. Although she was prepared, she did not expect her father to be so resolute. This old man is really stubborn. Big Black Cat stood at the side and smiled, but did not interrupt. After all, this was Mao Bauer's family matter. He wanted to see how Mao Bauer would communicate with her father. If she really could not communicate with this old man, the Big Black Cat decided to help. He had 2 Eternal Realm monsters behind him. He did not believe that he could not deal with a small Heavenly Spirit Cat clan leader. On the other side, the elder in sackcloth was also a little surprised. The Heavenly Spirit Cat clan was very powerful, comparable to a middle-grade sect. Why did the eldest daughter of the clan leader want to join the human clan? It did not make sense. This thought only flashed through his mind. The elder in sackcloth went forward to help the red-cloaked youth up. He found that although the child was injured, it was not fatal. He could not help but sigh in relief. He hurriedly took out a few extremely precious elixirs and quickly stuffed them into the red-cloaked youth's mouth. This time, their plan to propose marriage to the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan, it was considered a failure. The only thing he did not expect was that the bastard from the Branch family would be so strong. The elder in sackcloth was filled with a strong sense of frustration. However, he did not want to leave for the time being. He wanted to see how things would develop. Father, I have joined the Shenlong sect. This matter cannot be changed, Mao Bauer said stubbornly. After saying that, the girl in pink beside her hurriedly pulled her arm and whispered, Sister, how can you talk to father like this? Our Heavenly Spirit Cat clan is very noble. We are a well-known existence in the Demon clan. How can we join the human clan? Sister, you don't understand this matter. You don't have to persuade me anymore. Mao Bauer shook her head and said with a firm expression. Humph. The golden-robed elder was so angry that his face turned red. He waved his sleeve and shouted, Maobao, do you really not take my words seriously? Father, I'm not looking down on you, but it's my own choice to join the Shenlong sect. Maobao looked at her furious father. Her delicate body was trembling slightly, but her voice was still very firm. Good. All right. The golden-robed elder raised his hand and pointed at Maobao. After saying good twice, his expression became extremely gloomy and dejected. After a few breaths of time, he said loudly, from now on, you are no longer a member of the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan. As the clan leader, I hereby announce that all ties between you and the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan are severed. Father, you can't expel Big Sister from the family. When the pink-clothed girl heard this, she immediately became anxious. She hurriedly knelt on the ground and pitifully pleaded for her elder sister. I've already made up my mind. Don't say anything else. The golden-robed elder had his hands behind his back. His expression was cold. The moment he made up his mind, he had already decided to cut off all ties with Maobao. Father, Maobao was filled with grief and indignation, her tears falling like rain. She did not expect that her stubborn father would expel her. Seeing Maobao's sad look, the big black cat had an indescribable anger in his heart. He took 2 steps forward, looked at the golden-robed elder, and questioned loudly, Old man, you are too cruel. How can you treat your own daughter like this? The golden-robed elder snorted coldly. He looked at the black-robed young man in front of him and said in a deep voice, this is an internal family matter of my clan. It has nothing to do with you. Who said it has nothing to do with me? Maobao is also a member of the Shenlong sect. Seeing her sad, I naturally can't ignore it. The big black cat sneered coldly. What are you going to do? Do you think you can take back this old man's command? The golden-robed elder said angrily. You must take back your order. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson, old man. The big black cat stomped his feet and said. Although he was only at the 3rd level of the Fate state and was far from being a match for Maobao's father, he could not admit defeat at this time. Okay, I would like to see what a genius of the 9-tailed spirit cat clan like you can do. The golden-robed elder slowly walked toward the big black cat, as if he was going to fight. He exuded a powerful aura, and the pressure surged like a river. Suddenly, the big black cat was a little out of breath. After all, the gap between him and Maobao's father was too big. Little old man, don't you dare touch a hair of hers. Uncle Ma, I will beat you to the ground. The big black horse also took 2 steps forward and absorbed all the aura. The big black cat took a deep breath and felt extremely grateful. At this critical moment, Uncle Ma still had to make a move. Who are you? Do you have to go against the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan? The golden-robed elder stared coldly at the black-robed man in front of him and asked fearlessly. I'm also from the Shenlong sect. Do you think I should meddle in other people's business? Old man, for the sake of your daughter, I won't make things difficult for you. Hurry up and take back what you said just now. Let's all be happy. Otherwise, don't make things unpleasant. The big black horse said in a low voice. Although the old man was very stubborn and bad-tempered, the big black horse did not be aggressive for Maobao's sake. Otherwise, according to his temperament, if someone was so arrogant, his Uncle Ma would have slapped him to death. The golden-robed elder stopped, and his face was gloomy. This guy was very strong. Not only was he strong, but the red-robed young man beside him was also very strong. At this time, he had no chance of winning against 2 people. While he was hesitating, he suddenly heard the old man next to him say, the 9-tailed spirit cat clan is willing to fight side by side with the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan. The golden-robed elder was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Taoist brother. The old man in linen stepped forward and stood side by side with him. Father, please don't do it. Maobao was anxious when she saw that her father was going to join forces with the old man in linen to deal with Uncle Ma. Go away. The golden-robed elder waved his hand and a strong wind swept out, pushing Maobao away. 2 10th-level Fate Realm experts are indeed strong, but you're still not strong enough. The big black cat smiled, looked at the big black horse, and said with a shameless smile, Uncle Ma, teach them a lesson. The big black horse nodded. With a slight movement of its body, it released a wisp of Eternal Realm Great Demon aura. This wisp of aura swept over, causing the golden-robed elder and the linen elder's faces to change dramatically. Their eyes were full of horror. An Eternal Realm demon, how could this be? The old man in linen reacted quickly. He took a few steps back, cupped his fists, and said, I didn't know it was an Eternal Realm senior demon. Please forgive me for offending you. The big black horse was a little annoyed when he saw that this guy was so spineless that he wanted to retreat. Uncle Ma doesn't like cowards like you. He gently slapped the old man in linen. The old man in linen screamed and fell to the ground, struggling. The big black horse didn't kill the old man because he was the patriarch of the Nine-Tailed Cat clan. After all, the Nine-Tailed Cat was of the same clan as the big black cat. It was inappropriate to kill the patriarch in front of the big black cat. It was better to teach him a lesson. This slap was enough to make the old man remember it for the rest of his life. The old man in the golden robe trembled. He looked at the black-robed man in horror. His throat seemed to be blocked and he couldn't speak. How could a small Xianxia sect have an Eternal Realm Great Demon? In front of an Eternal Realm Great Demon, he was at the 10th level of the Fate Realm. The big black cat became proud and said with a smile, Old man, now you know the foundation of our divine dragon sect, right? Quickly admit your mistake and take back those words. You are still Maobauer's father. We are very magnanimous and won't fuss over such small matters with you. You want me to bow down? Absolutely not, unless I die. The old man in the golden robe said stubbornly. The pink-clothed girl beside him ran over and supported the golden-robed old man's arm. She gently advised, Father, big sister, and we are all family. You don't have to make things so tense. You should take back what you said earlier. I won't take it back. The old man in the golden robe shook his head and said firmly. Maobauer sighed. At this moment, she felt that the whole world had lost its color. Her father was such a stubborn person. Since she was a child, she had a deep understanding of her father's stubbornness. Even if she strongly opposed the marriage with the golden-striped Black Tiger clan, her father still agreed for the sake of the family's interests. Even if she threatened to kill herself, her father didn't soften at all. He was so stubborn that no one could do anything about it. Seeing the old man so stubborn, the big black cat shook his head helplessly. If a person was not afraid of death, then there was no way. He went forward, pulled Maobauer, and said, Let's go first. We can come back when your father's anger subsides. Maobauer nodded sadly and prepared to leave with the big black cat. At this moment, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon, who had been silent all this while, suddenly took 2 steps forward. He looked around and sneered, Old man, if you don't take back what you just said, don't blame me for being impolite. Although you're not afraid of death, don't forget that there are still many members of the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan. Hearing the Blood Chief Evil Dragon speak like this, the big black cat was stunned. It didn't know what he meant. The big black horse was stunned for a moment before it reacted. He hurriedly walked over and advised in a low voice, Second brother, forget it. Don't start a massacre. No, I want to start a massacre. Otherwise, this old man will never lower his head. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon gritted its teeth as it spoke, giving off an extremely ferocious vibe. The big black horse shrugged and looked at the golden-robed elder. He sighed and said, There's nothing I can do. Second brother's cultivation is higher than mine. I can't control him. That's right. He can't control me. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon deliberately smiled coldly and released a trace of the aura of an Eternal Realm Great Demon. Seeing another Eternal Realm Great Demon, the golden-robed elder felt his vision go dark and he almost fainted on the ground. This Xianxia sect had 2 Eternal Realm Great Demons. He lowered his head, his body trembling uncontrollably. Inside the carriage, Yi Yan shook his head and smiled when he saw the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon and the big black horse working together so well. One was playing the good cop, the other was playing the bad cop. Under normal circumstances, this move was very effective and effective. Yi Yan looked forward to the development of the situation. It was developing in the direction he expected. The big black cat crossed its arms in front of its chest and looked at the golden-robed old man quietly, looking as if it had a card up its sleeve. Now that they had bared their fangs, the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan was under great pressure with two Eternal Realm great demons. Melbauer also held her breath, quietly waiting for her father's decision. She also knew that the senior dragon's harsh words were to force her father to submit. Dozens of seconds later, the golden-robed elder lowered his head and laughed coldly. Don't think that you can bully others at will just because you are in the Eternal Realm. Our Heavenly Spirit Cat clan has been passed down for millions of years. Naturally, we have a foundation. Foundation? Everyone in the hall was taken aback. Melbauer was shocked. She didn't expect her father to say that in the face of two Eternal Realm great demons, they had a foundation. She had never heard that the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan had a foundation that could resist two Eternal Realm great demons. The big black horse was also a little surprised. Was there an Eternal Realm expert in the small Heavenly Spirit Cat clan? The Blood Chief demonic dragon didn't care about this. He laughed loudly and said, "Show me what you have." "Let me see." "Yes, old man, don't brag." The big black cat also laughed. He guessed that the old man had lost his mind for the sake of face. He knew the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan well. They were not as powerful as he imagined. They didn't even have a life and death realm expert. How could they resist two Eternal Realm great demons? The golden-robed elder shook his hand and a scroll suddenly appeared in his hand. The scroll was extremely ancient and looked quite old. Whoosh, the golden-robed elder threw the ancient scroll in his hand into the air and said respectfully, "Welcome, demon ancestor, goddess Xianxia." The scroll opened in the air and the image of a woman appeared on the scroll. The woman was about 20 years old. Her facial features were exquisite and she was extremely beautiful. She was wearing a green Taoist robe and had an extraordinary temperament. However, her face was cold and her eyes were even colder and more emotionless. At first glance, people would feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This is demon ancestor, goddess Xianxia? The big black cat stared at the woman in the ancient scroll in shock. Suddenly, it trembled and knelt on the ground. The sack-robed elder in the distance also knelt on the ground excitedly when he saw the woman's image. "Greetings, demon ancestor," the sack-robed elder said excitedly. "What demon ancestor is this, boss?" The Blood Chief demon dragon raised its eyebrows and sent a voice transmission in confusion. "I don't know either. But looking at the kitten's excited look, she seems to be an extraordinary person." The big black horse scratched its head and looked a little confused. Melbauer and the girl in pink were also dumbfounded. The two girls also knelt on the ground. Melbauer never thought that there would be a demon ancestor's portrait in the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun, who had been observing the situation in the main hall, suddenly changed his expression. The beautiful face of the woman in the ancient scroll was so familiar that it instantly evoked ancient memories in Yi Yun's heart. "Yunxiao, it's been 100,000 years. I didn't expect your portrait to still be circulating in the Tsangnan continent." Yi Yun stood up and muttered to himself with a faint smile, "Little Yunxiao, when did you become a demon ancestor?" Yi Yun closed his eyes. In his mind, a beautiful and charming girl suddenly appeared. This mischievous girl had two pigtails on her head and liked to wear pink dresses. She liked to follow behind him every day. Although the little girl looked charming and cute, she had an extremely hot temper. Every day, she shouted that she wanted to drive away all of Yi Yun's confidants. She wanted to monopolize the strongest man in the Tsangnan continent. At that time, Yi Yun was overbearing, so how could he let Yunxiao succeed? So most of the time, Yi Yun would teach Yunxiao a lesson. Sometimes, when he was angry, he would grab Yunxiao and hit her butt, making the little girl cry out. At that time, Yunxiao's cultivation was only in the life and death realm, which was still a long way from the Eternal Realm. However, Yunxiao was not a human clan cultivator, but a demon clan cultivator. In Yi Yun's eyes, she was just an arrogant and barbaric little demon. As a transmigrator, Yi Yun had no prejudice against the demon clan. Yi Yun, who had watched many dramas such as Su Xian, White Lady, A Chinese Ghost Story, and so on, naturally treated the beauties of the demon clan equally. What Yi Yun didn't expect was, 100,000 years later, the little Yunxiao had become the demon ancestor in the future. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The changes of time were really unpredictable. It seemed that Xianxia had also cultivated to the eternal realm later, and it was not an ordinary eternal realm. To become a demon ancestor, one had to be at least above the 9th level of the eternal realm. Although the lifespan of the demon clan was very long, it was absolutely impossible for them to live for 100,000 years. Yiyan sighed and stood silently in the carriage. An ancient painting reminded him of a long time ago. Yiyan stood there in a daze. At this moment, time seemed to flow backward and he returned to 100,000 years ago. To be honest, 100,000 years ago, Yiyan was young and full of vigor. He was indeed very arrogant. It was far better than the peace brought by the invincible loneliness after 100,000 years. Inside the main hall, the golden-robed elder looked at the two eternal realm demons in the distance. He was furious when he saw that the demon ancestor did not bow to him. He shouted coldly, "Why don't you two bow to the demon ancestor?" The big black horse froze for a moment, then laughed. "Why should I? I don't even know her." "That's right. You're the one who talked about the demon ancestor. We don't even know her. Why must we kneel to her? Is there something wrong with your brain?" The blood chief demonic dragon snickered. "You." The golden-robed elder was so angry that his entire body trembled. He didn't expect the two great demons in front of him to play the fool. They didn't even give the demon ancestor face. In the entire Sunnan continent, once the ancient drawing appeared, every beast would have to kneel down and worship the beast progenitor. After all, in the great war between the human race and the demon race tens of thousands of years ago, the demon ancestor, goddess Xianxia, had single-handedly turned the tide and allowed the demon race to retain many of their bloodlines. Indeed, the world is no longer the way of the ancient times. The human heart is hard to fathom. The golden-robed elder suddenly laughed coldly. He formed a seal with both hands and turned it into a ray of light that entered the ancient drawing. The ancient drawing suddenly shone brightly. The figure in the drawing seemed to have a soul at this moment. It was as if she had come to life. Then, the woman in the ancient drawing leisurely walked out of the drawing. As soon as she appeared, the entire main hall emitted a powerful pressure. The big black horse was shocked. He found that the woman in front of him had reached the 10th level of the eternal realm. The blood chief demonic dragon was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect the woman in the ancient drawing to have such a high cultivation level. The woman's eyes were extremely cold, as if everything in the world was inanimate in her eyes. She looked coldly at the two great demons below and said coldly, "Why don't you two little demons kneel down when you see me?" "Why should we kneel?" The big black horse said stubbornly, showing no signs of cowardice. "Since you don't want to kneel, don't blame me for being impolite." The woman in green stretched out a slender finger. Her finger emitted a strong light and slowly pointed at the big black horse. The powerful pressure made the big black horse unable to move. Even the blood chief demonic dragon was suppressed at this moment. The two of them could only watch helplessly as the finger pointed at them. The golden-robed elder looked pleasantly surprised at this scene. Sure enough, the ancestor was right. The ancient drawing contained a trace of goddess Xianxia's will. This will help the heavenly spirit cat survive the most dangerous calamity. Just when the golden-robed old man thought that the two eternal-level great demons were about to fall, he suddenly stopped moving. He wasn't the only one who fell into a state of stillness. Everyone around fell into a dreamlike state of stillness at this moment. A figure in white suddenly appeared. "Little Yunxiao, has it been a long time since I spanked your butt?" Yiyan appeared in front of Yunxiao. He stretched out a hand and blocked the slender finger. "Who are you?" Yunxiao looked coldly at the white-robed figure in front of her. She didn't seem to be familiar with him. "You don't recognize me?" Yiyan was taken aback. He didn't expect Yunxiao to not recognize him after 100,000 years. What happened in between? He stared closely at Yunxiao's devastatingly beautiful face. When he saw the merciless aura in the depths of her eyes, he seemed to understand something. "Yunxiao, have you really cultivated the grand unmoved great Tao?" Yiyan asked bitterly. "Who are you? Why do you know my name? And why do you know that I cultivate the grand unmoved great Tao?" Yunxiao's cold eyes narrowed slightly. She looked at the white-robed man in front of her and asked a series of questions. "I am Yiyan. Yi Yan's voice was filled with pain. He slowly walked toward the illusory body formed by a trace of will. You are Yi Yan? This name? In this instant, Xianxia's eyes were dazed for a moment. She seemed to remember hearing this name before at some point in time. It seemed like there was such a name hidden somewhere in her heart. But at this moment, an instinctive ice-cold emotion was born from the bottom of her heart, forcefully strangling her certain emotion. Yi Yan slowly walked in front of Xianxia. The two people stood opposite each other in the air. Looking at this familiar face, Yi Yan sighed endlessly and was filled with emotion. He slowly reached out his hand and landed on Xianxia's head, gently wanting to rub it. Get lost, don't touch me. Xianxia roared angrily. A palm knife chopped fiercely toward Yi Yan. The white jade-like palm emitted a shockingly sharp intent. It was like a snow-white saber light that chopped toward Yi Yan's chest. You're being naughty again. Looks like I should spank your butt. Yi Yan smiled and gently blew a breath of air. This breath was released later but arrived first. It actually pushed Xianxia's body back into the ancient painting. Yi Yan reached out and put away this ancient painting. The Xianxia in this ancient painting was just a wisp of will. He could not let Xianxia make a move. He could not waste the energy of this will. It was better to let her return to the ancient painting as soon as possible. This way, he could let this wisp of Xianxia's will live for a period of time. After taking back the ancient painting, Yi Yan's figure flashed and he returned to the carriage. He slowly closed his eyes, his eyelashes trembling slightly. Just now, he saw an old friend from 100,000 years ago, but the old friend did not recognize him. This made Yi Yan's mood a little turbulent. Although it did not affect his strong Tao heart, it still made him a little depressed. In the main hall, everyone was still in a state of relative stillness. Yi Yan took one last look at Mao Bao'er's father and instantly extracted all the memories in his mind. The reason why Yi Yan extracted the memories was that he also wanted to know about the origin of this ancient painting. Yi Yan's face darkened after he finished reading a series of memories that flowed like water. He muttered to himself, it turns out that the ancestor of the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan was a pet raised by little Xianxia in her later years. So before she left an ancient painting for the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan to protect them for 10,000 years. Speaking of this, Yi Yan took out the ancient painting again and slowly opened it, carefully looking at the woman in green on it. According to the memories in the golden-robed elder's mind, more than 90,000 years ago, Xianxia, who became an eternal realm great demon, began to cultivate the grand unmoved great Tao. Through cultivating this peerless technique, she broke through to the peak of the 10th level of the eternal realm in one fell swoop and became a great demon rarely seen in the world. Even among the human clan, there were not many people with this cultivation level. So at that time, Xianxia was the leader of the demon clan in the Xianxia continent. She was also a spiritual leader. To Yi Yan's surprise, Xianxia later founded the Palace of Cold Blood and recruited many disciples. There were demon clans and human clans. The people of the Palace of Cold Blood all cultivated the grand unmoved great Tao. Each of them was cold, ruthless, and decisive. In the entire Xianxia continent, they were famous and awe-inspiring. 70,000 years ago, the conflict between the human clan and the demon clan in the Xianxia continent became more and more intense. Finally, a great war broke out. At the beginning of the war, Xianxia, who cultivated the grand unmoved great Tao, did not make a move. But when the demon clan was in danger, Xianxia could not help but make a move. She repelled the human clan's peak of the 10th level of the eternal realm and gained a glimmer of hope for the demon clan. From then on, he was remembered by all the demons as the ancestor of all demons. The Palace of Cold Blood had also become the holy land of the demons. When he saw these past events, Yi Yan couldn't help but sigh. He was vaguely able to guess why Xianxia cultivated the grand Tao of indifference. At that time, Yi Yan's fall was a huge blow to Cloud Sky. Disheartened, she cultivated the great path of great oblivion, hoping to use this divine technique to forget the pain in her heart. Sigh, Yi Yan sighed. In 100,000 years, the sea had turned into mulberry fields. Things remained the same, but people had changed. Xianxia was long gone. Although an Eternal Realm Demon clan member had a long lifespan, it was impossible for him to live for more than 100,000 years. He silently looked at the woman on the screen. His eyes were in a trance, as if time had returned to 100,000 years ago. Inside the main hall. Suddenly, everyone's spirits were roused, and they woke up from their static state. What happened just now? The big black horse widened its eyes and shook its head in confusion. The same was true for the blood chief demonic dragon. However, when he saw the green-robed woman in the air who made them tremble suddenly disappear, and even the ancient painting disappeared. The blood chief demonic dragon suddenly understood. It must be the master who helped. When the master saw that they were no match for the green-robed woman, he helped them resolve the crisis. Phew, the blood chief demonic dragon took a deep breath, feeling as if he had just survived a disaster. At this moment, the big black horse also understood that the master had made a move at the critical moment. Where did the demon ancestor go? The golden-robed elder also came to his senses. Looking at the empty space above the main hall, he couldn't help but roar in his heart. Just as he was about to succeed and the two eternal realm demons were about to be suppressed, the demon ancestor's willpower and the ancient painting suddenly disappeared at the same time. What the hell happened? The golden-robed elder wished he could bang his head against the wall and die. This ancient painting had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and the clan leaders had never used it. Today, he had no choice but to use this ancient painting. But he didn't expect, he actually lost the ancient painting. He was a sinner in the history of the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan, the golden-robed elder roared to the sky, tears falling like rain. He felt extremely guilty. Seeing her father lose his composure, Maubauer didn't know how to console him. Father, don't be sad. Maybe this is all fate. The pink-robed girl walked over to support her old father. She found that at this moment, her father seemed to have aged a lot. Seeing her father like this, Maubauer couldn't stop crying. She didn't expect so many things to happen when she returned home. The greatest treasure of the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan had been lost by her father. Maubauer could imagine her father's feelings at this moment. It must be the master who helped. The big black cat stood up. He thought about what had just happened and immediately understood. He sent a voice transmission to Maubauer. So it was the master who helped. That means that the ancient painting should be in the master's hands. Maubauer was a little excited. She decided to find the master and ask for the ancient painting back. That way, her father wouldn't blame himself so much. She was just about to walk out of the main hall when she suddenly heard a thunderous voice in the air. Old man of the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan, come out and die. This voice was extremely deep and penetrating, shaking the entire hall to the point of buzzing. The golden-robed elder shuddered and immediately recognized who this voice was. He suddenly flashed and walked out of the main hall. Standing in the square in front of the main hall, he looked up and saw a figure standing in the air. This figure was huge and wrapped in a thick ghost aura. It looked eerie and terrifying. Mingdu Ghost King, thousands of years ago, you were defeated by me. Are you here to die again? The golden-robed elder let out an angry roar. The person who came was the Mingdu Ghost King of the Celestial Empire's Ghost King sect. He had a deep grudge with the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan. Thousands of years ago, the Mingdu Ghost King led his sect to attack the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan. But he repelled them. He didn't expect that after thousands of years, this guy would come again. This time, I've cultivated a great divine ability. I want to have a good battle with you. The Mingdu Ghost King waved his hand, and a black long spear appeared in his hand. Ghost Chi circled around the long spear, and it let out a gloomy cry. It was as if there were countless vengeful spirits howling inside. Maubauer, give me the Heavenly Spirit mirror. The golden-robed elder turned around and shouted. Maubauer hurriedly ran out. Hearing her father's voice, she immediately threw the Heavenly Spirit mirror out. Oh, so the Heavenly Spirit mirror isn't in your hands. When the Mingdu Ghost King saw this, a fierce glint flashed across his eyes. He immediately swooped down from the sky and stabbed with the black spear in his hand. His spear went straight for the golden-robed elder's chest. The golden-robed elder had no choice but to retreat. The Heavenly Spirit mirror flashed in front of him. The Mingdu Ghost King waved his hand and immediately grabbed the Heavenly Spirit mirror. Ha ha ha. Old thing, without the Heavenly Spirit mirror, let's see how you fight with me. The Mingdu Ghost King laughed arrogantly. The golden-robed elder's pale face became extremely ugly. The Heavenly Spirit Mirror was the most valuable treasure of the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan. In his hands, he could unleash unparalleled power. If he didn't have the Heavenly Spirit Mirror, he probably wouldn't be a match for the Mingdu Ghost King. Old man, die. The Mingdu Ghost King roared arrogantly and thrust his spear forward. Wung, woo woo, this spear shook the void and countless ghostly cries and howls could be heard. The surroundings seemed to have turned into a tragic scene from hell. So strong. The golden-robed elder gasped. In a panic, he pulled out a long sword and barely managed to block the attack. Facing the Mingdu Ghost King, without the help of the Heavenly Spirit Realm, he could not block the power of the spear. Bang, the long sword was sent flying in an instant. The shadow of the spear flashed. The spear pierced his shoulder. Haha, old man, without the Heavenly Spirit Realm, you are no match for me. Today, I will kill you. The Mingdu Ghost King laughed and quickly thrust his spear towards the golden-robed elder's forehead. This spear sealed the surrounding space and ghostly cries and howls could be heard. It was as scary as hell. The golden-robed elder knew that he could not escape from this spear and simply closed his eyes. Father. When Maobauer saw that her father was beaten up by the Mingdu Ghostly King to the point where he couldn't retaliate, she rushed over. However, she only rushed out a few feet before she was bounced back by the rolling black gas. She could not get close at all. From all directions, some Heaven's Mandate Realm great beasts of the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan also rushed over. Their cultivation was not high and was only between the 3rd and 6th level of the Fate Realm. They could not stop the Mingdu Ghost King, who was at the 10th level of the Fate Realm. The spear tip was about to pierce the golden-robed elder's forehead. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed the spear tip and the black spear could not move forward anymore. Who is it? How dare you interfere with the matters of the Ghost King sect? The Mingdu Ghost King was shocked and looked up. He realized that a black-robed man was standing beside the golden-robed elder. This man opened his mouth wide and showed his white teeth. He laughed and said, "Brat, your joke is too big." The Mingdu Ghost King was stunned. He had never seen this black-robed man before. Who was this divine being? He tried to pull back the spear in his hand but realized that he could not move it at all. The black-robed man easily grabbed the tip of the spear. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his black spear, making it impossible for him to pull it back. The Mingdu Ghost King was terrified. He threw the gun away with a shake of his hand and quickly retreated. The big black horse licked its lips and chuckled. "Brat, you can't run." In the next moment, the big black horse disappeared beside the golden-robed elder and appeared behind the Mingdu Ghost King. He stretched out a finger and pressed the Mingdu Ghost King down to the ground from midair. Rumble, Mingdu Ghostly King smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Uncle Ma, this kind of evil spirit can't be left alive. Kill him. At this moment, the big black cat ran to the square and shouted. Don't worry, this brat is full of tricks. I won't let him live. The big black horse chuckled and slowly descended from the sky. The Mingdu Ghost King crawled up from the deep pit and coughed. He felt that his internal organs were severely injured. He could not help but look at the black-robed man in front of him in shock. This person was probably a life and death realm great demon. How could the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan have a life and death realm great demon? The golden-robed elder felt the commotion outside and opened his eyes. He saw that the Mingdu Ghost King had been beaten to the ground by the black-robed man and was heavily injured. He could not help but be shocked. He did not expect that before he died, this eternal realm great demon would save him. This not only saved him, but also the entire Heavenly Spirit Cat clan. If he died, none of the remaining clansmen would be a match for the Mingdu Ghost King. The Mingdu Ghost King would slaughter the entire Heavenly Spirit Cat clan. Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply. The big black horse waved his hand and smiled. You're welcome. Old man, you're just a bit stubborn. You don't have any bad intentions. Speaking of this, the big black horse pointed in the air and a bolt of lightning shot out from his fingertip. In an instant, it landed on the Mingdu Ghost King's body. With a loud boom, the Mingdu Ghostly King suddenly exploded amidst his agonizing cries. The big black horse was best at lightning god art. Lightning God Art was the nemesis of all ghosts. Therefore, it was very easy for him to deal with the Mingdu Ghost King. Melbauer saw that a clan extermination crisis had been resolved and was very touched. She quickly cupped her fists and bowed to the big black horse. Many thanks to Uncle Ma for saving my life. Little cat, you don't have to be so polite with me. We're all from Xianxia sect. The big black horse waved his hand and laughed. The golden-robed old man turned around and walked towards Melbauer. He said with an ashamed expression, "Daughter, it's father's fault. Father should not have expelled you from the family. Father officially takes back what he said before. At the same time, I apologize to you. If you want to join the Divine Dragon sect, then do so. Father will not stop you anymore." Hearing this, Melbauer's tears fell like rain. She said shakily, "Father, that ancient painting shouldn't have disappeared. Master probably took it." Master? The golden-robed elder was dazed. Who was this master? Master is the master of Xianxia sect. Melbauer smiled through her tears and was about to go outside to find the black carriage. Suddenly, a white light flashed and Yin appeared beside her. No need to look. I've already taken that ancient painting. Yin smiled faintly. The golden-robed elder looked at the young man in white who suddenly appeared. He looked up and down and couldn't help but be shocked. The young man in white didn't have any cultivation aura, but he was incomparably sacred. It was as if he was a god standing in front of him, shining brightly and making people look up to him. What kind of cultivation was this? The golden-robed elder groaned helplessly. He couldn't imagine what kind of cultivation the young man in white had. Greetings, master. The big black horse, the blood chief demonic dragon, and the big black cat quickly bowed respectfully. The golden-robed elder saw this scene and was so shocked that he became like a statue. Even an eternal realm demon was so respectful. Then how terrifying was the cultivation of this young man in white. This cultivation was at least at the peak of level 10 eternal realm. On the other side, Melbauer was a little flustered after confirming that her master had taken the ancient painting. Master, is this painting useful to you? Melbauer stammered. Yin nodded and said, this ancient painting belonged to an old friend of mine. I thought of him when I saw it, so I took it. However, I will compensate for the loss of your heavenly spirit cat clan. The golden-robed elder's eyes widened when he heard Yin's words. His heart was in turmoil. If the young man in white knew the demon ancestor in the ancient painting, then who on earth was he? He looked at the handsome young man in white and said respectfully, Senior, you saved our heavenly spirit cat clan. We won't ask for anything in return for such a great kindness. Although this ancient painting is precious, if you need it, you can take it. I won't take advantage of others for no reason. Yin shook his head with a faint smile on his face. He looked around and said with a smile, your heavenly spirit cat clan's ancestor was Yun Zhao's demon pet tens of thousands of years ago. You must have been glorious, but now you are a little down. Why don't you join the Xianxia sect? Join the Xianxia sect? The golden-robed old man was stunned and didn't know what to do. In his old-fashioned impression, the Xianxia sect was still a low-grade sect in the Celestial Empire. Melbauer was overjoyed. She grabbed his arm and whispered, Father, say yes. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Oh. Oh, the golden-robed old man nodded, not knowing what to do. Beside him, the big black cat revealed a look of exasperation. He walked over and patted the golden-robed old man's shoulder, saying angrily, Old man, the master has spoken. Why are you still hesitating? Don't be so wishy-washy. You're not a man. The golden-robed old man glared at the arrogant nine-tailed spiritual cat. He took a deep breath, cupped his hands, bowed, and said to Yun, the heavenly spiritual cat clan is willing to join the Xianxia sect. Although the golden-robed old man was old-fashioned, he was not stupid. He knew that the Xianxia sect had 2 demons in the eternal realm. This strength alone was comparable to a sky-level sect. If the heavenly spiritual cat clan joined the Xianxia sect, the benefits in the future were self-evident. This time, the Mingdu Ghost King was dead. Maybe the entire Ghost King sect would come out and take revenge on the heavenly spiritual cat clan. Although the golden-robed old man was not afraid of the Ghost King sect, if the two forces fought, the entire heavenly spiritual cat clan would suffer heavy losses. As the patriarch, he didn't want his clansmen to die in vain. If they had a strong backer, they wouldn't have to worry about this. Okay. Yi Yan took out a green bead, looked at the golden-robed old man, and said, "This is a world of its own. From now on, you can cultivate in it." After that, Yi Yan moved his mind. Everyone around, including the heavenly spiritual cat clan, rose into the air. Yi Yan stretched out his hand, and with a rumbling sound, the entire valley was lifted up by him. Then, he stuffed it into the green bead. Seeing this, all the members of the heavenly spirit cat clan turned pale with fright. They stared blankly at Yi Yan. This white-clothed old man, just what kind of terrifying realm had his cultivation reached? The golden-robed elder was dumbfounded. He was standing right next to Yi Yan, so he felt it even more strongly. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind: Lord's cultivation likely already reached true God realm long ago. Thinking that there was a true God realm cultivator in the Xianxia sect, the golden-robed elder trembled with excitement. Yi Yan smiled at the golden-robed elder and said, "From now on, you can cultivate in peace here." The golden-robed elder was extremely grateful. He quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, senior." Yi Yan nodded and shook the green bead in his hand. The golden-robed elder and all the members of the heavenly spirit cat clan disappeared into thin air at this moment. After doing all this, Yi Yan looked at Mao Bauer and smiled. "Do you want to go in and cultivate with your father?" "No need, Lord. I'm fine outside." Mao Bauer smiled. She now had so many Emperor-level dragon spirit pills, which were enough for her to cultivate. She didn't need to go in to cultivate at all. Mao Bauer was also worried that if she went in, her father and sister would fight for her dragon spirit pills. Yi Yan knew what Mao Bauer was thinking and didn't care. He put away the green bead. In a flash, Yi Yan returned to the carriage. The big black horse also landed and transformed back into its original form, pulling the carriage. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was also very self-aware. It transformed back into a red kitten and lay on the carriage very cutely. The big black cat and Mao Bauer also returned to their original forms. The three kittens lined up neatly on the carriage, looking very obedient. The big black horse continued to pull the carriage forward. Yi Yan, who was sitting in the carriage, entered the world of the green bead with a trace of his primordial spirit. This green bead was a transcendent space treasure. The space inside was extremely vast, taking up a quarter of the area of the Sunnan continent. The valley where the heavenly spirit cat clan was located was like an ant inside. It was not eye-catching at all. The golden-robed elder and his clansmen were standing on the top of the mountain, looking at the fairyland-like surroundings. He felt relaxed and happy. At every moment, rich spirit chi was entering through his pores. His entire body was indescribably comfortable. "Father, this is really a good place. Cultivating here is more than 10 times faster than cultivating outside." The pink-clothed girl looked around, her face revealing a surprised and delighted expression. "Yes, I also didn't expect this world to be so magical. The spirit chi is so dense." The golden-robed elder nodded with a satisfied smile on his old face. "Father, joining the Xianxia sect is the best choice you've made in your life." The girl in pink giggled. The golden-robed elder blushed and said with a sigh, "It's all thanks to your sister. If she didn't join the Xianxia sect, our heavenly spirit cat clan wouldn't have such supreme treatment." The other clansmen echoed with smiles on their faces. At this moment, they were all overjoyed. They were very satisfied with this place. At this moment, a white figure flashed and Yi Yan appeared in front of him. He took out a storage ring and threw it to the golden-robed elder with a smile. "This is the cultivation resource for your heavenly spirit cat clan." The golden-robed elder took the storage ring and quickly knelt on the ground. He said respectfully, "Thank you, senior." "Thank you, senior." All the clansmen of the heavenly spirit cat clan, hundreds of them, knelt on the ground. "Get up, all of you." Yi Yan smiled. A wave of magic power swept out and lifted everyone up. "I'm old friends with Xianxia. I saw that your heavenly spirit cat clan was not doing well, so I wanted to help you," Yi Yan said lightly. Hearing this, the golden-robed elder's heart was in turmoil. Has this senior already lived for 100,000 years? Even consort Xianxia, a demon ancestor, couldn't live for so long. Could it be that this senior had cultivated to the true immortal realm 100,000 years ago? This was too terrifying. Well, you can cultivate here. Maobao will cultivate outside for now. If there's anything, use the token to contact me. With that, Yi Yan threw out a bronze token. This bronze token could allow them to contact him in the small world. Yes, senior. The golden-robed elder carefully put away the bronze token. Yi Yan's figure flashed, and he left the small world in an instant. Seeing that the senior had disappeared, the golden-robed elder sent a strand of divine sense to check the cultivation resources in the storage ring. When he saw the huge amount of cultivation resources, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In this small storage ring, there was a large amount of dragon spirit pills. His divine sense quickly scanned through and roughly counted. There were actually a total of 100,000 dragon spirit pills. This number immediately frightened the golden-robed elder. His heavenly spirit cat clan's warehouse had no more than 100 dragon spirit pills. The golden-robed elder took out a dragon spirit pill and carefully examined it. Father, this is a dragon spirit pill, right? It looks so high quality. The girl in pink came over and asked with a smile. The golden-robed elder turned a deaf ear to her. After a few seconds, the muscles on his face suddenly twitched. He said in shock, "Heavens! It's all Emperor-level dragon spirit pills." What? It's actually Emperor-level dragon spirit pills. All the clansmen gathered around, especially the elders in the clan. They were even more shocked. Their heavenly spirit cat clan's warehouse had very few dragon spirit pills, and the best quality was only heaven level. As for the heaven-level dragon spirit pills, there were only 3 of them. These 3 heaven-level dragon spirit pills were treasures that they couldn't bear to use. Inside the carriage, Yi Yan looked at the shocked faces of the heavenly spirit cats, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. The reason why he gave the heavenly spirit cats the emperor-level dragon spirit pills was because the heavenly spirit cats had all kinds of cultivation realms. The emperor-level dragon spirit pills were enough for them to cultivate. Although the resources in the warehouse were endless, Yi Yan knew that some resources could not be given to others easily. As the saying goes, a bowl of rice breeds kindness, while a bucket of rice breeds enmity. There was a limit to everything. Yi Yan looked away and closed his eyes again. The carriage moved slowly. After a while, a towering mountain appeared in front of the carriage. The big black cat looked at the mountain and said excitedly, "Maobao, this is Wukuan Mountain, right?" Maobao looked and nodded, "Yes, this is Wukuan Mountain. The most famous black market is on this mountain. I've been a demon for so many years, but I've never been to this place. What a pity." The big black cat shook its head and sighed. Maobao smiled and said, "The black market has everything. I heard that the Celestial Empire's Tianyu secret realm is about to open. The key to entering the Tianyu secret realm is the Tianyu token. Many people are selling it in the black market." "Is that so? You need a token to enter the secret realm?" The big black cat was slightly shocked. However, it did not know that Yi Yan was going to the Tianyu secret realm. It just curled its lips and did not say anything. If the master did not say that they were going to Wukuan Mountain, it naturally did not dare to leave the group alone. Inside the carriage, Yi Yan, who was resting with his eyes closed, heard Maobao's words and his expression changed slightly. He originally wanted to use a supreme method to forcefully send Jun Maxiao to the Tianyu secret realm. However, if the Tianyu token was sold in the black market of Wukuan Mountain, then he could just buy one. This was simple and convenient. While Yi Yan was thinking, the big black horse arrived at the foot of Wukuan Mountain. Yi Yan stood up, lifted the curtain, and walked out. He looked at the big black cat and smiled. "Let's go and have a look at the black market in Wukuan Mountain." "Yes, master." The big black cat immediately stood up energetically. The blood chief demonic dragon rose to its feet as well. Yi Yan glanced at it and said, "This time, you 2 little guys in the eternal realm don't have to do anything." "All right, master." The blood chief demonic dragon slumped back onto the carriage in frustration. Hee hee. The big black horse didn't mind. After all, he had just gone to the 9-tailed spirit cat clan and had already shown off enough. Yiyan smiled and said, "You two stay here and look after the car." As he spoke, he stepped down from the carriage and slowly walked up Wukuan Mountain. The big black cat and Mao Bauer looked at each other. Then, they both transformed into their human forms and followed behind their master. Mao Bauer looked excited. After so long, this was the first time she was following her master on a solo mission. Naturally, she was very excited. In the sky above Wukuan Mountain, beams of light came from afar and landed on the top of the mountain. The big black cat saw that those people were flying arrogantly. He couldn't help but say angrily, "What are you doing? Your cultivation is not high and you still want to fly." Yiyan glanced at him and patted the big black cat's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Well said." The big black cat was flattered, and it hurriedly chuckled. He didn't know if he was right or wrong. He felt guilty and didn't dare to continue talking. Yiyan looked around and blinked twice. The space around him began to undergo some sort of mystical change. Within a radius of 100 miles, all the cultivators flying in the air were suddenly slapped down by a huge force. Everyone fell to the ground, but they didn't suffer any injuries. "What's going on? Why can't I fly?" A cultivator sitting on the ground roared. He wanted to fly again, but he realized that he couldn't. Helpless, he could only fly on the ground. He could fly at a low altitude, but his speed was also restricted. This discovery frightened many cultivators. Everyone guessed that a peerless powerhouse had descended on Wukuan Mountain and set up a restriction to prohibit flying. At this moment, everyone tacitly agreed not to make a sound. They stuck close to the ground and quickly ran towards Wukuan Mountain. As for those people in the Wukuan Mountain black market, they didn't feel this and didn't know that such a shocking change had happened outside. Yiyan didn't walk very fast. He walked leisurely as if he was on a scenic tour. The big black cat and Mao Bauer followed behind Yiyan, one on the left and one on the right. Master is already so strong, but he still likes to walk leisurely like this. Looks like this is the demeanor of a true powerhouse. The big black cat looked at Yiyan's back with a burning gaze. He began to imitate Yiyan's every move, intentionally or unintentionally. After an hour, the three of them finally arrived at the top of Wukuan Mountain. The top of the mountain was very wide and there were many buildings around. Many forces had strongholds here. They were responsible for selling things that couldn't be sold in the normal market. There were also many cultivators who spread cloth by the side of the road and put some things on the ground. They sold their things in the form of street stalls. Street stalls in the black market didn't charge any fees. However, there were all kinds of cultivators who set up street stalls. As a result, the quality of the things they sold was worrisome and required a pair of discerning eyes. The crowd was weaving. Yiyan followed the crowd and walked forward slowly. As he walked, he looked around and observed the street stalls on both sides with interest. Although Yiyan was already above the god level and had countless treasures, the quality of those treasures was too high. In this place, any one of those treasures would be fought over by the cultivators. The reason why Yiyan was interested was that this feeling reminded him of the fun of strolling at the night market stalls in his previous life. If it was an ordinary cultivator above the true god realm, he definitely wouldn't be interested in the black market of Wukuan Mountain. However, Yiyan had lived two lives. His experience was complicated, so his mentality was completely different from others. "Mao Bauer, you said that there's a heavenly moon token in the black market. I wonder where it is?" Yiyan turned his head and looked at Mao Bauer casually. Mao Bauer scratched her head and said, "Master, I just heard that there's one. I don't know where exactly it is sold. Sometimes it depends on luck. After all, the heavenly moon token is extremely precious. There aren't many that can reach the black market." The big black cat glared at Mao Bauer and said, "You don't even know how to cherish the opportunity to show your face. What a waste of your title as a native of Wukuan Mountain." Yiyan saw that the big black cat was bullying Mao Bauer again. He smiled and didn't say anything. "What's wrong with Wukuan Mountain? Why aren't we even allowed to fly? Which big shot came here and set up the forbidden flight restriction?" A cultivator panted as he ran over from afar. When he saw the bustling crowd, he let out a grumbling voice. "What the hell? Yeah, we can't fly within 100 miles of Wukuan Mountain. Who set up the forbidden flight restriction? Another cultivator also grumbled. More and more cultivators came to the top of Wukuan Mountain from afar. Everyone started complaining. At this moment, someone shouted from afar, move aside, the saintess is here." The crowd retreated in all directions. They saw a beautiful woman in black with a graceful figure. She was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She slowly floated over from afar. There were 8 elders standing next to the woman in black. Each of them had a high cultivation level, reaching the 7th level of the Fate Realm. "Wow, the saintess of the Gendry sect is here." The crowd moved and someone exclaimed. Yi Yun looked at the woman in black and nodded gently. This young lady was peerlessly beautiful. Her complexion was delicate, her skin was white like jade, and her black hair was like a waterfall. She could be considered a beauty in the making. Where did the saintess come from? The big black cat winked at Maubauer and asked. Maubauer thought for a moment and said, "It's said that the Gendry sect of the Celestial Empire is behind the Wukuan Mountain black market." "I see." The big black cat nodded. He glanced at the woman in black's face and then looked away. He wasn't interested in beauties. "What happened? Tell me in detail." The black-robed woman floated over, walked in front of the noisy cultivators, and asked softly. "Saintess, there's a forbidden flight restriction around Wukuan Mountain." "What's going on?" a cultivator asked loudly. "There's such a thing?" The woman in black frowned and looked at the others around her. The others agreed and admitted this fact. The woman in black used her spiritual power to fly up into the air. She only flew 3 meters high before falling down. "It's true." The woman in black was shocked. Who was it that set up such a restriction on the sky? One had to know that the Marshall Kuan Mountains black market was controlled by her mystic bird saint sect. Now that an expert had arrived, she actually knew nothing about it. This was truly a terrifying matter. If she angered this powerful being, she was afraid that her Gendry sect would also be implicated. "I don't know which expert has arrived here. The Gendry sect has not been a good host. Please forgive us." The black-cloaked girl cupped her fists and bowed. Her voice rolled out in all directions. The people around looked at each other. No one dared to make a sound, quietly waiting for the legendary big shot to appear. But after waiting for a while, no one appeared. The dark-skinned girl sighed. She knew that the big shot probably didn't want to show himself. "Everyone, disperse. Go do whatever you need to do," the black-clothed young woman instructed, and then she turned around and left. The big black cat looked at the black-clothed young woman with admiration. He whispered, "Maubauer, look at how smart she is. She's much better than you." Maubauer's eyes turned red. She puffed up her cheeks and said unhappily, "Big brother, she's at the 7th level of the Fate Realm. I'm only at the 7th level of the Celestial Bridge Realm. There's a gap of 2 levels between us." "That does make some sense." The big black cat curled his lips and stopped talking. Yi Yun looked at the black-clothed young woman from afar. A faint smile appeared on his face. The Mystic Bird Holy Sect, this small and unranked sect, evoked some of his memories. When he was at the Thunder Accumulating Mountain, he dealt with the people of the Gendry sect. He didn't expect to meet the saintess of the Gendry sect here at Wukuan Mountain. Thinking of the ridiculous things that the Gendry sect did 100,000 years ago, Yi Yun found it funny. They wanted to offer a beauty to him in order to gain the attention of the Shenlong sect. Only the Gendry sect would do such a despicable thing. The black-clothed young woman walked slowly along the street. When she passed by Yi Yun, she felt something and turned her head abruptly. She was immediately attracted by the special temperament of the white-clothed young man in front of her. The young man in front of her was like an immortal who had walked out of an ancient painting. His temperament was extraordinary, and his body was emitting a faint layer of holy white light. He didn't look like a mortal cultivator of the secular world. The black-clothed young woman had always been arrogant. She had never seen such a handsome and charming man before. In an instant, she felt her heart beating wildly. Her beautiful little face blushed. She couldn't control herself. She moved her feet and walked towards Yi Yun. When Yi Yun saw the black-clothed young woman walking towards him, he was also a little stunned. However, he instantly understood what was going on. After all, Yi Yan's love experience was too rich. The way the young woman looked at him was very strange. "Greetings, young master." The black-clothed young woman walked over leisurely and said with a smile. After she finished speaking, 2 red clouds floated on her face. Yi Yan nodded. Although he had some prejudice against the Gendry sect, it didn't mean that he didn't like all the people from the Gendry sect. The young woman in front of him looked a little innocent. She looked like she had just experienced her first awakening of love. It reminded him of a female confidant in the past. The big black cat was very excited. He grabbed Maubauer's robe and shook it continuously. Maubauer glared at him. She didn't expect this fellow to be more excited than Old Master when he saw the black-clothed young woman hitting on him. However, the two of them tactfully didn't speak. They only used their eyes to communicate. At this moment, the black-clothed young woman looked at Yi Yan and said softly, "Young master, I wonder if I can treat you to a cup of tea?" Her voice was sweet like the sound of nature. "There's no need." Yi Yan immediately shook his head. He didn't hesitate to reject the saintess of the Gendry sect. No matter how beautiful a saintess of the Gendry sect was, she couldn't enter his eyes. "How dare you? Our saintess is treating you to tea. Don't fail to appreciate her kindness." An old man stood out and glared at Yi Yan. "How dare you speak to our old master like that? Do you want to die?" The big black cat rushed out with a whoosh. He raised his black shield and looked like he was ready to fight. Yi Yan put his hands behind his back and looked at the scene indifferently. He didn't say anything. The black-clothed young woman quickly pulled the old man next to her and said with a frown, "Don't do it." The old man's face flushed. He didn't dare to disobey the saintess order and quickly retreated. The black-clothed young woman took 2 steps forward and said apologetically, "Young master, I'm sorry for startling you." Yi Yan said indifferently, "A little cultivator at the 7th level of the Heaven's Mandate realm can't enter my eyes." The black-clothed young woman was stunned. She looked at Yi Yan again and found that she still couldn't see through his cultivation. Seeing that the black-clothed young woman wanted to check his cultivation, Yi Yan's body moved slightly and released a wisp of aura at the peak of the 10th level of the Heaven's Mandate realm. It turns out that he's a half-step life and death realm expert. The black-clothed young woman's eyes narrowed slightly. She felt a little uneasy when she sensed the strength of the white-clothed young man. Even if all of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for a half-step life and death realm expert. Seeing that the white-clothed young man was so cold to her, the black-clothed young woman was a little frustrated. She cupped her fists to Yi Yan and then turned to leave. "Saintess, that brat in white was too outrageous. At that time I really wanted to give him a good beating." After walking away, an old man waved his fist angrily and said, "Didn't you feel his aura just now?" The girl in black asked in a low voice. "No." The old men around her shook their heads. "I see," the girl in black thought for a while. She finally understood that the aura of the handsome man was just for her to see. "This man is a half-step life and death realm cultivator. He showed me a wisp of his aura to intimidate me. We'd better not provoke him," the girl in black said with a serious face. "So he is a half-step life and death realm cultivator. No wonder he is so arrogant." An old man snorted. "So what if he is a half-step life and death realm cultivator? It's not like our Gendry sect doesn't have any." Another old man's face was gloomy. And a cold light flashed in his eyes. Today, their Holy Maiden of Glory sect had been humiliated by someone. These old men were extremely indignant in their hearts. The saintess of the Gendry sect was second only to the sect master in the entire sect. The girl in black said in a deep voice, "Everyone, don't be impulsive. It's better not to provoke some troubles. Try not to use the life and death realm cultivators of the sect." "Okay." The old man nodded silently. After a few breaths, suddenly, an old man raised his eyebrows and asked, "Saintess, is the expert who set up the Forbidden Sky Seal related to this young man in white?" "They shouldn't be related. A half-step life and death realm cultivator can't have such a powerful ability. The person who set up the Forbidden Sky Seal without us noticing must be at least an Eternal Realm cultivator." The girl in black frowned and said. Hearing the saintess's explanation, everyone's face became more complicated. An Eternal Realm cultivator came to the black market of Marshall Kuan Mountain. No one knew what his purpose was. They couldn't afford to provoke such a person. Even a powerful sect like the Gendry sect couldn't afford to provoke an Eternal Realm cultivator. After all, the Gendry sect was just a high-grade sect. Everyone, don't worry too much. The sudden arrival of an Eternal Realm senior shouldn't have much of an impact on Marshall Kuan Mountain. After all, with his status, he definitely won't lower himself to the level of cultivators from our big sections. The dark-skinned girl smiled softly and shook her head. The other old men secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone turned around and walked towards a tall building in front of them, disappearing in the blink of an eye. TSK, unbelievable. On the other side, many people on the street looked at the immortal-like white-robed young man with strange eyes. It was hard to believe that this young man in white had heartlessly rejected the invitation of the Gendry sect's holy maiden. I really don't understand. The saintess of the Gendry sect is so beautiful, but that white-clothed young man is indifferent to her. Is his heart made of stone? A young male cultivator said in a low voice. Who asked him to be so handsome? Any woman would be tempted by him, so the saintess of the Gendry sect is no exception. Such a good-looking man has a high immunity to women, so it's not surprising that he doesn't take the saintess seriously. When a middle-aged beautiful woman next to him said this, she looked at the white-clothed young man with a burning gaze. If she were a dozen years younger, she might have the courage to talk to him. After all, the white-clothed young man was so good-looking and had an outstanding temperament. Any woman who saw him couldn't help but want to get close to him. The big black cat listened to the discussions around him and couldn't help but lower his head and chuckle. Maubauer, did you see that? That's Master. He's the center of attention wherever he goes. The big black cat touched Maubauer's forehead and smiled proudly. That's right. Master's looks are indeed too attractive. Maubauer looked at Yi Yun's back and showed a love-struck expression. Yi Yun listened to the discussions around him and smiled faintly. Yi Yun, who was once the #1 Eternal Realm expert in the Sunnan continent and also the #1 bully, had heard too many such voices in the past. At that time, he was still complacent. Now that he had broken through to the realm above God, he had long been indifferent to the discussions of these mortals. Yi Yun continued to walk forward with his hands behind his back. Our shop sells Heavenly Moon token. If you need it, you can come to our shop to buy it. The price is fair and honest. In the distance, an old man stood at the door of a shop and shouted loudly. When Yi Yun heard that it was a Heavenly Moon token, he was full of interest and walked over. Young master, are you here to buy a Heavenly Moon token? The old man saw Yi Yun's extraordinary temperament and quickly asked with a smile. Yi Yun nodded and then walked in. Our shop does have a Heavenly Moon token, but the price is a little expensive. The old man said with a smile. I'm not afraid of the price, but I'm afraid you don't have any stock. Yi Yun smiled faintly. The old man led Yi Yun to a private room. After Yi Yun sat down, he said with a smile, the Heavenly Moon token is extremely rare. This time our shop will auction it. The highest bidder will get it. Yi Yun nodded, sure, no problem. The old man looked at Yi Yun, rubbed his hands and said with a smile, every bidder needs to pawn an item. The big black cat was furious when it heard this. How dare you? Do you think my master will lie to you? The old man lowered his head and said with a smile, I wouldn't dare. This is our shop's rule. Yi Yun smiled and said, is this one okay? After that, Yi Yun gently touched his wrist and took out a dragon spirit pill. This is an emperor-level dragon spirit pill. When the old man saw the dragon spirit pill, he gently picked it up and looked at it. His face was filled with shock. He quickly nodded and said, yes. After saying that, he took the dragon spirit pill and left the room. Yi Yun smiled and did not say anything. He could understand the rules of this kind of auction. It didn't matter if he took out a small dragon spirit pill. The old man hurried and quickly came to a room. Shopkeeper, look at this dragon spirit pill. It should be real, right? The old man handed the dragon spirit pill to a blue-robed old man in front of him. This blue-robed old man was the head shopkeeper of this auction house. The head shopkeeper looked at it and his face was filled with shock. I didn't expect it. This is actually an emperor-level dragon spirit pill. Yes, this kind of dragon spirit pill is extremely rare. It hasn't appeared in our black market for many years. The old man sighed and said. How many does that customer have? Why don't we buy all of them? The head shopkeeper said. I don't know. That customer didn't say. They just want to buy a heavenly moon token. So that's how it is. The head shopkeeper touched his chin and his face darkened. After thinking for a few seconds, he said, arrange for someone to be in charge of bidding. We must raise the price of this heavenly moon token to a sky-high price. The old man was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood. The head shopkeeper was preparing to play dirty. The heavenly moon token in their auction house was fake. The so-called auction was just to cheat some spirit stones. Although this heavenly moon token was fake, it was enough to pass it off as the real thing. They had specially hired an expert to make it. It was said that after being teleported to the heavenly moon secret realm, one would be teleported out in less than 3 days. It was not permanent at all. Shopkeeper, don't worry. I'll arrange it now. The old man cupped his fists and turned to leave. The head shopkeeper held the dragon spirit pill in his hand with a greedy look on his face. In the end, he couldn't help but swallow the dragon spirit pill. Once the dragon spirit pill entered his body, it immediately turned into rolling medicinal power and rushed towards all the meridians in his body. Huff, the head shopkeeper exhaled and his face revealed an extremely comfortable and intoxicated expression. Inadvertently, a faint demon chi flowed out of his body. In the private room, Yiyan smiled faintly. He did not comment on the filthy scene just now. A few small ants did not have any sense of existence in his eyes. His goal was only the heavenly moon token. As long as there was no problem with the heavenly moon token, Yiyan would not kill these filthy fellows. At most, he would give them an unforgettable punishment. However, Yiyan did not expect that the heavenly moon token could be both real and fake. Mao Bauer, do you know how much the heavenly moon token is worth? The big black cat was bored and asked Mao Bauer. Mao Bauer thought for a moment. The price of the heavenly moon token is different every time. The lowest price is 100,000 spiritual stones. It is said that the highest price is 1 million spiritual stones. What? 1 million spiritual stones? Isn't that too high? Is a small heavenly moon token worth so much? Big Black Cat exclaimed, its face full of shock. A heavenly moon secret realm that only Nirvana realm cultivators could enter cost 1 million spiritual stones. The cost was too high. As a nine-tailed spirit cat who had always been wandering outside, he could not accept such an expensive price. After so many years, the big black cat did not have many spiritual stones on him. In total, he only had about 100,000 spiritual stones. Actually, 1 million spirit stones is nothing to some large clans or sections. At this moment, Mao Bauer shook her head and said, it is said that the osmanthus tree in the heavenly moon secret realm can bear a fruit. If this fruit is swallowed, it can improve one's comprehension and aptitude. If you spend 1 million spiritual stones to improve your disciples' comprehension and aptitude, it is worth it. The big black cat remembered some legends about the heavenly moon secret realm and snorted, how can it be so easy? There are many osmanthus trees in the heavenly moon secret realm, but not all of them have such magical effects. That's true. Everything depends on luck. Moreover, there are too many people fighting for it. It is possible that you won't be able to come out alive. Mao Bauer nodded with a solemn expression. Money is a small matter. As long as we can get the heavenly moon token, the two of you don't have to fight over it here. Yiyan looked at the two of them and said with a smile. The big black cat chuckled and quickly picked up the teapot to fill the cup with water. Then he smiled and said, Master, please have some tea. Yiyan glanced at the tea leaves and shook his head. These tea leaves were too inferior. He poured the tea in the teacup onto the ground and gently wiped his wrist. He took out a few pieces of tender green tea leaves and placed them in the teacup. In an instant, an indescribable fragrance wafted out. The big black cat took a light sniff and immediately felt its entire body relax. Its entire soul was about to ascend. Master, what tea is this? The big black cat stared at the emerald green tea leaves in disbelief. He discovered that the surface of the tea leaves was actually filled with many fine Dao patterns. The Tao patterns emitted some kind of Tao aura. This discovery made the big black cat freeze like a statue. Master actually has such good tea leaves. Yiyan glanced at the big black cat and said, "This is a type of immortal tea." "So it's immortal tea." The big black cat came to a realization and quickly poured some hot water in. Instantly, the fragrance became even stronger. Melbauer was so shocked that she didn't say anything. She just greedily breathed in the rich fragrance. At this moment, she felt that she was about to break through to the Celestial Bridge Stage 8. Yiyan looked at Melbauer's expression and gently used his hand to drip a drop of tea into the tea. This drop of tea flew out and landed on Melbauer's thin red lips. It flowed down her delicate red lips. As soon as the tea flowed into Melbauer's body, her whole body shook. In an instant, her cultivation actually leaped up to the Celestial Bridge Stage 8. "Master, I broke through," Melbauer opened her eyes and said in surprise and joy. "Congratulations," Yiyan said with a smile. Hiss, at this moment, the big black cat sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, he saw clearly from the side that Master just gave Melbauer a drop of tea and she broke through to the next stage. He rubbed his hands and licked his lips. "Master, can you reward me with some tea?" "Why not?" Yiyan smiled gently. He wanted to help the big black cat. With a light flick of his hand, a dozen drops of tea formed a thin line and flew towards the big black cat. The big black cat quickly opened its mouth and swallowed the thin line. After swallowing it, its two eyes suddenly widened as it felt the incredible changes in its body. The next moment, its body shook slightly. Boom, there was a loud noise in its body. Its cultivation level had entered the 4th stage of the Fate Realm. "Haha. I also broke through. Master, thank you so much." The big black cat laughed out loud and hurriedly bowed in greeting. Yiyan nodded. "This kind of immortal tea, you can experience it for a while. If you take too much, it will become a kind of poison," Yiyan said with a smile, picked up the teacup, and took a small sip. This immortal tea was a kind of tea he obtained from signing in. It was called the Mandala Immortal Tea. It was one of his many tea leaves and was not a product of this world. The quality was very high, and the medicinal properties were a bit strange. It couldn't be drunk unless one was in the true immortal realm. Just now, Yiyan gently flicked his hand and removed some of the medicinal properties in the Mandala Immortal Tea. Otherwise, the big black cat and Melbauer would have died immediately. The Mandala Immortal Tea was a kind of tea that grew in hell. It had a huge vitality and the power of destruction. For the big black cat and Melbauer, the two of them only needed to drink a little. If they drank too much, it would be harmful to their bodies. "Yes, master." The big black cat looked at the tea in the teacup reluctantly and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. But since his master had spoken, he could only obey. "The auction of the Heavenly Moon token has begun. The starting price is 10,000 spirit stones. Guests, please make your bids." Suddenly, a woman's voice came from outside. It was clear and melodious like an oriole leaving the valley. 20,000, immediately, someone in a private room in a certain direction bid. 50,000, someone else made a bid. 80,000, 100,000. 120,000, the voices rose one after another, and in just a few breaths, the price rose to 200,000. Yiyan sat calmly and drank his tea quietly. He was not in a hurry to make a bid. Because he knew that this auction house had already set up a trap. After reaching 200,000, the frequency of bids was not as high as before. "Master, when should we make a bid?" The big black cat rubbed his hands, a little anxious. "Make a bid now." Yiyan glanced at a certain place and said with a smile. 300,000, the big black cat roared and directly raised the price from 250,000 to 300,000. 400,000, someone in another private room shouted loudly. 450,000, the big black cat snorted in annoyance. 480,000, that private room continued to bid. 500,000, seeing that the private room was serious, the big black cat made another bid. Once the bid of 500,000 was made, that private room suddenly went silent. "You want to fight with Master Cat? You son of AB*TCH, don't you know how many eyes Master Cat has?" The big black cat was immensely pleased with itself as it chuckled. After the big black cat's bid of 500,000, there was silence outside, and no one else followed. Yi Yun's eyes flashed, and a faint mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He quietly drank his immortal tea, looking relaxed. 500,000 going once. The woman's voice sounded. After about 30 seconds, no one followed. The woman continued to shout, 500,000 going twice. The surroundings were still very quiet, and no one followed. In a certain room, the manager's face was gloomy, and he said angrily, "What the hell is Oldley doing? I told him to arrange for someone to secretly raise the price, why didn't he hear my instructions?" At this moment, there was a woman standing beside the manager. She was dressed in black, and there was a small black bird pattern embroidered on her clothes. She said with a cold face, "I'll go take a look." With that, the woman in black turned and left the room. When she appeared in a certain private room, she found that the room was empty. Strange? Where did he go? The woman in black's face changed, and she turned and walked out. She found the old man at the entrance of the auction house. "Where did the person you arranged for in private room 15 go?" The woman in black grabbed the old man's clothes and said fiercely. "Gone? How could it be? I clearly arranged for little Dongzi." The old man was shocked and quickly explained. "Come with me." The woman in black dragged the old man to the private room. When the old man saw that there was no one in the room, he was so shocked that his jaw almost fell to the ground. Where did he go? He had clearly arranged everything. You can't do anything right, but you're good at spoiling things. A figure flashed, and the manager appeared in the private room with a gloomy face. He stretched out his hand and slapped the old man into a cloud of blood mist. "You." The manager looked at the woman in black and said. 1 million. The woman in black opened her mouth and shouted the price to 1 million. All the cultivators in the surrounding private rooms looked at each other in shock when they heard this price. Although the heavenly moon token was precious, 1 million was the highest price in history. In the past few thousand years, it had never reached 1 million. They didn't expect that a rich cultivator would come from private room 15. Oh my god, someone actually followed the price and doubled it in an instant. The big black cat jumped up like its butt was on fire. It wanted nothing more than to rush out and fight with the man. Mel Bauer quickly pulled him back. "Big brother, don't be rash." Mel Bauer hurriedly comforted him softly. "Master, do you still want to raise the price? Or should I rush out and snatch the heavenly moon order token?" The big black cat asked anxiously. "Why are you snatching? Do you think I don't have any spirit stones?" Yi Yun laughed, picked up the teacup and took another sip. "I understand, master." The big black cat smiled and quickly poured some hot water for Yi Yun. 1 million. The big black cat shouted another number. 2 million. In room 15, the woman's voice sounded again. On the other hand, an excited look appeared on the manager's face. The cultivator who had the dragon spirit pill was really rich. He had already raised the price to 1 million and could still increase it. 3 million. The big black cat gritted its teeth and shouted. 5 million. The woman in room 15 shouted. 7 million. 9 million. 2 million. The big black cat raised the price to 2 million in one go. The other party is too fierce. The heavenly moon order token has never exceeded 1 million, but this time it has reached 2 million. Which force is it? Mel Bauer looked outside and thought naively. "Shopkeeper, should we continue to report?" The woman in black asked. "It's about time. If we continue, we'll scare the other party away," the head shopkeeper said in a low voice. "Stop while you're ahead." 2 million spirit stones was already a price that couldn't possibly appear. The woman nodded. Their room didn't continue to raise the price. The woman in charge of the auction outside shouted 3 more times. When she found that no one exceeded 2 million, she finally hammered the hammer. She officially announced the ownership of the heavenly moon order token. A young woman walked into Yi Yun's room with a tray. "Dear guest, this is your heavenly moon order token. Please pay 2 million spirit stones or something of equivalent value, the young woman said with a smile. She looked at the handsome man in white in front of her and couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. She had never seen such a good-looking man in her life. He exuded an indescribable charm. She was already immersed in him with just one look. But she knew her own limits. She was just an auction clerk. She didn't have the right to think too much. I'll pay with the dragon spirit pill. Ask me how many spirit stones the dragon spirit pill is worth. I'll give you the rest. Yi Yan said calmly. The young woman didn't know the price. She hurriedly left and went to find the manager. After a while, the head shopkeeper came in with him. Sir, your dragon spirit pill is of good quality. It's worth 50,000 spirit stones. The manager said with a smile. Is this price appropriate? Yi Yan looked at the big black cat. Master, this price is reasonable, the big black cat nodded. Alright, here are the remaining dragon spirit pills. Yi Yan waved his hand and 19 emperor-level dragon spirit pills appeared in his hand. Seeing so many dragon spirit pills appear in front of him, the manager's eyes lit up. He took them with both hands. At the same time, the young woman beside him held a tray and handed the Heavenly Moon Order token to Yi Yan. Yi Yan took the Heavenly Moon Order token. This Heavenly Moon Order token was made of bronze. There were many runes carved on it. These runes formed a small array that had the power of teleportation. Yi Yan's eyes twitched. He found that the Heavenly Moon Order token was crudely made. It didn't look like an authentic item. Yi Yan looked into the distance and landed on the Celestial Empire. He quickly found many authentic Heavenly Moon Order tokens. He looked at them and compared them with the Heavenly Moon Order token in his hand. He found that the Heavenly Moon Order token in his hand was a fake. It's really a black market. I can't even buy a real Heavenly Moon Order token, Yi Yan suddenly said with a smile. Sir, you can't say things like that. This Heavenly Moon Order token is definitely authentic. If you don't believe me, you can enter the Heavenly Moon Secret Realm with the Order token. The manager's face changed slightly. He quickly cupped his hands and said seriously. You can enter, but I'm afraid you'll be teleported out in less than 3 days. Your shop is really a black market, Yi Yan smiled. Wow, so it's a black market. I'll beat you to death. The big black cat rushed over angrily and stretched out its paw to slap him. Slap, slap. 2 crisp sounds rang out. The manager's face swelled up. My body. The head shopkeeper was surprised to find that his body had been imprisoned, and he could no longer move. Otherwise, with his cultivation at the 3rd level of the fate state, he could easily avoid the black-robed young man. There's no need to keep scum like him. Yi Yan tossed the Heavenly Moon token in his hand lightly, and it turned into a ray of light that flew to the head shopkeeper's neck. Hiss, this ray of light was extremely sharp, and it instantly cut off the head shopkeeper's head. Strangely, although the head was cut off, there was no blood spurting out. All the blood in the bull-sized wound was sealed. Throw this head out. Yi Yan stood up, turned around, and walked out of the private room. When the young woman saw the head shopkeeper suddenly being killed, she was so scared that she fell to the ground and fainted. The big black cat chuckled. He took back 19 dragon spirit pills from the head shopkeeper and stuffed them into his storage ring. He carried the head shopkeeper's head out of the private room and threw it into the main hall. Mao Bauer was the last to come out. She saw that there were still 3 or 4 emerald green tea leaves left in the teacup, and she quickly stuffed them into her storage ring. Although the tea leaves had been brewed, Mao Bauer believed that there was still a strong effect in them. The big black cat walked in front and was too focused on throwing the head shopkeeper's head that he did not notice Mao Bauer's action. All the staff in the auction hall panicked when they saw the head shopkeeper's head rolling on the ground with his eyes wide open. Everyone began to run in all directions. Scum like you, this is your retribution for running a black shop. The big black cat roared angrily. You guys are audacious. You actually dared to kill the head shopkeeper. Our profound bird holy sect will absolutely not forgive you. A woman in black shouted loudly. Gendry sect? The big black cat repeated it twice and chuckled. Come on, who's afraid of you? In the face of the black-clothed woman's clamor, Yi Yan smiled nonchalantly and slowly walked out. There were indeed many shops in Wukuan Mountain's Black Market Street that belonged to the Gendry sect, and there were people from the Gendry sect in every shop. Yi Yin did not care about the small farce in the auction hall at all. Since the Saintess had already determined that he was a half-step life and death realm elite, she would not dare to provoke him. As for the Gendry sect's businesses in Wukuan Mountain's Black Market, Yi Yin had no interest in eliminating them. After all, there were many black markets in this world. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yin had visited many black markets. He knew that the black market was a normal trade, but the items traded were not to see the light. Yi Yin did not have a saint's heart. As long as they did not provoke him, he did not have the time to eliminate all black markets in this world. After this small interlude, yes stroll. The big black cat and Mao Bauer followed closely behind. Hee, great, there are more than a dozen dragon spirit pills. The big black cat smiled proudly, looked at Mao Bauer and said, "Do you want to?" Mao Bauer lowered her head and did not say anything. "What are you thinking about?" The big black cat curiously moved its head closer and stared at Mao Bauer, and found that she was smiling. "Is there a ghost? What kind of secret are you hiding from me?" The big black cat immediately became alert. It spent most of its time with Mao Bauer, so it naturally knew that there was something wrong with Mao Bauer's expression. Nothing. Mao Bauer hurriedly tried to cover it up. "No, you must have done something wrong. Hurry up and say it, or I will slap you until you see stars." The big black cat said fiercely. "Big brother, it's really nothing. I just kept the tea leaves that Master drank." Mao Bauer's eyes turned red as she said with grievance. "What? The tea leaves that Master drank ended up in your hands?" The big black cat jumped up anxiously as if his boat was on fire, and said angrily, "Great, such a good thing ended up in your hands, and you didn't even think of giving half to your big brother cat? You're too mean. It's rare for me to help you break off the engagement." "Big brother, don't be agitated, I'll give half to you." Mao Bauer helplessly took out the teacup and divided the tea leaves into 2 pieces. The big black cat's eyes lit up, and he gently picked up the 2 pieces of green tea leaves as if he had found a treasure. He looked at it carefully for a long time, and then gently sniffed it. He instantly felt a fragrance enter his lungs through his nostrils. "Wow, it feels so good," the big black cat said intoxicatedly, and in the next moment, he fell down. "Big brother, are you okay?" Seeing the big black cat suddenly fall down, Mao Bauer hurriedly supported him. "You idiot." Yi Yin, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but laugh. Although most of the medicinal effects of the tea leaves were washed away by the hot water, the remaining medicinal effects were not something that the big black cat could bear. Yi Yin gently used his hand to expel the destructive power in the medicinal effects. The remaining life force was also sealed into the big black cat's body by Yi Yin. In the future, as he cultivated, it would slowly be released. If you want to drink these 2 pieces of tea leaves, the tea that has been brewed once needs to be diluted at least 10,000 times before it can be drunk, Yi Yin smiled and instructed. "Okay, I understand, Master," Mao Bauer said respectfully. Her gaze turned and landed on the big black cat who was still unconscious, and she couldn't help but giggle. This 9-tailed cat was really too smart for its own good, it almost died from these tea leaves. After a few seconds. "What happened to me? Why did I faint all of a sudden?" The big black cat opened its eyes and struggled to stand up. Mao Bauer quickly recounted what had just happened. Sigh, so embarrassing. The big black cat scratched its head and blushed. It wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Haha, let's go." Yi Yin laughed and walked forward leisurely with his hands behind his back. He hadn't bought the Sky Moon token yet, but he had already glanced around and found a few places that sold Sky Moon tokens. This time, he went straight to the destination and bought the token first. In the tallest building of Marshall Kuan Mountain, a woman in black knelt in the main hall and recounted what had happened at the auction with a sorrowful face. In the main hall, the Saintess of the Gendry sect was sitting at the top. On her left and right, there were 8 Fate Realm old men. Damn it, that guy relied on his half-step life and death realm cultivation to do whatever he wanted in Marshall Kuan Mountain. An old man roared angrily. "Our Gendry sect is famous throughout the Celestial Empire. When have we ever suffered such a loss? No, we have to take revenge." Another old man said with a gloomy face. Let's not quarrel. This was our fault. Of course, we couldn't hide it from that half-step life and death realm expert. That's why we suffered such retribution. I think we should just let it go. The saintess thought for a moment and said slowly. The other old men snorted and didn't say anything. The saintess' cultivation wasn't the highest, but she had a high status in the sect. She was also the person in charge of Marshal Kuan Mountain's black market. Her words carried enormous weight here. Seeing that the elders around her had stopped talking, the saintess suddenly stood up, stuck close to the ground, and flew out. Saintess, where are you going? One of the old men asked in surprise. I'm going to get married. The saintess smiled. Her face was like a peach blossom, bright and beautiful. Suddenly, she raised something in her hand. The old man took a closer look and found that it was a sky moon token. Using a heavenly moon token to form a bond, all the old men in the hall shut their mouths, their expressions extremely strange. The holy maiden's performance today was simply too unimaginable. Was that white-robed man so charming? How could he attract the saintess so much that she even wanted to give him a heavenly moon token? However, the saintess was the saintess, the second most important person in the Gendry sect. As her subordinates, they couldn't say anything. Just after the saintess disappeared for 2 or 3 breaths, a figure suddenly broke through the air and arrived. It was a tall old man in a black robe. He had a hooked nose, thin eyes, and a long beard. His face was cold and his aura was powerful. He was releasing the aura of a peak 10th level Heaven's Mandate realm. Greetings, Deputy Sect Leader Liu. As soon as they saw the newcomer, the old man stood up and immediately bowed respectfully. This tall old man was the Gendry sect's Deputy Sect Leader Lu Feng. What happened in Wukuan Mountain? Why is there a sky restriction? Who has come to this place? Lu Feng looked around and found that the saintess wasn't here. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked the crowd. Deputy Sect Leader Liu, I don't know which Eternal Realm big shot came to Wukuan Mountain and set up a sky restriction. The saintess has already said that we can't interfere. An old man mustered up his courage and said loudly. This saintess, Lu Feng snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. But his eyes were full of ridicule. The Gendry sect's saintess had always been on bad terms with him. He once had a disciple who made a mistake and was kicked out of the sect by the saintess. This matter had always bothered him. Where did the saintess go if she's not here? Lu Feng glanced around and asked indifferently. Reporting to Deputy Sect Leader Liu, the saintess went out for some business. A red-faced old man said with a smile. His expression was a little strange. What's going on? Lu Feng saw that the old man seemed to be implying something, so he raised his eyebrows and asked with a cold face. Reporting to Vice Head Liu, the saintess seems to be troubled by love and has taken a fancy to a half-step life and death realm white-robed young man. She has gone to deliver the heavenly moon token to him. The red-faced old man explained with a smile. This is ridiculous. The dignified saintess of the Gendry sect can't get married or find a Taoist companion for the rest of her life. Has she forgotten this rule? Lu Feng waved his sleeve and scolded in annoyance. The red-faced old man in front of him was very close to him. He was also a pawn that he had placed in the Wukuan Mountain black market. A lot of information about Wukuan Mountain came from him. The other 7 old men did not refute the red-faced old man's words. After all, they didn't quite approve of the holy maiden's actions. Vice Sect Leader Liu, the head shopkeeper of an auction house, was killed by someone today. The red-faced old man purposely said bitterly. What? The head shopkeeper of the auction house has been killed. Who on earth has the guts to do such a thing in Wukuan Mountain? Lu Feng was instantly enraged. It's the white-robed young man favored by the saintess. That guy relied on his half-step life and death realm cultivation to do whatever he wanted in Wukuan Mountain. No one can stop him anymore. The red-faced old man sighed and continued. This saintess is getting more and more out of hand. After such a big thing happened, does she still want to suppress it? Fortunately, I'm here. Otherwise, I don't know when this matter would be exposed. Lu Feng said in a cold voice. Vice Sect Leader Liu, you're also a half-step life and death realm great cultivator. We can only count on you to avenge us. The red-faced old man said with a sorrowful expression. Yeah. We can only count on Vice Sect Leader Lu to avenge us. The other elders chimed in as well. Revenge is a small matter. Follow me. Lu Feng turned around and strode out. The other old men followed closely behind him with a joyful expression on their faces. Vice Sect Leader Lu was also a half-step life and death realm cultivator. The mystic bird bloodline in his body was extremely high, and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. With the help of these cultivators around the 7th level of the Fate Realm, defeating the white-robed young man shouldn't be a big problem. Let's talk about the Gendry sect's Saintess. Bursts of fragrance floated along the way. Soon, they came to the street and found Yi Yun. Greetings, young master. The beautiful girl in black said with a smile. She looked at Yi Yun with a pair of watery peach blossom eyes, revealing an indescribable joy. Why are you here again? Yi Yun smiled indifferently, but his gaze was elsewhere. This girl is really infatuated. Can't she move her legs when she sees a handsome guy? Unfortunately, the 100,000 years of sign-in had already made Yi Yun's Dao heart as firm as a rock. The Saintess is here again, the big black cat excitedly poked Cat Bauer's ear from behind. Cat Bauer quickly shook her head with a smile and hid to the side. Old Master's charm was boundless, this Saintess shocked the entire Celestial Empire. For so many years, it was said that the people who liked her were lined up in a long line. But no one could get within 10 feet of her. Young master, the auction house just now is also the property of my Gendry sect, but the shopkeeper was too evil and offended young master. Now this little girl is here to apologize, and at the same time I will give you a heavenly moon token to express my apology. The Saintess smiled slightly, and a pair of white jade hands held out a heavenly moon token. Yi Yun was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect this Saintess to personally come to him and give him a heavenly moon token. This is a good thing. It saves him the trouble of going to other places to buy it. Yi Yun took the heavenly moon token and looked at it. He found that this heavenly moon token was genuine and there was no problem with it. I appreciate your kindness. Yi Yun nodded slightly, put away the heavenly moon token, and then continued to shop with his hands behind his back. The Saintess walked beside him and whispered with a blushing face, Young master, do you need to buy anything else? Nothing special. I'm just looking around. Yi Yun smiled faintly and didn't drive away the Saintess in black. This little girl was simple-minded. He didn't want to rub salt in her heart. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. At this moment, a few people quickly flew over from the distance. Yi Yun stopped and looked up. These people had the obvious Gendry sect logo on their black clothes. They were obviously from the Gendry sect. The tall old man at the front was not weak. He had reached the peak of the 10th level of the Fate state, and could be considered an expert half a step away from the life and death state. Deputy Sect Leader Lu, why are you here? Seeing that Yi Yun suddenly stopped and looked ahead, the Saintess also looked up. It didn't matter what she saw, but her beautiful little face also revealed a trace of surprise. This Deputy Sect Leader Lu had always been at odds with her. Although her status in this sect was higher than Deputy Sect Leader Lu's, in fact, Deputy Sect Leader Lu's influence was extremely large, comparable to hers. Lu Feng quickly approached, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and coldly stared at the young man in white. The young man in white was indeed like an immortal who had walked out of a painting. His temperament was extraordinary and his appearance was incomparably handsome. What a pretty boy. No wonder the Saintess is so infatuated with you. It turns out that you have a good-looking appearance. Lu Feng sneered with a mocking expression on his face. Lu Feng, don't talk nonsense. When the holy maiden heard this, her originally bright red face instantly turned incomparably cold. How am I talking nonsense? Everything is based on facts. The shopkeeper of the auction house was killed, and you came here to give him the heavenly moon token. I don't think you deserve to be the Saintess of the Gendry sect. Lu Feng said coldly with an imposing manner. Lu Feng, as the deputy sect leader, you should pay attention to your words and actions. Otherwise, I will definitely report you to the sect leader. The Saintess was so angry that her whole body trembled. She pointed at Lu Feng and scolded. You still want to report me? It's good enough that I didn't report you. Your behavior today has seriously damaged the reputation of the Gendry sect. When I return, I will naturally report this matter to the sect leader. I think you should quit being the saintess, Lu Feng said with a sneer. He was not afraid of the saintess in front of him. Now, the Gendry sect had another genius with an extremely strong bloodline. She was very likely to replace the saintess in front of him. In the Gendry sect, the position of the saintess was not stable. In the sect, there were many candidates for the position of saintess. As long as the cultivation of these candidates could catch up with the cultivation of the current saintess, they could replace the position of the saintess at any time. The current genius was discovered by deputy sect leader Liu. She could be considered one of his people. He had been cultivating her vigorously for so many years, and it could be said that he had exhausted all kinds of resources. That girl's bloodline was even stronger than the current saintess, but she had cultivated for a shorter time. However, after years of cultivation, she had reached the 6th level of the Fate Realm. As long as she broke through to the 7th level of the Fate Realm, she could completely replace the saintess in front of him according to the difference in bloodline. Therefore, Lu Feng had nothing to fear and could confront the saintess face to face. Because his people would replace the saintess sooner or later. After hearing Lu Feng's words, the saintess was so angry that she could not speak. She naturally knew the danger she was in the sect. Once she was replaced, she could only become a saintess candidate. Unless one day, she surpassed that girl. Seeing that the saintess was so angry that she could not speak, Lu Feng's face showed a complacent look. Then, his gaze fell on Yi Yun. He sized up Yi Yun from head to toe but couldn't see through his cultivation base. Thus, he sneered and said, I heard that you're also a great cultivator, half a step into life and death realm? Yi Yun looked at Lu Feng in front of him as if he was looking at a tiny ant. His eyes were indifferent, without any fluctuations. How dare you? How dare you speak to my master like that? Seeing how arrogant Lu Feng was, the big black cat was instantly enraged. It didn't care that its cultivation was low and rushed to the front. You're just at the 4th level of the Fate state. Stay away from me, or I'll kill you with one slap. Lu Feng laughed out loud. Can you really kill him with one slap? Yi Yun's face revealed an interested expression as he looked at Lu Feng and asked indifferently. Of course. Lu Feng nodded and said arrogantly, the 4th level of the Fate Realm is like an ant in my eyes. Yi Yun looked at the big black cat and said with a smile, then let him try. The big black cat got the approval of his master and immediately became arrogant. He looked at Lu Feng and said, come on, if your grandpa cat frowns, I'm not your grandpa cat. Seeing how arrogant the young monster was, Lu Feng was so angry that he raised his hand and slapped the big black cat fiercely. The big black cat raised its black shield and fought back. Although his master said that he could take the blow, he didn't say that he couldn't fight back. Besides, the big black cat didn't want Lu Feng's dirty hands to touch its body. When the holy maiden saw this scene, her pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. She couldn't help but worry about the life and death of this young monster. The other party was a powerhouse in the life and death realm. No matter how strong the monster's body was, it wouldn't be able to withstand one slap. After all, most of the cultivators of the Gendry sect also had the bloodline of the mystic bird and their bodies were extremely strong. The big hand slapped the black shield. With a rumbling sound, Lu Feng's body was actually jolted back. How is this possible? The few old men who were watching the show couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the scene. Holding the shield, the big black cat was safe and sound. He licked his lips and showed an arrogant smile. Hee hee. You're too weak, sect master. You're as weak as a chicken. Is this all you've got? You can't even beat me, a 4th level Fate Realm cultivator? Lu Feng's body suddenly flew back. At this moment, his face was pale and his breathing was a little chaotic. He didn't expect that his slap would be bounced back. What the hell was going on? Was there something strange about the black shield in the monster's hand? Was it able to block his attack? Thinking of this, Lu Feng immediately pulled out a sword and slashed again. The sword flashed. The whole void split open and the sword slashed over. The big black cat used the same trick again and raised his shield to meet the attack. Boom, a loud sound rang out, and Lu Feng was sent flying again. This time, a huge surging force came, causing his internal organs to churn and he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Deputy Sect Master Lu, are you okay? The red-faced old man hurriedly rushed over and caught Deputy Sect Master Lu's body. When he saw Deputy Sect Master Lu spit out blood, he couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect the monster youth at the 4th level of the Fate Realm to be so powerful. I told you that you're no match for him. Don't you believe me? Yiyan smiled and looked at the big black cat and said, kill him. Haha, master, don't worry. Leave this bastard to me. The big black cat guffawed. Then, he arrogantly turned into a black light and rushed over, raising the black shield in his hand and smashing it down fiercely. When the red-faced old man saw this scene, he immediately raised his sword to meet it. Lu Feng was also shocked. In a panic, he channeled all the spiritual power in his body and displayed the Gendry sect's most powerful sword technique. The sword light sizzled, and the sword will swept up from the ground like a tide. The black shield smashed down like a huge mountain. A loud explosion was heard, followed by 2 cries of agony. Lu Feng and the red-faced old man were instantly smashed into 2 piles of meat paste by the black shield. As soon as this happened, everyone was shocked. There were many cultivators who were watching the fun nearby, and they were all trembling in fear when they saw this scene. The old men of the Gendry sect were trembling all over, and some of them even wet their pants. The urine flowed down the legs of their pants to the ground, emitting a stinky smell. Deputy Sect Master Lu is dead? When the Saintess saw this scene, her pupils couldn't help but shrink. Was this monster youth so powerful, or was all this done under the control of this half-step life and death realm young man in white? If it was really controlled by this young man in white, what kind of magic was this? He was able to control another Fate State Beast cultivator. The Saintess had lived for so long, but she had never seen such a strange scene. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Silence, there was a dead silence all around. An old man of the Gendry sect looked at the big black cat in horror and stammered, "You killed our deputy sect master. You have to pay the price for this." "What price? Is there anyone in your Gendry sect who can be my opponent?" The big black cat's body shook and he laughed. It was the first time he had killed a half-step life and death realm expert with his cultivation at the 4th level of the Fate realm. He was extremely happy. The old man was shocked by the big black cat's aura and couldn't say a word. The other old man gritted his teeth. Seeing that the Saintess was still standing beside the young man in white, he said angrily, "Saintess, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, Vice Sect Leader Lu wouldn't have died." The Holy Lady was at a loss for words after being questioned by the old men. "Humph." The old man went on, "I'll report this to the sect. You won't be able to keep your position as the Holy Lady." The Holy Lady lowered her head and felt sad. Tears were glistening in the corners of her eyes. "Yes, you're no longer the Holy Lady of the Gendry sect." The other elders all spoke in unison, filled with righteous indignation. The Holy Lady lowered her head even more. Tears fell from her eyes and her body couldn't stop trembling. She didn't expect things to take such a turn for the worse. One of her subordinates, who was at the 7th level of the Fate State, had been killed. Deputy Leader Lu had also died. As the manager of the Wukuan Mountain Black Market, she couldn't shirk her responsibility. Not to mention that the girl from the same sect could replace her at any time, even if Deputy Leader Lu died. On the spot, she wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. This time, she would definitely lose her position as the Holy Lady. Yiyan looked at the black-clothed beauty's trembling body and unstoppable tears. His expression remained the same, and he smiled faintly. Suddenly, he patted her shoulder and said casually, "What else can you do if you don't become the Holy Lady?" She felt a pair of warm hands on her shoulder and an indescribable comfort came from it. The lovely girl in black looked up at Yiyan with teary eyes and suddenly burst into tears. It seemed that all her grievances were detonated by Yiyan's words. "You can follow me from now on. I happen to need a maid to serve tea." Yiyan smiled and said, "Master, I can also serve tea and water." Maubauer was a little anxious. She rubbed her hands and said hurriedly. Yiyan glanced at her and said with a smile, "You have your own business." Maubauer replied with an "oh" and then lowered her head, feeling a little unhappy. "Pa." When the big black cat saw this, it walked over and angrily patted the cat on the head. He slapped Maubauer until she saw stars. Is master's business something you can meddle in? I think you're really tired of living. Master is so good to you, aren't you satisfied? Why don't you give me your bag and those 2 tea leaves? The big black cat came closer and said in an annoyed tone. Hearing about the bag of dragon spirit pills and 2 pieces of immortal tea, Melbauer shuddered. Her eyes cleared up and she immediately recovered from her disappointment. She understood that her master was too good to her, so she had to be content. Master, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Melbauer said with a sobbing tone. Forget it, forget it. I won't lower myself to the level of a kitten like you. Yiyan shook his head and smiled, not taking it to heart. He looked at the frightened cultivators around him and the star-like runes in his eyes flickered again. In an instant, all the cultivators around him were in a daze. In the next moment, they looked at the scene in front of them blankly, not knowing what had happened. Yiyan erased everyone's memories of what had just happened. However, he did not erase the memories of the few elders of the Gendry sect. Didn't these guys want to report to the sect? Let them report, he would just wait here to catch them all in one fell swoop. The few elders' faces were pale. Seeing that the young man in white did not attack them, they turned around and fled. They did not escape down the mountain. Instead, they returned to the main hall. There was a teleportation array in the main hall that could send information to the sect. Now that such a big thing had happened on Wukuan Mountain, they had to report it to the sect immediately. Yiyan looked at the beautiful girl in black and said with a smile, "How is it? Have you thought it through? Do you want to stay by my side?" Yiyan threw out an olive branch again. The beautiful girl in black was confused and confused. She was in a daze and did not say anything. From the bottom of her heart, she did have an indescribable admiration for this young man in white. It was this admiration that allowed her to overcome the confusion in her mind and make the greatest decision of her life. Many years later, when she recalled it, she would always feel grateful. She nodded and said softly, "I'm willing to serve young master." "Don't call me young master. Just call me master in the future." Yiyan glanced at her and said indifferently. "Yes, master." The beautiful girl in black said hurriedly. Yiyan looked at her and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" "Master, my name is Mu Qing." The girl in black blushed when Yiyan looked at her. "All right." Yiyan nodded and walked forward with his hands behind his back. The reason why he accepted this girl was that firstly, she had a strong bloodline of the mystic bird in her body, secondly, she had a good heart. It just so happened that the Shenlong sect also needed to accept people in the future. He would accept a girl with the bloodline of the mystic bird in advance. In the short term, he would let her serve tea and do some chores by his side. When Yiyan left the Songnan continent, he would hand Mu Qing over to Luoli to manage. Yiyan was a person from 100,000 years ago. Walking in the world 100,000 years later, he tried not to leave any fetters. Seeing Master walking forward by himself, Mu Qing hurriedly followed behind him. The big black cat and Melbauer looked at each other and followed. Master has accepted a girl. It seems that it won't be my turn to serve tea and pour water in the future. The big black cat thought dejectedly. But it thought again. It was just a beast pet. It was enough to have such good treatment now. It couldn't be greedy anymore. Yiyan was still wandering around with interest. Sometimes, he would squat down and look at the things on the stalls. He looked at them with great interest. The corners of Mu Qing's eyes twitched as she watched from the side. She didn't know what Master was looking for here. In her opinion, there was nothing worth buying in the stalls of the Wukuan Mountain black market. If there was, the chances were very low. She was a little bored. Looking at the 2 beasts beside her, she asked with a smile, "How should I address you two?" "I'm Melbauer." "Sister, I'm from the Heavenly Spirit Cat clan." Melbauer smiled brightly. It turned out that she was from the famous Heavenly Spirit Cat clan. Mu Qing looked at Melbauer with a hint of surprise on her face. Then she quickly took Melbauer's hand and said with a smile, "Nice to meet you, Melbauer." "Sister, you're too polite," Melbauer said with embarrassment. After all, she was only a small beast at the Celestial Bridge Realm level 8, while her sister was already at the Fate Realm level 7. After the two chatted for a while, Mu Qing looked at the black-robed young man and asked with a smile, "What about you?" The big black cat scratched his head and said with a smile, "You can call me Little Black." "That's an interesting name." Mu Qing giggled. Mao Bauer said, "Sister, he's from the nine-tailed spirit cat clan." "So it's a nine-tailed spirit cat. I didn't expect both of you to be from the cat clan," Mu Qing said in shock. Hearing this, the big black cat said proudly, "That's nothing. There's a little red cat in Master's carriage." "Really? What kind of cat clan is that?" Mu Qing was even more shocked. "Hee, I can't tell you. You'll know when you see it." The big black cat scratched his head and laughed. He didn't tell Mu Qing the truth. Seeing that the nine-tailed spirit cat wanted to set a trap for Mu Qing again, Mao Bauer's expression changed and she quickly wanted to explain. But with a glare from the big black cat, she swallowed back the words she was about to say. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. As for the remaining Gendry sect elders of Marshal Kuan Mountain, they fled back to the main hall like stray dogs. Their faces were ashen and gloomy. Their hearts were filled with shock and fear. However, when they saw that the white-robed youth didn't chase after them, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. "We must report this matter to the sect master as soon as possible and ask him to come as soon as possible." An elder frowned and immediately walked to a small teleportation array on the west side of the main hall. He took out a jade slip and recorded everything he wanted to say before placing it into the teleportation array. With a burst of light, the jade slip disappeared. The sect master is a life and death expert. As long as he comes, he will definitely be able to kill that white-robed youth and avenge Vice Sect Master Liu. An elder gnashed his teeth and said. This time, their Gendry sect had suffered a huge setback. Not only did they lose a saintess, but they also lost a Vice Sect Master and a Deacon Elder. The saintess had been bewitched by that young man, which led to a series of bloody incidents. Everyone waited there anxiously. Far away in the Celestial Empire, in the Gendry sect's main hall, a ray of light suddenly rose. The teleportation array caused the space to tremble, causing an elder sitting cross-legged in the depths of the main hall to open his eyes. Teleportation jade slip. What the hell happened? When the elder saw the jade slip, the muscles on his face twitched slightly. He reached out and grabbed the jade slip. This elder was the current sect master of the Gendry sect, Gongsun Zhongxing. He was also one of the 2 life and death experts of the Gendry sect. The other expert was a supreme elder of the Gendry sect. However, this supreme elder was in seclusion all year round. What? Such a thing actually happened? Mu Qing, you're really an ingrate. You let the sect nurture you for so many years for nothing. After reading the contents of the jade slip, Gongsun Zhongxing was furious. He stood up abruptly, and his aura surged to the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that someone would brazenly kill the vice sect leader of the Gendry sect on Wukuan Mountain. A vice sect master was a half-step life and death expert. For the Gendry sect, this was a disastrous loss. What was even more unexpected was that the sect's saintess had betrayed them. She was supposed to be indifferent and emotionless, but she was attracted by the man's appearance and betrayed the Gendry sect. This was unacceptable to Gongsun Zhongxing. The fury in his heart was like a monstrous wave of fury. It rose up wave after wave, causing the air in the hall to hum. Sect leader, what happened? A Heaven's Mandate elder asked in a low voice outside the hall. The saintess betrayed the sect, and vice sect leader Liu was killed on Wukuan Mountain. Gongsun Zhongxing walked out and said with a gloomy face. What? Vice sect leader Liu is dead, and the saintess betrayed us? The elder turned pale with fright and his face turned extremely pale. Sect leader, I'll gather my men and kill our way to Wukuan Mountain. The elder gritted his teeth and said. No need. It's useless to have more people. That guy is only at the peak of Heaven's Mandate level 10. I alone am enough. Gongsun Zhongxing revealed a confident smile. He was a life and death realm cultivator. This kind of cultivation was enough to kill dozens of half-step life and death realm cultivators. There was no need for the sect to make a big fuss. Instead, it would be a joke. He would go alone and kill that guy. Through the information in the jade slip, he also knew that the man in white seemed to have a lot of Emperor Dragon Spirit pills on him. This made him tempted. Although he was also a human, he had the blood of the mystic bird in his body. Dragon spirit pills could greatly improve his physical body. If he could really get a lot of dragon spirit pills, he could make up for Vice sect leader Lu's loss. If he took a lot of dragon spirit pills, Gongsun Zhongxing estimated that he would have a chance to break through to Life and Death Realm 2nd level. Life and Death Realm, as the name suggested. Every level was a struggle between life and death. Every small breakthrough was extremely difficult. It was because of this difficulty that the gap between life and death realm experts was huge. Gongsun Zhongxing abruptly rose into the air, and with a slight sway, he disappeared from the spot. On a mountain top of the Gendry sect, there was a teleportation array that could directly teleport him to Marshal Kuan Mountain. The small teleportation array in the main hall was only responsible for transmitting some information. Taking the teleportation array, Gongsun Zhongxing arrived at Marshal Kuan Mountain's black market in a few breaths of time. He appeared in the backyard of the main hall. At this moment, there were a few elders standing beside the array. "Sect leader, you're finally here." As soon as the elders saw Gongsun Zhongxing, they were all extremely excited. Some of them even started to cry. Only a life and death realm expert like the sect leader could solve this crisis. "Don't worry, Vice sect leader Lu won't die in vain." Gongsun Zhongxing gritted his teeth and said. He looked around and his eyes emitted a cold light. Soon, he locked onto a white-robed figure. When he saw the black-robed beautiful girl standing next to the white-robed young man, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. "What a bitch! How dare you betray the Gendry sect? I'll kill you!" Gongsun Zhongxing roared. His figure flashed and quickly flew over. He didn't fly high, but flew close to the ground. After all, he knew that there was a sky restriction array in this place. He couldn't fly high. He couldn't afford to offend the Eternal Realm expert who set up the sky restriction array. At this moment, Yi Yun was strolling leisurely. Although the quality of the items on the stalls were extremely trashy, he was looking at them with great interest. He couldn't help but say that he shouldn't underestimate the stalls. Yi Yun saw a magic treasure from 100,000 years ago in a stall. Although it had lost its power, its ancient appearance still made him recall some memories. Yi Yun bought this magic treasure. Of course, he just kept it as a memory. A black shadow quickly flew over from a distance. Gongsun Zhongxing suddenly stopped and looked coldly at the white-robed young man in front of him. He then pulled out the long sword on his back. "Master, it's the Gendry sect master, Gongsun Zhongxing." Mu Qing had been looking around and found Gongsun Zhongxing at first glance. Yi Yun glanced at Gongsun Zhongxing casually and found that he was a first-level life and death realm cultivator. He then lowered his head again and looked at a small green gourd on the stall. The gourd was crystal clear and green. It had two halves, one on the top and the other on the bottom. In terms of appearance, it was somewhat similar to the gourd in his warehouse. Yi Yun picked up the small gourd and looked at it carefully. The stall owner was an old man. When he saw the Gendry sect master standing in the distance, he couldn't help but tremble in fear. "Young master, I'm not selling the gourd." The old man immediately snatched back the gourd in Yi Yun's hand, wrapped the rag on the ground, turned around, and fled. He could see that the Gendry sect master was coming over aggressively. It seemed that he wanted to fight with the white-robed young man in front of him. He was just a first-level Nirvana realm cultivator. Therefore, it was better to run away. "I can't buy the gourd anymore." Yi Yun smiled and stood up. He turned around and casually looked at the black-robed old man behind him. "Are you the sect master of the Gendry sect?" Yi Yun looked at Gongsun Zhongxing and asked indifferently. "That's right." Gongsun Zhongxing's eyes were cold, and his body exuded a terrifying aura. Countless cultivators around were frightened and fled in all directions. After all, he was the only life and death realm expert here. Most of the cultivators in the Marshal Kunshan black market were in the Nirvana realm. Cultivators in the Fate realm were relatively rare. Gongsun Zhongxing's eyes first fell on Yi Yun, then his eyelids fluttered slightly and fell on Mu Qing. "TCH, you betrayed the Gendry sect for a man. The sect has trained you for so many years in vain." Gongsun Zhongxing roared angrily. "Man should always strive for a lower place. What's wrong with leaving the Gendry sect?" Before Mu Qing could speak, Yi Yan spoke indifferently. After that, Yi Yan looked at the big black cat beside him. Master, leave this lowly bastard to me. The big black cat received the instruction from its master's gaze and walked out valiantly, placing the black shield in front of itself. Humph. A monster at the 4th level of the Fate Realm. Even if you have some ability and can kill Deputy Sect Master Lu by surprise, you are still vulnerable in front of me. Go to hell. Gongsun Zhongxing roared. His body was full of flames and his sword intent was as thick as the ocean. He slashed his sword. The sword light was so bright that it seemed as if the whole world was split into two. Looking at the menacing sword, the big black cat was fearless and immediately blocked it with its shield. Rumble, Gongsun Zhongxing's shocking sword strike disappeared as he was sent flying by the shockwave. Haha, so what if you are in the life and death realm? You're no match for me. The big black cat's blood boiled as it roared. Then, it turned into a black light and rushed over. This. Gongsun Zhongxing was shocked. Just what kind of bloodline did this 4th level demon have to be so powerful? Could it be that this guy had concealed his cultivation base just now and was also in the life and death realm? Just as he was hesitating, a black light smashed towards him. He hurriedly raised his sword to block it. Boom, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle in midair. Yi Yan's gaze was indifferent. He didn't even look at the battle in the sky. Mu Qing's eyes widened as she stared at the scene in disbelief. She had never expected that her master's cat, which seemed to be at the 4th level of the Fate state, would be so powerful. Could it be that the 9-tailed spirit cat was also a life and death expert? Did he deliberately reveal that he was in the Fate state? At the thought of this, Mu Qing couldn't help but look at the handsome figure beside her. She secretly guessed. If her master's 9-tailed spirit cat was in the life and death realm, then how high was her master's cultivation base? She suddenly remembered the sky restriction from before. A light suddenly flashed through her mind. It suddenly dawned on Mu Qing that the Eternal Realm Big Shot was probably her master. At the thought of this, Mu Qing couldn't help but tremble with excitement. The master she followed turned out to be an Eternal Realm Great Cultivator. It was hard to imagine. In the Celestial Empire, there was not a single Eternal Realm Cultivator. Basically, in thousands of years, not even one Eternal Realm Cultivator would pass through the Celestial Empire. After all, the Celestial Empire was a small place. Eternal Realm Great Cultivators had no interest in this place. Maobao, is Master in the Eternal Realm? Women were extremely curious. Thinking of this, Mu Qing couldn't help but ask Maobao next to her. Well, Maobao stuttered, not knowing if she should tell Mu Qing the truth. Master, can I tell you? Maobao looked in the direction of Yi Yan and asked in a low voice. Tell her, she will know sooner or later anyway. Yi Yan's voice rang in her ears. Yes, Master. Maobao nodded happily, then looked at Mu Qing with a serious face and said, Master's cultivation base is higher than the Eternal Realm. Higher than the Eternal Realm, Mu Qing was taken aback. According to what she knew, above the Eternal Realm was the Immortal Realm. Could it be that her master was a legendary god? Thinking of this, Mu Qing looked at Yi Yan's back again. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that her master was like a god blooming with infinite divine light, making people look up to him. Her emotions erupted like a tsunami, and her body trembled with excitement. At this moment, her throat was choked and she couldn't speak. Boom, there was a loud bang in the air. The black shield in the big black cat's hand fell down and smashed Gongsun Zhongxing down from the air. Gongsun Zhongxing landed on a tall building and smashed it into pieces, turning it into a cloud of dust. Yi Yan smiled. When the two of them were fighting, he had casually removed the forbidden sky restriction on Marshal Kuan Mountain. Now that he had arrived at Marshal Kuan Mountain, the forbidden sky restriction was useless. Haha, this is so satisfying. The big black cat felt the surging power in its body and couldn't help but roar to the sky. It fell from the air like a meteor and continued to smash with the shield in its hand. Boom, boom, after a series of violent collisions, Gongsun Zhongxing was smashed to death. The poor sect master of the Gendry sect, a great cultivator in the life and death realm, died so tragically in the black market of Marshal Kuan Mountain. Yi Yan surveyed his surroundings. The tiny runes that were as small as stars appeared in his eyes once again, constantly changing and disappearing. At this moment, all the cultivators in the surroundings were in a daze. The scene they saw just now magically disappeared again. Of course, Yi Yin didn't erase the memories of the few old men in the Gendry sect. In his opinion, the Gendry sect's matter wasn't over yet. The Gendry sect still had a life and death realm Grand Elder. His strength was slightly higher than Gongsun Zhongxing's. Next, it would be up to this old man to see if he would come to die. After the cultivators on Marshal Kuan Mountain had their memories erased, their expressions returned to normal and they returned to their usual state. Mao Bauer looked at the crowd in shock and couldn't understand for a moment. Why didn't these people seem to be frightened at all? Those who set up stalls continued to set up their stalls. Those who were strolling around continued to stroll around. Those who were doing business continued to do business. There was no change from before. Whoosh, the big black cat jumped up from the damaged building. He was holding a storage ring in his hand and kept it with a smile. Master, don't worry. I'll pass the ring to the sect master. The big black cat came forward and said respectfully. Yi Yin nodded. On Marshal Kuan Mountain, the big black cat had already taken a few storage rings. It was a good habit to hand them over to the sect master. Looking at the damaged building, Yi Yin waved his hand gently. A mysterious force flew out and landed on the building. The destroyed building was restored to its original state in a heaven-defying manner. Gongsun Zhongxing's corpse in the building had already turned into particles and dissipated. What a divine ability! Seeing the master's mysterious divine ability to create things out of thin air, the big black cat couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It felt that it had really broadened its horizons this time. Mao Bauer and Mu Qing were also shocked. Master is so powerful. As expected of a god, there's nothing he can't do, Mu Qing thought to herself. Looking at Yi Yin's back, her gaze became even more fervent than before. Inside the main hall, the few old men of Marshal Kuan Mountain were trembling in fear. They were hiding in the distance and watching the entire battle. They never expected that the black-robed young man was also a life and death realm expert. With his invincible might, he smashed Sect Master Gongsun Zhongxing to the ground. Then, he brutally smashed Sect Master to death with his shield. Thinking back to this bloody scene, the hearts of the old men were filled with great fear. It was as if doomsday had arrived, and they were in a constant state of panic. What should we do? One of the old men said with a trembling voice. Although Sect Master is dead, don't forget that we still have the Supreme Elder. Another old man clenched his fist and said slowly. The few old men looked at each other and suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. All right, we'll leave Marshal Kuan Mountain and return to the sect through the teleportation array. We'll report to the Supreme Elder. One of the old men said and left the main hall with the others. They quietly left through the backyard and returned to the Gendry sect in the Celestial Empire through the teleportation array. The sect master was dead. If they used the small teleportation array in the main hall again, the Jade Strip wouldn't be sent to the Supreme Elder directly. Moreover, Marshal Kuan Mountain was too dangerous. They didn't want to stay here any longer. It was better to leave as soon as possible. A ray of light shone and the few of them disappeared at the same time. Yi Yin glanced in the direction of the light and smiled indifferently, not taking it seriously. Master, there's still a Supreme Elder in the Gendry sect. He should be breaking through to Life and Death Realm second layer soon. He's much stronger than Gongsun Zhongxing. Mu Qing muttered softly at the side. It doesn't matter. If he dares to come, we'll catch him in one fell swoop. Yi Yin said indifferently. After saying that, he squatted down and picked up the small gourd from before and played with it. How much is this? The big black cat asked at the side. The Nirvana realm old man's memory had been erased, so he didn't know how terrifying these people were. He smiled and said, only 100 spiritual stones. The big black cat took out 100 spirit stones and handed them to the old man. Seeing this, Yi Yin smiled and put away the small gourd. He didn't keep the gourd in his storage. After all, the quality of the magic treasures in his warehouse was too high. If such a small gourd was placed inside, it would probably be instantly shattered by the powerful pressure. In Yi Yin's warehouse, which was specially used to store magical equipment, many magical equipment had already given birth to intelligence. Each and every one of them was extremely terrifying. Some of them were even world-destroying. Once they appeared, it was unknown how many worlds would be destroyed. Yi Yan continued to stroll around. The Marshall Kuan Mountains black market was huge. If he strolled around leisurely, it would take him at least a day to finish. When Yi Yan saw something interesting or familiar, he would buy it, and the big black cat would pay for it. After walking for a while, Yi Yan suddenly saw a young man in blue clothes not far away. He was in his early 20s. He had a stocky build, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. He had an extraordinary temperament and his cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. He placed a piece of yellow rag on the ground. On the rag, there was a treasure that looked like a canopy. This canopy-like treasure wasn't small. It had a diameter of 1 meter. It was ancient and had experienced the vicissitudes of life. However, upon closer inspection, some parts of it were already damaged. The young man squatted on the ground and quietly waited for someone to come and buy his treasure. There were many people on the street, but no one was interested in his broken treasure. Seeing this canopy, Yi Yan sighed softly and recalled some things from many years ago. He was prepared to go over and see if this canopy was the same one from the past. Yi Yan took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, a middle-aged man stopped beside the stall. "What treasure is this?" The middle-aged man sized up the canopy on the ground. After looking at it for a while, he still couldn't figure out the origin of this treasure. Seeing that someone was interested in the stall, the young man in blue clothes was instantly energized. He raised the ancient canopy treasure in his hand and smiled. "Brother, you have good eyesight. This treasure of mine is an extraordinary treasure. Once you inject magic power into it, it will float above your head and drop down rays of light to protect you. No attacks will be able to penetrate it." "Is it that powerful? What grade is this canopy now?" The middle-aged man crossed his arms and didn't have any intention of taking the canopy. He often came to the Marshall Kuan Mountains black market to find treasures. He knew that this place was filled with crooks and honest people. If he wanted to find treasures, it would be extremely difficult. Seeing that the middle-aged man was so knowledgeable, the young man in blue clothes looked a little embarrassed. He stuttered, "This treasure of mine used to be an emperor-grade treasure. However, it has been passed down for too long. After experiencing the effects of a few battles, it has now fallen to earth grade." "Earth grade? You still have the nerve to take out such a treasure?" The middle-aged man curled his lips and turned to leave. Sigh, the young man in blue clothes sighed and looked extremely dejected. "If this canopy can't be sold, I won't have enough spiritual stones to buy a heavenly moon token," he sighed and lowered his head, looking listless. At this moment, a figure in white clothes quietly arrived. "Does this treasure have a name?" Yi Yan squatted down and picked up the canopy to examine it carefully. "Of course it has a name. It used to be an emperor-grade treasure after all." Seeing that another customer had come to his stall, the young man in blue clothes became excited again. He suddenly raised his head and saw a young man in white clothes. This young man in white clothes was extremely handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. He exuded an indescribable sacred aura from head to toe. He didn't expect such a man to exist in this world. The young man in blue clothes' eyes lit up. He was impressed by Yi Yan's elegance. "Hey, young man. My master asked you for the name of this treasure. Are you stupid?" The big black cat walked over and said aggressively. Sensing that this was a fate-state monster, the young man in blue clothes was shocked. "Little cat, speak properly." Yi Yan raised his head and looked at the big black cat. The big black cat suddenly quivered and forced a smile. He looked at the young man in blue clothes and said, "Young man, can you tell my master the name of this treasure? This treasure is passed down from my ancestors. It's called the Heavenly Treasure Canopy." The young man in blue clothes said proudly. "Heavenly Treasure Canopy, what a good name," Yi Yan smiled. His gaze fell on the ancient and somewhat broken Hua Tian treasure cover in his hand, and a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. There was no doubt that this Heavenly Treasure Canopy had a history of 100,000 years. It was a treasure that Yi Yan had personally given to Lei Qing. It was an offensive and defensive treasure. This treasure was a high emperor-grade treasure. However, after 100,000 years of vicissitudes and several wars, it was no longer the same as before. The heavenly treasure canopy's grade had fallen to the earth grade. Yi Yan looked at it and sighed in his heart. This imperial canopy treasure looks quite old. Young man, how much is it? An old man in a golden brocade robe walked over and his eyes fell on the heavenly imperial canopy in Yi Yan's hand. There was a trace of passion in his eyes. Not much, only 50,000 spirit stones. The young man in blue waved his hand and said very politely. The old man touched his chin and hesitated for a moment, then said with a smile, 50,000 spirit stones is not expensive. How about this, I'll give you 60,000 spirit stones and you can have this heavenly imperial canopy. Yi Yan's expression changed. He stood up from the ground and looked at the old man in the golden robe. The old man in the golden robe had white hair and a ruddy face. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary temperament. He was at the 6th level of the Fate realm and there were several retinues behind him. Their cultivation levels were between the 3rd and 4th levels of the Fate realm. Shouldn't everything be first come, first served? Yi Yan smiled faintly. Facing these tiny ants in front of him, he really couldn't muster up any interest. His only interest was to toy with the other party. Yi Yan wasn't just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He was someone who had even slashed the heavenly Tao. That's right, first come, first served. Don't you know this rule? What's wrong with you, old man? The big black cat walked over angrily and waved his fist as if he was about to fight. What are you doing? The retinues behind the old man in the golden robe rushed over. The two sides confronted each other. Don't fight, the young man in blue could not help but panic when he saw the situation. I'll give you 100,000 spirit stones. Yi Yan looked at the young man in blue and said with a smile. Okay, I'll sell it to you. The young man in blue nodded quickly. The only thing he needed was 50,000 spirit stones to exchange for a heavenly moon token on the black market. This broken imperial canopy could be sold for 100,000 spirit stones, which was a sky-high price. He quickly agreed, afraid that Yi Yan would go back on his word. Here you go. The big black cat quickly took out 100,000 spirit stones and handed it to the young man in blue. When the golden-robed old man saw that he had been intercepted, his face immediately darkened. Just as he was about to flare up, he suddenly saw a beautiful girl in black walk out from behind the white-clothed youth. His pupils shrank slightly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. She was the saintess of the Gendry sect. This was the person behind Wukuan Mountain's black market. Master, this person doesn't know his place. Do you want me to kill him? Mu Qing bowed slightly to Yi Yan and said respectfully. Tell them to scram. Yi Yan said calmly. He didn't want to kill them because of a few ants, which would destroy the feelings of remembering his old brothers. Mu Qing frowned and pointed at the old man. Scram. Yes, we'll leave now. Facing the saintess, the golden-robed old man did not dare to resist. He turned around and left. The other retainers realized that the situation was not good and hurriedly followed. After walking far away, the golden-robed old man listened for a while. At this moment, he was drenched in cold sweat and his clothes were soaked. He did not expect the saintess of the Gendry sect to address the white-clothed youth as master. He had overestimated himself and wanted to snatch the treasure that the white-clothed youth wanted. He was courting death. Fortunately, I was lucky. Otherwise, I would have lost my life this time, the golden-robed old man wiped his sweat and said with lingering fear. After saying that, he was stunned. He and his subordinates were in a trance. When they recovered, they couldn't remember what had just happened. Let's go. Let's continue searching for treasures. Looking at the two sides of the bustling street, the golden-robed old man became excited and left with his retainers. Yi Yan glanced at the backs of the retainers and a faint smile appeared on his face. He did not want others to see him in this world. Therefore, along the way, he had erased the memories of those who had seen Yi Yan. When he left Wukuan Mountain, Yi Yan would erase everyone's memories of him, including the old men who had escaped from the Gendry sect. He would never exist in anyone's mind. After the blue-clothed youth sold the splendid sky treasure cover, he felt relieved. He happily put away the rag, stuffed it into his storage ring, and was ready to leave. Is your surname Lei? Yi Yan looked at the blue-clothed youth in front of him. His eyes were hazy, as if he had returned to 100,000 years ago. A familiar youth was standing in front of him. This youth was his good brother, Lei Qing. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yun was the #1 bully in the Cangnan continent. Naturally, he had many bad friends and good brothers. Chang Yechen, whom he had met before, was one of them. And so was Lei Qing. If the blue-clothed youth's family treasure was the splendid sky treasure cover, then he was most likely the descendant of the Lei family. It was unknown how many generations the Lei family had passed down after 100,000 years. Hearing the white-clothed youth's shocking words, the blue-clothed youth, Lei Qinian, was shocked. How did this person know that his surname was Lei? The secret of his family's surname had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. In other words, tens of thousands of years ago, the ancestors of the Lei family had changed their surname from Lei to Li and passed it down from generation to generation. However, not everyone in the Lei family knew about it. Only the patriarch of the Lei family was qualified to know this secret. So many years had passed. In Lei Qinian's generation, he was the only one left in the Lei family. Therefore, Lei Qinian, the only descendant, naturally knew the secret of the Lei family's surname that had been passed down for thousands of years. Senior, you must have mistaken me for someone else. My surname is Li. Lei Qinian tried to suppress the shock in his heart and said with a fake smile. Surname Li? Yi Yan raised his eyebrows and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. This splendid sky treasure cover was the treasure he gave to Lei Qing 100,000 years ago. Since the youth in front of him said that it was an ancestral treasure, he should be a member of the Lei family. But why did the youth say that his surname was Li? Could it be that there was some secret behind this? How could my master mistake you for someone else? Kid, don't lie, or I won't let you go. The big black cat threatened him with an unfriendly look. He was exuding the aura of a great practitioner at the 4th level of the Fate realm, which made Lei Qinian, who was at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm, unable to breathe. Senior, I didn't lie, my surname is Li. Lei Qinian's face turned red and he was still trying to explain. Yi Yan waved his hand and dispersed the aura of the big black cat. Is there anyone else in your family now? Yi Yan asked. No one, my parents died long ago, I'm the only one left in this generation. Lei Qinian was relieved when the aura disappeared and he said with a gloomy look. He wasn't lying. In these tens of thousands of years, their Lei family had declined and declined day by day. His parents had contracted a strange disease and passed away a long time ago. Now he was the only one left and he was living a lonely life. In order to enter the Sky Moon's secret realm to fulfill his dead father's last wish, Lei Qinian had no choice but to sell the splendid sky treasure cover. In any case, this treasure was already damaged beyond recognition, so it didn't have much use for it. But Lei Qinian didn't expect that he would be so lucky to meet a rich man who could sell a splendid sky treasure cover for a high price of 100,000 spiritual stones. He was pleasantly surprised because the remaining 50,000 spirit stones would greatly alleviate his impoverished life. Hearing Lei Qinian's words, Yi Yan fell silent. Unexpectedly. After 100,000 years, the Lei family would be in such a miserable state. Compared to the descendants of Chang Yechen, they were far worse. Sigh. Yi Yan sighed. His expression was bleak as he raised his head and looked towards the distant horizon. Master, what's wrong? Mao Bauer rolled her eyes and asked the big black cat in a low voice. I don't know, let's not talk. The big black cat said in a low voice. He also noticed that his master was not in a good mood and dared not say more. Master, I have extra heavenly moon token here, why don't I give one to this young master? Mu Qing said softly beside him. Sure. Yi Yan's heart skipped a beat. He turned to look at Mu Qing with a look of approval. After all, they had heard the young man in blue sighing on the other side of the street. This young man wanted to sell the heavenly flower cover and collect enough spiritual stones to buy a heavenly moon token. If Mu Qing had extra heavenly moon tokens, Yi Yan would not mind giving one to the young man in blue. Lei Qinian, who was about to leave, was shocked when he heard the conversation between the two. What? The saintess of the Gendry sect wanted to give him a heavenly moon token. He felt that it was a little unbelievable. He quickly pinched his thigh with his hand and felt a sharp pain. Then he knew that it was not a dream. Mu Qing gracefully walked over. With a flip of her jade-like hand, she handed over a heavenly moon token and said with a smile, "Young master, this token is for you." Lei Qinian was so excited that his face turned red. He stammered, "Saintess, this is not acceptable. I dare not accept it. Master asked me to give this to you. You don't have to be polite. If you really want to thank someone, then thank Master." Mu Qing forced the heavenly moon token to Lei Qinian and turned to leave. Lei Qinian held the heavenly moon token in his hand. His eyes were red and his body was trembling. Apparently, he was extremely excited. He could tell that the white-clothed senior didn't have any ill intentions towards him, but he had been hiding his surname from the senior. Now that he was the only one left in the Lei clan, what was there to be afraid of? Even if he revealed this secret, he had entered the Heavenly Moon Mystery Land to fulfill his father's last wish. However, the Heavenly Moon Mystery Realm was filled with danger. He did not know if he could make it out alive. Therefore, at this moment, Lei Qinian made up his mind to tell the senior his real surname. Thinking of this, Lei Qinian walked over to Yi Yun, bowed and said respectfully, "Senior, I was wrong." Yi Yun turned around and looked at Lei Qinian in surprise, asking, "What's wrong?" "Senior, my surname is indeed Lei, not Li. This is a secret passed down in my family for tens of thousands of years." Lei Qinian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Tens of thousands of years ago, you changed your surname?" Yi Yun's eyes suddenly widened. A rare look of surprise appeared on his face. The Lei clan was a big clan 100,000 years ago. It was powerful and comparable to a super sect. How could they suddenly change their surname? This was not a small matter. There must be a huge crisis in the Lei clan for them to make such a big decision. What is the reason? Why did the ancestors of the Lei clan change their surname? Yi Yun frowned slightly at this moment and spoke in a serious tone. "Senior, I can only tell you this much. Because every generation of the Lei clan will swear to God that they will not tell the real secret of why the Lei clan changed their surname." Lei Qinian looked serious. He shook his head and suddenly sighed. "I see." Yi Yun nodded. He looked at Lei Qinian's immature face, and his heart grew heavier. At this moment, he seemed to feel that the person behind the scenes had gone deep into his good brother's family. In Yi Yun's eyes, the small star-like Fu characters moved slightly. At this moment, Yi Yun read all the information in Lei Qinian's memory. Since the descendants of the Lei clan had sworn to God, he could only read the memory directly to get the information he wanted. This was not a violation of the Lei clan's oath. Lei Qinian would not bear the consequences of breaking the oath. After reading this memory, Yi Yun's face suddenly became gloomy. The Lei clan changed their surname 90,000 years ago. It was a long time ago. According to Lei Qinian's memory, a masked woman came to the Lei clan. The woman and the Lei clan leader chatted for a few hours in the secret room. The woman told the Lei clan leader that if he wanted the Lei clan to survive for a long time, he had to hide his name, change his surname and go far away to avoid this disaster. Or else, the decline of the Lei clan would become uncontrollable. The Lei clan leader did not believe it at first. But after 100 years, the Lei clan began to deteriorate. There were clansmen who died inexplicably and the cause of death could not be found. The process of death was very strange. This caused the Lei clan's patriarch to panic. At this moment, the masked woman came again. The Lei clan leader believed the masked woman's words. Later on, under the arrangement of the masked woman, the entire Lei clan moved to a remote mountainous area. They found a valley that looked like a paradise and lived in seclusion ever since. The Lei clan, from then on, changed to the Li clan. This secret was only passed down orally among the clan leaders. There were no written records. Although the Lei clan moved to the Paradise Valley and was far away from the troubles of the world, they still declined after 80 to 90,000 years. This was the whole process. After reading this memory, Yi Yun's eyes were flickering like flames. The masked woman's actions were very strange. Could she be the missing Nangongyu? Since Nangongyu had given the Qin clan an eyeball of the ancient void dragon, it might help the Lei clan to live in seclusion and survive the unknown danger. Thinking of this, Yi Yin touched the space between his eyebrows. He only felt that Nangong Yu, this girl, was making him more and more confused. Yi Yin suddenly saw another memory in Lei Qinyan's memory. The reason why Lei Qinyan wanted to buy a Heavenly Moon token to enter the Heavenly Moon Mystery Land was that an ancestor of the Lei clan had entered the Heavenly Moon Mystery Land and found a Heavenly Moon Osmanthus tree and plucked many Heavenly Moon Osmanthus fruits. The quality of these fruits was very high. After eating them, one's power of understanding and aptitude increased significantly. At that time, this ancestor ate a few and hid the rest in a nearby valley. The Heavenly Moon Osmanthus fruit would not rot and could be preserved in the Heavenly Moon Mystery Land for thousands of years. The reason why Lei Qinyan entered the Heavenly Moon Mystery Land was for the few remaining Heavenly Moon Osmanthus fruits. Yi Yin looked at Lei Qinyan and suddenly smiled. He said, "One of my disciples will also go to the Heavenly Moon Mystery Land. Why don't you team up? This way, you will have more ability to resist the risks." Team up? Lei Qinyan was stunned. He did not expect this senior in white to make such a request. The reason why Yi Yin suggested this was because he was afraid that Lei Qinyan would die in the Sky Moon Mystery Land. After all, the risk of dying in any mystery land alone was extremely high. Moreover, Lei Qinyan was only at Nirvana Realm level 5 and only had average combat strength. "Senior, thank you for your kindness. I have some personal matters to attend to in the Sky Moon Mystery Land. I really can't team up with your disciples." Lei Qinyan thought about it and rejected Yi Yin's kindness. Because he had to be extremely careful this time. After all, those sky laurel fruits were extremely precious. He was also afraid that others would target them after they formed a team. Although the senior in front of him treated him well, in fact, he did not know the senior's background. "You little brat, my master treats you so well and you still reject." The big black cat gritted its teeth and looked as if it expected better from Lei Qinyan. "Think about it first. When the Sky Moon Mystery Land opens, maybe you will change your mind." Yi Yin smiled faintly and did not continue to dissuade him. He naturally knew the secret in Lei Qinyan's heart. After all, once they formed a team, he would not be able to search for the sky laurel fruits hidden in the valley alone. There were still a few days before the Sky Moon Mystery Land opened. Yi Yin was not in a hurry and gave this little brat some time to think. After all, this was the only descendant of his good brother in this world. Yi Yin had to take good care of this descendant and send Lei Qinyan off so that he could be at ease. "Senior, thank you for your understanding. Goodbye." Lei Qinyan clasped his hands together and bowed. Then he turned and left in a hurry. Now that he had a Sky Moon token, he had to hurry to the Celestial Empire. There was a ferry port not far from Wukuan Mountain. There were large spaceships that traveled between the Celestial Empire and the Celestial Empire. He only needed to spend a certain amount of spiritual stones to take the spaceships to the Celestial Empire. Looking at Lei Qinyan's disappearing figure, Yi Yin smiled. What a stubborn little brat. His personality was somewhat similar to that of his good brother, Lei Qing. Lei Qing's character was very stubborn. "Master, why are you taking care of this little fellow? Is he also a descendant of your old friend?" The big black cat thought for a moment and asked boldly. After all, the big black cat had been to the Chang family before and knew that they were the descendants of one of Master's old friends from 100,000 years ago. Just now, the old master had continuously interrogated the blue-clothed youth about his surname. Clearly, this blue-clothed youth, it was also very likely that he was the descendant of an old friend that Master had met 100,000 years ago. Not bad. Yi Yin nodded and did not hide anything. He looked at the foot of the mountain and sent an order to the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's mind. "Master, don't worry, I will definitely protect that little guy." The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon transformed into a young man in a red robe and flew off in a certain direction. With the Blood Chief Demon Dragon by his side, Yi Yin felt much more at ease. The reason why Yi Yin sent the Blood Chief Demon Dragon to protect Lei Qinyan was because he did not want anything to happen to him along the way. It just so happened that the little dragon was bored, so he arranged an escort mission for him. "Sigh, I'm the only one left." The big black horse looked in a certain direction, then suddenly lowered his head and sighed. He was just a cart puller. Now that the Blood Chief Demon Dragon had accepted the mission and was busy, he could only wait here for Master to return. Yi Yan continued to stroll along the streets and silently waited for the Gendry sect to make a move. At the same time, the elders who had been transported from Wukuan Mountain to the Gendry sect immediately rushed to an ancient pagoda at the back of the mountain. Grand Elder, things are not good. The sect leader and deputy sect leader have been killed and the sacred lady has betrayed the sect. The elders knelt in front of the ancient pagoda and cried miserably. At first, the ancient pagoda was silent. As the elders continued to cry, a skinny elder in gray pushed open the door of the ancient pagoda and walked out. Grand Elder, you've finally come out. When they saw the gray-robed elder, the elders all had tears in their eyes and sobbed uncontrollably. The gray-robed elder's face was haggard, but his eyes were extremely sharp. He said coldly, "Tell me everything that happened in detail." "It's like this, Grand Elder." One of the elders recounted the entire process of what had happened on Marshal Kuan Mountain in detail. He did not forget to embellish the story and exaggerate how hateful and terrifying the white-robed youth was. After listening to the story, the gray-robed elder's face was so gloomy that it was about to freeze. Boundless anger ignited in his chest like a volcanic eruption. "This person is not simple." The gray-robed elder suppressed his emotions and said calmly. "Grand Elder, you have to avenge the sect leader." When they saw that the Grand Elder did not say anything, the elders immediately cried bitterly. "We must avenge him. Come with me." The gray-robed elder turned and walked away. His sleeves fluttered as he turned and walked into a long and narrow valley. There was a formation in the valley that was shrouded in clouds. The gray-robed elder formed hand seals with both hands and sent in a series of seals. At this moment, the formation was activated and a door opened. The gray-robed elder led the way and walked in. "What is this place?" The other elders obviously did not know this place and could not help but look at each other. When they saw that the Grand Elder did not answer, they obediently shut up and followed behind him. After entering the door, there was a pitch-black tunnel. The tunnel was slanted and extended deep into the ground. No one knew how long it extended. "Grand Elder, is this the secret place of our sect?" An elder walked in the tunnel that was filled with chilly winds and asked carefully. "That's right. The deepest part of the Gendry sect is hidden in the depths of the ground," the gray-robed elder said with a proud smile on his face. The few of them quickened their pace. After an hour, they finally arrived at a large hall in the depths of the ground. Gasp! The few old men sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared dumbfoundedly at the huge rock standing in the middle of the hall. The huge rock was crystal clear and exuded a majestic aura of life. A huge black bird was sealed in the middle of the huge rock. "Grand Elder, could this be the legendary mystic bird ancestor of our Gendry sect?" An elder seemed to have thought of something. His knees went soft and he knelt on the ground. The other elders also knelt on the ground. Everyone looked at the black mystic bird sealed in the huge transparent rock with fanatical expressions and kept kowtowing. For tens of thousands of years, there had been a legend in the Gendry sect that there was once a real mystic bird in the sect. But that was only a legend. None of the descendants of the Gendry sect had ever seen it. "Everyone, donate 10 drops of blood essence. I will wake the ancestor up." The gray-robed elder looked at the few people kneeling on the ground and said indifferently. Hearing this sentence, the few elders immediately patted their chests without hesitation and spat out 10 drops of blood essence. The 10 drops of blood essence were dark red and exuded a strong aura of the mystic bird's bloodline. The gray-robed elder collected the blood essence into a small bottle and walked to the front of the huge rock. His body rose into the air. He tilted the small bottle down from the top of the huge rock. The dark red blood essence fell into the crystal clear rock like a thin line. Then, it penetrated the huge rock and slowly entered the body of the black mystic bird. Drops of essence blood were injected into the rock. Within the huge crystal clear rock, the aura of the huge black Xian bird grew stronger and stronger. The black feathers on its body trembled slightly, as if it was about to awaken. The old men kneeling on the ground could not help but feel excited when they saw the scene. After the gray-robed old man finished the last drop of essence blood, he put away the small bottle and landed on the ground again. "You guys, get up first," the gray-robed old man ordered. The old men quickly stood up and leaned forward to ask in a low voice, "Supreme Elder, is the rock where the mystic bird patriarch is located the legendary Dawn Stone?" "You're quite knowledgeable," The gray-clothed old man glanced indifferently at the round-faced old man beside him and said proudly, "Although my mystic bird holy sect is only a large high-rank sect, in reality, our true foundation is enough to compare with super sects. I'm afraid even a supreme sect doesn't have this dawnstone." The old man's eyes lit up again when they heard the Supreme Elder's words. "Supreme Elder, may I know what cultivation level the mystic bird patriarch has reached?" An old man rubbed his hands excitedly and asked. "It used to be very strong, but..." The gray-robed old man sighed. "The mystic bird patriarch has lived for 100,000 years. Its physical body has long withered and its primordial spirit is very weak, but it can still exert the strength of a half-step to the eternal realm, so strong." The old men were overjoyed. An old man asked curiously, "This mysterious dawnstone can't seal the mystic bird patriarch's lifespan?" "It's been too long. No matter how miraculous the dawnstone is, it can't seal the mystic bird patriarch's primordial spirit and physical body perfectly without any leakage." The gray-robed old man sighed when he heard this. The other old men could not help but look at each other when they heard this. They were extremely shocked at this moment. The fact that the mystic bird patriarch could live for 100,000 years had completely changed their understanding. And all of this, it came from this mysterious dawnstone. Such a huge dawnstone was indeed rare in the world. If it was exposed, even the heaven-class sects would come to snatch it. A muffled sound suddenly rang out from the enormous origin stone. What happened? Why did it wake me up? The huge black Xian bird slowly opened its bright black eyes. The gray-robed elder immediately knelt on the ground and said emotionally, "Ancestor, the sect has encountered a great calamity this time. Now that the sect master and vice-sect master have been killed, I'm afraid we can only ask for your help." Who would have such guts? Killing intent flashed across the black mystic bird's eyes. "That's a life-and-death cultivator. His origin is unknown. He's currently at Marshal Kuan Mountain," the gray-robed elder hurriedly said. After a moment of silence, the black bird said slowly, "I've already lived for 100,000 years. My body has already withered, and my soul is extremely weak. If I force myself to fight, I only have one chance. Afterwards, I will completely leave this world. Are you sure you want me to fight this time?" "Ancestor, we don't want to wake you up either, but we have no other choice this time," the gray-robed old man said with grief and indignation. "Fine, fine. I've lived for 100,000 years, and I've lived enough. What's the point of living a few more 100 years? I might as well help you resolve the sect's crisis this time." The black mystic bird heaved a long sigh and made up its mind. "Thank you, Ancestor." The gray-robed elder was overjoyed. If the blackbird ancestor were to fight, he would be able to unleash a half-step eternal realm attack. No life-and-death cultivator would be its match. "Let's go. Take me away from here," the black mystic bird ordered. "Yes." The gray-robed elder hurriedly took out a divine pet bracelet and put away the huge sparkling source stone with a wave of his hand. "That's great. With the help of the blackbird ancestor, those guys will definitely be killed." The other elders beside him stood up with a relaxed look on their faces. They followed the great Supreme Elder and left the hall deep underground. Then, they took the teleportation array and arrived at Marshal Kuan Mountain. A light flashed and a few figures appeared. The gray-robed elder looked around and spread out his divine sense. He immediately saw the young man in white who stood out from the rest. Beside the young man in white was a beautiful girl in black who was wearing the Gendry sect's Taoist robe. She was the saintess of the Gendry sect. "It's that guy, right?" The gray-robed elder pointed in a certain direction and said indifferently. "Yes, great elder. It's those guys. The young man in white should have the highest cultivation. The young man in black should be in the life and death realm," an elder said angrily. "Okay, I got it. This time, I'll send them all to hell." The gray-robed elder sneered and flew over in a flash. "Master," the teleportation array flashed again. "I'm afraid the great elder is here." Mu Qing looked in a certain direction and whispered. Just in time, Yi Yun, who was strolling around, smiled and said disapprovingly. A light flashed and a gray-robed elder suddenly appeared in the sky. As soon as he appeared, he emitted the terrifying aura of a life and death realm cultivator. All the cultivators around were frightened and fled in all directions. "You two life and death realm cultivators, do you dare to come up and fight?" The gray-robed elder had his hands behind his back and looked down at Marshal Kuan Mountain with a disdainful attitude. The reason why the battle was held in the void. He didn't want Marshal Kuan Mountain's black market to be destroyed in this battle. After all, the Blackbird Patriarch's final attack was unimaginably destructive. The entire Marshal Kuan Mountain would probably be flattened. This guy seems to have some trump cards. "Let's go up and take a look," Yiyan smiled gently and stepped into the sky. The big black cat, Mao Bao and Mu Qin followed closely behind. They reached a height of 10,000 meters. The two groups faced each other from afar. Yiyan looked at the gray-robed elder and said indifferently, "You're only at the first level of the life and death realm. If you don't have some trump cards, you won't be able to return today." "How arrogant. How can a frog at the bottom of a well like you understand the foundation of my Gendry sect?" The gray-robed elder sneered and waved his hand. A light shot out from the tip of his hand. A huge sparkling rock floated in the void as the light disappeared. And within this huge crystal, there was also a large black bird. "This is the blackbird?" The big black cat looked at the big black bird, blinked its eyes, and said in shock. He didn't expect that the Gendry sect would use a rare source stone to seal an ancient black bird. Mu Qing's expression was somewhat excited. She had the blackbird's bloodline. When she saw the blackbird, she instinctively wanted to fly over and get close to it. Yi Yan's gaze swept over and landed on the blackbird. His brows raised as if he had thought of something. "Old ancestor, please take action." The gray-robed elder suddenly knelt in the air and said with a fanatical expression. "Old ancestor, please take action." The few old men behind him also knelt down and roared angrily. Their voices shook the heaven and earth. Crack, the sparkling source stone slowly cracked open. The black mystic bird opened its ferocious eyes. Its gaze was like two sharp swords, stabbing at the rift on the other side. "This is..." When he saw a young man in snow-white clothes who looked like a god from a painting, his expression changed greatly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Familiar brows and incomparable extraordinary temperament. His every movement exuded an aura of disdain for the world. In the whole world. In the mystic bird's mind, only the number one eternal realm expert of the Tsangnan continent 100,000 years ago could be like this. It couldn't be wrong. It must be. The mystic bird became excited. It stared blankly at the immortal-like white-robed young man opposite it. Its eyes were filled with sorrow and joy, and its throat was choked. At this moment, it was overwhelmed with emotions and could not speak. Yi Yun was also sizing up the black mystic bird. The black mystic bird had been sealed in the source stone for a long time. Its body had long withered, and its primordial spirit was extremely weak. Its essence chi had long been depleted, and it probably would not live for long. Now that it had cracked the source stone for the last time, once it exhausted its life force, it would dissipate from the world. Although the black mystic bird exuded an ancient death chi, it gave him a familiar feeling. 100,000 years ago, there was 100 birds forest behind the Shenlong sect. There were all kinds of birds living in that place. Among them, there were two mystic birds, one big and one small. The big one had cultivated to the life and death realm, while the small one was only at the nirvana realm. The birds in the 100 birds forest had no natural enemies, so they could cultivate in the Shenlong sect, which was rich in spirit chi. From time to time, Yi Yun, the sect master, would also send some natural treasures to these birds. These birds all had extraordinary bloodlines, so they could cultivate in the Shenlong sect without any worries, and their progress was extremely fast. The black mystic bird in front of him was somewhat similar to the two mystic birds in the 100 birds forest, Yi Yun thought. Crack! Crack, the source stone completely cracked. After cracking, the source stone immediately lost its sparkling luster and became like an ordinary rock. This must be. The black mystic bird floated in the air without moving, staring at Yi Yun. Its body trembled, and its expression was agitated. A bold guess was about to come to its mind. Ancestor, what's wrong? The gray-robed elder raised his head and saw that the mystic bird ancestor was motionless. He could not help but be surprised. At this time, shouldn't it directly attack and kill those guys? Why didn't the mystic bird ancestor attack? Just as he was feeling doubtful, he suddenly heard the young man in white speak. Are you the eldest or the second? Yi Yan asked calmly. Sect Master, I'm number 2. Hearing that familiar voice, Xianxia could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart. Tears flowed down his cheeks. It was indeed that person. 100,000 years ago, the man who dominated the throne of the Sungnan continent's eternal realm. He was the sect master of the eternal level Shenlong sect. Hearing Xianxiao's words, Yi Yan nodded silently. It was indeed one of the 2 mysterious birds in the 100-bird forest of Shenlong sect. A black light flashed, and the mystic bird suddenly turned into a human form. It knelt at the feet of Yi Yan and cowed out continuously. Greetings, sect master. Xianxia cowed out as tears streamed down his face. It had been 100,000 years, To his surprise, he was able to meet the former 13th head of the Shenlong sect. Almost all the divine birds in the 100-bird forest disagreed with the death of their sect master due to chi deviation. Their sect master had unparalleled talent. At the age of 24, he was invincible in the eternal realm. With such talent, how could he die due to chi deviation when breaking through to the true God realm? But as time passed, the news of their sect master's death was slowly accepted by many people. Get up. It's not easy for you to live until now after being sealed in the Dawn Stone for so many years. Yi Yan sighed. With a wave of his hand, a wave of magic power swept out and lifted Xianxia up. 100,000 years, the world had changed. Yi Yan did not expect to see a mysterious bird raised by the sect in the past. It had to be said that life's encounters were truly miraculous. This is... The gray-robed elder looked up at the scene in shock. He was stunned. The ancestor of the Gendry sect knew the young man in white in front of him. Not only did they know each other, but he also knelt on the ground and called him sect master. What was going on? Oh my God, how could this be? The elders behind him saw the scene, and their hearts were broken. They thought Xianxia ancestor would avenge the sage sect. But they did not expect the ancestor to kneel on the ground when he saw the young man in white. It was really shocking. Who was this young man in white? How could he make the ancestor, a great demon half a step to the eternal realm, kneel at his feet? The surrounding atmosphere was tense. After a few breaths. Ancestor, are you really not going to avenge us? The gray-robed elder slowly stood up. His face was pale, and he asked in a trembling voice. Hearing someone speak, Xianxia suddenly turned around and looked at the few juniors with a face full of anger. Revenge? These bastards still wanted to take revenge? Don't you know who this is? This was its master. 100,000 years ago, its master was invincible in the entire Sungnan continent. After 100,000 years, his master would have probably reached the realm above the God realm long ago. The more it thought about it, the angrier it became. Xianxiao's anger erupted like a volcano. You bastard, how dare you be rude to the sect master? I'll beat you to death. A black light flashed, and Xianxia landed in front of the gray-robed elder and slapped him. With a bang, the gray-robed elder was turned into a bloody mist. After killing the highest elder of the Gendry sect, Xianxiao's anger subsided a little, but its face was still cold. As a demon beast of the Shenlong sect, Xianxia naturally knew that the Gendry sect 100,000 years ago was just a small vassal sect under the Shenlong sect. In the eyes of the noble Xianxia, such a small vassal sect was as insignificant as an ant. It had been subservient to the Gendry sect for so many years because of an agreement between the two sides tens of thousands of years ago. As the biggest foundation of the Gendry sect, it helped the Gendry sect survive the disaster. And the Gendry sect would regularly pour essence blood into it to maintain its life. Xianxia had escaped death from the Shenlong sect, so it naturally didn't want to die so easily. It also hoped that one day, the godlike sect master would return to the world. Therefore, it chose to seal the small Gendry sect in the origin stone and live an ignoble existence in the world. The highest elder is dead? Looking at the cloud of bloody mist drifting away in the wind, the few elders behind were scared out of their wits. No one had expected the Xianxia ancestor to turn the highest elder into a bloody mist with a single slap. Ancestor, please spare our lives? The elders knew that there was no hope of escaping, so they hurriedly knelt in the air and kowtowed, crying bitterly. Humph. Xianxia slowly walked over from the void and sneered. Spare you? How is that possible? You've offended the sect master, and your crimes are unforgivable. Only death awaits you. Hearing the Xianxia ancestors' words, the elders' faces turned ashen. One of the elders raised his head, gritted his teeth, and asked, Ancestor, please let us know the reason before we die. What sect master is he? 100,000 years ago, he was the #1 Eternal Realm expert in the Cangnan continent and the sect master of the Eternal Realm Shenlong sect. Xianxia said proudly. What, an invincible Eternal Realm expert 100,000 years ago, and the sect master of an Eternal Realm sect? Xianxia's words were like a heavy hammer, hammering the few people's brains until they were buzzing. Die. Xianxia sneered, raised his hand, and slapped them into a bloody mist. After dealing with these people, he turned around and flew back, kneeling in front of Yiyin again. Sect master, this matter concerns the Gendry sect, and I'm also jointly responsible. Please punish me. Xianxia lowered his head and said with a guilty look. You've been sealed in the Dawn Stone all this time. Of course, you don't know what happened outside. This has nothing to do with you. Get up. Yiyin said calmly. Then, he released his dermic powers and lifted Xianxia's body up. Xianxia was at a loss. He did not know what to say. The big black cat and the others who were standing behind Yiyin and witnessed the whole process were shocked and in disbelief. Senior, you've lived for 100,000 years? The big black cat stared and asked boldly. In his impression, no one in the Cangnan continent could live for 100,000 years. It was said that the demon clan had a long lifespan. Even the Eternal Realm demon clan could not live for 100,000 years. I'm ashamed. I only lived for 100,000 years with the help of the Dawn Stone. But now that my physical body is decaying and my primordial spirit is weak, I can only live for about 100 years at most, Xianxia said with shame. That's amazing. The big black cat muttered to himself. He looked at the Dawn Stone that had turned into an ordinary rock in midair. There was a burning light in his eyes. The Dawn Stone was amazing. He had heard of the Dawn Stone before but had never seen it before. The Dawn Stone was extremely rare. Once the Dawn Stone was born in the Cangnan continent, there would be a bloodbath. After all, after obtaining the Dawn Stone, one could seal himself in it with a special method to delay the loss of lifespan. However, the Dawn Stone could not be sealed infinitely. Generally speaking, an origin stone could only seal a person 3 times. In other words, if one wanted to come out after being sealed in the Dawn Stone, the potential of the Dawn Stone would be consumed. After coming out, the Dawn Stone would be sealed again and it would be consumed again. Therefore, the Dawn Stone could be sealed twice. The higher the quality of the Dawn Stone, the more times it could be sealed. However, it could only be sealed 3 times at most. Regardless of whether it was the human clan or the demon clan, they would never seal themselves in the Dawn Stone unless they were dying of old age. Origin stones were just too precious, and he definitely couldn't use them up so easily. Yiyin looked around and said calmly, there's nothing left to see in Wukuan Mountain. Let's go. After he said that, Yiyin descended from the sky and slowly descended the mountain along the mountain path. The mystic bird followed closely beside him. He also wanted to have a good chat with his master about the many things that had happened in the past 100,000 years. The moment Yiyin went down the mountain, he used the sky disillusionment eye again and wiped out the memories of all the cultivators on the Martial Kuan Mountain. In Wukuan Mountain, Yiyin took action several times and erased the memories of the cultivators here. He didn't want anyone to see him. Yiyin walked slowly with his hands behind his back. The mystic bird followed beside him while the big black cat, Maubauer, and the rest walked behind. Yiyin set up a barrier, isolating him and the mystic bird in a separate space. Although the mystic bird was only a demonic beast raised by the divine dragon, it had lived for 100,000 years. He should know a lot about the Shenlong sect. Sect master, I have a lot of things to tell you. After sensing the appearance of the barrier, Xianxia's expression changed slightly, and he said with a solemn expression. Speak, Yiyin nodded. Then he thought of something and said with a smile, it's been 100,000 years. I'm no longer the sect master. The current sect master of the Xianxia sect is Luo Li of the 298th generation. You can call me master from now on. The mystic bird was slightly stunned and quickly nodded in agreement. I didn't expect the Xianxia sect to have a successor. The heavens are really fair. The mystic bird looked a little emotional, and his eyes turned red. His current appearance was that of a middle-aged man in black. He was thin and his face was gray. He gave off a sickly feeling. In his emotional state, his face turned a little rosy. Master, not long after you died, the Xianxia sect was besieged by the primordial giant demons, the mystic bird said in a deep voice. At this moment, he was in a trance. It was as if he had stepped into the river of time and returned to the Xianxia sect. What kind of impact did the primordial giant demons cause when they besieged the Xianxia sect? Yi Yan raised his eyebrows and asked. Master, there weren't many primordial giant demons. With the strength of the Xianxia sect, we could still hold on. However, the ones who really attacked the Xianxia sect weren't the primordial giant demons. The mystic bird suddenly said something shocking. Yi Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and two sharp lights shot out from his eyes. The primordial giant demons were not the main force that attacked the Xianxia sect. This was really out of his expectations. Qin Yao had seen Nangongyu lead the primordial giant demons to attack the Xianxia sect. According to the strength of the primordial giant demons, they could indeed compete with the Xianxia sect. However, Yi Yan didn't expect that the ones who really attacked the Xianxia sect were not the primordial giant demons, but someone else. Who is it? Yi Yan's calm voice contained a will that was like a thunderclap. It's a black sect. The mystic bird said seriously. A black sect? Yi Yan raised his eyebrows, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. Master, when the primordial giant demons besieged the Xianxia sect, the battle was very chaotic, and the bird forest was destroyed. At that time, my brother and I were too weak to be the opponents of those eternal realm primordial giant demons, so we wanted to escape by air. But when we flew high in the sky, we saw a huge black sect hidden in the clouds. The black sect only opened a crack, and countless black hairs fell from the crack like raindrops. These black hairs were thin and small, and they fell from the sky without any aura. Almost no one could find them. Many of our fellow disciples were invaded by the black hairs. The black hairs pierced into their bodies, and those with low cultivation died immediately. Although those with high cultivation didn't die, their physique seemed to be greatly damaged. Speaking of this, the mystic bird couldn't help but shiver. It seemed that when he thought of the huge black sect, infinite fear rose in his heart. This black sect is a little strange. Yi Yan touched his chin and smiled inadvertently. Is this a magic weapon? Or is it a divine sense of someone from the divine land? Several thoughts flashed through Yi Yan's mind. Master, this black door is indeed strange. At that time, Big Brother and I wanted to check it out, so we flew towards the black door. When we got close, we found a hairy arm inside the black door. It was constantly waving, and all the black hairs were falling from the arm, the mystic bird continued. A hairy arm? After hearing the mystic bird's narration, Yi Yan's eyebrows twitched violently twice. He originally thought that the huge black sect in the clouds was some kind of treasure that was as thin as ox hair. Now he looked at it. He was afraid that there was a peerless ferocious creature hiding in it. It shed the black hairs on its arm and launched this brutal attack from the sky. Master, when we saw this black arm, my brother and I were also shocked. We wanted to take a closer look at what kind of monster it was, but we didn't expect that we would be discovered by that monster. In order to protect me, my brother turned his spiritual power into a divine sense and sent me tens of thousands of miles away. Although I escaped, my brother was killed by that unknown monster. The mystic bird was already sobbing when he said this. Don't worry, I won't let the murderer get away with it. Even if 100,000 years have passed, I still have a way to find them one by one. Yi Yan said calmly. His voice contained the majesty of the heavens. Hearing this, Xianxia was extremely excited. Master, are you reborn? Xianxia thought for a moment and asked cautiously. No, I just went to a place and cultivated there for 100,000 years. Yi Yan said with a smile. Went to a place? Xianxia was a little confused. Why did the master leave the huge Xianxia sect and go to a place to cultivate? Without the master's support, the Xianxia sect could only fall apart in front of the enemy. Master, what's your cultivation now? Xianxia hesitated for a moment and asked boldly. Divine Lord Realm. Yi Yin said lightly. Xianxia was a little confused when he heard this realm. To tell the truth, he only knew that the true God realm was above the eternal realm. As for the realm above the true God realm, he had no idea at all. Yi Yin smiled. A finger gently tapped on his head, and a thought was injected into it. Xianxia suddenly understood. He finally had a basic understanding of the realms above the true God realm. Master, after that battle, the Xianxia sect suffered a great loss. I didn't return to the Xianxia sect, but hid. At this time, Xianxia's tone was a little depressed and his expression was heavy. He was a little sad, and his heart was in turmoil. He continued, Master, it's not that I'm afraid of death. I just don't want to die in vain because no one in the sect found that strange black door. I want to live, wait for you to come back to the world, and then tell you all about it. Seeing that Xianxia was so clever, Yi Yin was relieved and nodded. I understand your difficulties. Fortunately, you're still alive. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the murderer behind the Xianxia sect will disappear in the smoke and dust of history. Speaking of this, Yi Yin sighed. Xianxia did not have it easy. He endured humiliation and lived an ignoble life for 100,000 years. Including this origin stone. Perhaps the mystic bird had paid an unknown price to obtain it. After all, the Xianxia sect didn't have any extra origin stones to provide the birds in the 100 Birds forest. Seeing that the old master had forgiven him, Xianxia immediately burst into tears. He choked with sobs and said, Master, I'm afraid I can only live for 100 years at most. I'll follow you for 100 years, and then I'll completely return to this world. Yi Yin's expression was silent. Inexplicably, a kind of sadness arose in his heart. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Yi Yin said calmly. He reached out and patted Xianxia's shoulder. The mystic bird had definitely made a great contribution this time. No matter what, he could not let the mystic bird only live for 100 years. Yi Yin had a way to rejuvenate the profound bird's decaying body. The next moment, Yi Yin took out a small bottle that contained a mysterious green liquid. He threw the small bottle to the mystic bird and said with a smile, Drink as much as you want. Drink until your body returns to normal, the mystic bird responded and took the bottle in a daze. He opened the bottle cork and took a look inside. Suddenly, a vigorous aura of life rolled in. Just by taking a breath, he felt his body glowing with indescribable vitality. What kind of treasure was this? The mystic bird was extremely shocked. His hands trembled as he slowly raised the small bottle in his hand and brought it to his mouth. Streams of mysterious green liquid flowed out of the small bottle and flowed into the mystic bird's mouth like a stream. After the mysterious green liquid entered his body, it turned into a vigorous and majestic aura of life and began to transform his body. Although Yi Yin had set up a barrier around him, it only isolated the sound and did not isolate the image. The big black cat's eyes lit up when he saw the mysterious green liquid in the small green bottle. He knew how terrifying the mysterious green liquid in his master's bottle was. As long as he drank a drop of it, any kind of injury would be instantly healed. Senior Xianxia drank so much of the mysterious green liquid as if he was drinking water. His decaying body would definitely be revitalized. At this moment, a layer of green luster appeared on the mystic bird's body. His originally withered face became lively again. The body tissues in his body were rejuvenated. Feeling all these amazing changes, the mystic bird could not hide the stormy waves in his heart. He knew that the master was completely different from 100,000 years ago. The heaven-defying mysterious green liquid in the small bottle had never appeared in the entire Xianxia continent. An incense stick of time passed. The mystic bird himself was a little numb. He did not know how much of the mysterious green liquid he had drunk. In the end, he felt that his body was swelling uncomfortably. It seemed that he could not control the huge life energy in his body. He could not help but be shocked. He immediately put away the small bottle and closed the lid. The mystic bird knew that he could not swallow the mysterious green liquid anymore. If he continued to swallow, his body would immediately explode. The mystic bird was like a drunkard. He swayed his body and walked to Yi Yan's side. He raised the small bottle with both hands. "Thank you, Master, for your kindness," the mystic bird said gratefully. As he spoke, his face was flushed red. His body was on the verge of collapse. The vigorous life energy in his body was still like hundreds of giant dragons constantly tossing around in his body. Seeing this, Yi Yan smiled and accepted the small bottle. Then he pointed his finger. A sacred white light fell on the mystic bird's body and instantly suppressed the violent life energy. The mystic bird took a deep breath. He felt as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. It turns out that it's not a good thing to have too much life energy. The mystic bird smiled awkwardly. His face turned red. His vitality was restored. His whole person also returned to the form of a young man. He seemed to be in high spirits. How could he have looked like a rotten tree that was on the verge of death? "Big brother, what did the master give the mystic bird senior to drink? It has such a good healing effect?" Mao Bauer also witnessed the whole process. She was so envious that she drooled. So she asked the big black cat softly. "The mysterious green liquid. I don't know what it is. But I've experienced it." The big black cat smiled proudly. "Sigh." Mao Bauer licked her lips. Her eyes were filled with envy. "The master's foundation is really deep. He even has such a terrifying healing holy liquid." Mu Qing, who was at the side, smiled. Her eyes were also filled with envy. He heard the conversation of the three people behind him. Yi Yan turned around. With a light flick of his finger, 3 drops of green liquid suddenly floated in front of the 3 people. "I'll give it to you. No matter how serious your injuries are, you can recover in an instant," Yi Yan instructed. "Thank you, Master, for your reward." The 3 of them were overjoyed. After bowing, in a state of ecstasy, they hurriedly filled the small bottles with the green liquid. Seeing the 2 demons and 1 person's clumsy actions, Yi Yan smiled. This healing holy liquid was called the water of life. In his small green bottle, the amount was as big as Poyang Lake in his previous life. And in his warehouse, he still had 10,000 small bottles like this. And his healing holy medicine was far more than this green liquid. He also had more advanced healing holy medicine. For example, the triple light holy water. This system was really perverted. Yi Yan recalled that 100,000 years ago in the dark space, signing in every 10 minutes, causing him to break down many times. Every time he thought of this, he couldn't help but want to curse the system fiercely. The system asked him to sign in so frequently that he became numb after a long time. And in order to stimulate his nerves, the system later gave him all kinds of rewards, and each time it gave him more and more. It was unimaginable. Fortunately, his warehouses were boundless, so he could store so many resources. After signing in, Yi Yan found that the system didn't make any sound. He once called out to the system, but the system didn't respond at all. This system had a lot of personality. After the signing in mission was completed, he directly went into seclusion in the mountains. After thinking for a while, Yi Yan chatted with Xianxia for a while. In order to verify Xianxia's words, he deliberately extracted Xianxia's memory. The truth was just as Xianxia said, there was no falsehood at all. The reason why he secretly extracted Xianxia's memory was that Yi Yan was extremely cautious. After all, the mastermind behind the scenes was hidden very deeply, and he was constantly making arrangements along the way. He was also afraid that Xianxia was one of the chess pieces. After verifying Xianxia's memory, Yi Yan finally heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately removed the restrictions around him. Although your physical body has recovered, your primordial spirit is still a little weak. I will teach you a cultivation technique to temper your primordial spirit, and slowly recover. Yi Yan looked at Xianxia and said with a smile. "Thank you, Master." Xianxia said gratefully. Yi Yan lightly tapped with his hand, and a ray of light entered Xianxia's mind. Xianxia felt the magic of this primordial spirit tempering cultivation technique in its mind, and couldn't help but reveal an ecstatic expression. After doing this, Yi Yan still had his hands behind his back, and slowly walked towards the carriage at the foot of the mountain. "Senior, you really profited from a disaster this time." The big black cat came up and chuckled at Xianxia. "Yes. If it weren't for Master this time, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Xianxia exhaled and said with lingering fear. Senior, what is your cultivation level now? Mao Bauer blinked her big bright eyes and also came over to ask. She had always been very interested in this senior black bird who had lived for 100,000 years. Although I survived, my cultivation has dropped a lot. Now I can barely reach the first level of the eternal realm. Xianxia looked ashamed. Wow, it turns out that senior is also an eternal realm great demon. That's amazing. After a few seconds of surprise, Mao Bauer gave Mystic Bird a thumbs up. Mystic Bird scratched its head, feeling a little embarrassed. Everyone chatted and laughed as they followed Yi Yun down the mountain. At this moment, a black carriage gradually appeared in everyone's line of sight. The big black horse was bored. Suddenly, it raised its head and saw its master walking over from afar. Eh? Why is there another guy dressed in black? The big black horse's gaze landed on Xianxia and found that this person was extremely unfamiliar. He is also an eternal realm great demon, but his realm is a little low. The big black horse curled its lips and showed its big white teeth as it muttered to itself. He did not take this guy seriously. After all, there was still a gap between their realms. Everyone walked to the carriage. When Xianxia saw the big black horse pulling the carriage, his eyes suddenly shrank and he could not help but be shocked. The big black horse pulling the carriage turned out to be an eternal realm great demon, whose cultivation level was even higher than his. You guys get to know each other. Yi Yun smiled and stepped into the carriage. Senior, I am Xianxia. Xianxia cupped his fists and said respectfully to the big black horse. Brother Xianxia, don't be so polite. Everything is negotiable. The big black horse laughed and said disapprovingly. Uncle Ma, you can't say that. Xianxia is a senior. The big black cat saw this and hurried to smooth things over. What did you say? Xianxia is a senior? His cultivation level is lower than mine. The big black horse smiled casually. Xianxia was embarrassed when he heard this. Although he had lived for more than 100,000 years, in fact, his cultivation level was not as good as the big black horse in front of him. Uncle Ma, Senior Xianxia is a divine beast raised by the Shenlong sect 100,000 years ago. He is definitely our senior. The big black cat hurriedly explained. 100,000 years ago, the big black horse was shocked. He was from the same era as Master. He hurriedly changed his words and said, so it's Senior Xianxia. I'm sorry, I didn't expect it just now. I was rude. Xianxia waved his hand and said with a sigh, it's okay. From now on, we will be fellow disciples of the Shenlong sect. The big black horse nodded repeatedly and agreed. Uncle Ma, this is the saintess of the Gendry sect. Master has now taken her as a maid. The big black cat became the host and began to introduce Mu Qing. Mu Qing also knew that the big black horse in front of her was definitely a peerless great demon. Because the conversation just now even Xianxia admitted his inferiority. It could be seen that the big black horse's cultivation level was also terrifyingly high. Greetings, senior. Mu Qing clasped her hands and bowed. Don't be so polite. We will be a family from now on. The big black horse laughed loudly. Yes. Mao Bauer also laughed at the side. After saying that, Mao Bauer was the first to jump onto the carriage and turned into a cute white kitten. The big black cat also rose into the air, turned into a black light, and turned into a black cat. What? Xianxia was stunned. But he quickly reacted. After all, when he lived in the 100 Birds forest, he also appeared in the form of a demon. With a shake of his body, he turned into a little black bird and landed on a front corner of the carriage. Mu Qing was a little confused. Seeing that several demon beasts had turned into their original forms, she didn't know what to do. Come in. Yi Yun's voice sounded in the carriage. Yes, Master. Hearing Master's words, Mu Qing, who was at a loss, quickly flew up and jumped onto the carriage. She lifted the curtain and walked in. There's a lot of space here. Find a place to sit. Yi Yun smiled slightly. Then with a flip of his wrist, he took out the broken heavenly treasure cover. Seeing her master take out this treasure again, Mu Qing blinked her eyes and tactfully found a corner to sit down, not saying a word. Yi Yan rubbed the heavenly treasure cover in his hand, quietly reminiscing for a while, and then put it aside. Next, he touched the storage on his wrist again. After dozens of seconds, Yi Yan took out a bronze ancient chest that was 10 feet in size. The bronze chest was simple in shape, covered with all kinds of mysterious runes, and also exuded a strange aura. What is this? After seeing this mysterious bronze ancient chest, Mu Qing's heart jumped for no reason, and there was an indescribable great horror in an instant. It's okay. Yi Yan gently waved his hand toward the bronze ancient chest, and suddenly the terrifying aura disappeared. Mu Qing took a deep breath, and her whole body was dripping with sweat. Yi Yan gently rubbed the top of the chest, and only heard a click. The bronze ancient chest's lid actually popped open automatically. Yi Yan picked up the heavenly treasure cover and gently threw it into the bronze ancient chest. What is master doing? Mu Qing's eyes showed a puzzled look. Click! Yi Yan closed the ancient bronze chest with a gentle press of his hand. Then, he sat upright and still, closed his eyes, and began to rest. So old master has kept this magnificent sky treasure cover, Mu Qing smiled. She looked around. Other than a wooden table and a few stools, there was nothing else. She was bored out of her mind, so the task given to her by the master was to serve tea and water. But now, it seemed that master didn't want to drink tea. Master, do you want to drink tea? Do you want me to boil some water? Mu Qing hesitated for a while before finally plucking up the courage to ask. No need, we'll talk about it later, Yi Yan closed his eyes and calmly instructed. Mu Qing responded and then took out the small bottle that Yi Yan gave her before. Looking at the mysterious drop of green liquid inside, her beautiful little face showed a happy expression. This was a drop of divine liquid, it could heal any serious injury after drinking it. It was incredible. After fiddling with the bottle for a while, Mu Qing put it away. Then, she closed her eyes and began to cultivate. After cultivating for a few minutes, she suddenly remembered something. Wasn't there still a little red cat? Why was it missing now? Just as she thought of this, Mu Qing heard the big black cat shouting outside, Uncle Ma, why is that? Seen you're missing? He went to carry out the task that master gave him. The big black horse lowered its head and walked slowly along the mountain road, saying casually. So that's how it is. The big black cat nodded. It saw that Uncle Ma didn't seem to be in a good mood. It seemed that pulling the carriage was a little boring, so it rolled its eyes. No matter what, it had to make Uncle Ma happy. After all, Uncle Ma took good care of it along the way. Just as the big black cat was thinking. Walls have ears. Mu Qing also knew where the little red cat went. It should be about time. Just as Mu Qing was about to continue cultivating, she suddenly heard master's voice in her ears. She opened her eyes and saw that her master had placed his hand on top of the ancient bronze chest. Mu Qing was dumbfounded. What was master trying to do? Didn't he put the heavenly treasure lid in the chest? What did master mean when he said it's about time? Was it enough to keep it for a while? Mu Qing's eyes widened, staring at Yi Yan's movements without blinking. Seeing Mu Qing's shocked expression, Yi Yan didn't mind. With a gentle push of his hand, a gotcha sound was heard as the ancient bronze chest was opened by him once again. Yi Yan's gaze flickered and fell into the depths of the chest. The space in the depths of this ancient bronze chest was extremely vast. There was a golden ocean inside, emitting a faint magical light. At this moment, the heavenly splendor lid was immersed in the golden ocean, absorbing a mysterious golden light. Soon, the heavenly treasure lid was completely different from its previous ancient appearance. It should be said that it was completely new. The most important thing was that the heavenly treasure lid's grade had soared all the way from the earth grade to the current mid-grade emperor grade. It was only one grade away from the peak of the upper grade emperor grade. Yi Yan waited quietly. It wouldn't be long before the heavenly treasure lid was restored. Mu Qing sat opposite Yi Yan. She couldn't see the scene in the bronze chest at all. But she didn't dare to come over and take a look. She just guessed master's motive for doing this. In just about 10 breaths of time, the heavenly treasure lid's grade had completely reached the upper grade emperor grade. Yi Yan gently grasped with his hand, and the heavenly splendor lid flew out from the golden ocean. It flew out of the ancient bronze chest and into his hand. Looking at the brand new heavenly treasure lid and the familiar lines on it, Yi Yan couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, he seemed to see his good brother Lei Qing standing in front of him. How Yi Yan wanted to give this restored heavenly treasure lid to Lei Qing, but he knew that it was all wishful thinking. Now that the heavenly treasure lid had been restored, he could only give it to his good brother's descendant, Lei Qinian. The heavenly treasure lid in Yi Yan's hand was golden all over. It was distributed with all kinds of simple patterns and was blooming with a layer of sparkling golden light. It gave people a very sacred feeling. In the distance, Mu Qing looked at the intact heavenly treasure lid with a pair of big round eyes. Her whole body was like a statue that couldn't move. Mu Qing was completely shocked. She saw with her own eyes that an earth-grade magic treasure was put into the bronze chest in less than half an hour. When it was taken out again, it had already been restored to the upper-grade emperor grade. This was simply too inconceivable. Just what kind of treasure was this ancient bronze chest? It repaired the treasure at such a godly speed. According to Mu Qing's understanding, if one wanted to repair an upper-grade emperor-grade treasure in the Cangnan continent, it would cost an unimaginable amount of manpower, material, and financial resources. It might take hundreds of years to repair it successfully. But Master had repaired the heavenly treasure lid in such a short time with the help of the bronze chest. This is incredible. Mu Qing muttered to herself and couldn't help but say. Looking at Mu Qing's shocked face, Yi Yan smiled faintly. Do you have any damaged magic treasures? Hearing Master's question. Only then did Mu Qing wake up from her shock. She did have a Dharma treasure, which she had bought from the Marshall Kunshan black market. However, this Dharma treasure was also broken. Its quality had deteriorated greatly. She took out a bead. Mu Qing held it up excitedly and asked in a trembling voice, Master, can you help me repair this? No problem. Yi Yan smiled faintly and grabbed the bead with one hand. This bead was called the mind-settling bead. It was only a lower-grade heaven-grade magic treasure for cultivation. Yi Yan gently threw the mind-settling bead into the bronze chest. Mu Qing mustered up her courage and took a few steps forward. She peered into the ancient bronze chest. What she saw shocked her once again. She saw that there was a vast golden ocean in the bronze chest, and her mind-settling bead was in the golden ocean, constantly absorbing the golden light. Master, what kind of treasure is this bronze chest of yours? Mu Qing stammered. This bronze chest has no name, Yi Yan smiled faintly. This bronze chest indeed had no name, but it had an unimaginable power of creation. If it was really given a name, it would. It would be better to call it the Sea of Creation. Yi Yan didn't tell Mu Qing this thought. The thought just flashed through his mind. Yi Yan didn't care about the name of this bronze chest at all. There were too many magic treasures in the warehouse. There were more than 10,000 magic treasures in the warehouse that could repair magic treasures. Yi Yan just picked an ancient bronze chest that was acceptable in this world to repair the heavenly treasure lid. After 2 or 3 breaths. It's done. Yi Yan reached out and grabbed, and the mind-settling bead flew out of the chest. At this moment, the mind-settling bead had been restored from a lower-grade heaven grade to a lower-grade emperor grade. It had been upgraded by a whole grade. The mind-settling bead was restored to its original grade. P.S. Today's update ends. Yi Yan took the concentration pearl and examined it in his hand. He smiled faintly and casually tossed it to Mu Qing. In his opinion, this mind fixation pearl was a piece of trash. It was a low-grade emperor-level treasure. It could only provide a little bit of assistance to one's cultivation. It was useless. He wanted to give Mu Qing a Dharma artifact, but decided against it after some thought. After all, Mu Qing had just joined the Shenlong sect and hadn't made any contributions. It wasn't appropriate to give her a treasure now. Although Yi Yan had countless treasures in his warehouse, he didn't like to give away treasures casually. Including the 3 disciples of the Shenlong sect, he only gave each of them a treasure sword and a magic robe. That was all. Yi Yan, who had lived 2 lives, knew the weakness of human nature. Some things had to be fought for by oneself. If he gave treasures directly, it would be no different from raising a good-for-nothing. It's done so quickly? Mu Qing took the concentration bead and her face was filled with surprise. Her watery eyes lit up. The concentration pearl in her hand looked brand new, and it emitted a cool aura that calmed her down. This aura was actually who knew how many times stronger than before. Mu Qing was shocked. What kind of treasure was this ancient bronze chest? In just 2 or 3 breaths of time, a low-grade heaven-grade magic treasure was restored to its original peak state. This was simply too inconceivable. She had lived for so long, but she had never heard of such a powerful treasure in the Cangnan continent. Mu Qing didn't know, how could there be such a treasure in the Cangnan continent? Even in the Divine Land, there wasn't such a treasure. In the Divine Land, a blacksmith master had to use all kinds of materials and formations to repair treasures. The repair process was not only tedious, but also time-consuming. It was impossible to repair treasures as quickly and easily as the ancient bronze chest. The ancient bronze chest had no upper limit. It wasn't just an emperor-level treasure, even an emperor-level or god-level treasure could be repaired quickly in the ancient bronze chest. After repairing the concentration pearl, Yi Yan waved his hand, and the ancient bronze chest returned to his warehouse. At that moment, Yi Yan sat down and closed his eyes to focus on his cultivation. The entire carriage fell into a state of silence once again. Mu Qing stood there in shock for a long time before she calmed down. If I have the chance in the future, I'll have to visit the auction house or the black market to look for treasures that have deteriorated in quality. When the time comes, I'll get the old master to repair them. After Mu Qing sat down, she began to let her imagination run wild. Her beautiful face was filled with pleasant surprise. It would be best if he could find an emperor-level treasure. If she recovered, she would have an emperor weapon. Thinking of this, Mu Qing couldn't help but tremble with excitement. However, she immediately suppressed this thought. An emperor-level magic treasure, even if it was a defective one, was not easy to find. After all, any faction that once possessed an emperor-level Dharma treasure would definitely have some inheritance. They would definitely do everything they could to restore this Dharma treasure. The chances of it finding its way onto the market were extremely low. Just as Mu Qing's imagination was running wild, the big black cat outside the carriage suddenly widened its eyes, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. It had been thinking about how to make Uncle Ma happier. After thinking for a long time, the big black cat finally came up with a reasonable idea. "Grandpa Ma, why don't you take a guess? What kind of treasure did I get this time?" The big black cat chuckled with a flattering smile on its face. "What kind of treasure do you have? What kind of rare thing can a broken cat like you have?" The big black horse slowly pulled the carriage and said without raising its head. "Hee hee, Uncle Ma, that's not necessarily the case." The big black cat immediately took out a small transparent glass bottle from its storage ring. The bottle contained 2 emerald green tea leaves. "Uncle Ma, quickly take a look at what this is. Is it worthy of your attention?" The big black cat stood up, lifted up the small bottle with its paw, and shook it twice. "What is it? Look at how smug you are." The big black horse casually turned its head and saw the 2 emerald green tea leaves in the small bottle. When his gaze landed on the tea leaves, he realized that there were Tao patterns on them. His eyes couldn't help but widen. These tea leaves were extraordinary. The big black horse instantly realized that these were definitely not ordinary tea leaves. The big black cat saw that Uncle Ma's expression had changed and chuckled. It rose into the air and flew to the big black horse's side. It opened the small bottle and took out one of the emerald green tea leaves. "Grandpa Ma, this tea is a kind of immortal tea that Master once drank. Although it has been soaked in tea water once, in fact, the medicinal power is still very fierce. At that time I just took a sniff and fainted. I almost died. Fortunately, Master took action. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me, kitten." The big black cat smiled as it explained. Towards the end, its voice was trembling. It was afraid of the power of Master's immortal tea. "Is that so? These tea leaves are so powerful." The big black horse's mind moved and the emerald green tea leaf immediately floated up to its eyes. The big black horse carefully sized it up. The more it looked, the more shocked it became. After inhaling the faint fragrance, the big black horse suddenly felt the 2 forces of destruction and rebirth tearing at each other in its body. It was as if volcanoes were erupting from the bottom of a sea full of life. The entire sea surface was as terrifying as the end of the world. After all, the big black horse was a great demon of the eternal realm with the bloodline of the dragon clan. He could still suppress the changes caused by the fragrance of the tea leaves. As it suppressed and refined it, it revealed an intoxicated expression. Wow, it's really not bad. These tea leaves are immortal tea. The big black horse was excited. After refining the energy brought by the fragrance, he felt that his cultivation seemed to have improved a little. Grandpa Ma, I'll give this tea to you. The big black cat laughed. Seeing that Uncle Ma was excited, it was also happy, so it took the small bottle back. It only had 2 immortal tea leaves. Now that it had given one to Uncle Ma, it only had one left. The big black horse's expression became kind. It raised its hoof and turned it into a big hand. It gently patted the big black cat's head and said in admiration, "Good, little cat. You didn't waste Uncle Ma's daily care for you. You left good things for Uncle Ma. Not bad. Of course, Uncle Ma. We are close." The big black cat laughed mischievously, turned its head, and flew back. It landed in front of Maubauer with a fierce expression. "Big brother, what are you doing?" When Maubauer saw the big black cat's ferocious expression, she was frightened. "I say, Maubauer, your cultivation is so low. It's too extravagant for you to have 2 immortal tea leaves. Why don't you give one to Uncle Ma?" The big black cat saw Maubauer's evasive gaze and its expression changed. It became friendly and said with a smile, "You want the immortal tea?" Hearing this, Maubauer was about to cry. There were 4 immortal tea leaves in the bowl left by the old master. He gave 2 to the big black cat at Wukuan Mountain. But it didn't expect that it couldn't keep the remaining 2. "Maubauer, what are you talking about? I don't want it, I want you to give it to Uncle Ma." "You can't even bear to give it to him?" The big black cat raised its paw and slapped Maubauer's head. Maubauer saw stars and her eyes turned red. Tears welled up in her eyes. "You're bullying me again," Maubauer shouted with a sobbing tone. "I'm not bullying you, I'm doing this for your own good. Uncle Ma isn't an outsider, you can't be so stingy." The big black cat said earnestly, as if it was teaching him. "But I originally had 4. Maubauer still didn't take out the tea leaves and retorted stubbornly. She originally had 4, but half of it was taken by the big black cat at Wukuan Mountain. Now, the remaining 2 pieces were split in half again. Maubauer's heart hurt as if it was bleeding. Seeing Maubauer so stubborn, the big black cat sighed. "You did have 4 pieces, but you gave me 2. Wasn't it to repay me for helping you break off the engagement?" There was a moment of silence. Maubauer reluctantly took out a small jade bottle and poured out a green tea leaf. The big black cat was overjoyed. It grabbed the green tea leaf and floated towards the big black horse. "Uncle Ma, look at this Maubauer. She's quite nice. She gave you a piece of immortal tea too." The big black cat said with a smile. "Maubauer is not bad. She's really nice. I can't accept her as a senior for nothing." The big black horse was a little embarrassed and showed an awkward expression. Its body shook slightly and a piece of black scale flew out. The big black horse spat out blue lightning onto the scale and started refining it. TSK, the big black cat looked envious. "Maubauer, I told you. Uncle Ma won't take your immortal tea for nothing." The big black cat glanced at the cat behind it and said proudly. Maubauer wiped her tears and nodded with red eyes. Right at this moment, the big black horse's refinement was complete, and a black shield appeared. "Cat treasure, I don't have anything to give you, so I'll give you a shield too." The big black horse chuckled. A wave of magic swept out, and the black shield floated towards Maubauer. "Shield." When Cat Treasure saw the small black shield floating over, she hurriedly grabbed it with an excited look on her face. It had seen the power of the big black cat's black shield. Not only did the shield have an extremely strong defense, it also had an attack ability. Holding the shield in her hand, Maubauer smiled through her tears. The big black cat floated over and took out its black shield. After comparing it, it clicked its tongue and said, "Not bad. Our shields are exactly the same." Maubauer nodded. Their shields were indeed the same. The big black cat scratched its head with its paws and laughed. "In the future, when we combine our shields, we'll be invincible. Hearing this, Mao Bauer couldn't help but giggle. Her previous grievance was swept away. The big black horse also nodded. Seeing that Mao Bauer was happy, the senior also relaxed. After all, Mao Bauer, a little celestial bridge realm meow, gave it a piece of immortal tea. As an eternal realm senior, it felt a little apologetic. Now that it had given away a shield, it felt much better. Mao Bauer began to refine the shield. The big black cat also put away its shield and began to cultivate. It was still diligently cultivating the heavenly illusionary eyes. It was too focused on this ability. The big black horse put away a tea leaf. As for the other tea leaf, it used magic power to solidify it between its eyebrows. It constantly absorbed the fragrance of the tea leaf. Naturally, the fragrance wouldn't leak out. It was completely controlled by its magic power. The big black horse swept away its previous tiredness and depression. It pulled the carriage forward and soon disappeared into the depths of the valley. Inside the carriage, Mu Qing witnessed the entire event. She was surprised and happy. She didn't expect that the tea leaves left behind by the old master were immortal tea leaves with super powerful effects. Now, her task was to serve the old master tea. In the future, wouldn't she be able to put away the tea leaves left behind by the old master? Thinking of this, Mu Qing was so excited that she wanted to shout. It was great to be the old master's maid. It was wonderful. In the past, the Gendry sex saintess looked high and mighty, but in fact, it was useless. It's still better to be the old master's maid. Mu Qing closed her eyes and the corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a trace of excitement. 3,000 miles away from Marshal Kuan Mountain. On top of a mountain, a huge flying ship was parked. This kind of flying ship was also called a ferry. It was used to transport cultivators and resources between different dynasties. Many cultivators stood at the dock and lined up to enter the flying ship one by one. Among the crowd, Lei Qinian was one of them. At this moment, he was slowly moving forward with the crowd. And among the crowd, there was also a red-robed young man. He had his hands behind his back and constantly looked around with a cynical look on his face. It was as if even if the sky fell, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. He gave off the feeling that he was a hedonistic son of a certain family. The red-robed young man lined up behind Lei Qinian. There were 7 or 8 people in between them. His gaze always fell on Lei Qinian intentionally or unintentionally. The old master asked me to take good care of this kid. I must keep a close eye on him and not make any mistakes, the red-robed young man thought to himself. He was an eternal realm great demon. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be so cautious when carrying out such a small task. However, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon was naturally cunning and complex. It wasn't a brainless creature, so it didn't take the small task given by the old master lightly. He knew that the young man in front of him, who was only at Nirvana Realm level 5, was not simple. Otherwise, with the old master's noble status, it was impossible for him, an eternal realm great demon, to personally escort him. The line moved forward slowly. At the entrance of the spaceship, there was a table. Several practitioners were guarding it, responsible for collecting spiritual stones. Finally, it was Lei Qinian's turn. How many spiritual stones do I need to go to the Heavenly Moon secret realm of the Celestial Empire? Lei Qinian asked. 30,000, the middle-aged man, who was sitting at the table and responsible for recording, raised his head as he spoke. It's you? Lei Qinian? The middle-aged man looked surprised when he saw Lei Qinian. Lei Qinian was also slightly stunned when he saw the middle-aged man. Decades ago, the two of them had fought over a spiritual grass. Since then, they had formed a grudge. Unexpectedly, they met again on this spaceship. Lei, the price to the Heavenly Moon secret realm has increased. 100,000 for a ticket. The middle-aged man said with a gloomy face, 100,000? Lei Qinian's head buzzed when he heard the number. He only had 30,000 spiritual stones in his storage ring, which was not enough. Zhou Chunan, are you using your position to avenge a private grudge? Lei Qinian took a deep breath, stared at the middle-aged man and questioned. What nonsense are you talking about? The spaceship of the Celestial Business Alliance has always been fair. We have never raised the price. The middle-aged man sneered. You said 30,000 spiritual stones. Why did it suddenly increase to 100,000? Lei Qianian said angrily. I was wrong. What I am telling you now is the real price to go to the Heavenly Moon's secret realm, Zhou Chunan said with a cold smile, his eyes filled with pride. The reason why Zhou Chunan hated Lei Qianian so much was that decades ago, the two of them fought over a spiritual herb and he was injured by Lei Qianian. Although he got the spiritual herb in the end, Zhou Chunan still held a grudge. However, he did not see Lei Qianian again in these decades, so he did not take revenge. Now that he was working in the Tianheng Trading Company, he did not have the chance to look for Lei Qianian outside. He did not expect to meet Lei Qianian at the ferry this time. As a small steward in charge of collecting money, he had some power. He could ask for more from Lei Qianian. If Lei Qianian wanted to be taken advantage of, he would make this kid pay a big price. If Lei Qianian did not have enough spiritual stones, he would make him get lost to appease his anger. Anyway, there were many people on the boat. He did not have to worry about the income of the Tianheng Trading Company. If someone asked him about it, he could just make up the 30,000 spiritual stones. His purpose was to vent his anger. Zhou Chunan knew that as long as he did not let Lei Qianian get on the boat, it would be impossible for Lei Qianian to reach the Heavenly Moon Mystery Realm in a few days. By the time he found a way to reach the Heavenly Moon Mystery Realm from another place, the Mystery Realm would have been closed. His purpose was to make Lei Qianian's efforts go to waste. When the Blood Chief Demon Dragon saw this from behind, the muscles on its face twitched as a cold light flashed in its eyes. Master was right to ask him to come out and protect this little fellow. Fortunately, he came. Otherwise, Lei Qianian might not even be able to get on the boat. Make way, make way. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon poked at the people standing in front of him, then strode over. The few people who had been pushed aside by the red-robed young man were furious. Just as they were about to get even with the red-robed young man, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon glared at them fiercely. They all retreated, not daring to say anything. The murderous aura in the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's eyes was too strong. These people became timid and did not dare to have any conflict with him. So what if he cut in line? It was better to ignore such a murderous god. If they really fought, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. These people thought to themselves. Don't panic. Line up. A man shouted at the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon. What are you guys queuing for? I'm giving you guys face by wanting to take the spaceship. Don't look for trouble. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon snorted coldly and walked up to the table. Then, it slammed the table. I'll take care of his ticket. Let him in. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon looked at Zhou Chunan, pointed at Lei Qianian and said coldly. Zhou Chunan looked at the red-robed youth in front of him and discovered that his blood-red eyes were actually a pair of vertical pupils. His eyes exuded a shocking killing intent. With just a glance, he was so scared that his whole body trembled. Zhou Chunan quickly calculated in his mind regarding this sudden change of events. The red-robed youth in front of him was at the Heaven's Mandate realm, which was much stronger than a Nirvana realm cultivator like him. Since this person was willing to pay the spirit stones for Lei Qianian, there was no need for him to continue pestering him. Lei Qianian had to get on the boat. He had other ways to deal with him. Let him in. Zhou Chunan waved his hand at his men. The few youths blocking the entrance immediately opened up a path. This? Lei Qianian was stunned. He didn't know this red-robed youth at all. However, looking at the red-robed youth's sinister face, Lei Qianian felt a little scared. He just cupped his fists and turned to board the ship. Seeing Lei Qianian board the ship, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon sighed softly. At this moment, Zhou Chunan squeezed out a flattering smile and said softly, Senior, it'll be 60,000 spirit stones for the two of you. Shouldn't it be 130,000? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Chunan and asked with a cold smile. Since Senior knows that kid, let's just go with the original price. Zhou Chunan smiled awkwardly. Hee, I don't have any money now. I don't even have a single spirit stone. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon slapped its chest and said with a hearty laugh. No money, not even a single spirit stone? Zhou Chunan was dumbfounded. Did this guy want to get on the boat for free? The Tianhang Trading Company was not to be trifled with. There was a team of guards on the ship, responsible for maintaining law and order and the safety of the ship along the way. After all, flying from the Celestial Empire to the Celestial Empire was a long journey. There was a high chance that they would be attacked by some demon beasts on the way. Senior, if you can't provide the spirit stones, you and Lei Qinian can't board the ship. Zhou Chuanan's face turned cold. Because he had already noticed that a group of guards was walking towards him quickly. There were a total of 10 teams on the ship, taking turns to guard the ship. Are you King courting death? I'm taking your ship because I like you. Do you have to be so shameless? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was furious. He was an Eternal Realm demon beast. Why did he have to pay spirit stones to board the ship? If they really angered him, he would definitely smash the spaceship into smithereens with a single slap. Of course, he was only venting his anger in his heart. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon would never willfully interfere with the mission given to him by his master. After all, his duty was to secretly protect Lei Qinian. When the Blood Chief Demon Dragon said this, he deliberately emitted a powerful Fate Realm aura. He had no choice. His original cultivation level was too high. If he wanted to secretly protect Lei Qinian, he had to hide his cultivation level. Like the big black horse, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon loved to join in the fun. He didn't use any magic to secretly protect Lei Qinian. Instead, he appeared in front of everyone as a Fate Realm demon beast cultivator and openly protected Lei Qinian. In this way, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon wouldn't feel lonely on the way. At least he could strike up a conversation with Lei Qinian and chat with him on the way to relieve his boredom. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you make trouble on the ship of our Tianhang Trading Company? There were about 10 people in that team, and they quickly walked over. There were 5 Heavens Mandate Realm cultivators and 5 Nirvana Realm cultivators. I'm taking your ship because I think highly of you. Do you want me to pay you spirit stones? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. He had just come out from the bottom of the 10,000 Dragon Ridge and didn't have a single spirit stone on him. Several Fate Realm cultivators surrounded the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon. The middle-aged Fate Realm cultivator in the lead kept sizing up the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon with his eyes. It was a demon youth. The middle-aged man was shocked when he sensed the faint demon aura of the other party. When humans and demons fought at the same level, humans were usually weaker than demons. The red-robed young man was at the 5th level of the Fate Realm, just like him. If they really fought, he might not be a match for the red-robed young man. The middle-aged man thought for a while and decided that it was better to make peace. After all, he didn't want to fight with the demon youth over 30,000 spirit stones. If any of their guards were injured or killed, it wouldn't be a matter of tens of thousands of spirit stones. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and smiled, easing the tense atmosphere. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon was slightly taken aback. Had this guy really been intimidated by its arrogance, he couldn't help but laugh inwardly. So, he cupped his fists and said with a smile, I'm really short on money. I don't have any more spirit stones. Money can stump a hero. I can understand your awkward situation. How about this? I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it? The middle-aged man said with a smile. I'd like to hear it. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon nodded. It seemed that his 5th level Fate Realm cultivation had intimidated the other party. The guards of the Tianqing Trading Company didn't want to fall out with him. At least he was a little smart. This ship will be harassed by some beasts along the way. If our guards don't have enough strength, please help us kill the beasts. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said. No problem. Or I can scare them off, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon laughed. They were just small beasts. He only needed to release a trace of dragon power to scare them off. What was the point of fighting? It was a waste of time. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Please board the ship. The middle-aged man was overjoyed to get the red-robed young man's approval. He immediately took 2 steps back and gestured with one hand, inviting the red-robed young man to board. Thank you. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon proudly boarded the ship with his hands behind his back. He didn't even use a single spirit stone. Not only did he help Lei Qinian board the ship, but he also boarded the ship. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was very satisfied with his performance. He didn't know if his master was observing this place with his divine sense. If he was, he believed that his master would give him full marks. After the Blood Chief Demon Dragon left, only then did Zhou Chunan gasp for breath. A sinister look flashed in his eyes, but there was also some helplessness in his expression. Lei Qinian was really lucky. He was protected by a Fate Realm senior of the demon clan. This time, he didn't have the chance to fight. After all, he was just a lowly steward. He didn't have enough power to challenge a Fate Realm monster. Zhou Chunan shook his head. After suppressing the gloominess in his heart, he shouted to the back, "Continue." The line began to move slowly again. One by one, they walked to Zhou Chuanan's table, handed over their spirit stones, and boarded the ship one by one. The ferry was very large, spanning over 1,000 zhang in length. There were many rooms for the cultivators to rest and cultivate in. These rooms were also divided into different grades. There were single rooms, suites, and mixed housing for multiple people. Lei Qinian didn't have anything valuable on him and he didn't have much money on him. He chose a 10-person house. This room cost 10 spirit stones a day. Just as Lei Qinian was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. "Lei Qinian, which room are you staying in?" The Blood Chief Demon Dragon walked over with his hands behind his back and asked with a smile. "So it's senior. I've chosen a 10-person room." Lei Qinian said respectfully. "Alright, I'll choose this room too." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon said with a smile. The guard in the middle, who was in the Heaven's Mandate realm, quickly said, "Fellow Daoist, how can you stay in a 10-person room? It's better for you to stay in a single room." "Haha, there's no need for that. I didn't even spend a single spirit stone to board the ship. If I continue to be thick-skinned and occupy a single room, I'll feel bad about it. If you're thinking for me, just give me a 10-person room and let me stay with this little brother." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder and said. The middle-aged man was helpless. He could also see that this demon youth seemed to take special care of this Nirvana realm cultivator. Although he didn't know why. He also knew that there was probably something hidden in this. The middle-aged man didn't ask, so he asked the staff next to him to reserve this room. At the same time, he told him that there was no charge. Seeing this scene, Lei Qinian was shocked. He didn't expect that this demon senior who took care of him would squeeze into a room with him. Was it really like what the senior said? Was he really squeezed in here because he didn't have enough spirit stones? "Senior, I still have some spirit stones here. How about I book a single room for you?" Afraid that it would be awkward to say it in public, Lei Qinian specially sent a voice transmission to the Blood Chief Demon Dragon, telling him his intentions. "No need. I'm an old man with thick skin. I'll stay in a 10-person room. I just need a place to take a nap." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon smiled and sent a voice transmission, rejecting Lei Qinian's kindness. What a strange senior. Lei Qinian felt a little helpless and could only nod in silence. After the formalities were completed, Lei Qinian and the Blood Chief Demon Dragon were guided by a staff member to the living area of the 10-person room. The 10-person room was in the belly of the ferry. The location wasn't very good, but it was extremely cheap. Therefore, many cultivators were willing to stay here. Lei Qinian didn't board the ferry early, so many of the 10-person rooms were already occupied. They walked along the corridor. When they reached the door of room 28, Lei Qinian stopped. "Senior, this is the place." Lei Qinian said respectfully. "Go in." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon nodded and casually glanced inside. There were already 8 people in the room. Including the 2 of them, there were exactly 10 people. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon looked at room 27 next to it and found that it was also full. He nodded and roughly understood the rules of the accommodation here. Lei Qinian pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he stepped in, he noticed that 16 pairs of eyes were directed at him in unison. Being stared at by so many people, Lei Qinian felt a little uncomfortable, but he still forced himself to walk in. There were 10 beds in the room, arranged in a row. The 8 people from before had already occupied 8 beds from left to right. There were still 2 beds in the distance. Xianxia lowered his head and walked forward. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon followed behind him slowly. As he walked, he sized up the 8 people in the room. Among the 8 people, 2 were at the Fate Realm, and the rest were at the Nirvana Realm. Hello everyone, with so many eyes on him, Xianxia felt as if there was a blade on his back. He walked past these people and kept nodding and greeting them with a smile. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon patted Xianxia on the shoulder and sneered, "Ignore them." Hearing the red-robed young man's words, the leader of the 8 people, an old man at the 8th level of the Fate Realm, suddenly frowned and said coldly, "The 2 of you can stay here, but don't disturb us when we're cultivating." Hearing this sentence, which was full of gunpowder smell, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon was instantly enraged. "Do you want to F*King die?" The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was displeased by the provocation. He stopped in his tracks like a javelin. His eyes glinted fiercely as he stared coldly at these strange cultivators. At that moment, he released the powerful aura of the 5th level of the Fate Realm. 6 of the 8 people opposite him were Nirvana Realm cultivators. After they felt the powerful aura, all of their faces changed greatly and they retreated one after another. "Don't be so aggressive, sir. We have no intention of fighting you." The Fate Realm old man's expression changed. He immediately stood in front of the others and spread his arms to block the aura. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon narrowed his eyes. The old man was at the 8th level of the Fate Realm, 3 levels higher than the Blood Chief Demon Dragon himself. Under normal circumstances, many people would think that the old man was stronger than him, a 5th level Fate State monster. But unexpectedly, the old man's tone changed. He didn't continue to provoke them. "Shut up if you don't want to fight," the Blood Chief Demon Dragon said coldly. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon said coldly. He didn't want to fight in this place. His cultivation level was too high. He didn't want to bully these puny Fate Realm cultivators. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon's mission was to protect Xianxia. It would only take a few days for the airship to reach the Sky Moon Hidden Realm. It would only take 7 days at most, so he would just have to bear with it. In the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's mind, completing his master's mission was his top priority. He didn't care about showing off, slapping people in the face, or bullying others. "Alright, we'll mind our own business." The old man took a deep breath. His face was flushed red as he nodded. For a moment, he felt like death was upon him. So he changed his attitude in time. Because he wasn't confident that he could defeat this 5th level Fate Realm monster in front of him. After all, some monsters were much more talented than human cultivators. "Humph, at least you know what's good for you." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon snorted coldly. He ignored them and continued to walk forward. Xianxia's hands were covered in cold sweat. When he came back to his senses, he walked toward his bed. He was really afraid that this senior would fight with these people. Because if a fight broke out, the ship would be destroyed. Although the ship was protected by an array formation, the attacks of Heaven's Mandate cultivators would still cause serious damage to the array formation. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon walked over to the 9th bed and sat down on it. The reason why he sat here was to protect Xianxia. He left the 10th bed for Xianxia. It was the furthest away from the 8 people. "Thank you for taking care of me along the way." Xianxia was very grateful and bowed again to express his gratitude. From the moment he boarded the ship to the moment he checked into his room, he had been taken care of by the red-robed senior. Xianxia was very grateful. "You're welcome. I only helped you because I found you pleasing to the eye." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon chuckled and closed its eyes to rest. Xianxia also sat on the bed and began to cultivate. After all, they were all cultivators. 7 days passed by in the blink of an eye as they meditated and cultivated. In another direction, the big black horse pulled the carriage forward slowly. It looked slow, but it wasn't slow at all. It was much faster than the ferry. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. He just needed to get there before the Heavenly Moon's secret realm opened. Just now, he glanced in a certain direction. Just now, in the room of the 10 people, the smell of gunpowder was very strong in his eyes. Xianxia couldn't help but smile. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon had a completely different style from the Big Black Horse and the Big Black Cat. This guy was flexible and cunning. It could deal with all kinds of crises. Yiyan glanced at the fairy casually. Eh? Isn't this the celestial phoenix spirit herb? Yiyan muttered to himself. He saw a celestial phoenix spirit herb in the room of the 10 people next to Xianxia. The celestial phoenix spirit herb was green all over, like a phoenix spreading its wings and emitting an amazing aura. The herb was of a high grade. It had reached the lower grade of the emperor level. Yiyan was interested because 100,000 years ago, when he first met Nangongyu, they were fighting for the celestial phoenix spirit herb. At that time, Yiyan hid his identity and flirted with Nangongyu. It was at that time that Nangongyu fell in love with Yiyan. Yiyan had a lot of celestial phoenix spirit herbs in his warehouse. Yiyan glanced at them and didn't have any interest, so he stopped looking. He swallowed a few elixirs and started cultivating again. This time, when he reached the Heavenly Moon's secret realm, Yiyan wanted his cultivation to reach the 8th level of the Divine Lord realm. The room next to Lei Qinyan's was also a room of 10 people. There were 10 people living in it. They were all dressed in the same way and seemed to be from the same force. The leader was pale and seemed to have lost a lot of blood. His aura was also weaker than ordinary people. Master, this is the celestial phoenix spirit herb. Why don't you take it? I feel that your body can't take it anymore. An old man at the side held a jade box in his hand. Inside the box was an emerald green heavenly spirit immortal phoenix grass. No need. I can still hold on. The pale middle-aged man closed his eyes and shook his head gently. Master, I understand what you mean. You want to go to the Heavenly Moon Empire and find Master Xing to refine a 9 reincarnation spring pill. This way, you won't waste the medicinal efficacy of the celestial phoenix spirit grass, the old man sighed. His cultivation was at the 7th level of the Fate realm. His cultivation was not low. Among the people in this room, his cultivation was ranked 2nd. Naturally, the pale-faced old man ranked 1st, he had reached the 9th level of the Fate state. However, due to some kind of extremely serious injury, his strength had been greatly reduced and it was difficult for him to fight. Put the box away. Those people next door are eyeing us covetously. I don't know when they will make a move, the middle-aged man coughed and a trace of worry flashed in the depths of his eyes. He didn't know who had leaked the news. They knew that he had a celestial phoenix spirit herb. That group had 2 fewer people than them. They had been holding back and not making a move. After following them for so long, they still hadn't made a move. He didn't know what they meant. Were they still waiting for reinforcements? In 2 more days, they would reach the Sky Moon City dynasty. He would be safe once he got off the boat there. Even if those guys next door had guts, they wouldn't dare to make a move in the Dark Moon City. After all, the governor of the Dark Moon City was his sworn brother. After hearing the man's words, the old man put the box back into his storage ring. Although the celestial phoenix spirit herb had emitted an astonishing aura, it didn't leak out because of the restriction in this room. Everyone, stay alert. I'm afraid that those guys will find an opportunity to make a move in the next 2 days, the old man looked around and said with a serious face. Okay. The other 8 people answered with solemn expressions. The pale man looked at the people next door. Although they were slightly stronger than those next door, he had a bad feeling in his heart. That group of people followed them all the way to the ferry. When would they really make a move? It wouldn't be easy to make a move on the Sky Travel Trading Company's ship. After all, there were 100 guards here. The huge ferry was traveling at high speed in the sky. At this moment, on the deck of the bow stood a small team of 10 people. The leader was an old man in white, who was at the 8th level of the Fate realm. 1,000 miles ahead of the ferry. Dark clouds covered the sky, and strong winds blew. Bolts of lightning shot out from the dark clouds, like snakes of lightning that slithered around unmoving. And, sir, the place where the lightning and thunder converge is the Thunder Shadow Mountain. I heard that void wolves have been appearing there recently. A middle-aged man walked to the old man's side and whispered to him. Yes, I hope there aren't too many void wolves. The old man nodded, but his face became more serious. He had a bad feeling as he looked at the heaven and earth anomaly in front of him. There was a large array on the spaceship, so the lightning and thunder generated by the heaven and earth anomaly would not cause any damage. What he was most worried about was the attack of demonic beasts. Especially demonic beasts like the void wolves. They came and went without a trace and liked to move in groups. Once they attacked the spaceship, it would be an unimaginably fierce battle. The void wolves were cruel and bloodthirsty. They loved to devour human cultivators. There were more than 10,000 human cultivators on the spaceship. It was a huge temptation for the void wolves. Just as the old man was deeply worried, a voice suddenly rang out. On the top of a mountain in the Thunder Shadow Mountain, demonic beasts with terrifying auras appeared out of thin air. A bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the entire mountain range. The dense pack of blood-red wolves suddenly revealed their true forms on the mountaintop. The blood-red wolves were dozens of feet long. They were surrounded by a bloody aura and their eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Just at the moment when the lightning flashed, all the blood-red wolves disappeared in the air in an instant. In the next moment, they appeared in another valley. They kept jumping in the void, as if they were chasing after the lightning that fell from the sky. The void wolves had the ability to jump through space for a short period of time. They also had the ability to hide in space. Among the many demonic beasts, they were one of the most feared demonic beasts. The spaceship of the Tianheng Trading Company quickly flew toward the thunderclouds thousands of miles away. The thunderclouds covered a large area and they had to pass through it. They would not take a detour just because of the lightning. In the 10-person room on the 27th, an old man at the 8th level of the Heaven's Fate realm suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp, cold light flashed in his eyes. The others sensed it and opened their eyes as well. The temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. There was an indescribable, strange killing intent. What was going on? What were these little human cultivators trying to do? The Blood Chief demonic dragon, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with confusion. He glanced at the 8 of them without batting an eyelid. He realized that the 8 of them were now in a completely different state from before. Every one of them was like a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed. Their bodies faintly emitted a sharp aura. He glanced at Lei Qinian who was next to him and found that this guy was still cultivating with his eyes closed. It seemed that he did not feel the changes outside at all. This kid's heart is really big. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon smiled and closed its eyes again. Based on the information he saw just now, he could tell that those people were not here for them. Since it had nothing to do with him, he decided to ignore it. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon's mission was to protect Lei Qinian. He didn't care that blood was flowing like a river outside. Rumble, a loud clap of thunder suddenly exploded outside the room. Then, the spaceship shook slightly. Did he enter a minefield? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon released his divine sense and scanned the outside. He realized that the spaceship had entered a thundercloud. The area covered by the thundercloud was extremely vast. Thunderbolts were constantly falling down like dragons, smashing onto the spaceship one after another. At this moment, the spaceship lit up with a layer of misty blue light. This layer of light was like a cover that covered the entire spaceship. The thunder and lightning attacks that landed on it were all deflected. Seeing that these thunder and lightning were just ordinary ones, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon shook his head and did not take it seriously. All of a sudden, his eyebrows twitched. In the void, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon saw many vague shadows of huge figures. He took a closer look and immediately smiled. It was a group of wolf cubs with red fur. It seemed that the middle-aged man was right when he said that when he boarded the spaceship, this spaceship would be attacked by demon beasts along the way. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon silently scanned the area and found that not only were there red giant wolves hiding in the clouds, but there were also many red giant wolves hiding in the valley below. What kind of wolf clan are these? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon's eyes were flickering like flames as he sized up these red giant wolves. He lived in the ancient times. Back then, the dragons roared on the hidden dragon continent and the other demon beasts were weak. He rarely paid attention to them. These red giant wolves that could use spatial magic looked a bit unfamiliar. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon thought for a moment and concluded that they might be a new race that came into being after the extinction of the dragons. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon withdrew his divine sense and landed on the spaceship. At this moment, he found that there were 10 teams standing in each of the 10 positions on the spaceship. They were the guard teams of the Tianheng Trading Company. Every one of them had a cold look on their faces, as if they were about to face a great enemy. In one of the teams, there was an old man at the 8th level of the Fate State. He kept looking into the void, as if he was looking for something. Suddenly, the old man's pupils contracted and his face changed drastically. He shouted, "It's the Void Wolves! The Void Wolves are here!" Amidst the thunder and lightning, the old man's short but powerful voice rumbled throughout the entire spaceship. Not only did the members of the 10 teams hear it, but all the cultivators in the other rooms also heard it. Everyone's face changed drastically. Although the guard teams of the Tianheng Trading Company would try their best to protect the spaceship, it was not unprecedented in history. Under the attack of the ferocious demon beasts, the guard teams were completely annihilated. In the end, the ship was destroyed and everyone was killed. At this moment, all the cultivators became nervous. One by one, they released their divine senses to observe the situation outside. After all, if they encountered a large-scale attack from the Void Wolves and the guard teams could not withstand it, they would have to take action themselves to save themselves. The old man's voice also reached the 10 people in room 27. Lei Qinian opened his eyes abruptly. "Oh my god, there's a Void Wolf attack," Lei Qinian said in shock. His face also turned pale. Hundreds of years ago, when he entered a mountainous area to search for immortal herbs, he had seen a Void Wolf. He deeply knew how terrifying this demon beast was. At that time, there were tens of thousands of Void Wolves and they were besieging a sect. That sect was a large, low-rank sect. Under the siege of the Void Wolves, this sect was actually destroyed. Since the Void Wolves were good at jumping through space and were extremely fast, no one in the sect escaped. Fortunately, Lei Qinian was very far away at that time. When he noticed that something was wrong, he fled. Unexpectedly, after so many years, Lei Qinian encountered a large number of Void Wolves besieging the spaceship on his way to the Heavenly Moon's secret realm. "These guys are called Void Wolves?" The Blood Chief Demon Dragon glanced at the panic-stricken Lei Qinian and asked with a smile. "Today's 6 chapters, this is the first chapter." Lei Qinian looked at the red-robed senior next to him in shock. This senior was also a powerful beast, but he didn't know about the Void Wolves. That was rather strange. Lei Qinian was confused, but he didn't dare to show it. He simply said with a smile, "Senior, those wolves are Void Wolves. They're good at short-distance space jumps, hiding in space, and attacking in groups. They're very strong and are the most troublesome beasts for humans." "I see." The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon nodded. There was a flash of understanding on his face. As a dragon that had been reborn from the ancient times, he had also been taught a lesson by a junior. "I wonder how many Void Wolves there are. If there are too many of them, our spaceship will be in danger." Lei Qinian said worriedly. "Don't worry. We have guards, don't we?" The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon smiled casually. Hardly had he finished his sentence, the old man who was at the 8th level of the Fate State suddenly said in a deep voice, "Let's go." The 8 of them stood up at the same time and pushed the door open to leave. Lei Qinian's eyes glittered as he saw that. He praised, "How loyal." "I'm afraid that Senior is leading his subordinates to hunt down the Void Wolves." "That's not necessarily true. The Void Wolves are so strong. Wouldn't they be courting death?" The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon shook his head, not thinking it was a big deal. Right at that moment, all of a sudden, a shocking change occurred in the void around the spaceship. A bolt of lightning flashed, and the void rippled. Terrifying giant red wolf figures emerged from the void one after another. They were densely packed, from top to bottom, left to right, and in the surrounding space, they were all figures of Void Wolves. So many of them? The old man who was at the 8th level of the Fate State was shocked to see so many Void Wolves. He had only discovered a small part of the Void Wolves at the beginning, but all of them had emerged from the void. There were thousands of Void Wolves, and each of them was very strong. The weakest of them was at the Nirvana state. Many of those Void Wolves were at the Fate State. Hell! A Void Wolf that was larger than the others suddenly held at the sky. Puny humans, don't put up meaningless resistance. Surrender obediently and we can still give you a quick death. The gigantic Void Wolf let out a cold voice. A pair of blood-red wolf fur flickered continuously. Amidst the interweaving lightning in the void, he looked like a peerless demon king. As soon as this void wolf finished speaking, all the void wolves in the surroundings immediately let out an earth-shattering howl. Oh woo, his voice was like rolling thunder, sweeping out in all directions. At this moment, it seemed to cover up the sound of thunder and lightning in the sky. Hurry up and inform all the cultivators, especially those at the Heaven's Mandate realm. Tell everyone to come out and fight the void wolves. If we don't work together this time, we will all be eaten. The old man at the 8th level of the Heaven's Fate realm among the guards suddenly let out a roar. As soon as he gave the order, the staff of the trading company immediately got busy and went to different residential areas to inform the cultivators. Some cultivators heard the old man's voice and consciously rushed out and stood on the deck. Everyone looked frightened, but there was nothing they could do. They were unlucky to be targeted by so many void wolves. Now, they could only fight with their backs against the wall. After all the void wolves howled, they began to attack the spaceship. All of a sudden, they disappeared from where they were, and in the next moment, they crashed into the huge light barrier. The light barrier swayed and flickered unsteadily. Seeing this, everyone's heart palpitated. Everyone understood that once this formation was broken, it would be time for them to engage in a life-and-death battle with the void wolf. A staff member hurriedly ran over. This person was Zhou Chunan. As soon as he ran to the corridor, he found 8 cultivators standing in front of the door of room 28. The 8 cultivators were motionless like stone statues, their faces exuding an astonishing murderous aura. What's going on? Zhou Chunan was a little frightened. He braced himself and knocked on the door of room 27. Dong dong, there were 2 clear sounds. Senior, now that the void wolves are attacking, we need your help. Zhou Chunan said politely. Got it. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon responded, got off the bed, and walked towards the door. Senior, I'll go too. Lei Qinian followed with a solemn face. He was well aware of the ferocity of the void wolves. If he did not do his best, he was afraid that no one would be able to survive the siege of the demonic beasts this time. Young man, your courage is commendable. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon patted Lei Qinian's shoulder and showed a look of approval. The two of them walked to the door. Lei Qinian glared at Zhou Chunan angrily. Zhou Chunan looked timid and didn't dare to say anything at this time. He turned and walked to the door of room 28. Looking at those fierce-looking men, Zhou Chunan cupped his fists and braced himself to say, fellow Taoists and seniors, the void wolves outside have besieged the trading company's spaceship. We need your help. Help? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to us like that? The old man at the 8th level of the Fate realm sneered and swung his sword down. Whoosh, a cold light flashed, and blood spurted out from Zhou Chunan's neck. Then, his huge head rolled down to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the old man killed Zhou Chunan with one strike. Seeing this, Lei Qinian's heart pounded and cold sweat broke out on his back. These guys were indeed demons who killed without batting an eyelid. Your swordsmanship is passable. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon casually put its hands behind its back and commented. The old man at the 8th level of the Fate realm frowned but didn't say anything. He was still guarding the door of room 28. You've been following us all the way. Why are you still guarding outside? Why don't you attack? Inside room 28. Suddenly, someone coughed twice and said something. Rumble, the entire spaceship suddenly shook violently. At this moment, the formation outside collapsed under the fierce attack of the void wolves. Countless void wolves flashed in the air and disappeared. The next moment, they all landed on the deck. All the human cultivators drew out their weapons or magic treasures and fought against the void wolves. Attack. Sensing that the formation was broken and the void wolves were attacking, the old man at the 8th level of the Fate realm wore a sinister look and gave an order. Then, he broke the door with a kick. He was the first to rush in. The other 7 people behind him all looked fierce and followed closely behind. 8 people against 10 people. A fierce battle broke out in the small room. Rumble, as the sword light wantonly rampaged, not only was room 28 destroyed, but all the rooms on this floor were smashed into pieces by the merciless sword light. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon grabbed Lei Qinian with its big hand and pulled him to its side. This prevented Lei Qinian from being hit by the horrifying sword chi. The Void Wolves broke the formation. No one is spared. These people are fighting among themselves. Lei Qinian was frightened. His face was pale and he suddenly sighed. Young man, don't be surprised. Human nature is evil. Everyone wants to snatch good things when they see them. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon laughed and said unconcernedly. Rooms were destroyed one by one, and several cultivators lay in pools of blood. Lei Qinian's expression was extremely ugly as he watched the fierce battle. Senior, if we let them fight, I'm afraid the ship will be destroyed, Lei Qinian said in frustration. If the ship was destroyed, he would not be able to go to the Sky Moon's secret realm. He had gone to great lengths to sell his ancestral magic treasure on Mount Wukuan to get a Sky Moon token, but he did not have the chance to use it. You're right. Why don't we let them fight outside? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon thought for a moment and came to a sudden realization. This ship, no matter what, it could not be destroyed. Thus, he waved his hand and a majestic force swept out. The cultivators who were fighting broke through the roof and flew into the sky above the spaceship. As soon as they appeared in the air, they saw the fierce battle around them. The cultivators on the ship were fighting with a large number of void wolves. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. However, most of the cultivators tried their best to rise into the air and fight the void wolves in order to protect the ship. There were a total of 18 people in the two groups. After 4 or 5 Nirvana cultivators died, there were only 13 or 14 cultivators left. Facing the chaotic battlefield, they were stunned. They were only stunned for a moment before they started fighting again. The battle had just begun when 2 void wolves attacked from the left and right, attacking the cultivators indiscriminately. The cultivators had no choice but to turn to the void wolves. For a moment, the battle became extremely chaotic. Li, don't be stubborn. Hand it over and you can live for 2 more years. The old man at the 8th level of the Fate Realm who was fighting the Void Wolves forced the Void Wolves to retreat with a slash of his sword. Then, he charged toward the pale-faced middle-aged man. The pale-faced middle-aged man was already seriously injured. Now that he had no choice but to fight, his injuries became even more serious. Although his cultivation was high, he could not suppress the worsening of his injuries. The old man slashed his sword again. The middle-aged man could not dodge in time and was hit. Blood gushed out. Master. At this time, another old man rushed over from the side and repelled the enemy. Master, quickly consume the heavenly spirit immortal phoenix grass. The old man extended his hand and took out a jade box. My injuries are too severe. Even if I take it now, I won't be able to recover immediately, the pale-faced middle-aged man smiled bitterly. He waved his hand and refused. Master, you can't do this. The old man said anxiously. The middle-aged man frowned and didn't say anything, but his eyes swept around. Finally, he saw a red-robed young man standing not far away. He knew that it was the red-robed young man who had used an unimaginable ability to forcibly transfer them from the bottom of the ship to the top of the ship. Judging from this divine ability, this person was at least a life and death expert. When he thought about how the red-robed youth was a demon, the middle-aged man immediately realized that this powerful life and death great demon was the only one who could resolve this crisis. Thinking of this, he grabbed the jade box. The old man next to him immediately showed a surprised expression, thinking that the master was going to consume the heavenly spirit immortal phoenix grass. Hold them off for a while. The middle-aged man ordered and flew in a certain direction in a flash. The old man nodded at once and immediately charged at the 8th level Heaven's Fate Realm old man. Although he was 1 level lower than the old man, it wouldn't be easy for the old man to kill him if he went all out. The 2 men fought fiercely. The fight was earth-shattering. As for the middle-aged man, he dodged the void wolves all the way and quickly flew to the red-robed young man. At this moment, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon was still standing on the deck, loyally protecting Lei Qinian. He was observing the fierce battle around him while thinking about how to chase the void wolves away. He certainly wouldn't expose his identity as an Eternal Realm Great Demon, That would frighten Xianxia, who was next to her. At this moment, the void wolves around were unusually fierce. Relying on their innate ability of space, they kept attacking the human cultivators. The human cultivators kept falling from the sky. Watching all this, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon didn't feel anything special. After all, he wasn't a human. He was a dragon that lived in ancient times. He didn't have much sympathy for the tragic scene of the human race. However, to protect the spaceship, he was ready to take action and drive all the void wolves away. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was about to act when a white light flashed in front of him. A pale-faced middle-aged man landed in front of him. "Senior, please save me. This junior is willing to give you the celestial immortal phoenix spirit herb." The middle-aged man knelt on the ground with a plop and raised a jade box with both hands. "Celestial immortal phoenix spirit herb?" The Blood Chief Demon Dragon's expression changed. He had naturally heard of this immortal herb. The middle-aged man opened the jade box and a celestial immortal phoenix spirit herb that looked like a phoenix appeared in front of the Blood Chief Demon Dragon. An enormous aura of vitality rolled in and gathered in front of him. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon took a deep breath, feeling as if all of its internal organs had been refreshed. It was a low-grade Emperor-grade herb. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was surprised. He didn't expect someone on the spaceship to have such a high-grade immortal herb. "Senior, please help me kill the enemies who are chasing after me." Seeing the red-robed youth's satisfied expression, the middle-aged man hurriedly begged. "All right. I agree to your request." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon laughed and reached out to grab the jade box. Obtaining a low-grade Emperor-grade Celestial Immortal Phoenix Spirit Herb so easily was truly a stroke of luck. At that moment, a beam of sword light shot over from afar. The one controlling it was the 8th level Fate Realm Old Man in room 27. "Hurry up and give me the herb," the old man roared angrily. As soon as the sword light approached, it transformed into a rain of swords that filled the sky like a river of stars. This sword actually enveloped all three of them inside. From the old man's point of view, the middle-aged man was too heavily injured to fight back. The 5th level Nirvana Realm young man was nothing to be afraid of. The only thing he was worried about was the Fate Realm cultivator from the monster race. The sword light contained his lifetime's worth of cultivation and was his most powerful attack. "Do you have a death wish?" The Blood Chief Demon Dragon flicked its finger when it saw that the old man still wanted to attack it. A beam of blood-red light suddenly shot out, breaking through the sword light that filled the sky and arriving at the old man's chest. The old man couldn't dodge at all. He could only watch as the beam of blood-red light entered his body. The next moment, he screamed in agony. His entire body twisted violently in midair. With a bang, he fell to the deck and turned into a desiccated corpse. The beam of blood-red light instantly flew out of the old man's body. The moment it flew out, the old man's body suddenly exploded. The beam of blood-red light returned to the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's fingertips. "This monster race senior is really strong." The middle-aged man was extremely shocked when he saw this. Xianxia was stunned. He hadn't expected this Fate Realm Yao senior to be so powerful. He'd killed an 8th level Fate Realm human cultivator with a casual move. That was a little too strong. After killing the 8th level Fate Realm Old Man, the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon looked in another direction. Then, he raised his hand and killed the remaining subordinates of the old man. "Thank you for saving my life, senior." The middle-aged man couldn't help but feel moved when he saw all his enemies being wiped out. He cupped his fists and bowed in gratitude. "No need to thank me. It's a deal." The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon licked its lips and chuckled. Rumble, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky as a huge void wolf pounced on the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon. "Damn, does this little wolf cub not want to live anymore?" The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon froze for a moment, then suddenly laughed and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, it appeared above the void wolf's head. It exerted some force with the tip of its foot, and a bloody light shot out of its body and drilled into the void wolf's body. The huge void wolf immediately howled and fell from the sky. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon followed closely behind. It grabbed the shriveled void wolf and tossed it away. After dealing with the void wolf, the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon scanned its surroundings, looking for the Wolf King. Capture the leader first, It subdued the Wolf King and told it to scram with its people. They were both Yao. The Blood Chief demonic dragon didn't want to go on a killing spree because they were of the same race. This was a battle. Many human cultivators had died, and many void wolves had died as well. The Blood Chief demonic dragon's eyes flashed as it saw a huge void wolf on top of a mountain. It was looking up at the sky, its blood-red eyes filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. That's it. The Blood Chief demonic dragon's body flashed, and it landed in a bloody light. The void wolf below was 3 times the size of an ordinary void wolf. It was at the peak of the 10th level Fate realm, and could be considered a great Yao half a step into the life and death realm. If such a great Yao attacked, the destruction it could cause was unimaginable. The airship would be completely destroyed. However, the Wolf King had his dignity. The Void Wolf King did not attack. Instead, it ordered its subordinates to attack the Heavenly Travel Trading Company's flying ship. A streak of blood-red light shot down from the sky like a meteor. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, the Void Wolf King immediately saw who it was. It was a red-robed youth from the Demon Clan. He had reached the 5th level of the Fate State. With such a cultivation base, he actually dared to attack a half-step life and death Wolf King. It had just thought of this. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon landed and hovered in the air, facing off against the Void Wolf King from afar. Little wolf cub, you're playing big this time, aren't you? If I don't make a move now, this spaceship will be torn apart by you. No one will be able to survive. The Blood Chief demonic dragon smiled nonchalantly. Which demon race are you from? How dare you speak so arrogantly? The Void Wolf King stared at the red-robed young man and asked in a deep voice. It didn't make a move immediately. Although its cultivation base was much higher than the other parties, the other party was still a demon. If the other party had a strong background, it would be in great danger if it acted rashly. I can't believe there are still people who care about my race. How touching, the Blood Chief demonic dragon said with emotion. There were very few dragons in the Xianxia continent at the moment. There were only a few of them in total. Moreover, the bloodline of the surviving dragons was extremely thin. They couldn't be compared to the dragons of the ancient times. He released a trace of the Blood Chief demonic dragon's aura. This trace of aura was like a tide, instantly surrounding the Void Wolf King. You're a dragon? The Void Wolf King was slightly stunned. Hurry up and tell your wolf cubs to retreat. I don't want to start a massacre, the Blood Chief demonic dragon said indifferently. Its face was filled with the pride of a dragon. Haha, what a joke. The Dragon Clan has declined. They don't even have a decent force. You still want to threaten me? The Void Wolf King laughed with a mocking smile in its eyes. If this demon race youth had a strong background, it would give him some face. But if he was a dragon, it wouldn't give him any face. Because, the Dragon Clan was no longer the main character of the Xianxia continent. Their glory had long since disappeared along with the battles of the ancient times. The Void Wolf King's words immediately infuriated the Blood Chief demonic dragon. It had already released its dragon aura to give the other party some leeway. Who would have thought that it would still be ridiculed by the other party? It couldn't tolerate this at all. It immediately raised a palm and made a grabbing motion, grabbing the huge Void Wolf King. A vast and powerful force imprisoned the Void Wolf King. What kind of cultivation base is this? The Void Wolf King suddenly lost control of its body. It couldn't move, and its heart was in turmoil. To be able to make it, a half-step life and death realm expert, unable to contend against, could it be a life and death realm dragon expert? Thinking of this, the Void Wolf King was filled with regret. It shouldn't have treated a dragon senior like this. Now that it was caught, it could only be slaughtered. Little wolf cub, this old man has lived for a long time. Seeing that you and I are both demons, I wanted to spare your life. But you humiliated my dragon clan like this, now, you can go to hell. The Blood Chief demon dragon enunciated each word clearly as 2 beams of blood-red light shot out from its eyes, landing on the Void Wolf King like 2 sharp swords. The Void Wolf King screamed, and its huge body immediately shrunk into a shriveled corpse. Its blood and life essence were all absorbed by the Blood Chief demonic dragon. You reap what you sow. The blood chief demonic dragon threw the Void Wolf King's corpse on the ground. It raised its head and looked at the densely packed void wolves in the sky. A sinister and bloodthirsty glint flashed in its eyes. Killing the Void Wolf King had thoroughly ignited the bloodthirsty desire to kill in its heart. "All of you, go to hell." The blood chief demonic dragon suddenly opened its mouth, and a vast bloody light swept across the sky like a vast ocean. All the void wolves were instantly entangled by the light and turned into dried corpses. Swoosh, the bloody ocean swept back and disappeared into the blood chief demonic dragon's mouth. The entire process was unbelievably fast. Almost none of the cultivators fighting the void wolves above could react in time. Just now, the blood chief demonic dragon had used its eternal realm great demon power. In order not to expose itself, the blood chief demonic dragon left the mountaintop in a flash. In the next moment, it appeared on the deck next to Xianxia. The void wolves are all dead? The remaining human cultivators stood in the air, dumbfounded. Just now, when the bloody light passed by, all of the void wolves turned into dried corpses and fell from the sky. Just who was it that could unleash such a terrifying great divine ability? This senior from the demon clan is really too strong. Of all the people present, only the middle-aged man knew best. He looked at the blood chief demonic dragon with admiration. "It's been so many years since I've eaten the celestial spirit phoenix grass." The blood chief demonic dragon chuckled and suddenly opened the jade box in its hand, a covetous look in its eyes. Just then, amidst the dense thunder and lightning, a voice suddenly drifted over intermittently from an extremely distant place. "Bring it." The blood chief demonic dragon's expression changed as it looked at a certain spot in the sky. Even though the voice was weak, he could sense an unimaginably powerful aura rapidly descending upon this place. Eternal realm. Sensing that astonishing aura, the blood chief demon dragon immediately thought of this word. The newcomer's cultivation level was very high, and he had crossed tens of thousands of miles, yet he could clearly sense the heavenly immortal phoenix spirit herb in the jade box in his hand. This person was very strong. The blood chief demon dragon was somewhat excited. "Who the hell is this person?" a cultivator muttered to himself. The blood chief demon dragon wasn't the only one who heard it. All the surrounding cultivators heard it as well. The voice was intermittent, as if it came from a seriously injured person who was on the verge of death. The cultivators looked at each other, not knowing whether it was a blessing or a curse. However, it was fortunate that the void wolves had all died inexplicably, allowing everyone to keep their lives. After waiting for a while, the voice didn't appear. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and descended from the sky. Someone began to clean up the deck, throwing the corpses of the void wolves down from the sky. The lightning in the clouds was also weaker than before. But there were still lightning snakes slithering in the clouds from time to time, making muffled rumbling sounds. The blood chief demon dragon's jade box was still open. He didn't eat the heavenly immortal phoenix spirit herb. Out of respect for the dignity and pride of the dragon clan. He wanted to see why the expert from afar had such a powerful divine ability to see the heavenly immortal phoenix spirit herb in the jade box at a glance. "Senior, tonight's events are very strange. First, the void wolves all died inexplicably, and then..." Xianxia was trembling with fear when he said this. Suddenly, all the cultivators felt a powerful pressure descend from the sky. Everyone had difficulty breathing, feeling as if 1,000 kilograms were pressing down on them. Everyone struggled to raise their heads and look up into the sky. The clouds suddenly split open, and a black-cloaked figure staggered out from within. "It's really the Eternal Realm. And it's the 10th level of the Eternal Realm." The blood chief demon dragon's expression changed slightly when he sensed the other party's aura. This guy gave him an indescribable sense of danger. Although they hadn't fought yet, the blood chief demon dragon didn't think he could defeat him. He also carefully stared at the figure that was staggering down from the sky. This figure was surrounded by an indistinct light, making it difficult for people to see his true appearance. However, the blood chief demon dragon could tell that this person seemed to be severely injured. His aura was extremely chaotic. As he staggered, the light in front of the black figure could no longer be maintained and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, all the cultivators saw the true face of the figure. Hiss, the moment they saw the figure's face, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The figure staggering in midair was a black-robed young man. One of his arms had been cut off and disappeared. The wound was dripping with blood, and blood was constantly dripping down from the air. It was as if there was no way to stop it. There was a small silver sword stuck in the young man's abdomen. This small silver sword seemed to have a life of its own. It was constantly wriggling, giving off an extremely strange feeling. However, the young man's injuries were not limited to that. One of his legs had been chopped off and was badly mutilated. His face was even more ferocious and terrifying. One of his eyes was gone, as if someone had forcefully gouged it out, leaving only a black hole. Dark red blood was still flowing around the hole. Even a section of his nostrils had been cut off. It was a ghastly sight. The black-robed young man's body staggered as he landed in midair. His breathing was rapid and erratic. He stared in a certain direction and stammered, "Give me, the heavenly spirit." Immortal phoenix grass, haha, so he really needed the heavenly spirit immortal phoenix grass to heal his injuries. The blood chief demon dragon narrowed its eyes, its expression cold. It had just obtained this immortal grass. How could it just give it to someone else? Besides, it wasn't related to the black-robed young man, nor did it know him. The blood chief demon dragon would never be so generous as to give away the heavenly spirit immortal phoenix grass. What kind of blood is this? All of a sudden, a heavens mandate cultivator screamed. After the young man's blood dripped onto the deck, it actually ignited into a cluster of dark red flames. The flames exuded a terrifying aura, as if they were completely different from any flames in the mortal realm. This is the blood of a god. The blood chief demon dragon sucked in a breath of cold air when it saw that the blood could burn. Its expression was even colder than before. The young man in front of it was a god. At the very least, he was in the true immortal realm. However, it didn't know why he'd fallen from the true immortal realm after sustaining such serious injuries. The black-robed young man suddenly stopped in midair. He gripped a long sword in his other hand and pointed it at the blood chief demon dragon. "Give it." He spat out the words with difficulty. "Senior, he wants the heavenly spirit immortal phoenix grass in your jade box," Lei Qinian said with trepidation. The severely injured man was unimaginably powerful. According to his understanding, he'd probably reached the eternal realm. The blood chief demon dragon swayed and flew into the air, facing the black-robed young man from a distance. "Sir, you're seriously injured. You can't even pull the sword out of your stomach. This heavenly spirit immortal phoenix grass won't really solve your problem. I think you should leave this place as soon as possible," the blood chief demon dragon said indifferently. At this point, he closed the jade box in his hand and placed it into his storage ring. How could he give up the heavenly spirit immortal phoenix grass so obediently? "Die," the black-robed young man exhaled with difficulty, then raised his sword and slashed without hesitation. This sword caused the entire world to lose its luster in an instant. The dazzling sword light was so bright and blinding that all the cultivators closed their eyes. So strong. The blood chief demon dragon was shocked. The black-robed young man was seriously injured, but he could still make such a shocking strike. It was clear how strong he was. The blood chief demon dragon roared and reached out to grab the sword. In the air, his arm turned into a red dragon claw, and a thick layer of bloody light wrapped around the dragon claw. In an instant, the void was filled with a thick blood aura. Many cultivators on the deck passed out when the bloody aura hit their brains. The few remaining Fate Realm cultivators kept their eyes tightly shut, still resisting the powerful bloody aura. However, they only managed to resist it for a second. These people also fainted from the impact of the blood chi on their brains. A dragon? When the black-robed young man saw the red dragon claw, his remaining eye flashed with surprise. After the ancient dragon-slaying war, there were still such powerful dragons alive in the hidden dragon continent. Rumble, the blood chief demon dragon's red claw caught the sword light, and the two clashed with an earth-shattering sound. Dragons had tough bodies, but the black-robed young man's shocking strike still cut off half of the dragon's arm. True immortal realm indeed. "You're still so strong even though your cultivation level has dropped," the blood chief demon dragon cackled. The severed arm turned into a ray of bloody light and returned to its body. Then, a new red dragon claw grew out. An immortal body. Is this the blood chief demon dragon's bloodline? Shocked, the black-robed young man mustered up a mouthful of magic power and smoothly uttered these words. Eh? How did you know? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon blinked. He hadn't expected this man to be able to tell at a glance that he possessed its bloodline. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon is one of the 10 super divine dragons. However, you only have a thin strand of its bloodline in you. The young man sighed and pointed his sword at the dragon. You'd better give me the celestial immortal phoenix spirit herb, or you'll die by my sword. Give it to you? How's that possible? Let's see who's the real deal. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon sneered. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a gigantic crimson dragon. Dragons were known for their physical bodies, and fighting in this form was his greatest strength. Cough cough. The black-robed young man coughed violently and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His shoulders spasmed violently, and with every cough, blood spurted out from his eyes, shoulders, and even the wounds on his body. It felt like a cracked cup that would shatter at any moment and walk toward the end of its lifespan. However, even though his injuries were so serious, he still held on and did not collapse. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon stared at the black-robed young man from afar, full of admiration. This fellow's willpower was too strong. He was a true man. If this fellow hadn't insisted on taking the celestial immortal phoenix spirit herb from him, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon would have liked to be friends with him. However, the two of them were now enemies. Only the victor would have the celestial immortal phoenix spirit herb. The primordial dragon's pride forbade him from taking a single step back. After coughing a few more times, the black-robed young man looked at the crimson dragon in the distance with a hint of caution in his eyes. He raised his sword and slashed out. This attack was almost identical to the one from last time. A beam of sword light streaked across the sky and dimmed the heavens and earth. Even the thunderclouds in the distance fled in all directions. They didn't dare block the power of this attack at all. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon showed no signs of fear. It swung its huge dragon tail at the sword. Rumble, the dragon tail smashed into the sword light, shattering it. The black-robed young man coughed a few more times. He continuously slashed out several sword lights. The sword lights intertwined in midair, forming an indescribably powerful sword net. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon also became alert and did not dare to be careless. It spat out rays of bloody light that covered the sky as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom boom, the swordlight and bloodlight continued to shatter. Just like that, the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon and the black-robed youth began to fight. No matter how talented he was and how powerful he was. Even so, the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon still felt immense pressure when facing the black-robed young man whose cultivation and realm far exceeded his own. After a dozen rounds of battle, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon found itself being suppressed by that guy, and was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Its body had been cut in half countless times, but each time, it would rely on its immortal body to recover. Although the black-robed youth was powerful, there was nothing he could do to the Blood Chief Demon Dragon. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon's confidence multiplied. He had an immortal body. If he continued to fight like this, the heavily injured black-robed youth would be exhausted to death sooner or later. Rumble, rumble, as the two of them fought in midair, huge shockwaves spread out in all directions. Oh no, this spaceship, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon, who was in the middle of the fight, suddenly remembered that if the shockwaves created by their battle landed on the spaceship, it would probably disintegrate in an instant. All the cultivators on the spaceship would be shattered to pieces, including Xianxia, whom he had been guarding all this time. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was scared out of his wits at the thought of this. He was almost scared to death. If Xianxia died like this, how could he face his master? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon lifted its head abruptly and looked down into the void. It discovered a white figure standing on the deck of the spaceship at some point in time. Master is here. Seeing that familiar figure, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon was both surprised and overjoyed. He almost cried. If his master did not come, the spaceship would be gone and Xianxia would be dead. His mission would be a complete failure. In that brief moment of distraction, a dazzling snow-white sword light fell from the distance and cut the Blood Chief Demon Dragon in two. On the deck, with his hands behind his back, Yiyun looked up at the fierce battle with an extremely calm expression. The young man in front of him was seriously injured, but he still had such a strong battle strength. This made Yi Yun think highly of him. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon would definitely be the loser of this battle. This was because Yi Yun found that the black-robed young man was still hiding his strength. If he used his full strength, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon would definitely be seriously injured. In that case, his injuries would worsen and his realm would plummet to the first level of the Eternal Realm. If he was unlucky, he might fall to the life and death realm. The sword in this kid's stomach seems to have some background. Yi Yun's eyes flickered like two balls of fire. The small silver sword in the black-robed young man's stomach was engraved with a dragon pattern. This dragon tattoo contained countless tiny runes. These runes were abnormally mysterious. Within a few inches, they formed a myriad of phenomena and combined to form a strange divine ability. At the core of the runes, Yi Yun saw a miniature 7-star array. Another 7 stars array formation. After seeing this 7-star array, Yi Yun's face became somewhat gloomy. Along the way, Yi Yun saw many 7-star arrays. These arrays seemed to have an inescapable relationship with the mastermind. A white light flashed. Yi Yun suddenly appeared between the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the black-robed young man. "There's no need to fight." Yi Yun raised a hand and said lightly. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon shook its body and transformed into a human form. Standing behind Yi Yun, it said with an ashamed face, "Master, I'm really useless. Fortunately, you're here. Otherwise, this mission would have failed. Today's matter is beyond your ability. I won't blame you. Go back and take care of Lei Qinian first," Yi Yun said lightly. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon hurriedly agreed. It turned into a streak of blood light and landed on the deck. He checked on Lei Qinian and found that he had just fainted. His heart calmed down. "This is?" The black-robed young man suddenly saw a white-robed young man who looked like a banished immortal in a painting. There was great shock in his only eye. He could not tell the cultivation level of the other party. This meant that the other party's cultivation level was much higher than his. But didn't the world say that there was no true god on the Hidden Dragon continent? "Sir, are you a true god?" The black-robed young man's only eye showed a vigilant look. He gathered all his Dharma power and pointed his sword at Yi Yun. "You don't have to guess my cultivation level." Yi Yun smiled indifferently. His eyes fell on the black-robed young man with interest. He asked with a smile, "You should be from the Divine Land, right?" As soon as he heard this sentence, the black-robed young man's heart tightened. Suddenly, a stormy sea was set off. How did this guy know that he was from the Divine Land? Could it be he was the guardian of the forbidden area of the Hidden Dragon continent? 6 chapters have been updated today. Looking for a wave of recommendation votes. "Sir, are you the guardian of the Hidden Dragon continent?" The black-robed youth stared at Yi Yun with his single eye and said solemnly. When he was planning to escape into the Hidden Dragon continent, he knew that he might encounter the guardian of this place. But at that time, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and barge into the Hidden Dragon continent. If he did not enter here and was caught up by the pursuers, he would die without a burial place. If he entered the Hidden Dragon continent, he still had a chance of survival. After all, this place was called the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and it had a strong curse on the cultivators of the Divine Land. Many cultivators did not dare to enter. The stronger a person's cultivation was, the stronger the curse would be when they entered this place. Fortunately, he was only in the true God realm, so the curse would be much lighter. However, the price to enter was also very high. When he was passing through the ancient path to heaven, he encountered all kinds of dangers and used up all his Dharma treasures in exchange for more serious injuries. Now, his body was full of holes, and the severity of his injuries was unimaginable. Facing the true God realm guardian in front of him, the black-robed youth knew in his heart that he could not escape this time. The guardian of the Hidden Dragon continent would definitely not be polite to an uninvited guest like him. He would definitely catch him. If he was lucky, he would be locked up and interrogated. If he was unlucky, he might be thrown back to the Divine Land immediately. Once he returned to the Divine Land, his life would be completely gone. Thinking of this, the black-robed youth was extremely depressed. This time, he really could not escape. However, to his surprise, the white-clothed youth opposite him shook his head and said something that he did not expect. "I'm not," Yi Yun said. "You're not the guardian?" The black-robed youth was shocked, and his breathing quickened. According to the information he had, the hidden dragon continent could only be guarded by one god realm cultivator. It was absolutely impossible for there to be a second one. And the cultivators of the divine land would almost never enter the hidden dragon continent, because this was a forbidden area. Other than the powerful curse, the ancient path to heaven. Without a certain level of strength, one could not walk over at all. However, why would someone with a certain level of strength come to this remote and desolate place where the spiritual chi was thin? The people of the divine land, the higher their cultivation, the more they cherished their cultivation and future. They would never come to the abandoned land of the gods and sever their cultivation. At this moment, the void rippled. A figure suddenly walked out from inside. Seeing this old man, Yiyan suddenly smiled. He pointed at him and said, "He is the guardian." Looking at the appearance of another true god realm great cultivator, the black-robed youth only felt his vision turning black. This time, there was really no hope. The guardian in front of him was not someone he could defeat with his current eternal realm cultivation. After the green-robed old man appeared, he suddenly saw a familiar white figure. His face immediately revealed a look of surprise. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." The green-robed old man hurriedly cupped his fists and said respectfully. Yiyan glanced at him, his eyes flashing, and said with a smile, "You're not bad. You've broken through. Congratulations." The green-robed old man's face showed a joyful smile. He nodded and said with a smile, "It's all thanks to fellow Taoist's divinity pill. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken through." Hearing the conversation between the two, the black-robed youth's heart was set off stormy waves. Who on earth was this white-robed youth? He was not the guardian, but he was so familiar with him. The most shocking thing was that he had given the guardian a divinity pill. He knew very well about the divinity pill. Even though he was now the young island master of Star Soul Island, it was extremely difficult for him to obtain a divinity pill. The hidden dragon continent is called the abandoned land of the gods. Can one break through with a divinity pill? The black-robed youth suddenly thought of a possibility and could not help but blurt it out. Yiyan was slightly startled. The black-robed youth asked a good question. According to the information the guardian had once told him, any cultivator of the divine land who entered the hidden dragon continent would be affected by the power of the curse, causing their cultivation to stagnate. Why wasn't this guardian affected at all? What you said makes some sense. The green-robed elder glanced indifferently at the severely injured black-robed youth, then looked at Yiyan. His expression changed, and he said with a smile, "I've been stuck at the peak of the first level of the true god realm for a long time. Although I was cursed when I entered the hidden dragon continent, there's still a chance for me to break through to the next level with the help of the divinity pill. My friend, I was extremely lucky, so I just happened to break through." Hearing this explanation, Yiyan suddenly understood. According to the green-robed elder's explanation, if one was cursed, they would not be able to break through by relying on their own cultivation. With the help of the power of the pill, there was a chance for him to break through. However, in this situation, it had to be aimed at the peak of a small level, which was equivalent to taking a final step. The divinity pill provided such a strong motivation, allowing the guardian of the Tsangnan continent to break through to the second level of the true god realm. After thinking it through, Yiyan's gaze fell on the black-robed youth again. This guy also came from the divine land, so he was probably affected by the curse when he entered this place. Thinking of the curse, Yiyan's interest was piqued. He was prepared to keep the black-robed youth alive to study him. Of course, he saved the black-robed youth not only to study the mysterious curse. There was another reason, which was the small silver sword. There was a miniature 7 stars formation in the dragon pattern of the small sword. Yiyan would save anyone who the mastermind wanted to harm. Hence, this was the real reason why he was prepared to save the black-robed youth. Since you've broken through, you'll definitely enter a new level. Yiyan cupped his fists and smiled politely. He did not retrieve the green-robed elder's memory previously because he was afraid that there would be a restriction in his mind that would suddenly explode. Hence, he had been addressing the green-robed elder as a friend. He managed to get a lot of information out of him. "I can still live for a few more days, but that's all, haha. Now that I've been cursed, it's completely impossible for me to break through to the third level of the true god realm." The green-robed old man smiled disapprovingly. He was very carefree. He looked grateful and continued, I'm very satisfied to be able to break through to the second level of the true God realm. Since you have such a mindset, you might be able to go further on the path of cultivation in the future, Yi smiled. Sigh, let's leave it to fate, the green-robed elder laughed. Cough cough. At this moment, the black-robed youth's injuries acted up, and he coughed a few times continuously until he spat out blood. Which force in the divine land are you from? Why did you enter the hidden dragon continent? Don't you know that this place is extremely dangerous? The green-robed elder turned around and looked coldly at the black-robed youth with his hands behind his back. I know, how could I not know? But I had no choice. If I didn't escape in here, I wouldn't have been able to shake off the pursuers. The black-robed youth smiled bitterly in the face of the protector's questioning. This smile immediately affected his injuries, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Seeing that the black-robed youth was so severely injured, the green-robed elder felt extremely pitiful. He thought for a while and said, I can let you rest here for a while before I send you out, 5 chapters today, this is the first chapter. Hearing the guardian's words, the black-robed young man was stunned for a moment before a look of gratitude appeared on his face. He did not expect the guardian to be so kind as to give him a chance to breathe. Yi smiled. My friend, that's not right of you. Please enlighten me, my friend. The green-robed old man was slightly taken aback and looked a little embarrassed. In his eyes, Yi was an unreachable divine existence. Furthermore, he owed him a huge debt of gratitude. Therefore, even though he had the identity of a guardian, he did not dare to do anything to Yi. He was still very polite. The guardian has his duties. Naturally, there are some things that are not convenient for him to deal with. I'll take the lead. You stay by my side and recuperate, Yi glanced at the black-robed young man and said calmly. What, he wants me to follow this senior? Hearing this, the black-robed young man was stunned. He did not expect the unfathomable white-robed young man in front of him to take him in. He was emotional and his throat was a little choked. He was about to speak. Suddenly, he coughed violently and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon, who was standing on the flying ship, saw this scene and could not help but twitch his mouth. He muttered to himself, this guy is really lucky, to be able to be taken in by the old master, how heaven-defying must one's luck be. In the old master's eyes, the black-robed young man's injuries were nothing. Hearing that Yi wanted to take in the black-robed young man, the green-robed old man was stunned for a moment before a look of joy appeared on his face. Thank you, my friend. He quickly cupped his fists and bowed. My friend, you're welcome. This little guy can only live if he's in my hands. Otherwise, he won't live for more than 15 minutes. Yi lowered his eyelids and said calmly. After that, he raised his head and looked in a certain direction as if he was waiting for something. The green-robed old man's expression suddenly changed. At this moment, he actually felt a powerful aura descending from the void above. A mountain-like pressure pressed down on his shoulders. As a true God Realm Level 2 guardian, he could not resist it. Who was it that had come? His cultivation was actually higher than him, a true God Stage Level 2 guardian. The black-robed youth, who was still in joy, felt the pressure. His originally pale and bloodless face immediately trembled. They're here, he muttered to himself in a daze. After saying that, he coughed violently and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. What a pitiful little fellow. Listening to the coughing, Yi also felt uncomfortable. He took out a small bottle and flicked out a drop of green liquid. Take this, Yi's words resounded in the black-robed youth's ears. A drop of green liquid floated in front of the black-robed youth. What is this? At this moment, the black-robed youth's heavily injured body instinctively wanted to swallow this drop of green liquid. The vitality emitted by the green liquid was simply too great. Thank you, senior. After thanking him, the black-robed youth opened his mouth and swallowed the drop of green liquid without hesitation. A tremendous amount of life force gushed out like a broken dam, gushing towards every part of his body, and began to heal his extremely serious injuries. This healing process gave him an indescribable sense of joy. He even let out a dull sound. In a few breaths' time, the black-robed youth's injuries were all healed. His mental state was also much better than before. The eye socket that was dug out had scabbed over and healed. The broken shoulder and a section of his nose that was cut off had also grown new flesh. All the external and internal injuries on his body had healed. The only thing left was the small silver sword in his lower abdomen. It was still deeply embedded in his dantian and it was constantly absorbing his vitality. Although his injuries had healed, he still looked like he had only one eye, one arm, and no nose. He looked unusually ferocious. Senior, the black-robed youth was extremely emotional. He immediately knelt in front of Yi Yun's feet. "Thank you for saving my life." The black-robed youth kowtowed as tears streamed down his face. He knew that he was saved this time. This senior in white was unfathomable. Even if the pursuers were coming, they would not be able to do anything to this senior. Looking at this shocking scene, the green-robed elder's eyes widened. He was so shocked that he could not speak. He naturally knew how serious the black-robed youth's injuries were just now. He was about to die, but after taking that mysterious drop of green liquid, he recovered in an instant. It was too unbelievable. He turned to look at Yi Yun with a fanatical look in his eyes. The green-robed elder knew that this fellow cultivator in the Divine Lord realm was definitely not a nobody in the Divine Land. It was his honor to know such an almighty. Seeing that the aura above the void was getting stronger, Yi Yun smiled faintly. The surrounding pressure suddenly disappeared. "Fellow cultivator, I have to ask for your help this time." The green-robed elder felt his body lighten and quickly bowed. He knew that the newcomer was already at the high level of the true immortal realm. He was not someone a guard like him could deal with. He could only ask this fellow cultivator in the Divine Lord realm to help. "It's a small matter." "Fellow cultivator, you don't have to be so polite." Yi Yun smiled. His smile was as warm as the spring breeze, giving off a very humble feeling. He waved his hand and the black-robed youth at his feet immediately stood up. "Which faction in the Divine Land are you from? Who are the people chasing you?" Yi Yun asked faintly. "Senior, I'm from Star Soul Island." "The people coming to kill me should be from Clear Sky Island," the black-robed youth said respectfully. Yi Yun nodded. He had no idea about Star Soul Island and Clear Sky Island. However, the green-robed elder next to him said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to be from Star Soul Island. With Star Soul Island's strength, they are no match for Clear Sky Island. I heard that Clear Sky Island has a Divine Lord realm powerhouse overseeing it. Fellow cultivator, to tell you the truth, I was caught by them and escaped by the skin of my teeth." The black-robed youth cupped his fists and said with a wry smile, "I was also at the 4th level of the true immortal realm. After being seriously injured by those people from Clear Sky Island, my realm fell to the 1st level. After escaping, I struggled to break through the hidden dragon continent's ancient road to heaven and lost all my magic treasures. My realm also fell from the 1st level of the true immortal realm to the eternal realm." "I see," the green-robed elder's face relaxed. He also admired the black-robed youth in front of him. To be able to escape from Clear Sky Island, go through untold hardships along the way, break through the ancient road to heaven, and enter the hidden dragon continent. It was hard to imagine the hardships involved. As for Star Soul Island and Clear Sky Island, he had heard a little about them. Outside the hidden dragon continent, there was a vast sea. There were many islands scattered all over. These islands were divided into 10 major sea regions. Star Soul Island and Clear Sky Island were in the 9th major sea region. Clear Sky Island was the strongest force in the 9th major sea region. It ranked first and was said to have a Divine Lord realm overseeing it. On the other hand, Star Soul Island's forces were much weaker. At most, they were ranked in the top 10. Sigh, the green-robed elder sighed. He admired the black-robed young man's tenacity. It was hard to imagine that he could escape to the hidden dragon continent under the pursuit of all the experts of Clear Sky Island. There was a fluctuation in space. A middle-aged man in a blue robe descended from the space. The middle-aged man looked around. When he saw the black-robed young man he had been chasing, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He shouted, "Xianxia, let's see where you can run to now." The black-robed young man looked at the middle-aged man and frowned, not saying a word. Although his body had recovered, his realm was still at the 10th level of the eternal realm. He was no match for this middle-aged man at the 7th level of the true immortal realm. The middle-aged man's gaze quickly fell from Xianxia to the green-robed elder. He looked him up and down and said indifferently, "You must be the guardian of this place." The green-robed elder nodded indifferently. The middle-aged man's cultivation was higher than his, but he was angry that the middle-aged man didn't respect him. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation was lower, he would have attacked long ago. "Aren't you afraid of the power of the curse by coming to the forsaken land of the gods?" The green-robed elder's eyes twitched and he suddenly said coldly. "Haha. Afraid? Why wouldn't I be?" The middle-aged man laughed out loud, his voice shaking the whole world. The green-robed elder sneered and asked, "If you're afraid, why did you come?" "The island master of Clear Sky Island saved my life. Even if my cultivation stagnates, I must kill this Xianxia." The middle-aged man sneered with a fierce look on his face. He vented the anger in his heart on Xianxia. If it weren't for this kid, he wouldn't have to risk entering the forsaken land of the gods and suffer the power of the curse. "You can't kill him. I'll protect this person." Yiyun put his hands behind his back and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. Only then did he realize that there was someone standing next to him. But he didn't see this person. Just now. Am I seeing things, or is the white-robed young man's cultivation higher than mine? How was that possible? In the Xianxia continent, the guardians were the most powerful people. How could there be such a powerful god? The middle-aged man stared coldly at Yiyun. His eyes flickered as many thoughts flashed through his mind. He was already at the true god realm's 7th level. If a god spirit could appear so mysteriously, it would have to be at least at the god monarch realm. But in the hidden dragon continent, why would a divine lord realm appear? This was absolutely impossible. How could a cultivator of this realm easily give up on their own cultivation? After all, this place was called the Forsaken Grounds of the Gods, and it was filled with terrifying and vicious curses. Once one entered this place, it would be difficult for one's cultivation to advance any further. With this thought in mind, he calmed down. It was absolutely impossible for this white-clothed youth in front of him to have divine lord realm cultivation. If it was the true god realm. Even if this white-robed youth was at true god stage level 10, he would not be able to kill him. After all, he still had the amulet given to him by the island master. Once this protective talisman was brought out, it could unleash an attack with the strength of a divine lord realm. Even a peak true god realm level 10 cultivator would not be able to block it at all. He would definitely die. Thinking of this, he calmed down and looked at Yiyun with a sneer. "Fellow Taoist, what a boastful tone. I just don't know if you have the ability to protect this guy." After saying that, the middle-aged burly man drew out a treasure sword and slashed it over. This sword was filled with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. If an eternal realm great cultivator of the Xianxia continent was here, he would probably faint on the spot. The attack of a true god realm level 7 cultivator had completely surpassed the level of this world. So powerful. Seeing this sword, the green-clothed elder's pupils shrank violently. He also felt the horror of this sword. He was looking forward to seeing fellow Taoist Yiyun make his move. He wanted to see what kind of divine ability he would use to break the power of this sword. Unexpectedly, Yiyun did not move at all. In his pair of enchanting eyes, countless tiny star-like runes suddenly moved and changed between life and death. The whole world seemed to have entered a dream. It was upside down and black and white could not be distinguished. It was like a dream. That astonishing sword light suddenly disintegrated. It was like a piece of ice that was suddenly evaporated by an intense heat. How is this possible? The middle-aged burly man's eyes widened and he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He suddenly found that the whole world had become a dream, making his body weak and he seemed to be immersed in it. The next moment, he closed his eyes and could not open them again. At this time, the middle-aged burly man stood motionless in the void like a wooden man, as if he had fallen asleep. As a bystander, the green-clothed elder was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat when he saw such a shocking scene. This fellow Taoist's divine ability was too terrifying, wasn't it? Even with his knowledge and experience, he didn't know what kind of divine ability it was that could easily break through that shocking sword light. What was more amazing was that it could make a true god realm level 7 deity fall asleep without any warning. Terrifying, it was really too terrifying. the green-clothed elder finally had a clear understanding of Yi Yun's strength. When Jiang Hingyue saw this, she could not help but gasp. What was the cultivation level of this white-clothed young man who took him in? It was really unbelievable that he could get rid of a true God realm level 7 deity so easily. However, at the next moment, something even more unbelievable happened. The middle-aged burly man's body turned into countless fine particles that floated in the air like a silk scarf. What a terrifying divine ability! At this moment, Jiang Hingyue and the green-clothed elder almost simultaneously had this thought in their minds. Yi Yun looked at these particles, his eyes flashing with an unimaginable light of deduction. He was looking for the curse in the middle-aged burly man's body. This curse was hidden very deeply. Even with Yi Yun's cultivation level, it took a long time to finally find some fine particles. These particles contained the curse of the Xianxia continent on the divine land cultivators. Yi Yun waved his hand and caught these cursed particles in his hand, then carefully observed them. For some reason, these curses gave Yi Yun a familiar feeling. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind and Yi Yun was stunned. This curse contained a trace of Zhu Long's aura. This discovery shocked Yi Yun greatly. Could it be that the curse of the Xianxia continent was set by the fallen Zhu Long? Did it do this to prevent the divine land cultivators from coveting the Xianxia continent? If not for the 99% concentration of Zhu Long's bloodline in Yi Yun's body, he would not have been able to discover Zhu Long's aura hidden in such a deeply hidden curse. Yi Yun's expression became serious. Fellow Taoist, did you discover something? The green-clothed elder felt that something was wrong with Yi Yun's expression and hurriedly asked. Nothing. Yi Yun put away the curse in his hand and waved his hand gently. The particles in the distance immediately dissipated between heaven and earth. The green-robed elder could only shake his head and smile wryly when he saw that Yi Yun's expression was solemn but didn't want to tell him anything. He knew that this fellow Taoist was hiding a secret. However, with his current cultivation and knowledge, he had no idea what Yi Yun had discovered. Fellow Taoist, if the cultivators of Clear Sky Island enter this world, you don't have to do anything. Leave the rest to me. Yi Yun looked at the green-robed elder and said calmly. Then I'll have to trouble you. The green-robed elder said gratefully. Although he had a faction behind him, it didn't care if he lived or died. If he died in the Xianxia continent, the faction behind him would just replace him with a new guardian. Clear Sky Island was a huge force, and it was not something that a mere true God realm level 2 guard like him could deal with. Since this unfathomable fellow Taoist was willing to take on the pursuit of Clear Sky Island, the green-robed elder was naturally happy to see him succeed and didn't want to get involved in this mess. The green-robed elder cupped his fists and bid farewell to Yi Yun, then turned and flew away. Only Yi Yun and Jiang Hingyue were left in the void. Come with me. Yi Yun said faintly. Then, he descended from the air and landed on the deck of the spaceship. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon had witnessed the Master's great ability and how he'd easily taken care of the 7th-level True Immortal. It couldn't help but yearn for the Master's ability. Master, when are you going to impart this divine ability to me? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon rubbed its hands and asked with a smile, unable to suppress its inner desire. It knew that the Big Black Horse and Big Black Cat had both learned the Firmament Disillusionment Eye. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon naturally wanted to learn it as well. When you're done with this mission. Yi Yun said with a smile. He wasn't a selfish person. When the Blood Chief Demon Dragon finished its mission, he would teach it this ability. Yi Yun had mastered many abilities, so it wasn't a big deal to teach it a few. In the future, he would continue to impart divine abilities to his disciples and the demonic beasts. Therefore, the unique skills of the Shenlong sect were not limited to those three. Yi Yun glanced at Lei Qinian who was in a coma and smiled. This little guy's luck was really not that good. If he had not sent the Blood Chief Demon Dragon to protect him, Lei Qinian would have lost his life in this calamity. Master, do you want me to wake him up now? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon asked softly. No need. Yi Yun shook his head. He turned to look at Jiang Hingyue and said softly, Little guy, you have suffered so much. After entering this world, your cultivation has been cut off. You may be stuck in the eternal realm forever. Do you regret it? Hearing this, Jiang Hingyue's eyes reddened, sparkling, and translucent tears glistened in her eyes. Senior, I don't regret it. If I didn't go in, I would have died outside. Jiang Hingyue said with a sigh. As she said this, tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Tell me, what's the deal between you and Clear Sky Island? Yi Yan asked with a smile. Since he had taken in Jiang Hingyue, he naturally had to understand the feud between him and Clear Sky Island. Yi Yan wanted to test Jiang Hingyue by letting him say it himself. If this little guy was cunning and didn't tell the truth, Yi Yan would have killed him on the spot. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Yi Yan would not keep a liar by his side. As for verifying Jiang Hingyue's words, it was very simple. He just had to wait for him to finish speaking and read his memories. Hearing Yi Yan's question, Jiang Hingyue's expression turned fierce as he recalled the past. Gnashing his teeth, he said, previously, I was the young master of Star Saint Island. My fiancé was snatched away by Clear Sky Island's young master, Fu Nanhua. I went to reason with him, but he caught me and threw me into prison. He tortured me severely. He cut off my nose, broke my arm, and beat me until I was covered in wounds. He even stabbed me with the Dragonbane soul-chasing sword and destroyed my dantian. The people of Heavenspan Island are truly vicious. Hearing Jiang Hingyue's words, Yi Yan's eyebrows twitched slightly. He hated people who used all kinds of methods to torture others. He had always liked to be straightforward, and to take revenge quickly. If Clear Sky Island's young master, Fu Nanhua, had given Jiang Hingyue a quick death, Yi Yan would have thought that he was a normal person. But if he used cruel methods to torture others, Yi Yan would have thought that Fu Nanhua was a perverted person. As a transmigrator, Yi Yan had seen a lot of news about perverted murderers. He deeply detested such people. Since he had taken Jiang Hingyue as his disciple, he would naturally avenge Jiang Hingyue. The karma that Fu Nanhua had planted in Jiang Hingyue's heart in the past was all repaid by Jiang Hingyue. You were already in prison, how did you escape? Yi Yan asked again. Jiang Hingyue said angrily, Senior, my fiancé begged for mercy, and that bastard let me go. But after he let me go, he sent people to kill me. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and enter the ancient Clear Sky path. I see. Yi Yan nodded. Although he was once the #1 bully in Sunnan continent, he had never done something as outrageous as Fu Nanhua. Now that your fiancé has fallen into Fu Nanhua's hands, I'm afraid she's done for, Yi Yan sighed. He had a good impression of this girl's actions. If it weren't for her, Jiang Hingyue would have died in the prison on Clear Sky Island. It's said that they're going to hold their wedding on the 6th of next month, Jiang Hingyue said dejectedly. Seeing Jiang Hingyue's sad face, Yi Yan could understand how he felt. If his woman was taken by someone else, he would naturally be enraged. For the sake of his woman, he would immediately draw his sword and charge over. But now, although Jiang Hingyue had been saved, his cultivation had fallen to the 10th level of the Eternal Realm. On top of that, he had been cursed by Zhu Long. His cultivation had been completely frozen at the 10th level of the Eternal Realm, unable to break through. Yi Yan thought for a moment and decided to try to break Zhu Long's curse. Now that he had the ancestral dragon's bloodline, it might not be difficult for him to break the curse that the ancestral dragon had set up. But it would not be easy to break it. Yi Yan would need to spend some time to study it. After making up his mind, Yi Yan relaxed a little. Then, his eyes fell on the small silver sword in Jiang Hingyue's abdomen. Does this dragon-vein soul-chasing sword belong to Fu Nanhua? Yi Yan asked softly. Jiang Hingyue lowered his head and looked at the small silver sword in his abdomen. He gritted his teeth and said, Senior, this vicious sword belongs to Fu Nanhua. This sword doesn't seem to be simple. It's been inserted into your dantian. If you pull it out rashly, your dantian will be completely destroyed by the sword's power. Yi Yan's eyes flashed. It was as if he could see through Jiang Hingyue's abdomen and see the dangerous situation inside. Just as Senior said, the dragon-striped soul-chasing sword is famous throughout the Divine Land. It's a very vicious treasure. Jiang Hingyue frowned and said dejectedly, although my body is getting better, I can't pull this sword out. I can only wait for it to absorb my life force. It's not hard to take this sword out. Yi Tian looked away and shook his head nonchalantly. To him, taking out a small dragon-striped soul-chasing sword was not difficult at all. He just had to destroy the 7-star sword formation inside and the sword would lose all its power. It would be easy to pull it out. Yi Yan guessed that there were very few people in the world who could see through the miniature seven-star formation inside the dragon-striped soul-chasing sword. After all, many people did not have such a terrifying eye technique like him. Hearing Yi Yan's words, Jiang Hingyue's eyes lit up. He quickly asked, "Senior, do you have a way to take this sword out?" Yi Yan nodded. Jiang Hingyue blinked with an incredulous look on his face. Once the sword was inserted into a person's body, it basically announced the person's slow death. Every cultivator in the divine land knew the power of this sword. But there was no better way to break it. It was said that there was once a great cultivator in the divine venerable realm who tried to pull out the sword for his disciple but failed. The sword was pulled out. But the destructive power released by the sword destroyed the disciple's dantian and he died a horrible death. The power released by this small silver sword could also destroy the life force in a person's body and cause instant death. "Hey, kid, what nonsense are you talking about? If the master says he can take it out, then he can. If you don't believe me, I advise you to get out of here." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon scolded from the side. "Senior, I was ignorant. Please forgive me." Jiang Hingyue quickly knelt on the ground and apologized dejectedly. "Get up," Yi Yan said calmly, and a surge of magic power lifted Jiang Hingyue up. Jiang Hingyue was also one of his chess pieces. So Yi Yan had to find a way to completely cure Jiang Hingyue. Sky Disillusionment Eyes activated. Countless tiny runes that looked like stars appeared and disappeared in his eyes. A powerful force that appeared and disappeared suddenly rushed into the dragon runes. Boom, the 7 stars array was instantly dispersed by the flood of life and death energy. Yi Yan retracted the power of life and death. With a thought, a giant hand made of mana pulled the sword out. After the sword was pulled out, Jiang Hingyue felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, and blood spurted out. Jiang Hingyue was so scared that her soul almost left her body. However, he soon discovered that there was no explosion in his dantian. He was overjoyed. This senior was truly too powerful. To be able to break the dragon vein soul-chasing sword so easily, senior's unfathomable and terrifying strength is truly inconceivable. Jiang Hingyue hurriedly circulated her magic power to stop the bleeding from the wound on her lower abdomen. "Senior, thank you for your grace of rebirth." Jiang Hingyue could no longer hold back the gratitude in her heart and burst into tears. "Heh, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. I told you that your master would be able to remove it, but you didn't believe me." The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon crossed its arms and made a sarcastic remark. Yi Yan glared at him. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon was so frightened that it immediately shut its mouth, not daring to make another sound. "Although your body has mostly recovered, you're still handicapped," Yi Yan said with a smile. Then, he took out a small bottle and carefully examined Jiang Hingyue's body. He poured out 3 drops of green elixir of life from the small bottle and flicked them toward Jiang Hingyue. 1 drop fell into the stump on his shoulder and disappeared. The other 2 drops fell onto his head. After the 3 drops of mysterious green liquid entered Jiang Hingyue's body, he was surprised to discover that a vigorous life force was causing his body to rapidly regenerate. He felt his nose itch, his shoulder itch, and even his eye sockets itch. He looked at the empty spot on his shoulder and saw that a new arm was slowly growing out. Jiang Hingyue was stunned for a moment. He didn't think that the mysterious green liquid would have the ability to regenerate a severed arm. Jiang Hingyue was no ordinary cultivator. He was once a 4th-level true immortal, and his physical body could be considered a divine body. Ordinary medicine couldn't possibly do this. In the divine land, there was indeed such a peerless medicine that could regenerate white flesh, but he had only heard of it. As time passed, the part of his nose that had been cut off grew back first. A new eyeball also grew out of the empty eye socket. Sensing that his other eye could see clearly, Jiang Hingyue was so excited that his entire body trembled. He didn't know what to say. Yi Yan smiled faintly. He looked around at the cultivators who had collapsed on the deck. These people had all seen Jiang Hingyue and the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon. The star-like runes in Yi Yan's eyes began to change. In an instant, he erased all of the memories in the minds of the cultivators. The cultivators' memories stopped at the moment when the Void Wolves were all dead. It was the same for Lei Qinyan's memories. Yi Yan didn't give him any special treatment. The more he knew, the higher the risk. These cultivators' cultivation levels were too low. It was best not to get involved in this mess. After erasing his memories, Yi Yin sent out a voice transmission to inform the Blood Chief Demon Dragon of what had happened. After all, he still needed the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon to escort Lei Qinian to the Heavenly Moon's secret realm. He should know this information in time. Only then could he stay on the ship and accompany Lei Qinian. After a long while, Jiang Hingyue finally woke up from his state of shock. Do you know where Fu Nanhua got this sword from? Yi Yin raised the small silver sword and looked at Jiang Hingyue. Senior, I don't know either. There are more than one sword like this in the Divine Land, Jiang Hingyue answered honestly. Yi Yin was stunned. His eyes moved slightly. In an instant, he read Jiang Hingyue's memories. Everything was true. Jiang Hingyue didn't lie at all. He really didn't know much about the Dragon Vein soul-chasing sword. After all, the star deity island he was on was in the sea near the Songnan continent. It was considered to be at the edge of the Divine Land. It was still very far from the real Divine Land. Yi Yun's eyes flashed. At this moment, he suddenly made a decision. He was going to take Jiang Hingyue away from the Songnan continent and go to Tongtian Island in the Ninth Sea to find Fu Nanhua and understand the true origin of the sword. At the same time, it would also resolve Jiang Hingyue's regrets. After all, his fiancée was still in Fu Nanhua's hands and they were about to get married. As Jiang Hingyue's master, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yin had many female confidants. If someone stole one of his confidants and wanted to be his wife, he would definitely kill them. Therefore, Yi Yin sympathized with Jiang Hingyue. He was going to kill his way to Tongtian Island and rescue his fiancée. Today's update is over. Looking for a wave of good comments and recommendation votes, Jiang Hingyue. Yi Yin suddenly called out, his expression more serious than before. Jiang Hingyue's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly bowed. Senior, please tell me what you need. Yi Yin asked calmly, are you willing to join the Shenlong sect? This junior is willing. Jiang Hingyue didn't hesitate at all and agreed. His life had been saved by this senior. This senior had saved his life and even reconstructed his body. He wouldn't be able to repay this kindness even if his bones were crushed. Even if he was the young master of Star Soul Island, so what if he joined the Shenlong sect? Very good. Yi Yin nodded with a smile and said, I will take you to Tongtian Island and help you take revenge and take back your fiancé. Senior. Hearing Yi Yin's words, Jiang Hingyue's heart surged and tears streamed down his cheeks. He never imagined that this unfathomable senior would take him to Tongtian Island for revenge. He was truly moved. Jiang Hingyue didn't bother to wipe his tears away as he knelt on the ground again and repeatedly kowtowed to Yi Yin. Blood Chief Demon Dragon crossed his arms and clicked his tongue. You're so lucky, kid. As soon as you join the Shenlong sect, the master will personally take you to take revenge. Yes. I'm so lucky to have met the master. Jiang Hingyue cried and laughed at the same time, looking a little crazy. He was in an unimaginably desperate situation. If it weren't for his strong will, he would have died long ago. Even so, he never imagined that he would one day be able to counterattack the unimaginably powerful Tongtian Island. This great surprise washed away the despair in his heart. Get up. Yi Yin said with a smile. He rather admired this kid, Jiang Hingyue. He was sincere and magnanimous, with a strong will. Such a person would definitely become someone great in the future. The Shenlong sect. Naturally, they couldn't stay in the Songnan continent forever. They would have to leave sooner or later. Star Soul Island and Tongtian Island in the Ninth Sea would be the Shenlong sect's first stops in the outside world. Yes, senior. Jiang Hingyue quickly wiped away her tears and stood up. Don't call me senior anymore. Just call me master. This is the rule of the Shenlong sect. Yi Yin chuckled. I understand, master. Jiang Hingyue wiped her tears and smiled. Brother, your swordsmanship is really not bad. Now that we're from the same sect, let's exchange more pointers if we have the chance. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon came up and patted Jiang Hingyue on the shoulder. Sure. I've offended you before, please forgive me. Jiang Hingyue said modestly. Haha, well said, well said. The Blood Chief demonic dragon laughed. Xiaolong, you guys continue to take the flying ship to the Heavenly Moon's secret realm. I need to bring Jiang Hingyue outside. Yi Yan looked at the Blood Chief demon dragon and calmly instructed. Master, don't worry, I will take good care of Lei Qinian. Blood Chief demon dragon patted his chest and swore solemnly. Yi Yan nodded. At this moment, a ray of light enveloped him and Jiang Hingyue and they disappeared into the void. Yi Yan tore through the void and quickly rushed to the ancient heavenly path in the sea region outside the Songnan continent. Jiang Hingyue saw the endless void as fragile as a thin piece of paper in front of her master. Every time her master tore through the void, he would travel at least a few 100 million miles. She was so shocked that she could not describe her feelings at this moment. Her master was just too strong. Such terrifying strength had far surpassed the divine sovereign realm. This powerful ability to tear through the void had probably reached the divine sovereign realm. Master, are you in the divine sovereign realm? Jiang Hingyue, who was standing next to Yi Yan, coughed slightly when she saw Yi Yan casually tear through the void. She mustered up her courage and asked. I'm close to the divine sovereign realm, Yi Yan said with a smile. He did not hide his cultivation. He was now at the 7th level of the divine sovereign realm, 3 levels away from the divine sovereign realm. If he was fast, it would take less than a month. To Yi Yan, cultivation was as simple as eating and drinking. It just depended on whether he was willing to cultivate or not. Master, you're really too strong. Even in the divine land, I haven't seen anyone stronger than you. Jiang Hingyue rubbed her hands and laughed. Haha, no need to flatter me. Yi Yan laughed and tore through the void with both hands. In an instant, the two of them walked out of the void. They were now at the outermost edge of the sea region, surrounded by the astral winds. The astral winds roared and howled. Woo-woo, loud rumbling noises were constantly heard. However, when these violent astral winds reached Yi Yan, they immediately took a detour and did not dare to touch him at all. Jiang Hingyue was shocked. Yi Yan's eyes flashed as he searched for the location of the ancient path to heaven. It took him 2 to 3 breaths of time to confirm the coordinates. In the next moment, Yi Yan stretched out his hand and tore through the space in the astral winds. What? Master can tear through space in this place? Beside him, Jiang Hingyue's eyes widened again. She was dumbfounded. The space in the astral winds was unimaginably strong. From what he knew, only a divine king could tear through the space here. However, his master could easily tear through the space here again. He could not help but be shocked. Yi Yan continued to tear through space, breaking through a distance of millions of miles, and finally reached the ancient path to heaven. Standing in the ferocious astral winds, Yi Yan put his hands behind his back and looked at the ancient path indifferently. The entire ancient path to heaven was extremely wide. Just the horizontal area alone was a few 100 feet. The ancient path to heaven was golden in color, emitting a faint yellow light. It floated in the void, emitting an indescribable ancient aura. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless astral winds blew on the ancient path to heaven, but they could not damage it at all. You came in from this path, right? Yi Yan asked with a smile. Yes, Senior. This ancient path to heaven is too terrifying. I used up all my magic treasures and suffered heavy injuries to break in. Jiang Hingyue looked at the golden ancient path to heaven in front of him with lingering fear in his eyes. The ancient path to heaven was too terrifying. He was at true immortal realm level 1 then. Originally, he thought that he could easily pass through, but he did not expect to encounter so many dangers along the way. All kinds of strange phenomena emerged one after another. There were also some unknown void monsters that constantly attacked him. He narrowly escaped death and relied on heaven-defying luck to break in. If he broke in a second time, even if he had the same magic treasures, Jiang Hingyue estimated that he would not be so lucky. Unless his cultivation reached true immortal realm level 5 and his magic treasures doubled, he was confident that he could successfully break through the ancient path to heaven again. Okay, let's go again. Yi Yan looked at the ancient path to heaven that was emitting a faint yellow light. There was a smile on his face and a trace of anticipation in his eyes. It had been 100,000 years. This was the first time he was going to leave the Songnan continent and enter the divine land. Today's 6 chapters, this is the first chapter. After Yi Yan's rebirth, he already had the strength to leave the Xianxia continent and enter the divine land through this ancient road to heaven. But in fact, it was because of the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect. Yi Yan had never taken that step. For Yi Yan, time had no meaning. Therefore, as an ancestor, he had to completely support the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect. Only then could Yi Yan leave the Xianxia continent and go to the divine land with peace of mind. Fortunately, Yi Yan had such thoughts at the beginning. In the following process, Yi Yan could constantly find various clues left behind by the mastermind behind the scenes. Yi Yan believed that walking all the way to the Xianxia continent, he could still find various traces left behind by the mastermind behind the scenes. Yi Yan also wanted to take a look. The mastermind behind the scenes had hidden so deeply. What kind of heaven-defying means had he set up? Breaking through the situation step by step was still very interesting for Yi Yan. This time, he took Xianxia through the ancient road to heaven and entered the divine land, which could be regarded as fulfilling Yi Yan's dream from 100,000 years ago. There were still some waves in his heart. Yi Yan also wanted to see the situation in the divine land and what it was like. After all, he couldn't really experience it from the memories in Xianxia's mind. Senior, could it be that even with your high cultivation, you have never gone out before? Hearing Yi Yan's words, Xianxia asked in shock. Yes, I've never gone out. Yi Yan laughed heartily. Hearing this, Xianxia fell into a great shock. After a long time, she said, Senior, I always thought that you were a supreme existence of the divine land. I didn't expect that you actually cultivated to this level in the Hidden Dragon continent. Yes, it was here that I cultivated step by step to the Divine Lord realm. Yi Yan smiled and said frankly. After that, Yi Yan put his hands behind his back, took a leisurely step forward, and set foot on the ancient road to heaven. When he stepped on the ancient road to heaven, the mysterious formation on the ancient road seemed to have sensed something, and the light it emitted became even brighter than before. The originally pale yellow light became thicker, like a giant golden dragon, extending far into the endless astral winds. Xianxia hurriedly followed. Beside his master, he was surprised to find that the astral winds on the ancient road to heaven were unable to reach his master. Waves of shock surged in his heart. The gale winds on the heavenspan path were even fiercer than in other places. But at this moment, these astral winds were like docile little sheep, automatically detouring when they were several hundred feet away from the master. Yi Yan did not tear space here. This was because he discovered that the space here was somewhat unstable due to the ancient path to heaven. Once he tore the space apart, it would affect the God-grade grand formation contained within the ancient path. Yi Yan brought Xianxia and flew quickly. His current speed was far beyond the speed of a true God stage cultivator tearing through space. All of this made Xianxia extremely surprised and shocked. Rumble, in the astral winds in the distance, a dazzling pillar of lightning suddenly smashed down from midair. It smashed onto the ancient road to heaven with a loud bang. Lightning sputtered in all directions and disappeared in an instant. But the ancient road to heaven did not change at all, and was not damaged at all. When Yi Yan saw this, he pointed ahead and said with a smile, Is it the minefield next? Yes, Senior. There are several different areas on the ancient road to heaven, and they are filled with all kinds of terrifying visions of heaven and earth, and there are all kinds of void beasts moving about in some areas, Xianxia hurriedly explained. Let's go. Yi Yan smiled and continued forward with Xianxia. Soon, they entered the minefield. Just as the two stepped into the minefield, the entire area seemed to be stimulated by something. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and dense pillars of lightning constantly fell. Yi Yan had his hands behind his back, and his face was calm, and he did not move at all. But his body emitted a faint divine light. When the pillars of lightning came within a few hundred feet of them, they were immediately repelled by an inexplicable force. They could not break through the protective barrier set up by Yi Yan at all. The two continued forward, and soon broke through the minefield. After the minefield, there was another astral wind area, but there was a large amount of black smoke floating in the astral wind. The black smoke was so dense that it dyed all the space in front of them as black as ink. Looking into the distance, the ancient path to heaven, which looked like a golden dragon, plunged headfirst into a black space. Senior, the smoke is highly poisonous, Xianxia whispered. Back then, he had suffered a lot in this place, and he had used up a lot of his magic treasures to force his way through. Yiyan nodded faintly and continued forward. After entering the black space, countless clouds of fog drifted over, driven by the astral wind. The black fog carried some kind of unimaginable poison, and when it came into contact with the divine light barrier set up by Yiyan, it began to sizzle. It seems that the poisonous fog is very harmful to divine power, Yiyan nodded to himself. However, this was only true for true gods in the general sense. Mere smoke could not do anything to him. The two of them easily passed through the poisonous fog area. After passing through the poisonous fog area, large snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and the surrounding space suddenly fell into an extremely cold environment. The ancient road to heaven emitted a thick yellow light, but it could not stop the snowflakes from falling, and the golden road was covered with a thick layer of snow. Yiyan could not help but click his tongue in amazement when he saw the scene. This place was really a creation of heaven and earth. All kinds of terrifying heaven and earth anomalies caused all kinds of trouble to prevent people from going out and coming in. Who was it that laid this? Yiyan suddenly had such a thought in his mind. Who could create such a terrifying phenomenon? It could only be people from the Divine Land or the Ancient Dragon Clan. However, Yiyan guessed that the Ancient Dragon Clan was more likely. After all, these barriers were to protect the Xianxia continent. And this ancient road to heaven should have been built by people from the Divine Land to make it easier to enter the Xianxia continent. Yiyan guessed that as the guardian, the green-robed elder should have a pass for the ancient road to heaven. Otherwise, with his cultivation level of true God realm first level, it would be impossible for him to pass through this ancient road. After making such a deduction in his mind, Yiyan became clearer about the origin of the ancient road to heaven. After passing through the extremely cold snowstorm area, the scene in front of them suddenly changed again, becoming raging flames. The void around them was filled with flames. The scarlet flames burned fiercely, emitting unimaginable heat. It burned the void until it was bright red. Yiyan only glanced at the flames, then walked over. Xianxia followed behind with fear and trepidation. These raging flames were enough to cause great harm to a true God realm cultivator. Back then, he was lucky to have a fire-type treasure to resist such fierce flames, which was why he could pass through here safely. Yiyan's expression was still calm as he walked leisurely in the flames. At this moment, all the flames retreated in all directions, as if they were instinctively afraid. At this moment, flames suddenly rose from the flames. A huge eye made of flames appeared without any warning. It was a huge scarlet flaming eye. It had a diameter of several hundred feet and was suspended in the air. Its red eyes were constantly rotating, giving people a very strange feeling. What is this? Xianxia raised his head and looked at the huge flaming eye, his eyes filled with horror. Yiyan raised his head and glanced. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a cold smile appeared on his face. There was actually someone spying on them? What a joke. He raised his hand and a ray of light flew out. This ray of light was like an unsheathed sharp sword, fiercely stabbing into the huge flaming eye. Roar! The huge flaming eye let out a wail and suddenly exploded. Countless sparks sputtered in all directions and melted back into the surrounding flames. Senior, what was that? Xianxia asked with a frown. That huge flaming eye actually made him feel a strong mental pressure, as if there was a powerful god looking down on him from the ninth heaven. Some people had bad intentions and insisted on spying on us. I blew out his eyes. Yiyan smiled faintly, as if he didn't take this matter to heart at all. He still leisurely walked through the raging flames. All the flames retreated in all directions, making a path for him. There were still some fire dragon phantoms in the distant flames. They were constantly moving, but they were still very far away from Yiyan. They didn't dare to take half a step forward. Senior was really invincible. Xianxia followed behind Yiyan. There wasn't the slightest bit of fire intent seeping in. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although he was the young island master of Star Soul Island, in reality, Xianxia had never seen a divine lord cultivator. Even if it was said that Clear Sky Island had a divine lord cultivator overseeing it, but in reality, this was only a legend. Because no one had seen it at all. True God realm, every level was a level of heaven. The difference in battle strength was very obvious. So he couldn't guess what kind of terrifying battle strength a divine lord cultivator could achieve. Yi Yan brought him through this flame area very quickly and casually. Yi Yan's speed seemed slow, but in reality it was unbelievably fast. After passing through the fiery area, it was another area where thunderstorms interweaved. Countless black raindrops fell from the sky. They were extremely corrosive, and when they landed on the ancient heavenly path, sizzling sounds could be heard. However, they were unable to penetrate the ancient heavenly path. Yi Yan was quite interested. He reached out and grabbed a handful of black rainwater. He placed it in his palm and observed it carefully. The corrosive black rainwater sizzled in his palm, as if it had a life of its own, constantly eroding his palm. But it was to no avail. Yi Yan's physical body was unimaginably strong, and the small corrosive rainwater could do nothing to him. "Senior, your physical body is truly too powerful." "I can't do it," Jiang Hingyue sighed. "Is the black rain very serious to your physical body?" Yi Yan asked with a smile. "That's right. Now that my physical body has recovered, it can be considered a true god's physical body. However, it still can't withstand the corrosion of the black rainwater." Jiang Hingyue laughed bitterly. Then, he reached out and grabbed a drop of black rainwater. Instantly, the drop of black rainwater sizzled on his palm. In a few breaths of time, it pierced a hole in his palm. The drop of rainwater fell through the hole in his palm and landed on the ancient heavenly path. Jiang Hingyue raised his palm with a bitter smile. Looking at the small hole in his palm, he shook his head helplessly. He didn't have any magic treasures now. He couldn't withstand it just by relying on his true god physical body. "I've underestimated this black rainwater," Yi Yan's eyes flickered. With a flick of his finger, a drop of green water of life flew into Jiang Hingyue's palm. This drop of water of life fused into his skin and turned into a surging life force. New flesh immediately grew out of the small hole in his palm. It was as good as new. However, the remaining life force was still surging in his body. Jiang Hingyue's face flushed red and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. "Senior, this power is so strong." "It seems to be looking for a vent," Jiang Hingyue said with difficulty. At this moment, a fearful thought arose in his heart. He didn't have any injuries on his body. The energy produced by this drop of mysterious green liquid was too great. His body was about to explode. When Yi Yan saw this, he pointed down. The surging life force in Jiang Hingyue's body immediately calmed down and stopped moving. "Store it in your body for now. In the future, if you are injured, it will help you recover quickly," Yi Yan said with a smile. "Thank you, Master." Jiang Hingyue was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed respectfully to his master. He found that his good luck had really come. Ever since he met this unfathomable master of the Shenlong sect, Jiang Hingyue found that a wonderful door seemed to have opened in front of him. There were many things that he had never dared to imagine before. He had never seen before. Even things that stayed in legends could be encountered by him. Jiang Hingyue shook his head. He felt as if he was in a dream. The two of them quickly finished traversing this area filled with thunderstorms. Of course, Yi Yan carried Jiang Hingyue the entire time. Otherwise, with his speed, it would have been impossible for him to pass through each area so quickly. After the thunderstorm area, the next area was filled with yellow sand. Countless yellow sand rolled over. It was unknown what these tiny grains were made of, but when they landed on the ancient path to heaven, they made banging sounds. At this time, the yellow light of the ancient path to heaven became even thicker, enveloping the entire ancient path to heaven. When he saw the yellow sand rolling over, Jiang Hingyue's face turned ugly. When he was in this place, he had almost lost his life. Fortunately, he had enough magic treasures on him. He had only managed to break through after losing many of them. Yi Yan stretched out his hand again to feel the power of the yellow sand. Then, he casually withdrew his hand. The yellow sand looked domineering, but when it hit his hand, it was like a gentle breeze. It was even worse than scratching an itch. Yi Yan sighed. Looks like this ancestral dragon body of his was really tyrannical to an abnormal degree. After passing through this area filled with yellow sand, the surrounding scenery changed again. Suddenly, a blue sky and white clouds appeared in the void. Master, there are many void beasts here, Jiang Hingyue whispered from behind. It's okay, Yi Yan smiled slightly. He looked around and his spiritual consciousness swept out like a tidal wave. Indeed, he saw several types of void beasts in the void. There were the void wolves, void lightning tigers, void shadow snakes, and even a few void divine dragons in the farthest places. These void beasts were not weak. They were all in the true God realm. No wonder so few cultivators in the Cangnan continent were able to walk out of this place. This level is so difficult. If you are not a genius, you will not be able to walk out. Yi Yan retracted his gaze and sighed. Senior, you're right. It's too difficult for cultivators to get out of this place. Even if we true immortal realm cultivators of the divine earth realm want to come in, we'll lose a layer of skin even if we don't die. Jiang Hingyue sighed with lingering fear. Yes, these barriers block the immortal realm cultivators of the divine earth, but they also block the Cangnan continent cultivators from advancing. Yi Yan sighed softly. It had been millions of years since the ancient times. Naturally, there was no lack of talented cultivators in the Cangnan continent who could cultivate to the true immortal realm. If they wanted to continue cultivating, they had to go to the divine earth. However, this path was extremely dangerous and the chances of death were too high. Yi Yan suddenly remembered the two eternal realm elders he met when he first came to the sea barrier. They once said that 3 true immortals of the Cangnan continent had successfully crossed the ancient road to heaven. Now, it was hard to say that the 3 of them had completely passed. If they could really pass, their strength would definitely surpass that of cultivators of the same realm in the divine earth realm. Long Xian is one of them, Yi Yan thought of a figure in his heart. It was the 250th sect master of the Shenlong sect, Long Xian. This guy had inherited the inheritance of Supreme Emperor Jiuyou and obtained all the resources of the Shenlong sect. It should be a sure thing that he could pass the ancient road to heaven. Senior, after passing through the area attacked by the void demonic beasts, there will be a smooth road ahead. The ancient road to heaven will completely end. Jiang Hingyue said from the side, his face relaxed as if he saw hope. He had never thought that he could pass the ancient road to heaven so easily with his master. Yi Yan nodded. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the void beasts around suddenly became restless and pounced in Yi Yan's direction. Seeing these small true immortal realm void beasts pouncing toward him, Yi Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't use any divine ability. Then, he raised his palm and lightly slapped it toward the outside. Immediately, countless void beasts wailed as they were sent flying by the slap. Yi Yan didn't kill the void beasts here. If the large areas here were set up by the ancient dragon tribe, then as the sect master of the Shenlong sect with Zhu Long's bloodline, he naturally couldn't destroy these places. Even if he wanted to destroy something, he would destroy the ancient heaven-span path. However, the ancient road to heaven was of no use now. It was just a decoration, so it didn't matter whether it was destroyed or not. After this wave of void beasts was sent flying, a few more waves of void beasts rushed over with a dragon's roar. With a wave of his hand, Yi Yan sent these void beasts flying again. He narrowed his eyes slightly and saw a few void divine dragons in the distance. Dragons were extremely rare in the Cangnan continent, but there were still a few living in this place. Counting carefully, there were no more than 6 in total. They were all in the True God realm, and the strongest one had already reached True God realm level 10. Wait for me here for a while. Yi Yan said lightly, then added a defensive light shield to protect Jiang Hingyue and flew into the sky. Jiang Hingyue was shocked, but when he saw the light shield around him, he calmed down. He didn't know what the senior was looking for in the depths of the void. Was he going to kill the divine dragons here? When Jiang Hingyue first entered this area, there weren't so many void beasts attacking him. Only a few void wolves attacked him symbolically, allowing him to pass through this area easily. What's that? Jiang Hingyue had just calmed down when he suddenly saw a faint shadow appear in front of him. He couldn't see clearly, but he could feel that there was someone standing there. Then, he was shocked to find that the figure stretched out a large hand and grabbed him and the protective shield into the void. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Yi Yan, who was flying, suddenly paused and looked behind him with a meaningful gaze. It was that guy, who had taken Jiang Hingyue away. But it didn't matter. If he dared to touch Jiang Hingyue, Yi Yan would rip his head off. Yi Yan also didn't know where that guy came from. Back then, in the area of flames, that guy had used a special ability to condense a huge flaming eye to spy on him, but it was destroyed by Yi Yan. Yi Yan increased his speed. In an instant, he arrived at the place where the Void Divine Dragons were hiding. These Void Divine Dragons were hidden in space, but Yi Yan could see where they were hiding. No need to hide, Yi Yan said indifferently as he stood in the void and looked in a certain direction. There was a ripple in the void, and 6 huge figures appeared. These were the 6 Void Divine Dragons. In ancient times, the Void Divine Dragons were also one of the Divine Dragons, but they were not as famous as the 10 Supreme Divine Dragons. But the bloodline of the Void Divine Dragons was closely related to the Space Mirage Dragon, one of the 10 Supreme Divine Dragons. Looking at these huge creatures in front of him, Yi Yan narrowed his eyes and observed carefully. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. The bloodline of the Void Divine Dragons in front of him was extremely thin. They couldn't be compared to the real Void Divine Dragons of ancient times. But he understood after thinking about it. After all, so much time had passed, and all kinds of divine dragons had long gone extinct in the Xianxia continent. The bloodline that could survive was extremely thin. Yi Yan reached out and set up a restriction seal in the surrounding space. What are you doing? Human? The Void Divine Dragon with the highest cultivation level looked nervously at Yi Yan, and there was great anger in his eyes. The human in front of him was unfathomable, and he couldn't see through him at all. When he walked into the area of the thunderstorm, he had secretly sneaked over and observed this human from afar. He found that this human was extremely strong. After that, he quietly sneaked back and discussed with a few of his kind. In the end, they decided to drive those void beasts to attack this human. They wanted to see how strong he really was. But they didn't expect that all the void beasts together were no match for him, and they were all defeated. What surprised the Void Divine Dragons was that they were hiding in the void, but this human in front of them could accurately find them and their location. This made the Void Divine Dragons feel a great sense of crisis. The Void Divine Dragons didn't expect that on the Hidden Dragon continent. When did the human cultivators become so powerful? How long have you guys been guarding here? Who gave you the order to guard this place? Looking at the 6 Void Divine Dragons in front of him, Yi Yan suddenly asked. Human, don't push your luck. This is not a problem you should be concerned about. The leading Void Divine Dragon roared angrily, and there was a cold glint in his eyes as he said angrily. Human, we know you're strong, but if you try to force us, we'll fight you to the death. Another Void Divine Dragon roared furiously. Clearly, Yi Yan's words had touched the bottom of their hearts. In their hearts, the Dragon Clan was the noblest clan in the world, and humans were just weak ants beneath their feet. Yi Yan smiled slightly. He did not care about the Void Divine Dragon's reaction. It seemed like the Void Divine Dragons had been guarding this place for a long time. This caused their ideology to be deeply rooted. They believed that the Dragon Clan would always be the noblest and strongest clan in the world. But in reality, the Dragon Clan in the Xianxia continent was on the verge of extinction. The glory of the Dragon Clan had long become the smoke of history. Yi Yan's body shook slightly, and he released a wisp of Zhu Long's aura. At this time, he had to reveal his identity. The Dragon Clan had a very strict hierarchy. As long as he revealed Zhu Long's aura, any Dragon Clan member would submit. An enormous and majestic aura of Zhu Long spread out. The 6 Void Divine Dragons' faces changed drastically. Their bodies trembled, and they looked extremely agitated. Zhu Long. This is Zhu Long's aura. The leader of the Void Divine Dragons muttered to himself. He looked at Yi Yan with great confusion in his eyes. You're obviously a human. Why do you have Zhu Long's bloodline? The Void Divine Dragon asked in a trembling voice. He stared at Yi Yan with his dragon eyes, as though he wanted to see through this human's entire body. Is this a question that you puny Void Divine Dragons should ask? Quickly kneel down. Yi Yan's expression turned cold, and he released another wisp of Zhu Long's aura. These Void Divine Dragons were instantly scared out of their wits. They no longer dared to resist, and all of them obediently lay down at Yi Yan's feet. In Yi Yan's eyes, tiny runes that were like stars began to change. He began to observe the minds of these void divine dragons. There didn't seem to be any problems, and no one had tampered with it. Yi Yun's pupils contracted slightly as he began to read the memories of a void divine dragon. Bang! The void divine dragon's head was blown apart for no apparent reason. When he saw this scene, Yi Yun's expression became extremely gloomy and cold. The mastermind's arrangements were too extensive. The void divine dragons guarding this place had actually added restrictions in their minds. Once their memories were read, they would explode and die. However, the vitality of the divine dragon was extremely tenacious and tough. Even though its head had been blown apart, its huge body was still struggling in pain. When the other void divine dragons saw their companions suddenly die tragically, their eyes were filled with blood-red color. However, under the pressure of Zhu Cheng's aura, they did not dare move an inch. Yi Yun naturally would not sit back and do nothing. While this divine dragon had just died, he still had a way to bring it back to life. Yi Yun touched his hand and immediately took out a light blue transparent 8 treasures glazed bottle. It contained the triple light sacred water. The triple light sacred water was the sunlight sacred water, the moonlight sacred water, and the starlight sacred water. In the 8 treasures glazed bottle, it was stored in 3 different spaces. Yi Yun poured out a drop from each of them and fused it into the real triple light sacred water. With a flick of his finger, it landed on the void divine dragon whose head had exploded. The void divine dragon's head quickly grew back. The scattered dragon souls were also forcibly pulled back by the medicinal power and returned to the dragon's head. Seeing all this, Yi Yun nodded silently. As expected of the #1 healing panacea in the Eldritch world, it had the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life. 100,000 years of check-ins. Yi Yun had obtained too many good things. These things came from different dimensions of the myriad heavens. The triple light sacred water came from the Eldritch world. This void divine dragon came back to life. Its eyes were a little blank, not knowing what had happened. Yi Yun once again activated the heavenly illusory eye to read its memory, but found that its original memory had completely disappeared. It seemed that the explosion just now had destroyed all its memories. Yi Yun sighed softly. The other void divine dragons saw their companion come back to life and could not help but let out a long sigh. They could not help but admire this human with Zhu Cheng's bloodline in front of him. I want to ask you a few questions. Yi Yun raised his gaze and looked at the void divine dragon in the lead. Now that he could not read their memories, he could only get some information he wanted through conversation. After he finished speaking, Yi Zichen smiled. Yi Yun once again increased the intensity of Zhu Cheng's aura on his body. The surging aura of Zhu Cheng instantly made these void divine dragons completely submit from the depths of their hearts. Seeing that these void divine dragons had completely submitted to him, Yi Yun nodded in satisfaction. These small void divine dragons might have been guarding this place for too long, and their brains were extremely rigid. That was why he released 2 more wisps of Zhu Cheng's aura. However, these void divine dragons were quite pitiful. Yi Yun guessed that these void divine dragons had been guarding this place for who knew how many years. Lord Zhu Cheng, if you have anything to ask, please ask. The void divine dragon in the lead said very respectfully. How long has your void divine dragon clan guarded the ancient path to heaven? Yi Yun asked. For such a simple question, the mastermind should not have sealed the memories of the void divine dragons. Yi Yun was just testing the waters with this first question. If their memories were not sealed, he would continue to ask. Lord Zhu Cheng, our bloodline of void divine dragons has been guarding the ancient path to heaven since ancient times under the orders of Zhu Cheng. It has been passed down from generation to generation, and it has been more than 9 million years, the void divine dragon in the lead said respectfully. More than 9 million years, Yi Yun was extremely shocked. This bloodline of void divine dragons had guarded this place for so long. Even if the mastermind had placed restrictions on them, they were still unaware and loyally carried out Zhu Cheng's orders. In ancient times, there was a great battle between the Divine Land's deities and the dragon clan of the Hidden Dragon continent. Have you heard of it? Yi Yun asked. Lord Void Divine Clam Dragon once led us here to stop the deities of the Divine Land. In that battle, many of our clansmen were injured or killed, the Void Divine Dragon in the lead said. Yi Yun nodded. Who would have thought, the Void Divine Dragon, one of the 10 Supreme Divine Dragons, had led the Void Divine Dragon clan here to stop the attack of the Divine Land's deities, according to Yi Yun's understanding. In ancient times, the deities of the Divine Land and the Dragon clan had fought several battles, but there had never been a clear winner. After Zhu Cheng's disappearance, the 10 Super Divine Dragons had internal strife. They fought each other and lost a lot of their combat strength. Later, the army of the Divine Land's deities invaded the Hidden Dragon continent and wiped out almost all the Dragon clan. Do you know what the Hidden Dragon continent is like now? Yi Yun's eyes flickered, and he suddenly asked. I don't know. The Void Divine Dragon in the lead had a sorrowful expression. He sighed and said, reporting to Lord Ancestral Dragon, in the distant memory, after the great battle between the Dragon clan and the Divine Earth Divine Spirit, we have been guarding this place and have never left. But after such a long time, our clansmen have become fewer and fewer. Now, there are only 6 of us left. I'm afraid that after tens of thousands of years, when we die of old age, there will be no more dragons guarding this place. Yi Yun's heart sank as he listened to the Void Divine Dragon's sorrowful voice. The declining Dragon clan was slowly disappearing from this continent. This fate seemed to have been predestined with Zhu Long's disappearance. If the 6 Void Divine Dragons in front of him had been guarding this place for tens of thousands of years, they would have all died. However, none of these Void Divine Dragons were female. They had already lost the ability to reproduce. Yi Yun sighed and said, according to your inherited memories, do you know how many battles have occurred between the Dragon clan and the gods of the Divine Land? Lord Zhu Long, we can't remember clearly, the Void Divine Dragon answered honestly. For the past 100,000 years, you have been guarding this place. Have any human true immortal realm cultivators successfully left this place? Yi Yun's face became serious as he asked a question that he had been wanting to ask for a long time. No, not a single one. The Void Divine Dragon answered with certainty. Apart from the recent few days, has any gods of the Divine Land come here again in the past 100,000 years? Yi Yun asked again. No. After receiving 2 affirmative answers from the Void Divine Dragon, Yi Yun pondered. It seemed that this memory had been completely sealed. Once someone read it, it would immediately explode. The 2 Eternal Realm Elders he met before were right. There were indeed 3 true Immortal Realm cultivators from the Tsungnan continent. One of them was the 250th sect master of the Shenlong sect, Long Xian. Yi Yun did not find it strange that Long Xian could pass through this place. This guy had the bloodline of the Divine Dragon, so it should be extremely easy for him to pass through this last stage. As a member of the Dragon clan, these Void Divine Dragons would definitely give Long Xian the green light. Long Xian had obtained the inheritance of Supreme Emperor Joyo and was extremely powerful. It was not difficult for him to pass through the previous areas. As for Long Xian, from the bottom of his heart, Yi Yun was not satisfied at all. Based on the current signs, this guy must be alive. Since he was not dead, why didn't he come back to visit the Shenlong sect? The Shenlong sect was so miserably suppressed in the last few decades. In Luo Li's generation, the inheritance was almost cut off. If he hadn't finished signing in and walked out of the tomb in time, the tragic fate of the Shenlong sect might have come to an abrupt end. Thinking of Long Xian, Yi Yun couldn't help but think of Nangongyu. He suddenly had a conjecture. Was Nangongyu one of the 3 who left Tsungnan continent? After all, based on the fact that Nangongyu was able to mobilize the ancient troll, she must have the backing of the Divine Land. With such a strong background, it shouldn't be difficult for him to leave the Tsungnan continent. Yi Yun's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. He shook his head and tossed them out. His mood returned to normal. Now, I order you to come with me. Your mission to guard the ancient Heavenspan path is over. Yi Yun looked at the Void Divine Dragon and suddenly gave an order with a solemn expression. The 6 Void Divine Dragons looked at each other. Then, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. After guarding it for millions of years, the Void Divine Dragons were finally free. And this time, it was an order personally given by Lord Zhu Long. We are willing to follow Lord Zhu Long. The 6 Void Divine Dragons transformed into their human forms. Their expressions were incomparably shocked as they knelt on the ground. Go to this side of the world to cultivate first. When there is a suitable time in the future, I will summon you out. Yi Yin took out a small green ball. The small ball emitted a green light. The green light enveloped the 6 void divine dragons. These void divine dragons disappeared in an instant. After settling the void divine dragons, Yi Yin let out a sigh of relief. The more he interacted with these divine dragons, the heavier the burden on his body became. This feeling came from the depths of his bloodline. It seemed that Zhu Long's bloodline in his body was asking him to save the declining dragon clan. It seems that little fellow Jiang Hingyue is fine. I wonder what that strange old man wants to do. Yi Yin raised his head and looked in a certain direction. He smiled faintly and disappeared in a flash. Very soon, he left the region where the void beast resided and entered a dark patch of space. In this void, there was only one ancient road to heaven that extended into the distance. Not far away, on the ancient road, there was a lonely and shabby wooden hut. There was a small courtyard in front of the wooden hut. There was a row of fences in the courtyard that surrounded the courtyard. In the next moment, Yi Yin appeared beside the small courtyard. What a rare guest. The door of the wooden hut opened. An old man in a black cotton-padded jacket walked out from inside. The old man was not tall. He was short and skinny. He had a mouth full of big yellow teeth and a bronze pipe. Spirals of green smoke drifted from the pipe. He walked out slowly with his hands behind his back. He had a sloppy look on his face. Where's Jiang Hingyue? Yi Yin looked in the direction of the wooden hut with deep meaning. At this moment, Jiang Hingyue was locked in the wooden hut by the old man. Although the wooden hut looked small, it was a different world. The inside was completely different from the outside. Your companion is a deity who escaped from the divine land to the hidden dragon continent. I've already captured him. The short old man held the bronze pipe and gently tapped the ashes twice. He laughed and said, should the deities of the divine land be captured when they enter the hidden dragon continent? Then why didn't you capture him when he entered? Yi Yin raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently. The short old man looked ordinary, but he was already a divine monarch realm deity cultivator. His cultivation had reached the 8th level of the divine monarch realm, which was a small realm higher than him. It was precisely because he was one minor realm higher than Yi Yin that the short old man showed no fear when facing Yi Yin. This old man is the gatekeeper of the ancient road to heaven. This door allows entry and not exit. However, the rules are dead and people are alive. If you want to leave, you can also leave. Just pay this old man some money for the passage. The short old man laughed and took a few more puffs of the big cigarette. He gently blew out a few smoke rings, looking very comfortable. Although he looked relaxed, in fact, he was extremely vigilant against the white-clothed youth in front of him. He did not know where this white-clothed youth came from. His cultivation had reached the 7th level of the divine monarch realm, which was only a small realm lower than him. If it was said that a native cultivator of the hidden dragon continent could cultivate to the divine monarch realm, it was definitely a fantasy. He did not believe it at all. That small place with barren spiritual energy did not have the slightest divinity. It was not easy to cultivate to the true God realm. It was absolutely impossible to cultivate to the divine monarch realm. However, the short old man did not know where this white-clothed youth came from. If a divine land cultivator entered the hidden dragon continent through the regular channels, he would have to go through him, the gatekeeper. But this white-clothed youth was obviously not. He was puzzled, so the short old man did not act rashly. He just wanted to test the background of this white-clothed youth. Passage money? I guess you don't like ordinary magic treasures and elixirs, right? Yi Yin smiled faintly, his eyes flickering like flames. He seemed to understand a little. This old man was guarding here. If he wanted to pass, he had to hand over some heaven and earth treasures. Sir, you are a smart person. If you want to pass the gatekeeper's test, you won't be able to pass this old man's test if you don't hand over something that moves people. The short old man chuckled, revealing a mouthful of smoky yellow teeth. 6 chapters have been updated. Looking for a wave of recommendation votes, good reviews. Snakes have their own ways, rats have their own ways. The ancient road to heaven requires a toll fee, I naturally understand. Yi Yin smiled indifferently, his face still as calm as ever. Your Excellency is really a straightforward person. The short old man chuckled and tapped the ash off his pipe, saying, "Your Excellency has already cultivated to the Divine Lord realm, so you must be extremely wealthy. If you can't take out a few decent things, then this pipe of mine is not to be trifled with. Are you threatening me?" Yi Yun's eyes flashed slightly as he asked with a faint smile. "Not threatening. Although I am a small realm higher than you, if I want to fight to the death with you, it will still be quite difficult. However, this is the ancient road to heaven." The short old man revealed a proud smile and pointed at his feet with his pipe. "You should know that there is a formation here, right?" Hearing this, Yi Yun nodded with a smile. He naturally knew that this was a god-level formation. And the gatekeeper's identity was special, so it was not surprising that he could control a formation in a certain area of the ancient road to heaven. And now, standing on the ancient road to heaven was like standing in the middle of a formation. With the help of this god-level formation and an 8th-level Divine Lord realm cultivation, the other party could be said to have victory in his grasp. But Yi Yun was not afraid. He had been a little bored along the way, so he was prepared to communicate with this short old man. Seeing the white-clothed young man nodding his head in agreement, the short old man chuckled and sat down on a stool. Then, he started to smoke his cigarette. Yi Yun touched his wrist and took out a robe. This was a green robe that exuded a powerful aura. "How about this?" Yi Yun smiled and threw the robe in his hand over. When the short old man saw the green robe, his eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "A high-grade emperor-level robe?" "Yes." Yi Yun nodded. The short old man didn't dare to directly use his hand to catch it. Instead, with a thought, his magic power condensed into a large hand and grabbed the green robe. "It really is a high emperor-level magic robe," the short old man clicked his tongue in admiration. Then, he raised his chin and cast a sidelong glance at Yi Yun. He asked with a smile, "You can't get rid of this old man with this little thing. What about this?" Yi Yun stretched out his hand, and a small white jade bottle appeared in his hand. He threw it at the old man. The short old man was still very cautious. He used his big hand of magic power to catch the small bottle and opened the cork. Then, he sent a strand of divine sense into it. An emperor-level dragon tiger pill? At this moment, a shocked expression appeared on his face. There were more than 10,000 emperor-grade dragon tiger pills in the small bottle, even to a divine lord realm powerhouse like him. So many emperor-grade dragon tiger pills were something that could only be encountered by chance. As the gatekeeper of the ancient heaven-span path, he couldn't get anything out of it. Now that he suddenly obtained over 10,000 dragon tiger pills, he instantly fell into a state of ecstasy. The short old man quickly closed the bottle and placed it on the table beside him. He pretended to be serious and coughed twice with a straight face. Then, he said loudly, "If you were a true god cultivator, you would be too much. But your esteemed self is a divine lord realm major power. Just taking out these two things isn't enough." Facing the overbearing short old man, Xianxia was stunned. Yi Yun's face was still calm. His lips curled into a faint smile. Didn't he just want treasures? Yi Yun was prepared to take out some decent treasures to open the eyes of this gatekeeper who had been guarding the ancient heaven-span path for so long. What he had before was just an appetizer. Yi Yun was also afraid that he would scare the short old man to death if he took out too good a treasure all of a sudden. Although the short old man was close to level 8 Divine Lord, his horizons were already extremely broad. In reality, he was still a frog at the bottom of a well compared to the greater 1,000 worlds of the various dimensions. "How about this sword?" Yi Yun waved his hand and a cold and threatening sword immediately appeared in his palm. This sword was light silver and sharp. The moment it appeared in the air, it exuded a terrifying aura. "It's really a good sword." The short old man narrowed his eyes and sized up the sword in Yi Yun's hand. He was instantly tempted. The aura that this sword exuded was at least emperor grade. "Take it." Yi Yun tossed it lightly and the silver divine sword floated over. This sword seemed light, but it exuded a terrifying aura. The short old man's expression was somewhat cautious. He stretched out his hand and slowly grabbed the silver sword. Emperor grade. After carefully sensing the silver sword, the short old man's face revealed a trace of ecstasy. This white-robed fellow really did have some good things. This time, he took out another emperor-grade divine sword. Even though he was a divine lord, he only had one emperor-grade weapon. The short old man held the sword and suddenly felt a little absent-minded. He realized that he had not been guarding this place for tens of thousands of years in vain. Obtaining an emperor-grade divine sword was enough to make up for all his losses. If it was in the past, he would definitely let him go after obtaining this sword. However, after the greed in his heart was ignited by this sword, he looked at the white-robed young man as if he was looking at a delicious dish. He knew that this young man should have more good things. This sword alone is not enough. The short old man put away his playful expression, took a puff of his cigarette, and said slowly, "If it's not enough, there's still." Yi Yan smiled indifferently. With a flip of his palm, a golden tobacco pipe appeared in his hand. As soon as the golden tobacco pipe appeared, it emitted an indescribably powerful aura. The surrounding void trembled slightly. "This is?" The short old man looked at the golden tobacco pipe and his eyes almost popped out. The bronze tobacco pipe in his hand was an emperor-grade weapon. Usually, it could be used to smoke and also to attack enemies. He loved this bronze tobacco pipe so much that he could not put it down. However, the short old man did not expect that the quality of the golden tobacco pipe was far superior to his bronze tobacco pipe. Could it be a god-grade weapon? At the thought of this, the short old man became anxious. He hurriedly waved his hand and shouted, "Hurry up and give it to me." Seeing the ugly expression on the short old man's face, Yi Yan found it funny. He still didn't do anything. He just threw the pipe over in an ordinary manner. The golden tobacco pipe streaked across a golden light and landed on the opposite side. This time, the short old man directly used his hand to grab the golden tobacco pipe. Of course, his hand was filled with magic power. Originally, he was carefully guarding against the sudden attack of the white-robed young man. However, after grabbing the golden tobacco pipe, the short old man found nothing abnormal and could not help but feel relieved. It seemed that the white-robed young man knew the rules. He also knew that it was impossible to play any tricks in this god-grade formation. Otherwise, once he used the god-grade formation, the terrifying strangling power would consign the white-robed young man to eternal damnation. My god, this is a god-grade, low-grade golden tobacco pipe. The short old man stared at the golden tobacco pipe in his hand. His arm could not help but tremble. His heart was in turmoil. He fell into a state of great shock. Today's 6 chapters, this is the first chapter. A god-level tobacco pipe. It was a magic weapon that he, a big opium pipe, had dreamed of his entire life. But in the vast expanse of the divine land, there was not a single master craftsman who could refine a god-level tobacco pipe. The emperor-level tobacco pipe in his hand had cost him an unknown amount of money to make. The cost was unimaginable. But now, on the ancient road to heaven, he had suddenly obtained a god-level golden tobacco pipe. How could he not be ecstatic that his dream of many years had suddenly come true? It's really a good thing. Smoking with this golden tobacco pipe, I don't know how happy I'll be. The short old man carefully examined every grain on the golden tobacco pipe. His eyes were filled with fanaticism, and his lips trembled as he exclaimed in admiration. Seeing the short old man's excited expression, Yi Yan smiled and said, "Is it enough?" "It's enough." The short old man was about to say it was enough when he was suddenly interrupted by an inexplicable emotion in his heart. "It's not enough. Your Excellency is a 7th-level divine monarch. This god-level golden tobacco pipe is still not enough," the short old man said with a smile. He suddenly changed his words. There was a big fat sheep in front of him. If he missed this village, there wouldn't be another shop. He had to make a good deal of it. If he wasn't satisfied, he would kill the other party. In this way, all the magic weapons would belong to him. Yi Yan waved his hand and a bronze-colored tobacco pipe appeared in his hand. As soon as this tobacco pipe appeared, the void vibrated even more obviously. The short old man's heart suddenly rose to his throat, and his whole person became nervous. He looked at the bronze tobacco pipe and said with difficulty, "Is it another god-level item?" "This one is a god-level high-grade one, and yours is a low-grade one. There's a difference of 2 small levels." Yi Yan laughed and threw the bronze-colored tobacco pipe in his hand over. The short old man's face was filled with great surprise. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed the bronze tobacco pipe in his hand. After feeling it for a while, a look of shock appeared on his face again. It was another god-rank tobacco pipe, and this one was a high god-rank one, which was even higher than the golden tobacco pipe. How was this possible? What kind of person was this white-clothed youth? How could there be so many pipes? He had never heard of a divine-grade tobacco pipe in the entire divine land. Yi Yan looked at the old man's strange expression and smiled. Give me back the low-grade god-level pipe. I'll give you this high-grade god-level pipe. When the short old man heard this, he felt like his heart was bleeding. He painfully said, "No, give me both of these pipes. Do you have any other treasures? If you don't, you won't be able to pass. Why didn't you keep your word?" Yi Yan smiled leisurely, his eyes revealing a mocking smile. "I didn't say how many magical treasures you have to pass." The short old man sneered. He pointed to the ground with the bronze tobacco pipe and said threateningly, "Hurry up and take out a few more god-level magical treasures, or I won't let you pass." "Okay." Yi Yan nodded, and a faint strange smile appeared on his face. This time he stretched out his hand, and a light flashed in his hand, and suddenly 10 tobacco pipes appeared. Each of the tobacco pipes was different in color, but without exception, they all exuded a terrifying aura. Looking at these tobacco pipes, Yi Yan sighed. Recalling the experience of obtaining these tobacco pipes in the sign in space, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Once upon a time, when he was signing in, he suddenly obtained a tobacco pipe, but that tobacco pipe was only emperor level. Yi Yan didn't smoke, and he didn't smoke before crossing over in his previous life, so he wasn't interested in this tobacco pipe. This kind of tobacco pipe was exquisite and beautiful, and its surface was covered with various patterns. Yi Yan felt that it would be good to keep. So he put away the tobacco pipe. But he didn't expect that the whole sign-in process would become extremely magical and interesting. He signed in for an entire day of tobacco pipes. These tobacco pipes went from emperor level to emperor level, then god level, transcendent level. In the end, there were more and more tobacco pipes. From the beginning, he signed in one by one, to the end of 10, 100, and 1,000. Yi Yan was dumbfounded at that time. This system was too sneaky. Just how many tobacco pipes did he steal from the big shots in the heavens of the universe? Yi Yan knew how people who loved to smoke would feel once they lost their tobacco pipes. After those big shots lost their tobacco pipes, they would probably be irritable, furious, and addicted to smoking. They would even have the heart to die. That day was designated as Tobacco Pipe Day by Yi Yan. It was to commemorate this magical and interesting sign-in day. Now, in his warehouse, there were many kinds of tobacco pipes. So when Yi Yan saw this short old man with an emperor-level tobacco pipe in his mouth, he had an idea. He knew how to deal with this old man. "You want the tobacco pipe? Then I'll give it to you as much as I can. I'm just afraid that your appetite isn't big enough to eat it." Looking at the 10 tobacco pipes of different colors that suddenly appeared in Yi Yan's hand, and all of them were of god-level quality. The short old man's eyes bulged high, and his face was blooming with red light. His expression was excited, and his lips were trembling non-stop. His throat was also choked, and he couldn't speak. He didn't expect that the young man in white in front of him had collected so many god-level tobacco pipes. This was too terrifying. After a few seconds, the short old man came back to his senses. He said with a trembling voice, "How can you have so many? Don't ask. Do you want them?" Yi Yan shook the 10 tobacco pipes in his hand and asked with a smile. "Yes. Yes. Give them all to me." The short old man suddenly stood up from the stool crazily and roared loudly. Yi Yan gently waved his hand and tossed the 10 tobacco pipes over to him. The old man suddenly reached out and hugged the 10 tobacco pipes in his arms. Together with the original 2 tobacco pipes, they were all hugged together. He couldn't help but look at them and mumble to himself. At this moment, he had lost control of his emotions. After smoking for a lifetime, he suddenly received 11 god-level tobacco pipes. It was hard to imagine how he felt at this moment. At this moment, the short old man didn't even know what his surname was. He had already fallen into a huge carnival. Seeing the short old man's ugly behavior, Yi Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of amusement. Fortunately, Xianxia was locked in that room. Otherwise, that little guy would probably laugh his head off if he saw a divine lord lose control of himself like this. If it's not enough, I still have. Yi Yan looked at the short old man and suddenly shouted. You still have? The old man was stunned for a moment and hurriedly shouted, hurry. Give them all to me. Yi Yan touched his wrist lightly and another 100 god-level tobacco pipes appeared. Yi Yan couldn't hold these god-level tobacco pipes with one hand. He used his magic power to form a large hand and gently grabbed the god-level tobacco pipes and shook them in the air a few times. 100 god-level tobacco pipes? The short old man could no longer control the excitement in his heart as he looked at the 100 smoking pipes that were emitting resplendent rays of light with different colors. His body swayed and his eyes blurred as he slowly walked toward Yi Yan. Give them to me, give them to me. The short old man's expression was crazed as he muttered to himself. I'll give them all to you. Yi Yan laughed as if he was watching a comedy. He was in an incomparably good mood. In mid-air, as he waved his hand with his magic power, the 100 god-level tobacco pipes immediately fell to him. The short old man used his magic power to transform it into two big hands and suddenly hugged all the god-level tobacco pipes. He held all of them in his arms and looked left and right with a silly smile on his face. He didn't know how to describe his feelings when he suddenly had more than 100 god-level tobacco pipes. He only felt that his brain was buzzing and chaotic, and his thoughts seemed to have stagnated. A deity-level Dharma treasure was extremely rare in the Divine Land. And he had obtained so many at once. It was really incredible. The short old man stroked each pipe with his hand as if he was looking at his little lover. He muttered to himself, from now on, I'll smoke with one pipe every day. You have to serve me well. Seeing that the short old man was going further and further down the road of collapse, Yi Yan was ready to add fuel to the fire. I still have god-level tobacco pipes here. Do you want them? Yi Yan asked with a smile. Do you have more? The short old man suddenly quivered and became a little more clear-headed than before. As soon as he became clear-headed, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Could it be that he was under an illusion just now? How could someone in this world have so many god-level tobacco pipes and give them to him for free? This was absolutely impossible. The short old man immediately pinched his thigh with his hand and a sharp pain came from his thigh. It didn't seem like an illusion. But he wasn't sure, so he raised another pipe and smashed it on his own head. Bang! Suddenly, a big bump appeared on his head and he almost bled. The short old man was shocked to find that he wasn't under an illusion. Everything in front of him was real. His divine lord realm fleshly body was extremely tyrannical. Only when a divine rank magic treasure smashed into his head would he be injured. The short old man swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and looked at Yi Yan. At this moment, stormy waves were set off in his heart. It was hard to imagine. What kind of person was this white-clothed young man? He had collected more than 100 god-ranked tobacco pipes by himself. In a place like the Divine Land, even a god-grade powerhouse was like an ant compared to him. They were on completely different levels. Scary, this guy is really too scary. Thinking of this, the short old man quickly stamped his foot on the ground. The grand formation of the ancient road to heaven shook and rumbled as it began to operate. As long as he was willing, this great formation could unleash its killing power at any time. Why are you doing this? I still have a lot of tobacco pipes I want to give you. Yi Yan saw that the grand array had suddenly started operating, but he didn't take it seriously and just smiled. Don't lie to me anymore. How could you possibly have more? This must be one of your tricks. You want to sneak up on me while I'm distracted, right? The short old man sneered. Then you really think too badly of me. How could I do such a stupid thing? Yi Yan laughed and stretched out his hand. In an instant, a colorful pipe appeared in front of him. This time, there were 1,000 tobacco pipes of various colors. Every type of tobacco pipe was at least of the divine grade. And there were even some transcendent god-ranked tobacco pipes hidden among them. Yi Yan believed that with the old man's eyesight, he wouldn't be able to tell. Looking at the sky full of god-ranked tobacco pipes, the short old man once again felt that poverty had limited his imagination. F***ck, at this moment, he only wanted to curse the heavens, the earth, and the air. How could there be such a rich person in this world? If he had collected more than 1,000 god-rank magic treasures, it would be understandable. But where could he have collected more than 1,000 god-ranked tobacco pipes? How is it? Is 1,000 enough? Yi Yan asked with a smile. Although his smile was extremely warm, there was a sense of wealth and magnanimity in it. The short old man stared at the sky full of God-rank tobacco pipes. At this moment, his throat was choked, and he couldn't say anything else. Everything in front of him had turned his worldview upside down. He needed time to digest it. If it's not enough, there's more. I'll give them all to you. Yi Yan waved his hand, and all kinds of lights shot into the sky. In an instant, thousands of tobacco pipes appeared. These tobacco pipes were all transcendent god rank. It was even more difficult for the short old man to recognize the transcendent god rank tobacco pipes, because this had already surpassed the limits of this world. Thousands of transcendent god rank treasures floated in mid-air, exuding an unimaginable aura, like a mountain falling down. Yi Yan smiled faintly and gently pressed down with his hand. These thousands of transcendent god-rank tobacco pipes, in addition to the 1,000 from before, suddenly closed up like a large net, falling in the direction of the short old man. Wow, so many. Why are there so many transcendent god-rank tobacco pipes? Am I dreaming? Haha, these are all mine. The short old man didn't realize that danger was coming. He actually reached out and touched these transcendent god-rank tobacco pipes in a daze. As thousands of transcendent god-rank tobacco pipes gathered together, an unimaginable force gathered together. An incomparably violent force squeezed toward the short old man. Poof, it was accompanied by a dull sound. The short old man's body was suddenly crushed by the aura released by thousands of transcendent god-rank treasures. He was crushed into a cloud of blood mist. Until death, the short old man was still immersed in the ecstasy and didn't realize that death was coming. At this moment, the thousands of transcendent god-rank tobacco pipes were only about 10 feet away from the short old man. This distance of about 100 feet was enough to make a divine monarch realm great cultivator explode from the pressure. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. Unfortunately, you don't have such a big appetite. Looking at the cloud of blood mist, Yi Yan smiled faintly and waved his hand. The blood mist turned into a cloud of particles and disappeared in an instant. Yi Yan made a grabbing motion with his hand and put all the tobacco pipes back into the warehouse. These transcendent god-rank tobacco pipes were originally useless to him, but he didn't expect to be rewarded this time. Yi Yan was very happy. A storage ring floated in the small courtyard. It was the short old man's relic. Yi Yan reached out and grabbed it. Without even looking at it, he threw it into his storage ring. This divine lord rank storage ring should have a lot of good things. It was just that it was useless to Yi Yan. The best thing this old man had was the emperor-level bronze tobacco pipe in his mouth. In Yi Yan's eyes, it was all trash. He waved his hand and a ball of light floated out of the house. Xianxia, who was originally nervous and frightened, stood in the ball of light. When she suddenly saw the familiar white-robed figure opposite her, the corners of her eyes immediately turned sour and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Master, you saved my life again. As the defensive light barrier disappeared, Xianxia knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. The moment she was captured by the powerful divine lord rank old man, Xianxia thought that she was dead for sure this time. Get up, I've already killed that old man. Yi Yan smiled at Xianxia, who was kneeling on the ground and sobbing. A wave of magic power swept out and lifted Xianxia to his feet. After Xianxia stood up, she wiped her tears and looked around. There was no sign of that old man. He couldn't help but have a deeper understanding of his master's strength. He did not even hear any fighting sounds just now. That divine lord realm old man died inexplicably. Even his corpse had disappeared. It was clear how terrifying his master's ability to kill people was. Xianxia would never have dreamed that the gatekeeper's death was due to the aura of thousands of transcendent treasures. Let's go. Yi Yan smiled and led Xianxia along the ancient path to heaven. There was no risk on this part of the journey. They traveled through the void until they reached a transparent barrier at the end. After the two of them passed through the barrier, they found themselves in an azure sea. A cool breeze blew over the sea, and the waves surged. In the distance, there were blue skies and white clouds, and all kinds of birds flew freely on the surface. Yi Yan breathed in the air of the divine land, a look of intoxication on his face. No wonder it was a divine land, the spirit chi here contained divinity, which was indescribably beneficial to the cultivation of immortal realm cultivators. In the Tsangnan continent, the highest level was the true immortal realm. When a cultivator reached the eternal realm and broke through to the true immortal realm, they had to convert their magic yuan energy into divine yuan energy. This divine yuan energy was full of divinity. In the Tsangnan continent, the amount of divinity contained in spirit chi was pitifully small, almost negligible. To convert divine yuan energy, one had to rely on oneself. Therefore, if one wasn't a genius or had an incredible encounter, it was impossible to break through to the true immortal realm. The true immortal realm was like a natural chasm, blocking all cultivators in the Tsangnan continent. Jiang Hingyue looked a little excited when he saw the familiar sea. He had narrowly escaped death this time. If his master hadn't saved him, he didn't know how many times he would have died. Yi Yan glanced at Jiang Hingyue. Do you want to go to Star Soul Island or Skyspan Island now? Master, Funanhua's wedding is on the 6th of next month. There's still some time left, so I want to go back to Star Soul Island to take a look. Jiang Hingyue hesitated for a moment before speaking. Star Soul Island's power was far inferior to Clear Sky Island's, and he didn't know if he had implicated his family. He would only feel at ease if he went back to take a look. Yi Yan nodded. He understood what Jiang Hingyue was thinking. Jiang Hingyue led the way, and Yi Yan followed behind. There were many islands in the Ninth Sea region. They were scattered all over the place like green gemstones. Along the way, Yi Yan saw countless islands of various sizes. There were humans living on every island. On some of the bigger islands, there were still quite a number of demonic beasts. Yi Yan carefully observed for a moment. He discovered that on these islands, even the newborns were all at the Celestial Bridge realm. Many of the youths had already reached the Eternal Realm. This discovery made Yi Yan a little jealous. Comparisons were odious. It was extremely rare for an Eternal Realm cultivator to appear in the Tsangnan continent. On the side of the Divine Land, Eternal Realm cultivators were everywhere. Moreover, they could cultivate to the Eternal Realm at the age of 13 or 14. It was really an eye-opener for him. However, Yi Yan also knew that it was the divinity contained in the spirit chi that did all this. This divinity constantly changed all kinds of life in the Divine Land. Therefore, the children here had a high starting point from birth and cultivated faster. The cultivators of the Tsangnan continent couldn't compare. This also showed that the cultivators of the Divine Land were unwilling to go to the Tsangnan continent. In their eyes, the Tsangnan continent was unbelievably barren. They wouldn't even want to go. For example, the green-robed old man was also forced into a desperate situation. He had no choice but to come to the Tsangnan continent to be a guardian. He wanted to obtain a divinity elixir and break through to the second level of the true immortal realm. Yi Yan flew slowly behind Jiang Hingyue. He wasn't in a hurry. Along the way, he felt a lot of emotions. Looking at Jiang Hingyue's flying speed, which seemed to be much slower than in the Tsangnan continent, Yi Yan suddenly thought of something. He stretched out a finger and pointed at the void. There was a shattering sound in the void. This side of the void was forcibly shattered by him. Master, what's wrong? Jiang Hingyue was startled when she heard the voice behind her. She quickly turned around and asked. The spatial barrier of the Tsangnan continent is so strong. Yi Yan sighed softly and said. Yes, Senior. The world of the Divine Land as a whole is stronger than that of the Hidden Dragon continent. The same real God, who can crush a mountain with a finger in the Hidden Dragon continent, can only flatten a small mountain here. Jiang Hingyue whispered. Yi Yan nodded. The world of the Divine Land was of a higher level than the small world of the Tsangnan continent. Therefore, it was reasonable for this world to be so strong. It wouldn't be as easy for him to tear the void here as it was in the Tsangnan continent. Yi Yan reckoned that the true gods here would also find it difficult to tear the void of the Divine Land. When they passed by an island, two figures suddenly rose from the ground and blocked their way. Jiang Hingyue was slightly stunned. Then, a trace of joy appeared on her face. She happened to know the two young men in front of her. The red-robed young man was the young island master of the Green Conch Island. The purple-robed young man next to him was the young island master of the Copper Fish Island. Brother Jiang, I thought something happened to you. I didn't expect you to be fine. The red-robed young man rushed over and hugged Jiang Hingyue. He laughed and said, I'm fine. Jiang Hingyue said with a smile. Brother Jiang, I heard that you were captured by Fu Nanhua of the Clear Sky Island and thrown into prison. Then, you escaped into the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Zone. The purple-robed young man next to him cupped his fist and asked with a smile. When he finished speaking, his gaze swept over Jiang Hingyue's body. Brother Jiang, your cultivation has fallen to the Eternal Realm? The purple-robed young man was shocked. Yes, it's a long story, Jiang Hingyue said with a wry smile. He didn't want to tell the two friends in front of him about the incredible things that happened in the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Zone. Brother Jiang, who is this friend? The red-robed young man glanced at Yi Yun and was shocked. The white-robed young man seemed to be about the same age as them, but he exuded a mysterious and elegant aura. They didn't know if he had a unique divine ability to hide his aura, but they couldn't see any cultivation on him. This is my master. Jiang Hingyue said quickly with an awe-inspiring and proud look on his face. The red-robed young man and the purple-robed young man looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Jiang Hingyue was such a proud person. He, the young island master of the Star Soul Island, dared to find trouble with Fu Nanhua of the Clear Sky Island. Such a proud person actually recognized a master. This was truly inconceivable. Greetings, senior. After the two young men recovered from their shock, they quickly cupped their fists and bowed to Yi Yun in an extremely polite manner. Rise. Yi Yun smiled gently and didn't say anything. Both of them were at the third level of the true immortal realm, which was one level lower than Jiang Hingyue's original level. It seemed that their forces were weaker than Star Soul Island. After greeting Yi Yun, the red-robed young man looked at Jiang Hingyue and asked, Brother Jiang, are you going back to Star Soul Island? Yes, I want to go back and see how Star Soul Island is doing. I don't know if that bastard Fu Nanhua will do anything to Star Soul Island. Jiang Hingyue said with some annoyance. Brother Jiang, you should go back quickly. Although Fu Nanhua didn't do anything, I heard that Star Soul Island is about to change its island master. The purple-robed young man said straightforwardly. Hearing this, Jiang Hingyue's heart skipped a beat as he felt that something bad was about to happen. He quickly asked, What do you mean? Brothers, please don't play riddles with me. Recently, a rumor has been spreading in the Ninth Sea, saying that Brother Jiang has provoked the wrath of Clear Sky Island, and that Star Soul Island is in chaos. Many of our clansmen have unanimously decided to dismiss your lineage, but the specifics have yet to be determined. The red-robed young man scratched his head and said. Hearing the red-robed young man's words, Jiang Hingyue's face darkened. He sighed and said, I see. It seems that I have implicated father. The purple-robed young man advised, Brother Jiang, you don't have to be like this. Since you are back, why don't you go back to Star Soul Island and have a look? Jiang Hingyue nodded and said goodbye to the two young men and quickly flew in the direction of Star Soul Island. Yi Yun didn't say anything and silently followed behind Jiang Hingyue. Seeing that the little fellow was a little depressed, Yi Yun smiled and said, You don't have to care too much about it. You're just a little island master of Star Soul Island. If Star Soul Island changes island masters, I don't mind giving you a Clear Sky Island to play with. Clear Sky Island, hearing Yi Yun's words, Jiang Hingyue was stunned. Senior, do you mean to destroy the Fu family of Clear Sky Island? Jiang Hingyue said with a trembling voice. Yi Yun nodded his head and smiled. The Fu family kidnapped your fiancé and threw you into the prison. After they released you, they sent people to kill you. I will help you settle this debt. Thank you, senior. Jiang Hingyue once again knelt at Yi Yun's feet. Get up. Yi Yun smiled. Jiang Hingyue stood up, took a deep breath, and continued to fly in the direction of Star Soul Island. Although Yi Yun was strolling leisurely, he was no longer in the mood to admire the scenery around him. In his left hand, he held the fine particles of the curse of Zhu Long and studied them. The more Yi Yun studied it, the more he felt that Zhu Long's curse was indeed very powerful. For the divine spirit cultivators of the divine land, there was almost no solution. However, for Yi Yun, he had already found a way to solve this problem. Yi Yun forced a drop of Zhu Long's blood essence out of his body and merged it with the curse of Zhu Long. Then, something strange happened. This indestructible curse was actually melted away by the ancestral dragon's blood. Yi Yan lifted the drop of blood with a finger, stared at it with bright eyes, and began to carefully analyze it. This drop of Zhu Long's blood essence no longer contained the curse of Zhu Long. The previous curse of Zhu Long had all disappeared. Yi Yan breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment of thought, realization dawned on his face. Zhu Long's curse could only be dissolved by Zhu Long's blood essence. Even the blood essence of the 10 great divine dragons couldn't do the same. Jiang Hingyue, stop for a moment. Yi Yan suddenly said. Jiang Hingyue paused, then immediately turned around. He saw Yi Yan holding a drop of blood at the tip of his finger. This drop of blood contained a powerful aura, but Yi Yan had forcibly restrained it. Otherwise, all the creatures in the surrounding sea would probably go crazy. Yi Yan flicked his finger lightly, and the drop of blood turned into a thin thread that burrowed between Jiang Hingyue's eyebrows. Under Yi Yan's control, the thread of blood wandered through Jiang Hingyue's body, searching for the minute traces of Zhu Long's curse. Jiang Hingyue was dumbfounded. He found that he couldn't move at all. Master, what are you doing? Jiang Hingyue was puzzled, but he knew that his master would never harm him. He could only wait quietly, suppressing the shock in his heart. After a few breaths, Yi Yan found Zhu Long's curse. A thread of blood began to come into contact with Zhu Long's curse. The curse melted into the thread of blood and disappeared in an instant. Yi Yan withdrew the thread of blood and put the drop of Zhu Long's essence blood back into his body. Do you feel any different now? Yi Yan withdrew the power that was controlling Jiang Hingyue's body and asked with a smile. It doesn't seem to be different. Jiang Hingyue blinked, feeling the condition of his body, and found that there was no difference. Yi Yan took out a small red bottle and poured out a drop of red liquid. Drink this. Yi Yan ordered. With a flick of his finger, the mysterious drop of red liquid floated to Jiang Hingyue's lips. Jiang Hingyue swallowed the drop of red liquid without hesitation. After a mere second, the aura on his body began to grow rapidly. Bang, his body shook slightly, and a crisp sound came from his body. His cultivation rose from the 10th level of the eternal realm to the 1st level of the true immortal realm. Jiang Hingyue was stunned and felt what was happening in his body. He could not believe it. He had been to the hidden dragon continent and had been cursed by the mysterious curse, which had cut off his cultivation path. Jiang Hingyue had accepted the fact that he would be in the eternal realm for the rest of his life. But he did not expect that the drop of mysterious red liquid given to him by his master would raise his realm by another level. Looking at Jiang Hingyue's shocked and confused expression, Yi Yan smiled faintly and said, "The blood thread removed the curse for you, and this drop of rejuvenation water helped you recover part of your cultivation." Speaking of this, Yi Yan flicked 3 more drops of rejuvenation water. Jiang Hingyue woke up from a dream. It turned out that the old master had once again used a supreme divine ability to remove the curse in his body. Furthermore, he had even used this miraculous spring water to raise his realm once again. Jiang Hingyue's throat choked, and tears glistened in the corners of his eyes. He stared blankly at the 3 drops of rejuvenation water in front of him, motionless. Hurry up and drink these 3 drops of rejuvenation water. Return to Star Soul Island as soon as possible and see what happened, Yi Yan urged with a smile on his face. Yes, master. Jiang Hingyue came to his senses and hurriedly swallowed the 3 drops of rejuvenation water. After the 3 drops of rejuvenation water entered his body, his aura began to grow. True Immortal Realm Level 2, True Immortal Realm Level 3, True Immortal Realm Level 4, in a few breaths, Jiang Hingyue's cultivation recovered from True Immortal Realm Level 1 to the original True Immortal Realm Level 4. Seeing the obvious effect of the water of rejuvenation, Yi Yan nodded with a smile. Although the water of rejuvenation sounded ordinary, it was a miraculous healing holy liquid at the transcendent level. It came from an extremely powerful dimensional universe. It was a miraculous holy liquid that was specially researched and refined by a supreme existence to counter the deterioration of one's cultivation realm. Whether one's cultivation had deteriorated due to a failure in the Thunder Tribulation, or if one was seriously injured, or if one's cultivation had deteriorated due to other reasons, the water of rejuvenation could restore one's cultivation realm. Of course, it had to be based on a healthy physical body. If the physical injuries did not improve, the effect of the water of rejuvenation would be greatly reduced. He had healed all of Jiang Hingyue's injuries with the water of life, and then used Zhu Long's blood to remove Zhu Long's curse. Taking the water of rejuvenation on this basis was surprisingly effective. With just 4 drops of the water of rejuvenation, Jiang Hingyue's cultivation realm was restored to the original 4th level of the true immortal realm. Jiang Hingyue wiped his tears, collected his emotions, and began to fly quickly in the direction of Star Soul Island. Now that he was at the 4th level of the true immortal realm, his flying speed was many times faster than before. In just the time it took to burn a stick of incense, he flew to the outer sea area of Star Soul Island. Looking at the calm Star Soul Island, which was no different from before, Jiang Hingyue breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Heavenly Passage Island would vent their anger on Star Soul Island because of his matter and launch a large-scale attack to destroy Star Soul Island. After all, this was not difficult for Heavenly Passage Island. After all, Heavenly Passage Island's strength was ranked first in the 9th sea area. It was said that there was a Divine Monarch Realm expert in charge. Even if there was no Divine Monarch Realm expert, Star Soul Island was definitely not a match for Heavenly Passage Island. "Let's go in and take a look," Yi Yan said with a smile. He just casually glanced around and knew that there had been a change in this place, so he urged Jiang Hingyue to go in quickly. Now he, the young island master, needed to set things right and suppress all the opposing forces. After all, Yi Yan used to be the sect master of the Shenlong sect and was also an iron-fisted person, so he was no stranger to this kind of suppression. "Yes, master." Jiang Hingyue hurriedly agreed and immediately descended towards Star Soul Island. Yi Yan followed behind him and controlled his cultivation level to True God Realm level 4. She looked exactly like Jiang Hingyue. The reason why he did this was because he didn't want to be so high-profile. After all, if many people couldn't see through Yi Yan's cultivation, they would think that he was unfathomable. This was not what Yi Yan needed. He tried his best to reduce his presence and let Jiang Hingyue deal with the problems. If Jiang Hingyue couldn't handle it, then Yi Yan would take care of it. "Young master?" Looking at the familiar figure descending from the sky, the young guards in front of the dock were suddenly stunned. Jiang Hingyue landed in front of them in the blink of an eye. "Young master, didn't you enter the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Area?" A young man stammered. "Yes, but I'm back." "How's the island now?" Jiang Hingyue smiled faintly, exuding the majesty of a young island master. "Everything is fine." Before the young man could speak, another young man hurriedly said. Jiang Hingyue looked at him meaningfully and stepped inside. His walking speed was very fast, like a gust of wind, and he arrived in front of a magnificent hall. This Star Soul Palace was the core of the entire Star Soul Island. So it's cousin who's back?" A young man in black suddenly came out of the hall, who looked a little younger than Jiang Hingyue. He opened his arms and hugged Jiang Hingyue very warmly. "Cousin?" Jiang Hingyue was slightly stunned, but still opened his arms and hugged his cousin Jiang Qingyang. They were cousins who had been very close since they were young, and it was still the same when they grew up. However, his cousin Jiang Qingyang was from a branch of the Jiang family, and in terms of status, he was far from being comparable to his own. After the two of them separated, Jiang Hingyue thought of the previous rumors and looked at his cousin Jiang Qingyang suspiciously. Why did Jiang Qingyang come out to greet him as soon as he arrived at the gate of the Star Soul Palace? Could it be that one of the guards had tipped him off? The Star Soul Palace was usually the place where his father was in charge of the affairs of the Star Soul Island, and it was not a place where Jiang Qingyang could enter. Doubts arose in his heart. Jiang Hingyue asked in a low voice, "Where is my father?" "Uncle and my father went to Clear Sky Island to apologize." "Cousin, you also know that you offended Clear Sky Island." Young Master Fu Nanhua was furious and asked the Star Soul Island to apologize. Jiang Qingyang sighed and said, "How long has he been gone?" Jiang Hingyue asked with a frown. "He's been gone for a few days." "He should be back in 2 days," Jiang Qingyang said with a smile. Jiang Hingyue nodded and walked toward the Star Soul Palace. "Cousin, you've traveled a long way. You should go back and rest." Jiang Qingyang immediately blocked Jiang Hingyue's way. "No need. Get out of the way." Jiang Hingyue reached out and pushed Jiang Qingyang to the side. He was at the 4th level of the true immortal realm, and Xianxia was only at the 2nd level. So there was no way to stop him. After Jiang Hingyue walked into the Star Soul Palace, he found that the layout of the palace was completely different from before. Now the layout was in a mess, and it looked like a foul atmosphere. Why are these cabinets and tables rearranged? Jiang Hingyue asked. Why? Because the island master of Star Soul Island has changed. It is no longer under the control of Jiang Lufeng and his son. A man's deep voice came from outside the palace. Immediately after, a figure flashed and immediately appeared in the Star God Palace. A pale-faced old man at the 7th level of the true immortal realm stood in front of Jiang Hingyue. It seems that the rumors are true. Jiang Hingyue's face was cold as he said, "Your branch has always been up to no good. Now the opportunity has finally come." "Kid, you're right, haha." The pale-faced old man laughed, and his eyes were full of mockery. "I can only say that your father Jiang Lufeng is too unlucky to have a son like you who likes to cause trouble. After offending Clear Sky Island, Jiang Lufeng still wants to be the island master? How naive." Looking at the pale-faced old man in front of him, Jiang Hingyue's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife, and his entire body went cold. The feeling of being betrayed by one's closest kin was too unbearable. It seemed that his father hadn't gone to Clear Sky Island at all. Instead, he had been locked up, or something had happened. Jiang Hingyue was so angry that his whole body trembled. He pointed a finger at the pale-faced old man and cursed, "Jiang Taihu, my father has been so good to you for so many years, taking care of you and your son in vain. Now you're seizing the opportunity to usurp power. My father is really blind. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll throw you in jail as well." Jiang Taihu clasped his hands behind his back and sneered. "Men, arrest these two and throw them in jail." Jiang Taihu waved his hand, and several figures immediately flew in from outside. Jiang Hingyue took a closer look. They were all his father's capable subordinates in the past, and their cultivations were all at the 5th level of the true immortal realm. He didn't expect them to have turned on him. "Young Island Master, don't blame us. Clear Sky Island has ordered that if you and your son don't fall from power, everyone on the island will be buried with the Island Master." A middle-aged man looked at Jiang Hingyue and thought of the past. His expression was pained, and he secretly sent a voice transmission to Jiang Hingyue. This voice transmission was naturally heard by Yi Yun. "Not bad, some people are still a little loyal." Yi Yun suddenly took 2 steps forward and said with a smile. End of 6th update. Please recommend and give good reviews. Seeing the young man in white standing next to Jiang Hingyue, Jiang Taihu was taken aback. He looked him up and down and sneered, "I was wondering what kind of person you were. You're just a true God Realm level 4 trash. Jiang Taihu, how dare you talk about my master? I'll kill you." Jiang Hingyue was furious when he saw Jiang Taihu looking down on his master. He pulled out his sword and rushed over. "A firefly dares to compete with the moon?" Jiang Taihu sneered and slapped out with his big hand. Passing through the sword light, he slapped Jiang Hingyue's chest. He was a true God Realm level 7. If this slap landed, Jiang Hingyue would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. At this moment, a white figure flashed. Jiang Taihu felt his wrist being grabbed by someone. His vision blurred and then gradually became clear. The true God Realm level 4 young man in white had appeared in front of Jiang Hingyue and grabbed his wrist with one hand. Jiang Taihu tried to pull back and break free. But he was shocked to find that the young man in white had grabbed his wrist like a pair of pliers. He couldn't move at all. Such strength. Jiang Taihu was shocked. He pulled out his sword with his other hand and chopped down. Bang! Yi Yun lifted his leg and kicked Jiang Taihu away. The strength of this kick was controlled very exquisitely by Yi Yun. It only kicked Jiang Taihu and seriously injured him. Jiang Taihu fell to the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the young man in white in front of him in horror. He didn't expect this person's battle strength to be so amazing. Jiang Taihu was suddenly heavily injured. This unforeseen event immediately frightened everyone in the main hall. "Who are you?" Jiang Qingyang looked at the young man in white in horror. Yi Yun didn't say anything. Jiang Hingyue sneered and said, "I've already said that this is my master." "Jiang Hingyue, you're so rebellious. How dare you join another sect? Jiang Qingyang said angrily. Get lost. You're not qualified to talk here. Jiang Hingyue was infuriated. His body flashed, and he rushed to Jiang Qingyang's front. He punched Jiang Qingyang and knocked him down. The two of them were fighting at close range, and the gap between their realms was too great. Jiang Qingyang was no match for Jiang Hingyue at all. The Jiang family's consecrators who had barged into the main hall were all dumbstruck when they saw the sudden turn of events. The white-clothed youth's cultivation wasn't high, but he had easily injured Jiang Taihu, who was about to become the island master of Star Soul Island. Wasn't this battle prowess too high? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill that guy. Jiang Taihu waved his hand and shouted loudly. Noisy. Yi Yan coldly glanced at Jiang Taihu. The latter opened his mouth and was speechless. Yi Yan grabbed at the air, and Jiang Taihu's body immediately appeared in front of him. He grabbed Jiang Taihu's neck and threw him to the ground. Boom! Jiang Taihu's body smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. His bones and tendons were shattered, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He couldn't move at all. Hiss! So strong. The middle-aged man who had sent a message to Jiang Hingyue before gasped when he saw this, and the corners of his eyes twitched. The other party was only at the 4th level of the true immortal realm, but his actual battle prowess was too strong. He could easily crush a 7th-level true immortal realm cultivator. Could it be the demon clan? The middle-aged man had a guess in his heart. Deal with these two bastards. Yi Yan glanced at Jiang Hingyue and said lightly. He also wanted to see how Jiang Hingyue would deal with them. Would he capture them first, or kill them swiftly and decisively, according to Yi Yan's style? If such a thing happened, he would definitely not be soft-hearted. He would just kill them directly. Yes, master. Jiang Hingyue responded and jumped into the crater on the ground. He raised his sword and cut off Jiang Taihu's head. A primordial spirit rushed out of Jiang Taihu's head, as if to escape. Jiang Hingyue was already prepared. He raised his sword again and killed the primordial spirit without hesitation. After killing Jiang Taihu, Jiang Hingyue's eyes were cold, and his killing intent surged out like a river. He strode in front of Jiang Qingyang, pointed his sword at him, and asked coldly, "Where is my father?" Jiang Qingyang looked at his father's head in Jiang Hingyue's hand, which was still dripping with blood. He was so scared that he fell to the ground. He had never dreamed that Jiang Hingyue would be so cruel and merciless as to kill his father directly. No matter what, they were still relatives of the clan. Jiang Hingyue, you are so cruel. Jiang Qingyang pointed at him and said with a face full of resentment. In the past, I treated you too well. In the end, when my father and I were in trouble, you wanted to usurp the throne. Now that I am back, there is only one fate for traitors like you, death. Jiang Hingyue said with a cold smile. After being framed and hunted down in Tongtian Island, Jiang Hingyue's mind was as hard as iron. Young island master, the island master is locked in the prison. I will go and ask him to come out. Among the Jiang family's consecrators, a middle-aged man cupped his fists and left the hall in a flash with several subordinates. Jiang Hingyue glanced at him but did not say anything. This consecrator of the Jiang family was not a complete traitor. Therefore, Jiang Hingyue decided not to pursue their responsibility. Jiang Hingyue, if you dare to kill me, young Master Fu Nanhua will definitely destroy the entire Star Soul Island. Jiang Qingyang looked at Jiang Hingyue, who was like a demon god, and the fear in his heart suddenly disappeared. He laughed wildly and shouted. Puff! A sword light flashed. Jiang Hingyue raised his sword and cut off Jiang Qingyang's head. Jiang Qingyang's primordial spirit was also killed on the spot. When one reached the true immortal realm, if the primordial spirit was not killed, there was still a chance to seize a new body and be resurrected. Therefore, Jiang Hingyue would never give this father and son a chance. Seeing Jiang Hingyue's decisiveness in killing, Yi Yan's eyes revealed a look of approval. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If you did not advance, you would fall behind. If you did not kill others, others would want to kill you. You always had to be on guard against a cold arrow that came from nowhere. Only by killing decisively and not being soft-hearted could one go further on the path of cultivation. Jiang Taihu, you've been gone for so long. Why haven't you come back yet? Can't you even deal with Jiang Hingyue, who is a mere true immortal realm level 4? A voice came from outside. Then, from the entrance of the hall came an old man in green robes. The cultivation of the old man in green robes had reached true immortal realm level 8. When he walked into the hall, he could not help but be shocked when he saw the bloody scene in the hall. He quickly sized up the entire hall and found that there were only 2 true immortal realm level 4 youths. Of course, he knew Jiang Hingyue. However, he was unfamiliar with the white-robed youth. At this moment, the sword in Jiang Hingyue's hand was still dripping blood, and the other hand was holding 2 heads. They were the heads of Jiang Taihu and his son. Both of them had their eyes wide open and their mouths open, as if they had died with grievances. The old man in green robes stared and asked with a face full of doubt, Jiang Hingyue, you killed Jiang Taihu? That's right. Jiang Hingyue nodded coldly. He looked up and down, then looked at the old man in green robes and asked, you are one of the 8 great protectors of Clear Sky Island, right? That's right. I didn't expect a little young master of Star Soul Island like you to have such good eyesight. The old man in green robes said proudly with his hands behind his back. What bullshit protector? Yiyan smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to slap him lightly. Slap, the void shook. A huge force seemed to form an invisible hand and slapped the arrogant old man in green robes to the ground. Today's 6 chapters, this is the first chapter. The old master's casual palm strike had slapped one of the 8 great protectors of Clear Sky Island, the green-robed elder, to the ground. On the ground, there was actually a huge, deep hole. The green-robed elder lay motionless in the crater, his face covered in dust, as if he had lost the ability to resist. At this time, Jiang Hingyue looked at the green-robed elder with a mocking smile. Lord was a divine Lord Realm powerhouse and not an ordinary divine Lord Realm powerhouse. On the ancient Clear Sky Road, even the divine Lord Gatekeeper was no match for the old master. This protector in front of him was only at the 8th level of the true immortal realm. The old master could kill him with a single finger. The green-robed elder raised his head, his face covered in dust, and spat out the broken teeth in his mouth. He looked at the white-robed youth beside him with a face of surprise. What was this guy's cultivation level? Just now, a light palm strike had slapped him deep into the ground of the great hall. This vast amount of power was simply too terrifying. He finally knew what was going on with the other crater. It was this white-robed youth who had done it. However, so what if the other party was strong? Wasn't he still at the 4th level of the true immortal realm? Clear Sky Island had a supreme divine lord overseeing it. In the entire 9th sea, no one dared to offend Clear Sky Island. Thinking up to this point, the green-robed old man's fear turned into a fearless one. Humph. You have guts, huh? How dare you attack me, a great protector of Clear Sky Island? Today, everyone on Star God Island will die. The green-robed elder roared angrily. He stretched out his hand, and a ray of light shot into the air. You still want to send a message? Yiyan smiled faintly. The beam of light suddenly exploded in midair without any warning. The flying sword message had failed. The green-robed elder stared at the white-robed youth, dumbfounded. He didn't know what kind of magic this guy had used just now, but it had blown up his flying sword message. Yiyan waved his hand lightly, and the green-robed elder didn't even have time to scream. His entire body turned into particles and dissipated in the great hall. When Jiang Hingyue saw this scene from the side, she couldn't help but swallow with difficulty. He finally knew how the gatekeeper on the ancient heavenly road had disappeared. Master's divine ability could kill without spilling blood. His physical body and primordial spirit were both destroyed. It was truly terrifying. At this moment, a few more figures quickly flew into the main hall from outside. They were the consecrators of the Jiang family. They gently placed an old man covered in blood and wounds on a chair in the middle of the hall. He saw his father being tortured to the point that he no longer had a human form. Jiang Hingyue's eyes reddened. She immediately ran over and knelt down in front of her father. Father, I'm late. I've made you suffer. Jiang Liufeng's injuries were extremely serious. He forced his eyelids open and saw his son kneeling at his feet, alive and well. A glimmer of light appeared in his dazed eyes. He didn't expect his son to come back alive after entering the hidden dragon forbidden area. It's good that you're back. After Jiang Lufeng said these words with difficulty, he weakly closed his eyes. Yi Yan glanced at the side and found that Jiang Liufeng's injuries were too serious. To be able to torture a true immortal realm level 8 expert to such a degree, who knows how many methods of torture were used. A trace of anger rose in Yi Yan's heart. Clear Sky Island's way of doing things was arrogant and despotic. Their methods were too cruel. This time, he must destroy the entire Fu family on Clear Sky Island. Master, please save my father. As if thinking of something, Jiang Hingyue suddenly turned and flew to Yi Yan's feet and knelt on the ground. Don't worry, this injury is nothing. It's about the same as what you had before. Yi Yan smiled and used his Fa Li to help Jiang Hingyue up. Jiang Hingyue wiped her tears and smiled. Yes, father's injuries were about the same as his. However, Master had a miraculous green liquid that healed his injuries in an instant. As for his father's injuries, there was nothing to worry about. How can such a serious injury be considered a small injury? The island master is about to die? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Yan in shock. He didn't know where this white-clothed youth got the confidence to say such a thing. If not for the fact that his strength was far from the white-clothed youth's, he would have mocked him already. Then, he saw the white-clothed youth take out a small bottle and pop out a drop of mysterious green liquid. This drop of liquid was extremely fast. Like lightning, it flew into Jiang Liufeng's mouth. A miraculous and shocking scene happened. He saw Jiang Liufeng's mangled injuries begin to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths of time, he was completely healed and new flesh grew out. The originally weak Jiang Liufeng's face also became rosy. In the next moment, Jiang Lufeng suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. Am I dead? After standing up, Jiang Lufeng looked around and said a shocking sentence. His injuries were extremely serious. Just as he was about to die, he suddenly recovered. Jiang Lufeng mistakenly thought that he had entered hell. Father, you're not dead. It was Master who saved you. Jiang Hingyue quickly walked to his father and smiled gently. Master? What are you talking about? Jiang Lufeng asked with a surprised look. Father, this is Master. Now I have joined the Shenlong sect. At that time in the hidden dragon forbidden area, I was seriously injured and was about to die. It was Master who saved me. Jiang Hingyue quickly explained. When talking about the Shenlong sect, his face inadvertently showed a trace of pride. Jiang Lufeng looked at the white-clothed youth in front of him in shock. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. His son's life and his own were saved by the white-clothed youth in front of him. This kind of kindness, not to mention joining the Shenlong sect that he had never heard of, even if the father and son were asked to die again, he would never frown. Thinking of this, Jiang Lufeng strode excitedly to Yi Yan's side, knelt down, and then respectfully kowtowed. Master, thank you for saving my life. Jiang Lufeng said loudly. After saying this, there were glittering tears in his eyes. He came back from the brink of death, so he naturally knew the horror of being on the verge of death. Now he was reborn. Naturally, he was extremely grateful to the master in white in front of him. Jiang Lufeng, if you join the Shenlong sect, you can naturally call me master. If you don't join, you'd better call me senior. Yi Yan said with a faint smile. Although Jiang Lufeng in front of him looked like an old man, he was much younger than him in terms of age. Master, my life is given by you. Of course, I'm willing to join the Shenlong sect. Jiang Lufeng said excitedly. Okay. Yi Yan nodded. A surge of magic power swept out, lifting Jiang Liufeng up. The reason why Yi Yan accepted the father and son was that he wanted to establish the first base of the Shenlong sect in the Ninth Sea area. After Jiang Hingyue and Jiang Lufeng caught up with each other, Yi Yan and Jiang Hingyue left Star Soul Island. Jiang Lufeng stayed on Star Soul Island to deal with the aftermath. After all, there were many of Jiang Taihu's people on Star Soul Island. These people had to be cleared out in time. After experiencing the crisis of seizing power, Jiang Lufeng also realized that some of his previous ways of doing things had some shortcomings. He began to strengthen the management of the various branches of the Jiang family. Before leaving, Yi Yan erased a memory from the minds of everyone who saw him on Star Soul Island. Although he didn't erase the memory in Jiang Liufeng's mind, Yi Yan put a restriction on it. In the future, if someone wanted to read the memory in Jiang Liufeng's mind, that restriction would automatically erase all memories of himself in Jiang Liufeng's mind. As for Jiang Hingyue, Yi Yan also put a restriction on his memory. This was also out of protection for the two of them. Otherwise, one day, if the forces of the mastermind behind the scenes investigated here, the two of them wouldn't be able to resist with their insignificant cultivation. Yi Yan was very cautious. Because in his view, the power of the mastermind behind the scenes was too great. It should be at least at the God King level. In the sky above the blue sea, two figures flashed past. Jiang Hingyue led the way in front, sighing as he flew. "Master, thank you so much this time." Yi Yan shook his head and smiled, saying unconcernedly, "You're welcome. Now you are also members of the Shenlong sect." Star Soul Island can be considered the Shenlong sect's first base in the Divine Land. Jiang Hingyue stopped in midair, bowed, and said respectfully, "Master, don't worry. We won't let you down. My father and I will definitely protect the Shenlong sect's base in the Divine Land." Yi Yan nodded. He pondered for a moment, then took out a set of armor from the warehouse. It was a dark green armor, and its surface was covered with all kinds of runes. Each rune was emitting a cold luster. "I'll give this azure armor to you. Now, with your 4th level true immortal realm cultivation, using this azure armor will allow you to be comparable to a half-step divine lord." Yi Yan smiled and threw the green armor to Jiang Hingyue. "Azure armor?" Jiang Hingyue took it in shock. He carefully examined the dark cyan azure armor. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Based on his intuition, this azure armor was at least of the Emperor grade. This set of azure armor is of the divine grade. It will take some effort for you to refine it, but as your cultivation base increases in the future, this set of azure armor will increase your battle prowess. Yi Yan smiled casually. "What, god-tier quality?" Hearing the old master's words, Jiang Hingyue was stunned. Old master gave him a god-rank azure armor right away. This made him feel like he was in a dream. "Old master, this is too precious. How can I accept such a god-rank armor?" Jiang Hingyue held the azure armor in his hands and slowly handed it to Yi Yan. His face was flushed with excitement, and his eyes were filled with both fanaticism and uneasiness. God-rank treasures were too rare in a place like the Divine Land. Even a Divine Lord realm powerhouse might not be able to possess a divine rank treasure. This was especially true for a god-tier armor-type artifact like this, which was extremely rare. After all, once this kind of god-rank armor was worn, it would increase one's battle prowess by many times. It was quite terrifying. In Jiang Hingyue's impression, no one in the entire 9th Sea region had a set of armor-type treasures. As for the other sea regions nearby, he had never heard of them. After all, to create a set of armor-type treasures, the amount of heaven and earth treasures used was unimaginable. Many master blacksmiths would rather forge a sword than a full set of armor. "Take it. This armor is nothing to me, but it is very important to you. When you go to Tongtian Island, you can wear the azure armor and go on a killing spree." Yi Yan looked at Jiang Hingyue with an expectant smile. "Old master, then thank you so much. I will not let you down." Jiang Hingyue was so moved that tears flowed down his cheeks. In the end, he accepted the azure armor. "Wear this armor and then refine it. I will take you on the way. When we reach Tongtian Island, you can officially use the azure armor," Yi Yan said with a smile. With that, he waved his hand and a light shield enveloped Jiang Hingyue. "Yes, old master." Jiang Hingyue replied and put on the armor. He sat down cross-legged, his expression solemn, and began to refine it. His first step was to establish a connection with the azure armor. This way, when he wasn't using it, he could let it retract into his dantian and nourish it with his divine yuan qi. Yi Yan flew slowly through the air, his gaze fixed in the direction of Tongtian Island. He wasn't in a hurry. If he gave Jiang Hingyue a day to refine it, he should be able to control the azure armor. After all, Jiang Hingyue was already a true immortal. Naturally, he was able to refine the divine-level Azura armor much faster than the fate-state Black Cat could refine the Emperor-level boots of immortality. However, because the Azura armor's quality was too high, even with Xianxia's true immortal cultivation, he could only refine it. Even so, the Azura armor could still raise his battle strength to the peak of the 10th level of the true immortal realm, which was half a step into the divine sovereign realm. As for refining it further, he still needed Xianxia to break through to the divine monarch realm before he could have a better control over the Azura armor. According to Yi Yun's calculations, this low-grade god-grade Azura armor could only be fully refined when he reached the divine sovereign realm. True immortal, divine sovereign, divine sovereign. These three realms corresponded to the Azura armor's refinement levels: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Regardless of the refinement level, even if it was elementary, as Xianxia continued to break through to the true immortal realm, the Azura armor's battle strength would increase and it would last longer. After all, once the armor was used, it would consume a lot of divine yuan qi. Unless it was a matter of life and death, Yi Yun didn't advise Xianxia to use the Azura armor. He believed that Xianxia would understand this after refining the Azura armor. In essence, Yi Yun didn't like to rely on external objects. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yun trusted the divine dragon sword more. One sword could break 10,000 laws. One sword could cut down all the demons and monsters in the world. 100,000 years later, Yi Yun still had such thoughts. However, the current him had Zhu Long's body, and his physical body was terrifyingly strong. Under the concept of one sword breaking 10,000 laws, Yi Yun trusted his fist even more. There was nothing that one punch couldn't solve. If it couldn't be solved, then a second punch, a third punch, he would mercilessly destroy all obstacles in his way. Because of this concept, even if there were countless god-grade and transcendent-grade treasures in the warehouse, Yi Yun rarely used them. The divine land was vast and boundless. Even a god in the divine lord realm would not be able to explore the entire divine land in his lifetime. Most of them lived in a corner. Just this corner alone was enough for a divine lord realm expert to live for the rest of his life. Not only were there human gods in the divine land, but there were also various sacred races. In the divine land, there was a territory called the Underworld Devil Domain, where a group of weak essence demons lived. The essence demons were also one of the top 10 demon clans in ancient times. However, after millions of years, the essence demons of today were extremely weak. In particular, they were being suppressed by other demon clans. Now, their status was even more precarious, and they might be driven out of their ancestral land. On this day, all the essence demons were gathered in the depths of the ground. There was a deep hall here, and in the middle of the hall was a huge dark red altar. Tens of thousands of essence demons gathered around the altar, looking at the young woman on the altar with fanatical expressions. She was the high priestess of the essence demons. The high priestess had a beautiful face, an exquisite figure, and enchanting curves. Her skin was as white as jade, but there was a black mark between her eyebrows. The other essence demons looked very similar to her, and all had a black mark between their eyebrows. In terms of appearance, the essence demons looked completely different from the other demon clans. Instead, they looked very similar to human cultivators, and were not as huge and ferocious as the other demons. However, once the essence demons activated the mark between their eyebrows, their entire body would become huge, and they would enter a different battle form. In ancient times, the essence demons were also one of the top 10 demon clans. However, things are unpredictable. For millions of years, we have been suppressed by the other demon clans, causing our clan to decline day by day. Now, it's time for our survival. The beautiful and sexy high priestess held a white bone staff in her hand, and there was an extremely solemn expression on her beautiful face. High priestess, the essence demons will never decline. A young girl shouted from below. Her voice resonated with all the essence demons. Rise of the essence demons. Tens of thousands of people shouted at the same time. The rumbling sound vibrated the entire underground palace, which was located deep in the underground palace, and made it vibrate. The high priest raised the staff in his hand and said in a loud voice, "My dear people, after nearly 100,000 years of preparation, we have finally repaired this ancient altar. Next, we can once again summon the Lord Fiend Celestial of the Prime Devil Realm to lead our people to glory once again. Long live Lord Demon God. At this moment, all the fanatical Yuan demon clansmen knelt on the ground and shouted loudly. The body of the high priestess suddenly floated in midair. She used the staff in her hand and pointed at the dark red altar. Then, the high priest began to chant an ancient and lengthy incantation. As time passed, the crimson altar began to light up. The dim red light illuminated the dark hall. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately became excited. With expectant gazes, they looked at the red altar. The high priest didn't stop and continued to chant the incantation. The red altar's light grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire hall. Lord Demon God, please descend. The high priestess shouted. Then, she dropped rapidly from midair and knelt on the ground. A blood-red beam of light shot into the sky, passed through the altar, and went beyond the clouds. The next moment, the blood-red beam of light disappeared in an instant. A middle-aged man in a black robe with handsome features, fair skin, and a mark between his eyebrows suddenly appeared. Lord Demon God has descended. Seeing the middle-aged man on the red altar, all the Yuan demon clansmen cheered wildly. The high priestess looked at the middle-aged man and her eyes fell on the black mark between his eyebrows. Suddenly, a beautiful smile appeared on her face. After nearly 100,000 years of preparation, the Yuan demon clansmen had finally summoned Lord Demon God. In ancient times, Lord Demon God descended on the divine land and left his bloodline, thus creating the Yuan demon clan. Where is this? I'm in? I'm really in? The middle-aged man stood on the altar for a while and muttered to himself 3 times in a row in his heart. After that, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. This side of the world was too sturdy. His doppelganger was not strong enough and could not penetrate it no matter how hard he tried. Just then, he saw a summoning force. In this force, there was a demon god from a certain demon realm. In order to come in, he gave up his original body and possessed this demon god. Accompanied by the summoning power, he soon arrived at the underground altar. Because he was in a hurry to possess this body, the demon god's primordial spirit was also shattered by him, so he did not inherit any memories. This made Wuda quite angry. Yes, his original name was Wuda. Wuda looked at the Yuan demon clansman kneeling on the ground below and could not help but yawn. He habitually put his hand to his mouth and was about to take a big puff of smoke, but he was dismayed to find that his purple gold pipe was gone. Sigh, I don't know which kindred spirit stole my pipe. I have to keep looking for it in the vast thousand domains. Wuda sighed and put his hand down resentfully. He had no choice. He did not have the purple gold pipe now and could not solve his addiction to smoking. However, he was still very happy to enter this side of the world. This was because when he was loitering outside earlier, he had discovered a faint aura that felt extremely familiar to him. If he guessed correctly, his purple gold tobacco pipe might be here. However, this side of the world was extremely vast and he had possessed someone else's body. It would be extremely difficult to find his purple gold pipe. So he might as well settle down first and slowly search. That was what Wuda thought. All of you, rise. Wuda slowly walked down the red altar and came in front of the high priest. He walked down the red altar because he was afraid that if this group of people found something wrong with him, they would activate the altar and teleport him back. It was not easy for him to enter this world in a roundabout way to find his purple gold pipe. He absolutely could not go back. As for his original body, it was now floating in the void outside this side of the world. That place was desolate and uninhabited, so there shouldn't be anything going on there. Lord Demon God, our prime demon clan is being suppressed by the bloodthirsty demon clan. They are now trying to occupy our ancestral land. Please come out and fight them off. The high priest raised his head and looked at the Lord Demon God in front of him with burning eyes. What's the highest level of combat strength in the bloodthirsty demon clan? Wuda put his hands behind his back and tried to look like a demon king. He lowered his voice and pretended to ask. They have a godly venerable realm demon king, Lord. The high priest hurriedly said. Godly venerable realm? Wuda quickly sensed the condition of his body. His original demon god body was also at the godly venerable realm. Now, he had a more noble primordial spirit. Wu De believed that he could easily deal with the godly venerable realm demon king of the bloodthirsty demon clan. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Wu De led the men, women, and children of all ages out of the great hall. His first battle in the divine land began. Everything was impermanent. Yi Yun hadn't expected that after he'd displayed the thousands of transcendent god tobacco pipes on the last stretch of the ancient path to heaven, there was still a terrifying expert who had sensed his own purple gold pipe. Perhaps this expert had some sort of connection with the violet gold tobacco pipe. Even though the purple gold tobacco pipe had been blocked by the barrier of this world, this expert had still vaguely sensed something. In the end, he'd arrived in this world in an unimaginable way. He'd become the Lord Demon God of the Prime Demon Clan. Even though that guy called Wu De was still dealing with the internal affairs of the Prime Demon Clan and hadn't gone looking for Yi Yun yet. But this was something that would happen sooner or later. However, Yi Yun had already stuffed all his tobacco pipes into the warehouse. He wouldn't leak any more of his aura. If he wanted to find Yi Yun, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yi Yun was flying leisurely. He flew leisurely over the blue sea. Behind him floated a ball of light, inside which sat Xianxia, clad in azure armor. In order to avoid attracting attention, Yi Yun had even used a special ability to hide himself in Xianxia. This way, no one would discover them. Yi Yun's plan was to arrive at Tongtian Island in a day's time. This would be just enough time for Xianxia to finish refining the azure armor. But Yi Yun was also a cautious person. Instead, he unleashed his terrifying divine sense and scanned Heavenspan Island in the distance. Because he'd read Xianxia's memories, Yi Yun had a certain understanding of Tongtian Island's young master, Fu Nanhua, and Xianxia's fiancé, Lin Yanran. Although Yi Yun's divine consciousness was terrifying, he controlled it with great precision. It didn't cause any pressure on Tongtian Island, and no one realized that a terrifying divine consciousness had descended upon Tongtian Island. Yi Yun's divine consciousness shifted constantly until he finally saw Fu Nanhua. Fu Nanhua was not bad-looking. He was tall and had a handsome face. His eyes were evil, giving people the impression that he was not a good person. Fu Nanhua's cultivation had reached True God Realm Level 5. In terms of potential and talent, he was slightly higher than Xianxia. At this moment, with his hands behind his back, Fu Nanhua was walking slowly in an underground tunnel. Behind him was a beautiful girl in red. The young girl's facial features were exquisite. Her brows were picturesque, and her skin was like jade. Her appearance was outstanding, and her temperament was also very noble. Through Xianxia's memory, Yi Yun knew that Lin Yanran's father, Lin Jun, was the island lord of Jade Cloud Island. Therefore, with a good family background, Lin Yanran was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting since she was young. She did not fall behind in her cultivation and was now at True God Realm Level 5. His talent was slightly higher than Xianxia's. Although Lin Yanran's cultivation level was a little higher, she had taken a fancy to Xianxia and did not mind that Xianxia's cultivation level was lower than hers. Right now, Lin Yanran's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. She lowered her head and had a lot on her mind. Behind her were two maids. "We're here." After turning a corner, Fu Nanhua suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Lin Yanran with a smile on his face. Lin Yanran raised her head and saw that her father was tied to a metal pillar in the cell in front of her. His head was lowered, as if he had fainted. "Father." Lin Yanran immediately rushed forward, but was blocked by the pillar of the cell. "Lin Yanran, I didn't do anything to your father. I only invited him over and gave him some drugs to let him sleep," Fu Nanhua said with a smile. He looked like a gentleman, not a demon at all. Seeing that her father kept his head lowered, Lin Yanran's tears kept flowing. This Fu Nanhua was too evil. He had just let her fiancé go, and now he had caught her father. "I can't wait until next month. Let's get married tomorrow. What do you think?" Fu Nanhua touched his chin and looked at Lin Yanran lecherously. He smiled and asked, "I'm not ready." Lin Yanran wiped her tears and said softly, "There's no time like the present. How can I always give you time to prepare? Lin Yanran, if you don't agree, your father, Lin Jun, will not be so comfortable." As for the details, think of your old lover, Jiang Hingyue, haha. Fu Nanhua laughed. Although his voice was not loud, it was extremely arrogant. Lin Yanran fell silent. She had been trapped in Tongtian Island for many days, and she had seen how her fiancé, Jiang Hingyue, was tortured by Fu Nanhua. Naturally, she did not want to see her father walk down the same path as Jiang Hingyue. I agree to marry you tomorrow, but you have to let my father go. Lin Yanran gritted her teeth and said coldly. Very good. I knew that Miss Lin was someone who could see the big picture. I was right about you. Fu. Nanhua laughed and snapped his fingers. Immediately, 2 guards walked over and opened the door of the cell. They carried Lin Jun out. Don't worry. I just want my father-in-law to find a comfortable place to stay for a day or 2. After our wedding, I will serve him well and apologize to him. Fu Nanhua said with a smile. Lin Yanran was so angry that she trembled. She turned and left. The 2 maidservants followed closely behind her. Looking at Lin Yanran's disappearing figure, Fu Nanhua's handsome face flashed with a trace of malice. You want to fight with me? You're too young. In the 9th sea, Tongtian Island is the sky. Anyone who resists will only have one ending, death. After letting out a cold snort, Fu Nanhua walked out. Yi Yan's face turned ugly when he saw this. This Fu Nanhua was really a lawless playboy. His methods were vicious and he was despised by others. However, Fu Nanhua only had one day to live. Tomorrow. Jiang Hingyue would personally end the lives of Fu Nanhua and his son. Yi Yan's divine consciousness landed on Lin Yanran's body again. He felt that there was something wrong with this girl after experiencing 2 huge mental shocks. Moreover, this girl's body was also under a restriction. Although her cultivation level did not drop, her divine origin force was sealed. Lin Yanran lowered her head and returned to her room. She asked the 2 maidservants to wait outside. She slowly walked to the side of the mirror. Looking at the beautiful face in the mirror, her eyes were filled with hatred. She remained silent in front of the mirror for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Lin Yanran finally made up her mind. She took out a green pill from the drawer of the dressing table. This was the pill that she had hidden here when she was first captured. This was a highly toxic pill. Once she consumed it, she would die from the poison within a few breaths of time. Fu Nanhua, you beast in human form. I will take revenge on you in my next life. Lin Yanran said through gritted teeth. After she finished speaking, she brought the green pill to her mouth. She did not want to live anymore. Under any circumstances, she could not allow Fu Nanhua to invade her body. Now that the arrow was on the bow, she could only die to ensure her innocence. The poisonous pill had not touched her lips yet. Lin Yanran, Fu Nanhua will die tomorrow. Why do you want to die? A man's voice sounded in her mind. The voice in her mind appeared very abruptly, and in an instant, Lin Yanran stopped what she was doing. Who is it? Lin Yanran asked in her mind. The man's voice was unfamiliar and did not sound like someone from Clear Sky Island. Clear Sky Island was filled with experts. The man was able to bypass those experts and enter her mind with his divine consciousness. It showed how powerful his cultivation was. Jiang Hingyue will come to Clear Sky Island tomorrow and kill Fu Nanhua and his son. Clear Sky Island will have a new master. As for who I am, Jiang Hingyue will tell you tomorrow. Yi Yan's voice echoed in Lin Yanran's mind. Senior, although I really want to believe what you said, the Fu father and son that you said were killed is really too inconceivable. I know Jiang Hingyue, how could he suddenly have such great power? Lin Yanran calmed down and voiced her doubts. On the distant sea, Yi Yan saw Lin Yanran's doubts and could not help but smile. It was normal to have doubts. After all, Lin Yanran could not determine Yi Yan's identity and could not judge what Yi Yan said. In Lin Yanran's mind, Jiang Hingyue was only a 4th-level true god and could not be a threat to Fu Nanhua and his son. Yi Yan's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, I will help you remove the seal now. Remove the seal? Senior, could it be that you can rely on your divine sense to undo the restriction in my body? Lin Yanran asked with a shocked face. As soon as she said this, there was a loud bang in her body. That layer of restriction that shackled her divine essence energy previously instantly shattered with a loud bang. Surging divine essence energy started circulating within her body once more. Lin Yanran was surprised and happy. The seal in her body was not set up by Fu Nanhua. Instead, it was a restriction personally laid down by an old ancestor of the Fu family, a half-step divine lord realm powerhouse. This restriction was extremely powerful. If one wanted to break the restriction, one's cultivation must reach the divine lord realm for it to be possible. However, Lin Yanran guessed that the senior's cultivation level must be close to the ultimate god realm to be able to break through the restriction with just a single divine sense. Considering how high the senior's cultivation was, helping Jiang Hingyue kill the father and son of Clear Sky Island's Fu family would not be a difficult task. Lin Yanran was extremely excited. "Senior, thank you for your great kindness," she said excitedly. "Let's wait for the good news." Yi Yan chuckled and retracted his terrifying spiritual consciousness. In the room, Lin Yanran was in a daze for a while. Suddenly, her red lips curled up and she smiled again. This smile was like 100 flowers blooming, extremely charming and moving. After so many days, the gloom in her heart finally disappeared. Until the clouds parted and the moon shone. All she needed to do now was to wait quietly. Her fiancé, Jiang Hingyue, would descend from the sky tomorrow and kill the Fu father and son who had committed all kinds of evil deeds on Clear Sky Island. After Fu Nanhua left the prison, he started to get busy. The wedding was to be held tomorrow. He began to instruct the servants to set up the Clear Sky Island. Fu Nanhua's father, Fu Wei, did not worry about his son's wedding preparations. Instead, he walked into a small teleportation formation from the depths of the main hall. A light flashed. Fu Wei's figure disappeared into the teleportation formation. The huge Clear Sky Island was the largest island in the Ninth Sea. It covered an extremely vast area and was home to tens of millions of humans. But no one knew. In the depths of the Clear Sky Island seabed, there was a large formation that emitted a gray light, isolating all auras from the surroundings. Outside the formation, a light suddenly rose, revealing Fu Wei's figure. He stepped out, raised a token in his hand, and walked into the hazy formation. "Senior, these are some heavenly treasures for cultivation that I recently collected. They are all in this storage ring. Little Wei has sent them to you." Walking into the formation, Fu Wei's attitude became extremely respectful. He cupped his fists, bowed, and then offered a small storage ring. Opposite him, a huge blue dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long was lying on the ground. This was a blue dragon, and its entire body was emitting a monstrous and terrifying aura. Dark blue dragon scales covered its entire body, emitting a faint luster. Hearing Fu Wei's words, the huge blue dragon opened one of its eyes. "When will your Fu clan be able to produce a divine monarch realm deity great cultivator? After so many years, no one has surpassed me in cultivation." The huge blue dragon sighed, its eyes revealing a nostalgic expression. Unfortunately, Fu Chang had died too early. Hearing the huge blue dragon's sigh, Fu Wei's expression became a little awkward. The Fu Changha that the huge blue dragon mentioned was an ancestor of the Fu clan. However, during the process of breaking through from the true god realm to the divine monarch realm, he failed and unfortunately fell. Ancestor Fu Changha was the true master of this huge blue dragon. "Senior, my son is getting married tomorrow. We have already invited many island masters from nearby islands. We should be able to receive many betrothal gifts. If Senior needs anything, we will send it over together," Fu Wei said respectfully. "Good. Your Fu clan has been good to me, providing me with all kinds of resources along the way. If there are any difficulties in the future, I will definitely help you," the huge blue dragon said in a deep voice. "Thank you, Senior." Fu Wei smiled, bowed, and left the array. Then, he took the teleportation array and left the depths of the sea. The next day, Clear Sky Island was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and people were shuttling back and forth. It was a joyous occasion. Rays of light flew over from all directions and landed on Clear Sky Island. As soon as they landed, Clear Sky Island's people came over, smiling as they entered the island. More and more people came to attend the wedding. Almost all the island masters of the Ninth Sea region had personally sent gifts. As for the other 9 sea regions, those that were on good terms with Clear Sky Island had all come to celebrate. It could be said that Clear Sky Island now had many distinguished guests. Many of them were true God Realm Level 10 or half-step Divine Monarch Realm experts. The void fluctuated slightly. No one felt anything unusual in the void. At this moment, Yi Yan had brought Jiang Hingyue to the sky above Clear Sky Island. Jiang Hingyue had already started refining the Azura armor. After he refined the Azura armor, he kept it inside his body. In the future, he would be able to cover his entire body with just a thought. Clear Sky Island is so lively. Looking down at the festive Clear Sky Island, Jiang Hingyue's face turned cold and emotionless. If his master hadn't told him, he wouldn't have dared to believe that Fu Nanhua, that bastard, would dare to kidnap his own father-in-law for today's wedding. This kind of behavior was truly infuriating. Go, don't worry about lacking divine essence energy. Unleash the power of the divine Azura armor to your heart's content. Yi Yan patted Jiang Hingyue's shoulder lightly and encouraged him with a smile. 6 chapters completed. Seeking support. Master, hearing Yi Yan's words, Jiang Hingyue was slightly taken aback. No need to worry about his divine essence energy, he was now at the 4th level of the true immortal realm. Although he had refined the Azura armor, his divine essence energy could not support the Azura armor for long. Yi Yan chuckled. With a flick of his finger, a ray of light landed on the dark green Azura armor. I will help you replenish your divine essence energy. You can kill without worry. Thank you, Master. Jiang Hingyue finally understood. Master was going to replenish his divine essence energy personally. He was so touched that he did not know what to say. But when he thought of his fiancée still on Clear Sky Island, he was anxious. After thanking Master, he immediately turned and flew down. In midair, Jiang Hingyue's mind moved and a wave of green light rose up. The divine Azura armor covered his entire body. This dark cyan Azura armor flowed with a mysterious cyan light. The Azura armor looked mighty and ferocious. It was as if an Azura god of death from the 9 serenities hell had suddenly descended from the sky. This kid looks quite handsome in the Azura armor. Standing in midair, Yi Yan looked at the green figure and nodded with a smile. The Azura armor had a unique design. After wearing it, one would look majestic and murderous. He looked like a real Azura. Yi Yan had his hands behind his back and concealed himself. No one could see him. He watched the battle from midair and supported Jiang Hingyue. Jiang Hingyue looked at Clear Sky Island getting closer and closer to him. His heart thumped excitedly. He released his divine sense without hesitation and began to search for his fiancée, Lin Yanran. When he was imprisoned, if Lin Yanran hadn't begged for mercy, Fu Nanhua, that bastard, would have tortured him to death. Jiang Hingyue was grateful to his fiancée. He scanned with his divine sense and found Lin Yanran's position. Now that he was wearing the Azura armor, Jiang Hingyue's true strength had reached the peak of the 10th level of the true immortal realm. He could be said to be a half-step divine lord. Therefore, his divine sense was raised to the strongest level. It was easy to find Lin Yanran in a certain area of Clear Sky Island. He turned into a green light and descended from the sky, landing in a courtyard. There were many busy servants in this courtyard. The buildings everywhere were decorated with lanterns and colored banners, creating a joyous atmosphere. There were she characters on the windows and doors. When Jiang Hingyue landed from midair, carrying the powerful pressure of a half-step divine lord, it immediately sent all the surrounding servants flying. Lin Yanran, who was dressing up, suddenly heard the commotion outside. She was overjoyed. She knew that it was most likely her fiancé, Jiang Hingyue. Lin Yanran quickly got up and pushed the door open, only to see a man in green armor standing opposite her. The aura on the man's body was abnormally terrifying, already reaching half-step divine lord realm cultivation. Yanran. Jiang Henji. When he saw the beautiful Lin Yanran standing in front of the door again, he could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and rushed up. Hingyue, it's you. Lin Yanran was very excited. The two of them hugged each other. Tears of joy flowed out of their eyes. After experiencing life and death, the two of them finally met again. Only those who had experienced it could understand how it felt. Looking at Lin Yanran in her red wedding dress, Yi Yan's eyes flickered, and he suddenly had an idea. Why don't I kill Fu Nanhua and his son? I can let this pair of lovers get married on Clear Sky Island. As the saying goes, there's no better day than the present. This way, it'll be a happy marriage. Thinking of this, Yi Yan smiled. Who dares to trespass on my Clear Sky Island? An angry roar came from outside the courtyard. Dozens of figures flew over. Fu Nanhua stood in the center like a moon surrounded by stars. At this moment, he was wearing a red wedding robe. His face was full of anger as he looked at the man and woman hugging each other in the distance. Who was this man in blue immortal realm? How dare he steal his wife? Hearing Fu Nanhua's voice, Jiang Hingyue turned around. The Shura immortal realm armor covered his entire body. Only his eyes were exposed. Even if Jiang Hingyue stood in front of Fu Nanhua, he wouldn't be able to recognize him. Fu Nanhua, you bastard. I'll take your life today. Jiang Hingyue's eyes shot out 2 rays of light. His voice was cold. The temperature in the courtyard dropped rapidly. You're Jiang Hingyue? Fu Nanhua was shocked when he heard the familiar voice. Didn't this guy escape into the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Area? In order to get rid of this problem, he even sent a true God Realm Level 7 cultivator to the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Area to kill Jiang Hingyue. But how did this guy come back to life, and he was wearing a mysterious blue immortal realm armor? Fu Nanhua sensed Jiang Hingyue's cultivation. He was surprised to find that this guy had reached the peak of True God Realm Level 10. This discovery made his eyes widen. The shock on his face froze. Jiang Hingyue, I didn't expect you to survive after entering the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Area. What exactly is this armor? How did it raise your cultivation by so much? After recovering from his shock, Fu Nanhua licked his lips. His eyes were burning with greed. This armor had an extraordinary aura. If he could get his hands on it, wouldn't he be invincible in the 10 great seas? Silhouettes rushed over from all directions. It seemed that the huge commotion in the courtyard had alarmed many almighties of Clear Sky Island. Most of these people were the island masters of the various islands. Their cultivation was not low. The lowest was at True God Realm Level 6. The highest was at Half Divine Lord Realm. There were hundreds of people. Everyone looked at the man who was wearing armor and emitting a terrifying aura, and they were all shocked. Everyone could see that the blue immortal realm armor was of extraordinary quality. It was very likely to be of overlord quality. Seeing so many people suddenly appear, Fu Nanhua felt a strong pressure. Jiang Hingyue also felt a huge pressure on his body. If he wanted to kill Fu Nanhua now, he had to make the first move. Thinking of this, he decisively pulled out his sword and rushed towards Fu Nanhua. The Shura armor was crazily devouring his divine origin energy, giving him an unimaginable speed. Jiang Hingyue was like a bolt of lightning. He arrived in front of Fu Nanhua in an instant and slashed down with his sword. This sword strike was simply too fast. Many people could not react in time. At this time, 2 half-step divine monarch realm old men beside Fu Nanhua reacted and hurriedly moved to greet them. 2 rays of sword light met the slash, one on the left and one on the right. Jiang Hingyue's sword light contained a shocking sword intent. It was like a silver river falling down. Facing the sudden attack, Fu Nanhua was also shocked. 2 old ancestors, kill him and take the armor. Fu Nanhua's face was filled with fanaticism as he pulled out his sword and shouted. Boom, 3 rays of sword light collided. Those 2 half-step divine lord realm ancestors, in their haste to meet the enemy, were unable to block Jiang Hingyue's sword light at all. This sword light was majestic and contained an unimaginable power. At this moment, the divine Shura armor had shown its true strength. Today's 6 chapters, this is the first chapter. Boom, under the horrified gazes of the 2 half-step divine lord realm ancestors, their 2 sword lights instantly shattered with a loud bang. At this moment, a dazzling sword light landed on Fu Nanhua's body. Fu Nanhua's eyes widened. Until his death, he still could not believe that Jiang Hingyue had killed him. A puny True God Realm Level 4 was not even comparable to an ant in his eyes. He had even chased him into the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Zone. But how did Jiang Hingyue become so powerful all of a sudden, just because he was wearing a mysterious green armor? he was able to display such terrifying combat strength. The combined attack of two exalted half-step divine Lord Realm ancestors of Heavenspan Island actually failed to block this sword light. Was he really going to die? Many thoughts flashed through Fu Nanhua's mind. In just a short moment. It seemed very long, but also very short. The dazzling sword light came down from above and cut Fu Nanhua's body into two halves. A primordial spirit soared into the sky, turning into an illusory Fu Nanhua. Kill him! Fu Nanhua shouted loudly. Although his physical body was destroyed, there were so many experts in Clear Sky Island that it was impossible for Jiang Hingyue to walk out alive. After destroying Fu Nanhua's physical body, Jiang Hingyue heaved a sigh of relief. That sword just now sent two great half-step divine Lord Realm sword lights flying. To him, it had also used up more than half of his primordial spirit. But in an instant, he found that his primordial spirit was full again. He could not help but look at a certain direction in the sky, his eyes filled with gratitude. Jiang Hingyue knew that all of this was his master's doing. This was an unimaginable ability. It actually established some kind of divine essence energy connection between him and old master. In that case, he did not have to worry about his primordial spirit running out. In the distance, Lin Yanran, who was standing at the door in red, could not help but widen her eyes when she saw this scene. Her beautiful eyes were filled with immense fear. Everything was as the strange man had said. Her fiancé, Jiang Hingyue, had improved by leaps and bounds. He was so strong that he was able to split Fu Nanhua's body apart under the combined attack of two half-step divine lords. This was truly unimaginable. Lin Yanran was so excited that tears rolled down her cheeks. In the void. When Yiyin saw this, his face revealed a carefree smile. Where did we go from here? He had only taken a single step into the Great Wall. With the support of his dense god elemental energy, Jiang Hingyue was like a god of war that would never tire. His god-grade Azura armor provided him with an impenetrable defense. No one present was a match for him. Even if it was a group fight, it wouldn't work. If a group fight really broke out, the ones who would suffer the most would definitely be the experts of Clear Sky Island. Perhaps it was because Jiang Hingyue's sword was too stunning. Fear rose in the hearts of the onlookers. For a moment, no one dared to make a move. Seeing this, Fu Nanhua shouted, "What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and do it." As soon as he finished speaking. On Clear Sky Island, all the cultivators of the Fu clan were mobilized. Hundreds of people rushed towards Jiang Hingyue like a swarm of locusts. Rays of sword light fell like a torrential downpour. There were all kinds of magic treasures in the middle. These magic treasures emitted a terrifying light as they fell towards Jiang Hingyue one by one. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Fu Nanhua. It was Clear Sky Island's master, Fu Wei. Seeing his son's body destroyed and only his primordial spirit left, Fu Wei was so angry that his whole body trembled. Two balls of anger appeared in his eyes. "Father, I'm fine. You just need to get the people from Clear Sky Island to kill Jiang Hingyue and take his armor." Fu Nanhua licked his lips, a trace of fanaticism in his eyes. He continued, "Dad, I want this armor." "Good son, don't worry. Clear Sky Island is full of experts. How could they let him live?" Fu Wei said with his hands behind his back, looking down coldly. He also saw the power of this set of armor. In the 10 seas, armor-type magic treasures were pitifully rare. He had never heard of any island master having such a treasure. But now, it seemed that this Jiang Hingyue kid's armor was extremely powerful. It could let a kid at true immortal realm level 4 suddenly have the cultivation of a half-step divine lord. It was obvious how terrifying this armor was. Fu Wei secretly guessed in his heart that the grade of this set of armor had most likely already reached Emperor grade. He thought that if he took this Emperor grade armor and put it on, he would be able to display the cultivation of a divine lord. If that was the case, then it was only a matter of time before Clear Sky Island became the strongest force in the 10 seas. Seeing so many cultivators rushing towards him like a swarm of locusts, Jiang Hingyue's blood boiled. He frantically activated the Shura armor. "Kill!" He roared, drew his sword, and rushed over. Rays of sword light flew out from his hand, like a tidal wave towards the cultivators of Clear Sky Island. Although his battle strength was amazing, there were too many people surrounding him. Some magic treasures and sword light landed on Jiang Hingyue's body. It was accompanied by a series of loud bangs. Jiang Hingyue was surprised to find that the azure armor was actually glowing with layers upon layers of rippling light. All the attacks landed on it, but had no effect at all. All they did was cause his body to tremble a little. The tremors weren't strong, so he could withstand them. As expected of the divine Shura armor, Jiang Hingyue was both surprised and delighted. His sword moves became even fiercer. He was like a supreme god of death, wielding a divine sword as he walked through the void, killing everything in his path. Many true immortal realm level 4 cultivators didn't even need to exchange a single blow before they were cut down by his sword. Blood spurted out like flowers of blood, drifting down from the void. One after another, Clear Sky Island's gods died tragically under Jiang Hingyue's sword. "Hingyue, you're so strong." Lin Yanran's eyes blazed as she watched Jiang Hingyue's unparalleled glory. A set of blue armor had raised her fiancé's battle strength to such a terrifying level. Who exactly was the man behind it? His strength must be even more terrifying. The battle in the void was abnormally intense. One after another, deities fell from the sky. Some fell in the small courtyard at Lin Yanran's feet. There were many experts on Clear Sky Island. They were like locusts that couldn't be killed. Under the command of Fu Wei, figures constantly flew over from all directions and joined the battle. Lin Yanran looked at the invincible figure and began to worry again. She was very knowledgeable. She naturally knew that the armor on Jiang Hingyue's body was so powerful. It probably consumed a lot of divine origin energy. If Clear Sky Island started a war of attrition, Jiang Hingyue wouldn't be able to hold on. "Dad, this kid is quite strong." Fu Nanhua looked at Jiang Hingyue, who was surrounded by hundreds of people, and narrowed his eyes. He let out a cold laugh. "This set of armor is indeed extraordinary. Son, we must get it." Fu Wei's eyes flashed coldly as he looked in another direction. Today, all the island masters of the major sea regions had come to Clear Sky Island to attend the wedding. There were thousands of people. These people all had high cultivation bases. Many of them were at the 10th level of the true God realm, and even half-step divine Lord realm cultivators. If Clear Sky Island wanted to snatch this emperor-level armor, these people would probably obstruct them. Fu Wei looked at the surrounding island masters and found that everyone was staring at Jiang Hingyue in front of them. Some even revealed greedy gazes without concealing it. Such a treasure was close at hand. Who in the world wouldn't be tempted? Fu Wei asked himself if he could do it. What should I do? One idea after another rapidly emerged in his mind. Looking at Jiang Hingyue in the green armor, majestic and awe-inspiring, killing in all directions. One after another, Clear Sky Island experts fell from the sky, their blood staining the ground red. In a moment of desperation, Fu Wei's mind suddenly flashed. He turned around and faced the crowd, shouting loudly, "Island Masters, I'm afraid the strength of Clear Sky Island is not enough. I ask that all Island Masters take action and kill this thief together. As for that green armor, the fated one will obtain it." As soon as his voice fell, the thousands of onlookers and Island Masters of the major sea regions all boiled over. "Haha, Clear Sky Island is really righteous. Since that's the case, then we won't be polite. This green armor will definitely belong to our 9th sea region." One by one, the half-step divine Lord Island Masters laughed loudly and rushed toward Jiang Hingyue. But there were also some with weaker cultivation bases who did not move at all. They could also see it. Without a half-step divine Lord realm cultivation base, one could forget about participating in this battle. So even though Fu Wei had spoken in advance, there were only 100 or so people who really took action. But these 100 or so people were all half-step divine Lord realm great cultivators. Every one of them was very strong. When Fu Wei saw this scene, a faint cold smile appeared on his face. He immediately sent a voice transmission. All the cultivators of Clear Sky Island below the 10th level of the true God realm who were besieging Jiang Hingyue retreated. In the end, only 7 or 8 half-step divine Lord realm ancestors were still fighting. And at this time, more than 100 half-step divine Lord Island Masters also attacked. All kinds of attacks rained down on Jiang Hingyue like a torrential rain. "Fu Wei is too despicable. Jiang Hingyue cursed angrily, pushing his divine essence force into the Azura armor. Boom, when the audience's attacks landed on the Azura armor, they were dissolved by the water ripples. Waves of huge tremors were transmitted to Jiang Hingyue's body. There are too many people. Jiang Hingyue cursed in her heart. Being besieged by more than 100 half-step Divine Lord Realm powerhouses all at once, he also felt tremendous pressure. These people were on par with him in terms of speed, divine abilities, sword skills, and other aspects. The only advantage he had was his powerful defense and immense strength. Therefore, although the attacks were ferocious, Jiang Hingyue was able to withstand them and was not injured. Relying on the incredible defensive power of the Azura armor and the immense strength bestowed upon him by Jiang Hingyue, he charged into the crowd and began to fight head-on. These island masters were still no match for him in terms of strength. There were still many half-step Divine Lord Realm Island Masters who were sent flying by his one sword. However, these island masters were not easy to deal with either. They also had many defensive magic treasures on them. Even if they were sent flying, they did not suffer too much damage. Instead, they paused in midair and charged back again. For a time, the battle in the air carried out extremely fiercely. When Yin saw this scene, he could not help shaking his head lightly. Could they still bully people like this? Although Heavenspan Island was already very shameless, how could the island masters of the other major sea regions be so shameless too? Thinking of here. Countless star-like runes appeared in Yi Yan's eyes, starting to have the power of changing life and death, constantly flickering. Targeting the half-step Divine Lord Realm cultivators who were not from Heavenspan Island, Yi Yan activated the Firmament Disillusionment Eye. An unimaginable power of disillusionment descended. Those island masters who were attacking Jiang Hingyue suddenly stopped. One of the middle-aged men turned his head and looked in Fu Wei's direction, roaring loudly, "Fu Wei, you want us to be your free fighters, dream on." With that, the middle-aged man flashed and retreated from the battle. He flew to one side and stood far away with his arms crossed. That's right, we definitely can't be Heavenspan Island's fighters for nothing. At this time, another person left the place. Immediately after, more than 100 people seemed to have discussed it and all flew away from the battlefield. However, they did not go far away and continued to observe the battle from the surroundings. Seeing these island masters suddenly turn on him, as if they had been enlightened, Fu Wei's face became incomparably gloomy. There was no other way. He could only order the Heavenspan Island cultivators to continue attacking Jiang Hingyue. Dad, Jiang Hingyue shouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. With so many people attacking him just now, with his mere true God Realm level 4 divine essence energy, it's impossible for him to hold on for so long. Fu Nanhua sneered at the side. My son is right, Jiang Hingyue definitely won't be able to hold on for much longer. Fu Wei also laughed loudly. He looked at the island masters in the distance and laughed loudly. Since all the island masters are willing to help, then we'll accept this set of Emperor-grade armor. When he said this, Fu Wei deliberately enunciated the two words Emperor level very clearly. His goal was to stimulate the desires in these people's hearts. However, he did not expect that the 100 or so half-step Divine Lord Island Masters would be indifferent, all of them coldly observing the battle. Dad, could it be that they want us to get the armor before attacking? Fu Nanhua asked in a low voice. Would they dare? On Heavenspan Island, even if a Divine Lord Realm came in, they also have to stay put for me. Otherwise, I'll take their little lives. Fu Wei's face was ferocious as he spoke with absolute certainty. Dad, people say that there's a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse on Heavenspan Island, how come I don't know? Is the one you're talking about our Heavenspan Island's legendary Divine Lord Realm powerhouse? Fu Nanhua blinked and asked curiously. My son, when you inherit my position one day, you'll naturally understand. Fu Wei shook his head, not telling his son the truth. In his mind, the image of the blue dragon in the undersea formation appeared. This blue dragon was the true trump card of Heavenspan Island's Fu family. Even if 1 or 2 Divine Lord Realm cultivators came, they would definitely not be a match for the Fu family's blue dragon. This was a Divine Lord Realm dragon, after all. Its combat strength was abnormally terrifying. This gigantic dragon could face the attacks of several Divine Lord Realm human gods. In the air, Yi Yan had been observing all movements on Heavenspan Island. The conversation between the father and son naturally fell into his ears. Is there really a divine Lord Realm cultivator on Heavenspan Island? Yi Yan smiled casually. A puny little divine Lord Realm was weak until he was less than an ant in his eyes. Yi Yan could not be bothered to use his consciousness to find this divine Lord Realm cultivator. Instead, his gaze fell on Fu Nanhua's illusory primordial spirit. The dragon-veined soul-chasing sword was Fu Nanhua's item. Yi Yan's purpose for coming out of the Sunnan continent and entering the Divine Land was to find Fu Nanhua. He wanted to find Fu Nanhua and understand the origin of the dragon-veined soul-chasing sword. Thinking of this, Yi Yan gently reached out and broke through the void, grabbing Fu Nanhua's primordial spirit. There was no trace of the entire process. Fu Wei, who was below, did not discover that his son had suddenly disappeared. Fu Nanhua was also confused. How did time and space suddenly change? And he flew up. He turned around and realized that there was a young man in white standing behind him. This white-robed young man had deep facial features. He was extremely handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. He seemed to be at true immortal realm level 4, but he gave off an indescribable sacred aura. It was as if he was not supposed to live in this world but was a real god living in a painting. Who are you? Why did you suddenly bring me to this place? Fu Nanhua looked at his feet and realized that he was already high up in the sky. His father was still staring at Jiang Hingyue and did not realize that he was missing. He realized that the young man in white was extremely terrifying. Silently capturing him was definitely not a method that a true god stage level 4 cultivator could use. Yi Yan looked at the despicable and heinous brat and smiled indifferently. With a flip of his wrist, he took out a small silver sword. Is this your sword? Yes, but how did you take it down? Looking at the silver dragon-veined soul-chasing sword, Fu Nanhua's heart was in turmoil. He had stabbed the dragon-veined soul-chasing sword into Jiang Hingyue's dantian. Once the sword was taken out, it would directly destroy Jiang Hingyue's dantian and kill him. However, Jiang Hingyue had survived unscathed. She had even obtained a set of green emperor-level armor. Fu Nanhua guessed that there was an expert helping him. However, he did not expect that the expert would be right in front of him. It was a young man in white who looked like he was at true immortal realm level 4. It's just a sword. So what if I took it down? Yi Yan smiled faintly. He did not rush to read Fu Nanhua's primordial spirit's memory because he was afraid that Fu Nanhua would be restrained. Yi Yan asked, "Where did you get this sword?" Fu Nanhua was taken aback. You want to know the origin of this sword? That's right. If you tell me the origin of this sword, I won't kill you. Yi Yan gently shook the small silver sword in his hand and smiled faintly. Although his smile was as warm as the spring breeze, there was a murderous intent hidden under the spring breeze. Yi Yan deliberately revealed this killing intent to intimidate Fu Nanhua. Fu Nanhua lowered his head and pondered for 2 seconds before raising his head again. He knew that the white-robed man in front of him was not simple. If the white-robed man wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. If he didn't tell the truth, his primordial spirit would probably die immediately. Fu Nanhua thought for a moment. The dragon-veined soul-chasing sword didn't seem to have any secret. Although this sword was very strong, it was also very evil. However, it wasn't a core secret of Skyspan Island. Senior, Fu Nanhua's expression became respectful. He cupped his fists and smiled. I got this dragon-veined soul-chasing sword 3 years ago at the Rui auction house on Giant Spirit Island in the 3rd Sea region. You got it at an auction? Yi Yan was slightly taken aback. He then asked, I heard that there are many dragon-veined soul-chasing swords in the Divine Land? Senior, you're right. There are indeed many dragon-veined soul-chasing swords in the Divine Land. However, no one knows the exact number. The quality of the dragon-veined soul-chasing sword varies. The dragon-veined soul-chasing sword that I'm auctioning is not of high quality. It's only of heaven grade. Fu Nanhua said respectfully. After saying that, he was a little curious. He didn't understand why this mysterious senior would be so interested in a dragon-veined soul-chasing sword. If he was rich enough, he could go to the Divine Lands auction house and bid for such a sword. If he was lucky, he might be able to get it. Although there were many dragon-veined soul-chasing swords, some people might not be willing to put them up for auction. Fu Nanhua's luck was extremely good. He just happened to be here. His personality was very evil, and he liked some vicious magic treasures. Back then, Fu Nanhua learned that this sword could control a person's dantian and absorb their life force. He was immediately interested and spent a lot of money to buy it. When he bought it, his father, Fu Wei, was furious. He thought that it wasn't worth it to spend so many spiritual stones. If Tongtian Island wanted to kill someone, it wouldn't be so troublesome. They could just kill the person directly. Why did they have to stick the dragon vein soul-chasing sword in their dantian? In Fu Wei's opinion, Fu Nanhua's decision to buy this sword was unnecessary. However, Fu Nanhua treated the dragon vein soul-chasing sword like a treasure. Recently, Jiang Hingyue came to Tongtian Island and wanted to reason with him. Therefore, Fu Nanhua captured Jiang Hingyue and sent him to the prison to test the dragon vein soul-chasing sword on his abdomen. He was very satisfied with the results of the experiment. At that time, Fu Nanhua let Jiang Hingyue go in front of Lin Yanran. However, he was still concerned about this sword. Thus, he sent out an expert from the island to hunt down Jiang Hingyue. Don't you know which blacksmith made this dragon vein soul-chasing sword? Yi Yan stared at Fu Nanhua and asked. Senior, I really don't know. But I heard from the manager of the auction house that the dragon vein soul-chasing sword has a long history. It wasn't made in the past 10,000 years. Fu Nanhua recalled for a moment and said solemnly. Yi Yan nodded. Looking at Fu Nanhua's expression, this kid didn't seem to be lying. He didn't know much. If he wanted to know more about the dragon vein soul-chasing sword, he would have to go to the Rui auction house in the Third Sea. Oh, right. Fu Nanhua's eyes lit up and said, I didn't expect Senior to be a collector of the dragon vein soul-chasing sword. I just received news that the Rui auction house in the Third Sea recently got another dragon vein soul-chasing sword. They are going to auction it the day after tomorrow. Another one? Yi Yan smiled as his gaze fell on the small silver sword in his hand. He had already destroyed the 7 stars formation on the sword, so it was useless. If he could find a complete dragon vein soul-chasing sword and study it, he might be able to find some new clues. Perhaps, the Rui auction house might know more about the dragon vein soul-chasing sword. Yi Yan looked into the distance and exhaled softly. After this matter at Tongtian Island was over, he would go to the giant spirit island in the Third Sea. Senior, I have told you everything I know. Do you have any other questions? Fu Nanhua said respectfully. Yi Yan looked at Fu Nanhua meaningfully, and at this moment, he read his memories. That's all. You may leave. Yi Yan waved his hand and looked at Fu Nanhua. Fu Nanhua suddenly disappeared in front of him. After reading his memories, Yi Yan found that Fu Nanhua was right. Although this kid was scheming, he didn't lie. In the end, Yi Yan glanced at Fu Nanhua and erased the memory of him seeing him. The void rippled. Fu Nanhua appeared beside Fu Wei in an instant. Fu Wei was still watching the battle. He didn't notice that Fu Nanhua suddenly appeared after disappearing. What happened just now? Fu Nanhua was in a daze. He scratched his head, unable to figure out what had just happened. He then looked at the battle scene in the distance. Jiang Hingyue, who was wearing a green armor, was like a demon, bathed in blood as he slaughtered his way through. Corpses fell from the sky one after another. Dad, we can't go on like this. That kid's endurance is too good. How can he hold on for so long with an emperor-grade armor? Fu Nanhua's eyes were filled with anxiety. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe his divine essence energy will run out soon. At that time, we can kill him without shedding a drop of blood. Fu Wei's eyes were cold as he licked his lips and said bitterly. More than 100 people from the Fu family of Clear Sky Island had already died. Those who had lost were all high-level combatants. If they couldn't get the Emperor-grade armor this time, Clear Sky Island's loss would be too great. Who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? Could it be that the armor really raised his combat strength to such a high level? That armor's quality is extraordinary. Just its defense alone is extremely strong. Look at how many people's attacks landed on it, but nothing happened. What a treasure. It's a pity that my cultivation is too low. I can't fight for it. Forget it. You're only at True Immortal Realm level 9. You're just going to die. Haha, you're right. Many of the island masters with lower cultivation bases were in a heated discussion. Although they were tempted by the armor, everyone knew that it wasn't something they could touch. Those half-step Divine Lord Realm Island masters from before all retreated. It could be seen that Heavenspan Island was determined to obtain this armor. Swoosh, swoosh. 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 Jiang Hingyue was like a god of death as he killed one true immortal realm level 10 cultivator after another. Only half-step Divine Lord Realm progenitors were able to barely cope with it. But no one could stop Jiang Hingyue. As Jiang Hingyue killed, he charged towards Fu Nanhua. Although there were people who tried to stop him, they were all sent flying or killed on the spot. Jiang Hingyue's hatred for Fu Nanhua had long seeped into her bones. As long as Fu Nanhua's primordial spirit was destroyed, this fellow would completely disappear from this world. He had gotten rid of a scourge for the ninth sea. In the courtyard below, Lin Yanran had already walked out. She looked up at the sky, cheering for Jiang Hingyue in her heart. If it weren't for her low cultivation level, she would have fought alongside Jiang Hingyue in this battle. Father, quickly send someone to capture Lin Yanran. When Fu Nanhua saw Lin Yanran, who was dressed in red, in the courtyard, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He hurriedly said, as long as they got hold of Lin Yanran, they would get hold of Jiang Hingyue's weakness. He wasn't afraid that he wouldn't comply. Fu Wei slapped his forehead and instantly understood this truth. He couldn't help but secretly regret not having thought of this earlier. After grabbing Lin Yanran, even if Jiang Hingyue had 3 heads and 6 arms, she didn't dare to use any strength at all. Go, bring Lin Yanran here. Lin Wei whispered to the 2 guards beside him. Yes, Island Master. The figures of the 2 guards flashed, and they flew towards the courtyard. Both of them were at True God Realm level 3 and they were not far from each other. They immediately flew in front of Lin Yanran. When Lin Yanran saw that someone was coming to catch her, her expression changed slightly. In the next moment, she suddenly took out a silver sword from her storage ring and slashed at the 2 guards without any warning. The 2 guards didn't expect that Lin Yanran, whose cultivation level had been sealed by the young island master, could counterattack. The silver sword light flashed and disappeared. The 2 guards let out a blood-curdling scream as their heads separated from their bodies. 2 primordial spirits flew up. Lin Yanran rushed over and with 2 swords, she destroyed the 2 primordial spirits. How is this possible? Wasn't Lin Yanran's cultivation level sealed by the ancestor? When Fu Nanhua saw this scene, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Many things that happened today were extremely strange. Even Lin Yanran's body had an unimaginable change. Who was behind all of this? Who broke the seal in her body? With all kinds of thoughts in his mind, Fu Nanhua panicked. I'll catch her myself. Fu Wei's figure flashed and flew in the direction of Lin Yanran. He was also at the peak of True God Realm level 10, but he had just advanced to this realm. Strictly speaking, he wasn't a true half-step Divine Lord. But it was more than enough to deal with Lin Yanran, who was only at True God Realm level 5. Jiang Hingyue, who was fighting, had been paying attention to the movements of the Fu family's father and son. When he found that Fu Wei suddenly rushed in the direction of Lin Yanran, he suddenly turned around in midair and also attacked Fu Wei. Stop him! A half-step Divine Lord Realm Old Ancestor shouted. Thousands of sword lights shot toward Jiang Hingyue. No matter what, they couldn't let Jiang Hingyue go against the island master Fu Wei. Jiang Hingyue didn't care about the sword lights behind him and rushed straight toward Fu Wei. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed down with all his strength. This sword light formed a huge sword pillar in midair and cut through the void. It rumbled and fell toward Fu Wei. So powerful. Feeling the amazing sword light, Fu Wei's face changed greatly. He took out a golden shield without hesitation and threw it toward the sword light. Then he immediately retreated. The golden shield expanded in the wind and its volume reached hundreds of feet. It bloomed with brilliant golden light and met the silver-white sword pillar. Rumble, the 2 collided with each other, emitting an earth-shattering sound. The silver-white sword pillar disappeared and the golden shield was smashed back. This guy is too abnormal. Fu Wei reached out and grabbed the golden shield. He glanced at the surface and found that there were no marks on it. He immediately felt relieved. This was an Emperor-level high-grade defensive treasure. If it was really injured by that sword light, he would die of heartache. It can't even break an Emperor-level shield. The sword in this guy's hand is too trashy. In midair, Yi Yan saw the scene below and shook his head. He rummaged through the storehouse and took out a cyan-colored sword. Shura sword, this name is good. It matches the Shura armor very well. Unfortunately, its quality is only Emperor level. Yi Yan looked at the sword in his hand and smiled. Then, he threw the sword down. Jiang Hingyue, take this sword. Yi Yan's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Hingyue's ears. Then, Jiang Hingyue found that the void suddenly cracked and a cyan light flew out. He quickly grabbed it with his hand. What he grabbed was a cyan-colored sword. He lowered his head and carefully felt it. He couldn't help but be shocked. This sword, if he guessed correctly, it should be an Emperor-level sword, an Emperor-level divine sword. Thank you, Master. Jiang Hingyue said in his heart and put away the sword. He held the Shura sword in his right hand and attacked Fu Wei again. In Jiang Hingyue's heart, no matter what, he had to kill the father and son of Clear Sky Island's Fu family. This pair of father and son were too evil. Just now, if he hadn't been vigilant and kept an eye on the father and son, Fu Wei would have succeeded. Once Fu Wei captured Lin Yanran, he wouldn't be able to kill so much anymore. Although Jiang Hingyue knew that Fu Wei wouldn't succeed, after all, his master was still watching the battle in midair. But Jiang Hingyue didn't want to trouble his master. He wanted to kill Fu Wei and Fu Nanhua with his own hands. Now that his master saw that his sword didn't break the golden shield, he threw him an Emperor-level sword. Holding the sword in his hand, Jiang Hingyue's blood boiled and his heart was filled with pride. His body turned into a ray of light and rushed toward Fu Wei again. As for the half-step Divine Lord Realm ancestors behind him, he didn't pay attention to them. Now, he relied on the strong defense of the Azura armor to withstand their attacks. In any case, this armor covered him from top to bottom. There were no blind spots at the back. And there were only 2 small holes at the front of his eyes. Now, Jiang Hingyue's front was facing Fu Wei. What's going on? Why did he suddenly change his sword? That sword suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Could it be that someone gave him a sword at the last minute? Fu Wei looked at the strange scene and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Seeing Jiang Hingyue rushing over aggressively, the sword fiercely slashed over. He hurriedly threw out the golden shield again. The golden shield expanded sharply and became 100 feet in size. At the same time, Fu Wei immediately crushed a jade talisman in his hand. Deep under the sea of Clear Sky Island, in the large array, the sleeping blue dragon suddenly sensed something and immediately opened a pair of huge dragon eyes. What's going on? Little Wei. A dignified voice suddenly echoed in Fu Wei's mind. Senior. Not good, a strong enemy has invaded Clear Sky Island. I still need you to take action. Fu Wei hurriedly said in his heart. Good, this old man has been at the bottom of the sea for too long, just go out and stretch my bones. The blue dragon at the bottom of the sea suddenly lit up with a pair of huge eyes. The light of the large array around it suddenly dimmed. Its huge body slowly moved, floating out of the large array's encirclement. Just a half-step Divine Lord Realm kid, how could he kill the Clear Sky Island's Fu family? The blue dragon raised its head and looked up. Its terrifying divine sense swept over and instantly understood the situation of the entire battlefield. With a swing of its huge dragon tail, it immediately swam upwards. Rumble, the seawater around Tongtian Island began to surge and boil violently, producing loud noises. At this moment, the entire Clear Island also began to tremble. What happened? There seems to be some big monster beast? The surrounding island masters could not help but turn pale when they saw the scene. Then, a terrifying aura rose from the bottom of the sea. Divine Lord Realm. My God, the legends say that Heavenspan Island has a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse holding down the fort. Turns out that it's true. Many people exclaimed. Only then did they realize that there was a Divine Lord Realm expert hidden in the depths of the Clear Sky Island. Boom, Jiang Hingyue was not affected by the sound of the sea water, and his sword struck the golden shield. The sharp emperor weapon in his hand, the Azura sword, cut the golden shield into 2. My treasure. Lin Wei saw this and exclaimed loudly, retreating decisively. To be able to cut his emperor-grade shield in half, the opponent's green sword was at least emperor-grade. Fu Wei quickly retreated to Fu Nanhua's side. Dad, so there really is a divine lord realm expert in Clear Sky Island? Fu Nanhua looked at the roaring sea water, the huge waves frighteningly huge, as if a peerless expert was about to be born. He couldn't help but laugh. Of course, now that Clear Sky Island is in danger, we can only ask this old man to help us solve this crisis. Fu Wei said solemnly. Dad, what's in the sea water? It doesn't feel like a human? Why do I feel a demonic aura? Fu Nanhua asked doubtfully. You'll know in a while. Fu Wei purposely kept him in suspense. How could the Fu family's foundation be what the world thought? This giant dragon senior at the bottom of the sea was already a divine lord realm great demon. Moreover, it was a dragon. Compared to an ordinary divine lord realm cultivator, it was many times more powerful. Yi Yan was standing in midair. Seeing this scene, he was also a little surprised. His eyes flickered as he looked at the bottom of the sea. In the next moment, Yi Yan raised an eyebrow, and a look of shock appeared on his face. From the bottom of the sea, a blue dragon tens of thousands of feet long was flying out rapidly. This blue dragon's form and appearance were slightly different from other dragons. Its entire body was covered in dark blue scales, and it had a pair of long blue dragon horns that pointed straight to the sky. Its huge dragon claws were shining with a luster, and they were the same dark blue color as the dragon's whiskers. However, its pair of dragon eyes were sky blue. What kind of dragon is this? Yi Yan looked at the blue dragon with interest. For a moment, he couldn't recognize the dragon's true origin. Yi Yan waved his hand and summoned a void divine dragon. Lord Zhu Long. Upon seeing Yi Yan, the void divine dragon immediately transformed into its human form and knelt in midair. Look at that blue dragon below. What kind of dragon is it? Yi Yan asked with a smile. The void divine dragon stood up and looked down. His consciousness penetrated the sea water and saw that the blue dragon was about to jump out of the sea. Master, this is the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon. It's considered a type of dragon in the sea. It usually lives in the sea and never enters the land. The void divine dragon said. I see. Were there many dragons like this in the ancient times? Is it at the level of a dragon? Yi Yan asked again. There were many Azure Sea Heavenly Dragons in the ancient times. They're considered a type of dragon, but they're below average. The void divine dragon explained. I understand now. Yi Yan nodded with a smile and waved his hand. Once again, the void divine dragon returned to the inner world of the green pearl. Whoosh, a large amount of sea water rose into the sky. A huge blue figure suddenly rose from the sea water and floated in midair. A huge pressure of the monarch god realm mixed with the dragon clan's unique demon aura rolled down like a dark cloud. Oh my god, it's a monarch god realm dragon. Countless people were enveloped by the pressure. Their faces were filled with fear and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Some of the weaker true god realm cultivators actually fell from midair to the ground at this moment. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon stretched its huge dragon body. Under the sun's rays, it emitted a sparkling blue light. Its pair of icy blue dragon eyes stared indifferently at the tiny human in armor below. God-tier armor? When it saw that the green armor on the small human was of divine quality, it was shocked. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon was shocked. Chapter 6, Requesting all kinds of support. Armor-type magic treasures were extremely rare, especially god-level armor-type magic treasures, which were even rarer. There were so few god-level armors in the entire divine land. If there were any, only the high and mighty hierarch experts were qualified to own them. But this puny human in front of him, who was only a true immortal, had a god-level armor. How could the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon not be shocked, at this moment? The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon's greed exploded. He wanted to get his hands on that god-level armor immediately. He was now a first-level divine monarch. If he wore the god-level armor, his cultivation and combat strength would increase by an unimaginable amount. He would be able to surpass the form of a true dragon. At this thought, the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon's heart burned like a volcano that was about to erupt. He had lost control. He even threw the matter of the Fu clan of Tongtian Island to the back of his mind. Wealth moved people's hearts. Since ancient times, this had never changed. Although the Fu clan's ancestors had done the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon a great favor, he was still tempted by the god-level armor. He could not control the greed in his heart. Since ancient times, the Dragon clan had loved collecting treasures. This innate nature made him even more eager to get his hands on this god-level armor. Just as the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon's gaze changed, the crowd below boiled with excitement. Everyone stared at the gigantic blue dragon, their faces filled with horror and complex emotions. Especially the island lords from the other seas, their faces were ashen. Tongtian Island's foundation was too strong. They had a divine monarch realm Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon. Especially this Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon's cultivation level. It was already at the first-level divine monarch realm. Even several first-level divine monarchs would not be able to defeat it. Although the strongest islands in different seas had their own foundations, Tongtian Island's Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon had its own foundation. It was undeniable that Tongtian Island's foundation was too strong. It made them very wary. Xianxia looked up at the incomparably huge blue dragon, his heart filled with unimaginable shock. A first-level divine monarch realm dragon exuded a billowing aura that was like dozens of mountains crashing down on him, giving him immense pressure. Even though the Azura armor helped him absorb most of the pressure, he still felt that his body was extremely heavy, and it was difficult for him to breathe. Xianxia knew that if he wanted to defeat this dragon, it would be extremely difficult. After all, his cultivation only rose to half-step Divine Lord Realm. The combat strength of half-step Divine Lord Realm was still very far from a true Divine Lord Realm cultivator. Not to mention, that opponent opposite was a Divine Lord Realm dragon. Everyone knew that regardless of whether it was the fleshy body or strength, the dragon race was far stronger than ordinary Divine Lord Realm cultivators. At this moment, a red figure flashed, and Lin Yanran flew to Xianxia's side. "Hengyu, are you a match for this divine dragon?" Lin Yanran asked worriedly. "Perhaps. I shouldn't be his match." Xianxia frowned and said hesitantly. "I'm willing to fight with you. Even if I die, I'll die with you." Lin Yanran leaned over and held Xianxia's hand. His palms were covered with ice-cold Azura armor. Although they were separated by a layer of armor, Xianxia seemed to be able to feel the warmth from Lin Yanran's small hand. "Don't worry, Master is here." Xianxia gently stroked Lin Yanran's small hand and said with a smile. After saying this, his eyes revealed a strange light. Lin Yanran blinked and asked, "The master you speak of should be the man who removed the seal in my body, right?" "That's right. Fortunately, Master used his divine sense to discover that you wanted to kill yourself and stopped you in time. Otherwise, when we meet again today, I'm afraid we'll be separated forever." Xianxia turned his head and looked at Lin Yanran with deep affection. If not for Master's timely intervention, Lin Yanran would have died yesterday. "If I see Master again, I'll definitely thank him properly." Lin Yanran's heart was filled with emotion. Her heart surged, and the corners of her eyes glistened with sparkling tears. Xianxia nodded heavily. "Senior, that's the brat in the green armor. He killed over 100 people from Heavenspan Island. Senior, please take action and kill that arrogant brat." Fu Wei looked up at the sky and roared loudly. His current behavior was extremely high profile. After all, the foundation of Sky-Piercing Island had already been revealed and could intimidate the other island masters of the other seas. At the same time, it was also a declaration that Sky-Piercing Island was determined to obtain this emperor-level armor. Fu Wei, with his shallow knowledge and fantasies, didn't know that the armor in front of him was not emperor-level, but god-level. Moreover, the senior from the dragon clan that he was talking about was also preparing to take the god-level armor for himself. "I understand." Hearing Fu Wei's words, the Azure Sea's sky-piercing dragon was somewhat irritated. As soon as he opened his mouth, his booming voice rolled down like thunder. Many people's heads buzzed from the shock. Even some of the ordinary humans of Sky-Piercing Island who hadn't yet reached the true god realm passed out. "Puny humans, prepare to die." Greed erupted like a volcano, and the Azure Sea's sky-piercing dragon let out a low roar. Then, he stretched out his enormous blue claws and swiped downward. The enormous blue claws were the size of a small mountain. Under the sunlight, they shimmered with an astonishing blue luster. When the blue dragon claw descended, a huge pressure also descended. Lin Yanran and Jiang Hingyue stood together, bearing the brunt of the pressure. Under the immense pressure, she felt as if her body would explode in the next moment. Although Jiang Hingyue was wearing the azure armor, he was still breathing heavily. At this moment, he also felt that it was extremely difficult to breathe. He could not help but be secretly shocked. This azure sea sky-piercing dragon of the Divine Lord realm was truly powerful. Just the pressure alone was enough to render him immobile. A white figure flashed and landed in front of the two of them. In that instant, all the pressure vanished. "Greetings, Master." Jiang Hingyue was both surprised and delighted to see his master appear in front of him. He hurriedly bowed. This was his master. Looking at the back of the peerless figure in white, Yi Zichen smiled. Lin Yanran also hurriedly bowed and respectfully saluted Yi Yun. "Lin Yanran greets Master. Thank you for saving my life," she said excitedly. "No problem." Yi Yun put his hands behind his back and looked at the enormous blue claws descending from the sky, unmoved. Then, he chuckled and said, "Jiang Hingyue, I'll leave the Fu father and son to you." Jiang Hingyue was delighted. With the Shura sword in hand, he immediately turned into a ray of light and charged toward the father and son. He would kill Fu Nanhua first, then Fu Wei. Today, he would kill both the father and son who had committed so many evil deeds. The azure sea sky-piercing dragon in midair suddenly saw a white figure flash by and break all its pressure. Its expression changed. Its enormous claws suddenly stopped in midair. It carefully sized up the man in white in front of it. What? Why was he only at True God Realm level 4? After sensing Yi Yun's cultivation, the azure sea sky-piercing dragon could not help but be shocked. "Human, who are you? Why are you hiding your cultivation?" The azure sea sky-piercing dragon asked with a gloomy face. "You're just a small azure sea sky-piercing dragon. You don't deserve to talk to me like that." Yi Yun laughed heartily. At the same time, Jiang Hingyue suddenly appeared in front of Fu Nanhua. Immediately, two half-step divine lords came forward. Boom boom, Jiang Hingyue was extremely fierce. After sending the two divine lords flying with 2 slashes, he slashed at Fu Nanhua. "Human, how dare you!" When the azure sea sky-piercing dragon saw this in midair, 2 flames of anger rose in its eyes. It opened its mouth. A ray of blue light shot out like lightning and went straight for Jiang Hingyue. Today's 5 chapters, this is the first chapter. You want to protect that bastard Fu Nanhua? You won't be able to. Yi Yun sneered at the azure heavenly dragon's obstruction and flicked his finger. A ray of light shot out and collided with the blue ray shot out by the azure heavenly dragon. Boom, the 2 rays of light disappeared at the same time with a loud bang. Yi Yun's obstruction had created an opportunity for Jiang Hingyue. Jiang Hingyue's sword slashed at Fu Nanhua's primordial spirit. Fu Nanhua's eyes were filled with fear. He could not believe that Jiang Hingyue had reached him in an instant. The young man in white had blocked the attack of the azure heavenly dragon, Tongtian Island's greatest trump card. Who is this young man in white? That was the last thought in Fu Nanhua's mind before he died. A ray of sword light flashed and Fu Nanhua's primordial spirit was split into 2. Soon, it disappeared into thin air. "Jiang Hingyue, how dare you kill my son? I'm going to kill you." Fu Wei saw his son's primordial spirit being slaughtered by Jiang Hingyue and was filled with grief. He roared and charged at Jiang Hingyue. "Avenge the young master." Fu Nanhua's death also provoked the cultivators of Tongtian Island. In an instant, all the cultivators roared and rushed towards Jiang Hingyue. Awesome! After killing Fu Nanhua, Jiang Hingyue was relieved. The depression that had been plaguing him for days was swept away. There were close to 1,000 cultivators, and they swarmed over like locusts. Jiang Hingyue was fearless. He held the Shura sword and killed in all directions. This time, he wanted to kill Fu Wei and get rid of this scourge once and for all. The heaven-reaching dragon of the Jade Seas narrowed its eyes as it looked down at the tiny white figure. At this moment, this white figure gave it a terrifying feeling. Time and time again, it had easily destroyed its attacks. "Come on. Let me see how far you've cultivated under the cultivation of the human clan, Azure Sea to Heavenly Dragon, for all these years. Yiyan looked at the Azure Heavenly Dragon and smiled faintly. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in midair. He faced the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon from afar. The look in the Azure Sea's Heavenly Dragon's eyes froze. The white-clothed youth was fearless and actually wanted to challenge him. What was his cultivation level? Yiyan smiled faintly when he saw the Azure Heavenly Dragon's frozen expression, as if he knew what the other party was thinking. As a result, his body trembled slightly and he immediately released the aura of a first-level Divine Lord. As expected, you are also at the Divine Lord realm. The Heavenly Jade Dragon stared coldly at Yiyan, the light in his eyes growing brighter and brighter. This white-clothed youth in front of him was absolutely not an ordinary first-level Divine Lord realm cultivator. He was extremely powerful, far surpassing his peers. But so what? It was the Emerald Sea Heavenly Dragon. As a member of the dragon tribe, its strength naturally surpassed that of humans of the same level. Die! The Azure Heavenly Dragon roared angrily and its huge dragon claws swiped at Yiyan. The tyrannical power caused the void to buzz and vibrate, shattering piece by piece. Even the void of the Divine Land could not withstand the immense power of the Azure Heavenly Dragon's dragon claws. This is unbelievable. The white-clothed youth is also a Divine Lord realm cultivator. An island master from another sea region looked up at the void with a look of shock on his face. How come I have never heard of this Divine Lord realm cultivator? Another island lord beside him frowned and muttered to himself. Yes, I have indeed never heard of this person. He actually dares to challenge a dragon of the same level. I wonder if he really has the means or if he is overestimating himself. Not far away, another island lord said with a smile. His smile was somewhat playful, as if he was mocking the white-clothed youth for overestimating himself. How dare he take on a porcelain job without a diamond? I feel that the white-clothed youth is unfathomable. He is definitely not someone that the Azure Heavenly Dragon can defeat. Another island lord with white hair and beard said with a cold smile. For a moment, the island lords from different sea regions below had different opinions and each of them expressed their own views. On the other side, Lin Yanran looked at Xianxia, who was fighting with Fu Wei and the others, and then looked at the other side of the sky to watch the battle between the Old Master and the Azure Heavenly Dragon. Her mind was shaken and she was shocked. In the air, the massive body of the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon was simply too impactful. The white-clothed Old Master's body was extremely small in front of the Azure Heavenly Dragon. She did not know if the white-clothed Old Master could defeat this divine dragon. Good chance. Just as the two Divine Lord Realm Almighties, one human and one dragon, were about to engage in a decisive battle, a true God Realm Level 8 middle-aged man suddenly flew towards Lin Yanran. With a wave of his hand, a golden and silver rope flew out towards Lin Yanran. He actually wanted to secretly kidnap Lin Yanran at this moment, and then extort the cyan armor from Xianxia. The golden rope in his hand flew less than 30 feet before it was suddenly fixed in the air. The next moment, the middle-aged man screamed and fell from the air. He fell to the ground and struggled for a while before he stopped moving. Even his primordial spirit did not fly out in time. This scene caused the others to look at each other in dismay, their hearts filled with shock. His primordial spirit did not fly out. Did that mean that when the middle-aged man fell, even his primordial spirit was destroyed? Everyone looked around and felt a little frightened. He didn't know who killed the middle-aged man, but he didn't know who did it. Because of the middle-aged man, no one dared to suddenly attack Lin Yanran this time. Everyone was afraid that they would follow in the man's footsteps and die inexplicably. They did not even know where the enemy was hiding. In the void, Yiyan looked at the approaching giant blue claw with a faint smile on his face. The little dragon in front of him had been raised by the human clan for so many years that it had more or less been influenced. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon had become arrogant, conceited, and selfish. Today, he was going to teach the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon a lesson. Then he would take the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon away. There were too few dragons in the dragon clan now. It was not easy to find one in the Holy Land. He must not let it wander outside. Seeing that the giant blue claw was about to land on his body, a faint light shield suddenly appeared in front of Yiyan. This layer of light was very thin and brittle, and it surrounded him. The giant blue claw landed on the light shield. Boom, with a loud bang, the huge blue claw was actually repelled. What kind of defensive Dharma treasure is this? The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon retracted its claws and stared at Yi Yun with wide eyes, its eyes filled with disbelief. Now, it finally knew why the human in front of it had the confidence to fight with it. With such a defensive Dharma treasure, it would be very difficult for it to break it. Human, do you only know how to defend? Attack me if you have the guts. Haha. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon rolled its eyes and suddenly let out a loud mocking sound. After the mocking sound, it suddenly threw its head back and laughed loudly. Its voice shook the heavens and the earth. The clouds in the surroundings dispersed, and the seawater in the distance roared continuously, forming wave after wave of waves. Take a punch from me. Seeing this little dragon so arrogant and domineering, it was somewhat like the style of the Fu family. Yi Yun was not angry. Instead, he laughed and the light shield in front of him disappeared. He took a step forward and punched the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon. His speed was too fast. By the time the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon reacted, the punch had already landed on its head. Boom, there was a loud bang. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon felt the world spinning. It lost control of its huge body and fell from the sky. Heavens, what did I just see? That human cultivator smashed the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon down from the sky with a single punch. A middle-aged man on Ingress Island shouted. The battle just now had been too shocking. The human youth in white arrived above the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon's head in a single step and smashed it down with a single punch. His speed was simply too fast. Even the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon couldn't react in time. The other island masters were also shocked when they saw this. Seeing the colossal creature fall from the sky, everyone's expression changed, fearing that it would crash into the island. However, the white-robed young man's strength was slightly off, causing the huge body of the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon to fall towards the surface of the sea. Rumble, the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon's body smashed into the sea, setting off monstrous waves that surged towards Ingress Island. Oh no, hurry up and help! The island masters from the various sea regions all paled as they used all sorts of abilities to stop the ferocious tsunami. The tsunami was hundreds of feet high, and its power was astonishing. However, under the joint efforts of the island masters, the tsunami was forcibly blocked. They had no choice but to help. If they didn't stop the tsunami, if the tsunami's power hit them, they would also suffer a huge impact. In another direction, Fu Wei and his clansmen were besieging Xianxia, but the latter dodged left and right, cutting them into a sorry state. At the same time, Fu Wei also spared a wisp of his consciousness to observe the battle in the sky. But he never imagined that the dragon senior he was so proud of would be no match for the white-robed youth and be smashed down from the sky with a single punch. How could this be? How could that guy be so strong? Fu Wei's heart was as cold as ice. He knew that Ingress Island wouldn't be able to escape this time. As for the other half-step divine lord old ancestors of the Fu family, they were also observing the battle outside. When they realized that Ingress Island's greatest trump card had been smashed down from the sky, they lost their composure. Jiang Hingyue seized the opportunity. A sword light cleaved out in a timely manner, and immediately sent the ancestors flying. Then he wielded his sword and charged towards Fu Wei. A sword light flashed and pierced towards Fu Wei's body. In a hurry, Fu Wei took out several defensive treasures and threw them at the sword light. But what he didn't expect was that those treasures couldn't block this sword light at all and shattered one after another. Seeing the sword light arrive in front of him in the blink of an eye, Fu Wei closed his eyes in horror. He knew that he couldn't avoid it this time. Puff, a sword light swept across Fu Wei's body, splitting him into two halves. A primordial spirit was about to escape, but it was blocked by the sword light again and was killed on the spot. After killing Fu Wei, Jiang Hingyue's mood became even more carefree. He couldn't help but roar towards the sky. When the ancestors of Clear Sky Island saw that Fu Wei was dead, they knew that the situation was hopeless and fled in all directions. Jiang Hingyue turned into a beam of green light and chased after him. In the depths of the sea, the blue sea's heavenly dragon suddenly woke up. It shook its huge head and looked at the surrounding sea with a trace of anger on its face. Just now, it was knocked down from the sky by that white-clothed youth with a single punch. This was really too shameful. It shook its tail fiercely and rushed out of the sea. Whoosh, the sea shook as the blue sea's heavenly dragon flew out of the sea. Human, today you will die without a doubt. The azure sea heavenly dragon stared coldly at Yiyun, who was in midair. Its huge dragon tail swayed continuously as it roared angrily. You little dragon, you must have been an orphan since you were young. No one taught you any manners. Looking at the furious blue sea's heavenly dragon, Yiyun just smiled faintly. Whoosh, as the dragon's tail continued to shake, the surrounding sea began to change violently. Waves of seawater rose from the surface of the sea, forming numerous blue dragons. Each dragon was as large as the azure heavenly dragon. Rise! The blue sea's heavenly dragon roared. In an instant, tens of thousands of blue dragons rose from the sea. These dragons were like real dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They roared and flew towards Yiyun in midair. The blue sea's heavenly dragon was best at water superpowers. Now that it was above the sea, it was fighting on its home ground. It used water superpowers and created tens of thousands of water dragons. These water dragons also had the attack power of a divine lord. Looking at the tens of thousands of water dragons, Yiyun smiled faintly. This little dragon's ability was too weak. It looked like it was just an innate superpowers that it had never learned systematically. Tiny star-like runes appeared in Yiyun's eyes again. The power of life and death was endless. In an instant, the tens of thousands of blue dragons that rose from the ground were nailed in midair. Whoosh, all of the seawater suddenly lost its support and fell from the sky, returning to the ocean. This seemingly ferocious attack of 10,000 water dragons was easily neutralized. Looking at the empty void in front of it, the blue sea's heavenly dragon was so shocked that it couldn't speak. Such a powerful water-type divine ability had been easily neutralized in the eyes of the other party. What was most unacceptable was that it didn't even see what superpowers the other party had used to break it. As if nothing had been done. Just like that, its powerful attack melted like ice, leaving not a single trace behind. The island lords on Ingress Island couldn't help but swallow hard at this scene. They were so shocked that they were like stone statues, unable to speak. This white-robed senior was too strong. Ridiculously strong, unbelievably strong. What kind of superpowers was this? He'd broken the blue sea's heavenly dragon's water superpowers so easily. It seemed that even if there were a few more blue sea's heavenly dragons, they wouldn't be a match for the white-robed senior. Looks like Ingress Island is going to be destroyed this time. An elder said with a sigh. Everyone nodded silently, forming a tacit understanding in this moment. They'd angered such a mighty figure. If Ingress Island wasn't destroyed, when would it be? Yiyun stood in midair and smiled faintly at the shocked blue sea's heavenly dragon. He reached out and grabbed at the void, causing a majestic force to descend. The blue sea's heavenly dragon's body was uncontrollably pulled back from the sea. In the blink of an eye, the blue sea's heavenly dragon was in front of Yiyun. Yiyun looked at the colossal creature in front of him, then stared into the dragon's eyes and asked coolly, "Do you yield?" The blue sea's heavenly dragon snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. Its mouth was tightly shut. Yiyun's gaze flickered as he read the blue sea's heavenly dragon's memories. The blue sea's heavenly dragon's eyes glazed over for a moment. What did you do to me? After all, it had cultivated to the divine lord realm. The blue sea's heavenly dragon could be considered somewhat knowledgeable. Sensing that something was wrong, it quickly asked loudly. Nothing much. I'm just curious about you. Looking at the flustered and exasperated Jade Sea heavenly dragon, Yiyun smiled calmly. At this moment, Yiyun gripped the air with one hand. The gigantic Jade Sea heavenly dragon was like a little bug in his hand, unable to move at all. What are you curious about me for? Could it be that you want to take me in as your demon pet? The Jade Sea heavenly dragon snorted. In its heart, it had already admitted defeat long ago. The strength of this white-robed young man before it was frighteningly high. It was no match for him at all. I'm not interested in taking you in as a demon pet. But, I will adopt you. Yiyun chuckled. This Jade Sea heavenly dragon was slowly hatched from a dragon egg by an ancestor of Tongtian Island's Fu family called Fu Changhe. After it hatched, it was carefully fed with all sorts of heavenly treasures. It took several generations of Fu family members' hard work to nurture a divine Lord Realm dragon. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon grew up with Fu Changhe, so it was greatly influenced by him. It was just that Fu Changhe failed in the process of breaking through to the Divine Lord Realm and fell directly. Later on, this Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon was nurtured by generations of Fu family ancestors all the way until it cultivated to level 1 of the Divine Lord Realm. Adopt me? Sire, you sure talk big. An uncomfortable feeling rose in the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon's heart as it snorted coldly. The words of this human gave off an extremely unreliable feeling. Could it be that this guy wasn't trying to kill it? After all, a Divine Lord Realm dragon was full of treasures. If it was sold, it could even buy an emperor weapon back. Don't doubt my words. A puny little Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon like you doesn't have the qualifications. Yi Yan said indifferently. No qualifications? Who do you think you are? I'm a dragon. In front of you humans, I have my pride and dignity. Even if I die, I won't let you adopt me. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon was stubborn. It steeled its heart and was ready to give up on the thought of living. At this time, the noble bloodline of the dragon clan influenced its personality. Looking at the Azure Heavenly Dragon's reaction, Yi Yan wasn't too bothered. After all, the Azure Heavenly Dragon still thought of him as a human. At this time, there was indeed a great gap between different races. Yi Yan's body trembled slightly as he released Zulong's aura. The Jade Sea Heavenspan dragon immediately sensed the presence of the ancestral dragon. Its eyes widened and it began to tremble all over. How is that possible? What kind of divine ability was this? How can it make me tremble from the bottom of my heart? The Heavenly Jade Dragon was flustered as he muttered to himself. Yi Yan smiled but didn't say anything. When he was reading the Azure Heavenly Dragon's memories, he had already set up a barrier. Yi Yan didn't want anyone to know about his conversation with the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon. This was a conversation between dragons. Looking at the flustered Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon, Yi Yan's eyes flickered. He seemed to understand what was going on. This Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon was hatched from an egg by Fu Changhe. It didn't know much about the dragon clan. The fluster and trembling from the bottom of its heart came from the suppression of its bloodline. This suppression would gradually awaken the memories in its bloodline. Yi Yan waited quietly. After less than half an hour, the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon's body suddenly trembled. It looked at the white-robed human in front of it in shock and said in horror, how do you have Zulong's bloodline? That's not a question for you to ask. What you need to do now is to obey. Yi Yan said coldly and released Zulong's aura once again. When the ancestral dragon's aura landed on the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon's body, it immediately withered. Greetings, Lord Zulong. After awakening its bloodline, the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon finally woke up from the suppression of Zulong's bloodline. It said respectfully. Yi Yan released his hand. At this moment, the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon transformed into a young man in blue and knelt before Yi Yan's feet. I didn't know that Lord Zulong had arrived. Please forgive me for my previous offense, Lord Zulong. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon said uneasily. Ignorance is blameless. I don't blame you. Get up. Yi Yan smiled. A surge of magic power swept out and made the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon stand up. On Tongtian Island. The island masters who were observing the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon could not help but turn pale with fright when they saw this unbelievable reversal of events. It was so simple. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon was subdued by that young man in white. It seemed that Heavenspan Island's power was truly gone. Now, it was time for a new master. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon, in the form of a blue-clothed youth, stood cautiously in front of Yi Yan. He was at a loss, not knowing what to do. Yi Yan looked at it and smiled. Just call me master from now on. Yes, Lord Zulong. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon said nervously. After saying that, he suddenly realized that he had said something wrong. He quickly patted his head and said, Yes, master. Yi Yan nodded. After entering the Divine Land, he'd subdued another dragon. Yi Yan was more or less happy. The dragon race was on the verge of extinction. Now that he had the ability, he did his best to save the dragon race. Yi Yan looked down at the sky and saw a streak of green light chasing after the Fu family ancestors of Tongtian Island. These ancestors were like domestic dogs. After being caught by Xianxia, they were all killed after several fierce battles. You were hatched from an egg by Fu Changhe. Where did you come from before that? Yi Yan asked. There was no such history in the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon's memories. Yi Yan wanted to know. After all, this Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon was no more than 10,000 years old. It couldn't have been an egg that had been passed down since the ancient times. Master, I'm not too sure. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon scratched its head and said awkwardly. Yi Yan's eyes twitched. Master, perhaps the Fu family knows, but the only one who knows is Fu Wei. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon said after some thought. Does Fu Wei know? Yi Yan chuckled and immediately grabbed downwards with his big hand. Fu Wei's body had just been split in half by Xianxia, and his corpse was still lying on the ground. Yi Yan grabbed the 2 halves of the corpse, took out an 8 treasure glazed bottle, and dripped a drop of 3 light sacred water on it. He wanted to save Fu Wei and read his memories to find out where the egg came from. What is Master doing? The Heavenly Jade Dragon stared at Yi Yan with his mouth agape, unable to understand what was going on. Then, a shocking scene happened. The 2 halves of the corpse began to grow back together at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, fragments of light from the primordial spirit rushed over and returned to Fu Wei's body. After a few breaths of time, Fu Wei, who had his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly. Where am I? Am I dead? You're not dead. Yi Yan looked at Fu Wei and smiled. He activated the heavenly illusory eye and began to read Fu Wei's memories. Hiss. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but be shocked by his master's powerful means. A divine spirit cultivator at the peak of true immortal realm, whose body and primordial spirit had been destroyed, could be resurrected. This was really unbelievable. After Yi Yundo read Fu Wei's memories, he waved his hand, and Fu Wei's body suddenly turned into particles, and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Master, do you know anything about it? The Blue Sea Heavenly Dragon asked nervously. Yi Yan nodded. In Fu Wei's memories, there was indeed information about the origin of this dragon egg. In the Divine Land, there was a mysterious tribe called the Dragon-Rearing Tribe. It was said that the Dragon-Rearing Tribe had been rearing all kinds of dragons since the ancient times. After a period of time, they would take out different dragon eggs to auction outside. However, the Fu family's dragon egg wasn't obtained from an auction. Several thousand years ago, Fu Changhe was acquainted with a member of the Dragon-Rearing Tribe. Hence, he paid an unimaginable price in exchange for a dragon egg. This was the origin of the Blue Sea Heavenly Dragon's dragon egg. Who would have thought that there would be a dragon-rearing tribe in the Divine Land? Could this be considered as protecting the continuation of the dragon race? Yi Yan looked at the void and muttered to himself. According to Fu Wei's memories, the dragon-rearing tribe of the Divine Land was the most mysterious force in the Divine Land. They were divided into 4 tribes, gathered in different places of the Divine Land. If they did not appear in the world, no one would know where they were. The dragon-rearing tribe was extremely powerful and could be said to be the overlord of a region. In the Divine Land, even God King realm forces would not dare to have any bad intentions towards the dragon-rearing tribe. Master, what are you talking about? The Blue Sea Heavenly Dragon rubbed his hands and asked awkwardly. Yi Yan smiled and told the Blue Sea Heavenly Dragon about the dragon-rearing tribe. The Blue Sea Heavenly Dragon was enlightened. So, his inheritance came from the dragon-rearing tribe. Xiaolong, you must remember, your true roots are in the hidden dragon Forbidden Land. That is the true origin of all dragon races. Yi Yan looked at the Blue Sea Heavenly Dragon and said solemnly. He deliberately emphasized the hidden dragon Forbidden Land. Because in the Divine Land's people's view, the hidden dragon Forbidden Land was the true name of the hidden dragon mainland. However, Yi Yan was more used to calling it the Cangnan mainland. I understand, Master. The Blue Sea Heavenly Dragon nodded his head as if he understood. Yi Yan sighed. Almost 10 million years had passed since the ancient era. The living beings of the new generation of God's land had long forgotten that the hidden dragon Forbidden Zone was once the birthplace of the dragon clan. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Yi Yan planned to tell the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon about the ancient times of the Hidden Dragon continent when he had the time. Or perhaps, he could ask the Blood Chief Demon Dragon to teach him more about it after he returned. Seeing Jiang Hingyue still chasing after the remaining half-step Divine Lord ancestors of Clear Sky Island, Yi Yan gently waved his hand. At this moment, everyone from the Fu clan vanished into thin air. Yi Yan wanted to turn Tongtian Island into the first base of Shenlong's sect, so naturally he couldn't let anyone from the Fu family stay. He had never been soft-hearted when killing people. This was the case 100,000 years ago, and it was even more so 100,000 years later. Yi Yan once again stretched out his hand and grabbed Jiang Hingyue, who was in the midst of chasing after him. Master. The sudden change in time and space gave Jiang Hingyue a fright. When he saw that it was Yi Yan standing in front of him, he hurriedly bowed. I've killed everyone from the Fu clan. You'll be in charge of Clear Sky Island from now on. Take advantage of the fact that there are many people here to hold your wedding with Lin Yanran. Yi Yan said calmly, but there was a hint of joy on his face. Now that everyone from the Fu clan had been killed, he was happy to see Jiang Hingyue and Lin Yanran get married. Thank you, Master. Jiang Hingyue was overjoyed and knelt at Yi Yan's feet again. Yi Yan smiled and waved his hand, sending him off to prepare for the wedding. Let's go. The Fu clan of Clear Sky Island has been destroyed, and this place will soon be replaced. We didn't even get to attend the wedding. A middle-aged man on Clear Sky Island sighed and prepared to leave. Yes, we didn't get to attend the wedding and almost lost our lives. Another old man said. Everyone nodded in agreement. They had come to Clear Sky Island to attend the wedding. Who would have thought that such a shocking turn of events would occur? Everyone's interest was gone. Yi Yan, who was in mid-air, naturally heard the discussions of the people below. He smiled faintly and activated the heavenly disillusionment eye again. In the blink of an eye, everyone on Heavenspan Island was sucked into an illusion. In this illusion, everyone's memories were altered. No one saw Yi Yan come again. No one saw him fight the Azure Heavenly Dragon in midair. In everyone's impression, it was Jiang Hingyue who killed the entire Fu clan. As for the Azure Heavenly Dragon that appeared in the sea, that part was also erased from everyone's memories. In the end, Yi Yan forced another part of their memories, forcing all the island masters to stay and attend Jiang Hingyue's wedding. The wedding was held the next day. The parents of both parties came to Tongtian Island, and a grand wedding was held under the witness of the various oceanic island lords. Yi Yan did not appear at the wedding. Instead, he instructed Jiang Hingyue to leave Tongtian Island with the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon the day before the wedding. He was now heading to Giant Spirit Island in the Third Sea. Yi Yan was going to the Rui auction house to buy the Dragonmark soul-chasing sword. At the same time, he wanted to learn about the sword's true origins. The distance from the Ninth Sea to the Third Sea was quite far. However, there was a special teleportation point in each sea. These teleportation points were built by the Rui Merchant Guild. Anyone who wanted to use them had to pay a certain amount of spirit stones. The Rui Merchant Guild was the largest merchant guild in the 10 seas. The Rui auction house on Giant Spirit Island was one of their branches. After leaving Clear Sky Island, Yi Yan and the Azure Heavenly Dragon arrived at the teleportation point in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. It was also a small island. A few Rui Merchant Guild guards stood guard there. Master, we've arrived at the teleportation point. The Azure Heavenly Dragon looked down at the small green island below with a smile. Yi Yan nodded. The two descended from the sky and landed next to the teleportation point. How many spirit stones do we need to go to the Third Sea? The Azure Heavenly Dragon asked. Senior, 500,000 each. That's 1,000,000 spirit stones in total. After sensing that the other party was a divine sovereign, a 5th-stage true divinity elder answered respectfully. That's a little expensive. A pained expression appeared on the Heavenly Jade Dragon's face. Yi Yan was also shocked. He hadn't been in a hurry to begin with, so he'd planned to use the teleportation point. Looking at it this way, 2 people would cost 1,000,000 spirit stones. The price of this teleportation was indeed astonishing. Forget it. Let's go directly. Yi Yan waved his hand and raised his eyes to look at the surroundings. All the guards immediately became absent-minded. By the time the guards regained their senses, the two of them had already disappeared. The guards had no idea what had just happened. Yi Yan tore through the void and hurried on with the azure heavenly dragon. Although the divine soil space was very sturdy, it wasn't a problem for Yi Yan. The space here was even weaker than the space on the ancient heavenspan path, within the Sunnan continent's barrier. If Yi Yan could tear through space there, what more here? Hiss, the master tore through the sturdy space as easily as a piece of paper. Each time he tore through space, he traversed tens of millions of kilometers. The azure heavenly dragon was stunned. They were both first-level divine monarchs, so why was his master so strong? Was it because of Zhu Long's bloodline? Master, is your cultivation really only at the first-level divine monarch realm? The Blue Sea's heavenly dragon couldn't help but ask after a moment of doubt. Seventh-level divine monarch realm. Yi Yan smiled and didn't hide it. To a certain extent, the difference in cultivation level didn't mean much to him. There were too many treasures in Yi Yan's warehouse that could make up for the difference in cultivation level at any time. Oh, the Blue Sea's heavenly dragon nodded slightly. He rolled his eyes and pondered carefully. In the end, he came to the conclusion that his master's strength wasn't limited to the 7th-level divine monarch realm. After some calculations, even a 7th-level divine monarch realm cultivator wouldn't be able to tear apart the space of the divine soil as easily as his master. The Blue Sea's heavenly dragon didn't dare to speak along the way and just followed quietly behind Yi Yan. Less than an hour had passed. Yi Yan tore through tens of billions of miles of space and finally arrived at the Third Sea region. At this moment, in the outer space of Giant Spirit Island, a slight ripple appeared in the space, and two figures walked out from it. Yi Yan looked at the huge island in front of him and nodded to himself. Giant Spirit Island was bigger than Clear Sky Island. It was said to be the largest island in the Third Sea region. Among the top 10 sea regions, the higher the ranking, the larger the area of the sea region and the stronger the overall strength. Yi Yan glanced around and found the Rui auction house on Giant Spirit Island. This auction house was the largest on the entire island and was extremely eye-catching. The two of them descended from the sky and landed at the entrance of the auction house. The auction will be held the day after tomorrow. We might be early, Yi Yan said with a smile. The Blue Sea's heavenly dragon smiled evilly. Master, with your strength, it doesn't matter if he auctions it or not. You can just snatch it away. How can that be? A person has to pay attention to the rules. If you rely on your strength to bully others and don't even abide by the rules, then this world will be in chaos. Yi Yan reached out and slapped the Jade Sea heavenly dragon's head. I was just joking with Master. The main thing is that it's too early. I was afraid that Master would be anxious from waiting. The Jade Sea heavenly dragon scratched his head and said with a smile. Yi Yan hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, let's go. We'll go to the auction house to understand the situation. If there's a chance to buy it in advance, then we'll buy it directly. After he finished speaking, he strode into the room. Through Fu Nanhua's memories, Yi Yan knew. The dragon-mark soul-chasing sword that the Rui auction house was auctioning this time was of the highest grade of heaven class. This sword was much better than the previous one. Among the heaven grade, it was considered to be of the highest standard. When the two of them walked in, many people immediately raised their heads in shock. Everyone's eyes fell on the Jade Sea heavenly dragon. Yi Yan was slightly taken aback, but he instantly understood. He had been concealing his aura very well, so no one could see his cultivation level. But the Jade Sea heavenly dragon was different. The cultivation level that he was currently displaying was of the first level of the Divine Lord realm. Such a cultivation level. No matter which sea region it was the most terrifying cultivation level. In particular, he was releasing a faint demonic aura, which made him even scarier. An old man immediately ran over with a panicked look on his face. The old man came in front of the two of them, bowed, and said respectfully, it turns out that the two of you have come to the Rui auction house. I'm late, please forgive me. Yi Yan looked at the old man indifferently and asked, are you the person in charge of the auction house? The old man smiled and said, you can say that. I'm the second manager of the Rui auction house. Yi Yan nodded and continued walking forward. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon followed behind him. When the old man saw this, his eyes suddenly changed. It turned out that the young man in white was the real deal. And that first-level Divine Lord Realm Fey youth followed closely behind him, looking like a servant. Who was the young man in white? He was so unfamiliar that he didn't seem to be from the top 10 sea regions. Some thoughts flashed through the old man's mind, and he hurriedly followed. He brought Yi Yan to a secluded private room. After sitting down, Yi Yan went straight to the point and said with a smile, "We're here for the Dragon Vein Soul-Chasing Sword." The second manager looked enlightened and said with a smile, "So you're here for the Dragon Vein Soul-Chasing Sword. But there's still more than a day before the auction. The official auction will begin the day after tomorrow." "I understand." Yi Yan nodded, looked at the old man, and asked, "About the Dragon Vein Soul-Chasing Sword, do you know its origin?" "Sir, we're not too sure about the origin of the Dragon Vein Soul-Chasing Sword," the old man said with a smile. "It's strange. It's said that there's more than one Dragon Vein Soul-Chasing Sword in the Divine Land. Why doesn't anyone know its origin?" Yi Yan's eyes flashed, and he asked indifferently. "You're right, young master. Although the Dragon Stripe Soul-Chasing Sword is of little value, I don't know why, but every time someone auctions it, they don't want to reveal the origin of the sword. They just hand it over to the auction house, and after the auction, they leave with the reward," the old man said with a strange smile on his face. In his opinion, the Dragon Vein Soul-Chasing Sword was only collected by some people with special hobbies. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't spend a lot of money to auction the Dragon Vein Soul-Chasing Sword. After all, the sword would only be useful if it was inserted into the Dantian. It wouldn't be of much use in a battle. But it was undeniable that some rich people liked this kind of strange thing, and they treated the Dragon Vein Soul-Chasing Sword as a collector's item. For example, a few years ago, the young master of Tongtian Island of the Ninth Sea region spent a lot of money to bid for the Dragon Vein Soul-Chasing Sword. Yi Yan's face revealed a look of disappointment as he didn't get any useful information from the second manager. Yi Yan was investigating the Dragon Vein Soul-Chasing Sword because he wanted to know if the sword had anything to do with the mastermind. But for now, the clues had been cut off at this point. "Can I see the person who auctioned the Dragon Vein Soul-Chasing Sword?" Yi Yan suddenly asked. This, the old man pondered. The heavenly dragon of the ocean glared. "My master wants to see the person who auctioned the item, not steal it. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and go." He had the powerful aura of a divine lord. When he glared, the old man was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Of course. The old man calmed himself down and hurriedly said, "Young master, the person auctioning the dragon-patterned soul-chaser sword this time is the same person as last time. Perhaps he has the information you want to know. I'll invite him over right away." Yi Yan nodded. The old man hurriedly ran out. "Master, if you don't teach these people a lesson, they won't know how powerful you are." The heavenly dragon of the ocean crossed his arms and sneered. Today's 5 chapters, Chapter 1, What You Said Makes Sense. Yi Yan smiled and agreed with what the heavenly dragon of the azure seas said. As the saying went, the wicked needed to be dealt with by the wicked. Sometimes, it might not be a bad thing to be vicious. In less than 5 minutes, the old man hurriedly walked in with a young man. Yi Yan looked up. The young man had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His face was extremely pale and his aura was chaotic. His footsteps were also weak. He did not look like a true immortal realm level 3 cultivator at all. Yi Yan retracted his gaze. The young man in front of him was severely injured and was not far from death. "This is the young master who wants to bid for your dragon-patterned soul-chasing sword. He wants to know the origin of the dragon-patterned soul-chasing sword," the old man introduced respectfully after bringing the young man into the private room. The pale young man looked up at the 2 people in front of him with an unconcealable look of shock on his face. The young man in blue standing opposite him was emitting a demonic aura. He was actually a divine lord great demon. The young man in white sitting quietly in front of him was extremely handsome. His appearance was extremely handsome, and his temperament was extraordinary. He was like a celestial being in a painting. The young man's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the 2 people in front of him had extraordinary origins. The young man in white, in particular, probably had an unimaginably noble status. Yi Yan looked at the young man opposite him and asked with a faint smile, "Are the two dragon-patterned soul-chasing swords that were auctioned by the Rui auction house in the past few years yours?" "Senior, these two swords are my ancestral heirlooms. Now that my family is in decline, I have no choice but to sell them." The young man cupped his fists and said with a respectful expression, "Ancestral heirlooms?" Yi Yan's eyes flickered and he flipped his palm to reveal a small silver sword. He continued, "Your first dragon-patterned soul-chasing sword is already in my hands and I want to buy the second sword as well. However, at the same time, I want to know the origin of these two swords. If you can tell me, I won't treat you unfairly." After listening to Yi Yan's words, Yi Zichen nodded. The young man's breathing quickened. He suddenly realized that he might have obtained a rare opportunity. This unfathomable young man in white might be able to resolve his crisis. After all, he had no choice but to auction the dragon-veined soul-chasing sword. Thinking of this, the young man's expression became even more respectful. He said in a deep voice, "Senior, due to the persecution of my enemies, I'm now heavily injured. I'm afraid I won't be able to live for more than a year. This time, I'm selling the dragon-veined soul-chasing sword mainly to exchange for some life-prolonging spiritual medicines." Yi Yan chuckled. "You don't have to worry about that." A hint of joy flashed across the young man's face. He knew that his judgment was right this time. The dragon-striped soul-chasing sword was of little value to begin with. If he was lucky, he could sell it for a high price. If he was unlucky, the price would be unsatisfactory. "Senior, this sword is for you." The young man suddenly flipped his hands and took out a silver dragon-veined soul-chasing sword. He respectfully placed it on the table beside Yi Yan. "Aren't you going to auction it?" the old man beside him asked hurriedly. The young man took a deep breath and said calmly, "Senior, since you want this dragon-veined soul-chasing sword, I'll sell it to you directly. As for the commission of the Rui auction house, I'll pay for it." "All right." The old man nodded helplessly. He had no choice. The buyer this time was too powerful. As for the auction the day after tomorrow, he could only announce that it was cancelled at the last minute. Yi Yan looked at the silver dragon-veined soul-chasing sword in front of him and nodded in appreciation. This young cultivator knew how to make a choice. He had a good eye. "Then tell me about the origin of this sword." Yi Yan chuckled. The young man took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Senior, my Lu family has kept the dragon-veined soul-chasing sword for hundreds of thousands of years and has never mentioned it to outsiders. This time I won't be able to live for long. Therefore, I'll pluck up my courage and tell you about the origin of the dragon-veined soul-chasing sword that has always been a secret." Hundreds of thousands of years, after hearing the young man's description, Yi Yan could not help but be shocked. Did the dragon-veined soul-chasing sword have such a long history? He hadn't expected this at all. At this moment, the young man said slowly, "Senior, a mystic realm appeared in the divine land 300,000 years ago. My Lu family's ancestor obtained 2 heaven-level dragon-veined soul-chasing swords in that mystic realm." Yi Yan's heart skipped a beat and he asked, "Do you still remember what the mystic realm is called?" "Senior, the mystic realm is called the Big Dipper Mound. It's made up of 7 large graves. My Lu family's ancestor entered the first grave and obtained 2 dragon-veined soul-chasing swords. However, I don't know what happened in there. After my Lu family's ancestor came out of the Big Dipper Mound, he went into seclusion. He only told his descendants before his death that they should never tell anyone about the origin of the dragon-veined soul-chasing sword." After the young man revealed all the secrets from 300,000 years ago in one breath, he could not help but feel relieved. Big Dipper Mound? So, the dragon-veined soul-chasing sword came from the Big Dipper Mound. The old man beside him said in shock. "Yes." The young man nodded. "I've heard of the Big Dipper Mound. That secret realm was short-lived. Although it seemed to have a terrifying aura, no one had obtained the opportunity that they should have. Unexpectedly, to think that the truth of all the fortuitous encounters has been buried by someone." The old man sighed softly, and the shocked expression on his face soon turned into loneliness. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, Yi Yan's heart was in a state of shock. The Big Dipper Mound. As soon as these 3 words entered his ears, Yi Yan instinctively felt an indescribable sense of crisis. Could it be that the Big Dipper mound was behind this? Along the way from Sungnan, Yi Yun had seen many formations related to the Big Dipper mound. All these were inextricably linked to the Big Dipper mound. Now that Yi Yun thought about it, even Emperor Joyo seemed to have some connection with the Big Dipper mound. Did the Big Dipper mound appear later? Yi Yun looked at the young man and asked again. No, senior. It only appeared once in 300,000 years. The young man replied. Was there any record of the Big Dipper mound appearing 300,000 years ago? Yi Yun looked at the old man again. The old man pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head and said, Never. At least in my memory, the mysterious Big Dipper mound only appeared once. Hearing the old man's words, Yi Yun fell silent. He now had a hunch in his heart that if he wanted to uncover the secret, he was afraid that he had to find the Big Dipper mound. But the Big Dipper mound had only appeared once since ancient times. Where was he going to find it? Yi Yun's thoughts were a little chaotic at this time. But soon he calmed down and his mentality returned to normal. He had to take one step at a time. The Big Dipper mound had not appeared for a long time. Perhaps, at some point in the future, it would appear again in this world. Yi Yun put the matter of the Big Dipper pile aside for the time being. There were still many clues worth searching for in the Sungnan continent, so he wasn't in a hurry to find the elusive Big Dipper pile. After returning from the Divine Land, Jun Maxiao was about to enter the Heavenly Moon Mystery Realm. Yi Yun wanted to see what kind of clues he could find there. He looked at the young man again and nodded with a smile. You're doing well. Don't worry, you won't die. After saying that, Yi Yun took out a small bottle. A drop of green liquid dripped out. It was the water of life. Take it. Yi Yun smiled and flicked his finger. The drop of mysterious water of life floated to the young man's side. Yi Yun sealed the aura of the water of life. Therefore, the old man and the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon didn't feel the vigorous aura of life. The two of them stared at the drop of green liquid strangely and thought, can this drop of green liquid cure a seriously injured true god? The young man looked at the drop of mysterious green liquid and swallowed it without hesitation. He believed in this mysterious senior in white. In addition, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Out of his desire to live, he swallowed the drop of green liquid without hesitation. Rumble, an unimaginable surge of vitality exploded in his body. The young man's eyes widened and he felt the magical changes in his body in disbelief. The surging vitality rushed to every part of his body and began to heal his injuries quickly. After a breath, he felt that his body had recovered by more than half. After a few more breaths of time, the serious injuries on his body were all healed. The most amazing thing was that he had been poisoned with a strong poison that had been hidden in his blood all this time. At this moment, the poison was also removed. Oh my God, what kind of healing panacea is this? It has such a miraculous effect. The second manager of the Rui trading house was so shocked that his jaw almost fell off. He had worked at the Rui trading house for so many years, but he had never seen such a miraculous panacea. It cured a seriously injured person in an instant. This speed was too fast. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon was also in a state of great shock. In his knowledge, he had never seen such a powerful healing panacea. After a few breaths of time, the injuries on the young man's body were all healed. His face became rosy again. Senior, thank you for saving my life. The young man knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Yi Yun as tears gushed out of his eyes. Initially, he did not have high hopes for the dragon vein soul-chasing sword. Even if he could sell it for a good price and exchange it for some pills that could extend his lifespan, he would be able to live for another 10 years. In particular, the poison in his body was constantly invading his body. What he encountered was simply a situation of certain death. Get up. What's your name? Yi Yun glanced at the young man and asked with a smile. Senior, my name is Lu Xing, Lu Xing hurriedly said. After that, he kowtowed again before standing up. If your family falls and you have nowhere else to go, you can go to Clear Sky Island and seek refuge with Jiang Hingyue. He will take you in. Yi Yun said with a smile. The young man in front of him gave him a good feeling. He did not mind giving him a helping hand. After all, it was not a big deal for the large Clear Sky Island to take in another true Immortal Realm cultivator. Thank you, Senior. Lu Xing was overjoyed. Although he was in the Third Sea region, he had heard of Clear Sky Island. Clear Sky Island was the most powerful force in the Ninth Sea region. Sir, can you auction that green healing panacea of yours? At this moment, the old man from the Rui trading house rubbed his hands and asked somewhat embarrassedly. Not for sale. Yi Yan said curtly. He looked at the old man meaningfully and activated the heavenly illusory eye to erase the old man's memory. It was not just this old man. He erased a small part of the memory of everyone who had seen him here. After he was done, there was a ripple in the void. Yi Yan left with the azure heavenly dragon, and Lu Xing, seeing how easily Yi Yan tore the void and walked away, Lu Xing could not help but be stunned. It was only then that he realized how powerful and terrifying the senior in front of him was. His cultivation level was at least in the ultimate god realm. Senior, I have one more thing to tell you. Lu Xing thought of something and stammered. Speak. Yi Yan stopped tearing the void and the three figures appeared from the void. At this moment, they were still in the Third Sea region. They were very close to the Fourth Sea region. Senior, our Lu clan has a token passed down from generation to generation. I don't know what it is, but our ancestors instructed us to keep it safe for future generations. They said it might be useful one day. But it has been so long, so it's useless. I want to show it to you. Lu Xing said honestly. Then, he took out a black token from his storage ring. He handed the black token to Yi Yan. Yi Yan took it curiously and gave it a few glances. The next moment, his eyebrows twitched slightly and the light in his eyes soared. This black token was very ordinary. It only had some simple and unadorned markings on it. Other than that, there was nothing else. But Yi Yan found a 7 stars formation in one of the patterns. The 7 stars formation was very small. If it was not for his amazing divine ability, he would not have been able to find it. This 7-star array formation was different from all the 7-star array formations he had seen before. The 7 stars formation emitted a weak teleportation power. Is this the token to enter the 7 stars formation? Yi Yan suddenly had such a thought. Did your Lu clan's ancestors say the function of this token? Yi Yan looked at Lu Xing and asked softly. They didn't say anything. They just asked us to keep it safe for future generations. They said it might be useful one day. Lu Xing said dejectedly. He looked at Yi Yan with a serious face and said, Senior, why don't I give this token to you for safekeeping? It's really useless for me to keep it. Now I'm the only one left in the Lu clan. If I unfortunately die one day, this token will disappear with me. Okay, then I'll take this token. Yi Yan nodded and patted Lu Xing on the shoulder. This Lu Xing was quite sensible. Yi Yan admired him very much. He did not want to take the black token in his hand for nothing. Yi Yan was going to give Lu Xing something. What weapon are you good at? Yi Yan asked with a smile. Senior, our Lu clan has always been good at saber techniques. Lu Xing said respectfully. Yi Yan flipped his palm and 2 things appeared in his hand. There was a silver broadsword and a grey robe. End of chapter 314. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.